Fortunately, nothing happened between him and Yanyan in the room, as he didn't want to become the protagonist of a certain event and be judged by netizens, although he was very confident about it. Of course, he also didn't want others to see them. Huo Muyan was quite daring, unaffected by the situation, and still stayed in the hotel with her team. They even went to a popular restaurant together at night. Therefore, he was more concerned about Yanyan's reaction to the situation. Knocking on the door, it was quickly opened. It was her female assistant who opened it. "Mr. Zheng, hello." The girl nodded and moved aside, then suddenly remembered something, quickly put on her shoes and rushed out. I suddenly remember, I have something to do. I might not come back tonight. Won't come back tomorrow morning either. Goodbye. Mr. Zheng." Without waiting for Zheng Qian to react, she immediately left like fleeing, leaving Zheng Qian standing alone in the wind. Damn it, I just wanted to comfort Yanyan. Nothing else. But this girl ran away too fast, really too fast. In a blink of an eye, she stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving him with a face full of exhaust fumes. Wiping his face, Zheng Qian seriously doubted if she wanted to ditch work and play hooky. Why? How come you're here? Upon hearing the door opening, Yanyan came downstairs curiously. When she saw it was Zheng Qian, her cheeks turned crimson, as if water could drip from them. I don't know if it's because she's back in the limelight, but Yanyan's demeanor has become even more elegant. Although she was wearing very casual shorts and a blouse, she was clearly different from ordinary people and influencers. Not to mention her swan-like slender, fair neck, and the movement at her chest. Zheng Qian quickly looked away, saying seriously, "I'm just worried about you. Those rumors, don't take them to heart. Everything has been resolved today. The photos have been retrieved. There are no improper photos." Upon hearing this, Yanyan's face turned even redder. "I haven't done anything. How could there be those kinds of photos?" Seeing her spirited response, Zheng Qian felt relieved. It seems that Yanyan hasn't been affected much. Upstairs, you could faintly hear the sound of energetic music playing, a faint scent of sweat on her collarbone, as if she was doing home exercises. More importantly, almost subconsciously, Zheng Qian noticed those tight shorts. They were so tight, outlining a very obvious shape. It's so clear. Could it be she's vacuum packaged? Zheng Qian quickly suppressed his sinful thoughts. He couldn't look randomly. What if Yanyan got pregnant? Well, if everything's fine, I'll leave now. He didn't dare to stay longer. If he stayed, Yanyan might really get accidentally pregnant. Recently, he felt somewhat uncomfortable due to a Rusi Insabe, with no outlet for release. He was thinking of coming back to have some in-depth communication with the girls, but unexpectedly, this public opinion incident happened suddenly, so he had to deal with it first. Now that everything was settled, he felt that indulging in lust while being content and warm might lead to making mistakes. "Yan Zheng, can you not rush to leave? The assistant just messaged me on WeChat saying she temporarily blocked me, and I can only be added back tomorrow. I can't ask someone to accompany me. It's late at night, and with that incident happening again, I'm really scared." Yanyan came down, looking tearfully at Zheng Qian. Dan charming charisma. Her eyes seemed to be speaking. Zheng Qian, who already had wavering willpower, was once again shaken. "Well, should I stay a little longer then? I'm going to take a shower first." Zheng Qian felt that the current atmosphere was a bit strange. If he didn't do something, things might get out of hand. Since the weather was hot, he thought it would be nice to take a cold shower to clear his head a bit. Then, you go ahead and shower first." Yanyan blushed and nodded. Watching Zheng Qian's tall and robust figure, she couldn't help but be a little enchanted. When she first met Zheng Qian, Nikai had hinted at her in every possible way, hoping she would take the initiative to seduce him, to grab hold of this god of wealth. She was actually very resistant to it. She wanted to be a star, not a peripheral figure. But now, even though she didn't need to do anything, she had strange thoughts. It wasn't because of his bottomless wealth, but because he could calmly and effectively handle any situation, whether it was the Sun family's interference in the past or the current situation. It seemed like nothing could faze him. And the thing is, he was always surrounded by beautiful girls, and if she didn't seize the opportunity, she might never have a chance in the future. Even in line, she might not get her turn. Should she take advantage of this opportunity? Zheng Qian took a long shower in the bathroom, finally extinguishing the throbbing in his heart. He wasn't a saint, and he had pushed girls down before. But now, he really couldn't. It was a sensitive period, and if anyone caught them again, it would be impossible to clear his name. But as he finished showering and pushed open the bathroom door, his heart thumped heavily. Yin Yanyan had been pacing in the room, seemingly psyching herself up. Perhaps due to nerves, she was sweating more, not just under the tight shorts, but even the thin bandages on her body were becoming more transparent due to sweat. The lace edges that wrapped her valleys were faintly visible. You're sweating a lot. Shouldn't you take a shower too? Jun Qian didn't mean anything else. It wasn't for that kind of thing, but simply because Yin Yanyan seemed really hot despite the air conditioning being on and the room at 23 degrees. Yes, I should take a shower too. Will you wait for me? Yin Yanyan sweetly blinked. She seemed to have figured something out and couldn't help but smile playfully at Jun Qian. Watching her enter the bathroom, Jun Qian finally relaxed. The sound of running water occasionally reached his ears, prompting some wild thoughts. Yin Yanyan was showering very seriously this time, putting all her effort into it, with 38 steps, 52 processes, 760 for detailed product points, 12 major interaction points, 89 feedback areas. Everything was carefully double-checked to present the ultimate user experience. Truly a masterpiece, dedicated, anticipatory, meeting expectations, reverently waiting for a taste. Opening the door, Yin Yanyan's face turned even redder, because on the bed were the clothes and pants Jun Qian had taken off, sloppily placed aside. It seemed she couldn't wait any longer. The room was filled with a faint tobacco smell, captivating her even more. Not that she liked the smell of smoke, but because it represented the traces Jun Qian had left behind. But where did he go? Whatever. She give him a surprise? From the wardrobe, Yin Yanyan took out the black stockings and sailor suit she had bought before. Yeah, she had heard that Jun Qian used to be in the shipping business, and he seemed to have a special liking for uniforms. So, she had prepared it in advance, waiting for the right moment to surprise him. Well, that moment was now. Carefully changing into the outfit, she looked at herself in the mirror, her cheeks even rosier. She hadn't expected that in this outfit, she would be so attractive, but she didn't know if Jun Qian would like it. Qian, she called out a few times, but didn't get a response. She felt something was wrong. Just then, a hurried knocking on the door sounded. She walked down, seeing her female assistant in tears through the peephole. Yin Yanyan, why are you back? Weren't you not coming back tonight? Did you think I wanted to come back? Hurry up and open the door. Just now, Mi called me and asked me to come back. And how could you have let Mr. Jun go? Let me in quickly. Yin Yanyan. She admitted that at that moment, she felt like killing Jun Qian twice. If this wasn't hating her, what was it? You wait a moment, I just finished showering. Let me change my clothes and open the door for you. Oh yeah. Don't you have the key? To avoid affecting your chat, I deliberately left the keys in the living room. Yin Yanyan rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had finally found such an understanding assistant, and yet, she had managed to mess it up. Next time, she wouldn't be so proactive. Jun Qian, you've broken my heart. At that moment, Jun Qian was lying in his Aunt Jin Lu's house, smoking. Lately, he had been dealing with too many things. It was exhausting. He had left Yin Yanyan's villa mainly due to concerns about any potential issues arising again. He noticed costumes prepared for an actor in the villa, probably brought over accidentally when moving from the hotel. The clothes were still new with price tags, so Jun Qian decided to change into them after showering. And there was something he was very concerned about. Jin Lu was coming back. He had just received her message and she had booked a ticket to fly to Shanghai. Her studies were probably coming to an end. And most importantly, she was going to handle some personal matters, though she wasn't very clear about it. She asked Jun Qian to give her some time to sort things out and requested him not to come looking for her. Going to Shanghai, for personal matters? Jun Qian had some guesses, but wasn't sure. He had tried to send funds to Jin Lu, but she had refused directly, leaving him feeling restless. Nonetheless, he transferred 5 billion to Wei Ruoxi's bank account. That should be enough to deal with any urgent situations. He assured her she could always ask for money if needed. Of course, Wei Ruoxi knew a bit about Jin Lu's sudden return trip, but she also kept silent, not willing to discuss it further and hoping Jun Qian wouldn't overthink it. How could he not overthink this? Unreasonably, Jun Qian began feeling some agitation. Ding ding. Jin Jiwon sent a WeChat message. We're taking care of some family matters, nothing to do with you. Zijung. Focus on what you have to do and don't worry. Today, Su Shuyun's mood was very complicated, because she received a WeChat message from Jun Qian after a long time. After all this time, does he finally remember me? Let's have dinner tonight. The main point is not about dinner, but tonight, it had been a long time since she last saw Jun Qian. Even though they had a relationship, it seemed like they hadn't broken through that barrier. She had heard some rumors about him being busy lately, especially with major activities in Sabay, which she had seen in entertainment news, couldn't find any more information. Is he now with that female celebrity called Yin Yanyan? Why would he suddenly reach out to me? Shuyun, you seem a bit restless today, Su Chenju said, pulling Su Shuyun aside. After a meeting at the company, Su Shuyun forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, just, well, never mind. Oh, right, I might be home late tonight, or maybe not go home at all." After saying that, Su Shuyun tried to leave, but Su Chenju quickly stopped her. "Not going home? Why not? You rarely stay out late. Is something wrong?" Su Shuyun felt awkward and not good at lying, so she quickly said, "I have a friend I haven't seen in many days. It's a rare gathering." Su Chenju sensed something was amiss. A male friend? Despite Su Shuyun's attempt to deny it, he saw through her, so he advised her to spend more time with Jun Qian and not avoid him intentionally. Su Shuyun felt embarrassed at Su Chenju's words. She couldn't lie well and blurted out, "It's that Jun Qian, huh?" Su Chenju was taken aback for a moment, then quickly smiled and patted Su Shuyun's shoulder, saying, "Ha ha, why didn't you tell me earlier it was Zijong? It's him. Oh, today. Ha ha. Well, have a good chat. There you go." With that, he hummed a tune and left. Su Shuyun? Actually, Su Chenju had a good impression of Jun Qian, especially when he bought 40% of the group's shares. With a stroke at the beginning, he believed this young man was extraordinary and destined for greatness. If Su Shuyun could build a connection with him, it would bring her great comfort. But it seemed like there had been no progress so far, just a trip to Maldives. So, upon learning that Jun Qian had actively asked Su Shuyun out for dinner, she was more than happy to accept. Jun Qian was waiting in a private room on Wish Moon Island. As for why he wanted to meet Su Shuyun, he didn't really think much about it. He couldn't personally manage Kind Real Estate's business, especially with the recent developments there involving billions of dollars in funding. If it weren't for a girl as a figurehead, it would be a wasted opportunity. After some consideration, Su Shuyun seemed to be the right fit for this role. He carefully studied the business of the Jingshu Group and realized that by merging Jiwon Furniture and Dafu Timber into the group, their main business seemed aligned with the construction industry. Steel, timber, these were all things the real estate industry needed. This way, Jingshu Group could directly participate in real estate operations in Shanghai. Instead of navigating the complexities himself, he could make Su Shuyun the public face of Kind Real Estate, acting as a proxy for himself. This way, money could keep flowing in effortlessly. As Su Shuyun pushed the door open, Jun Qian was taken aback. Su Shuyun was already attractive, but after work, she had changed into a tight-fitting dress that accentuated her figure. Despite the long hem reaching down to her calves, it enhanced her overall aura, making her appear slim and graceful. "I thought you weren't planning on seeing me," Su Shuyun pouted. "How could that be? Don't you know what day it is today?" Jun Qian pretended to be serious. "Huh?" Su Shuyun felt a surge of joy in her heart. Could it be? He remembered. Today was her birthday, and she had been looking forward to Jun Qian's presence for days. Receiving his WeChat early in the morning had set her imagination running wild. His remark just now finally relieved her anxiety. He did remember. So, all that absence was for mystery, planning to surprise me. This Jun Qian, I had misjudged him, feeling a bit sorry suddenly. Among all the women Jun Qian knew, Su Shuyun was the best at creating fantasies. When they went to the Maldives, without him saying anything, she had imagined a whole romantic story. He remembered how she had ultimately offered herself to him. Seeing her distracted gaze, Jun Qian felt a pang of guilt. She must be fantasizing again. But why suddenly? What did I say earlier? Just now ... today. Wait, is today a special day? Suddenly, Jun Qian broke out in a cold sweat. What day is it today? Is it to celebrate Su Shuyun's 6th birthday, or to commemorate how long she had been having her period. Congratulations, she has become a real woman. No, that's not it. Suddenly, Zheng Qian found a way. Shuyun, do you know what I specially prepared for today? Zheng Qian looked deeply into Su Shuyun's eyes as he slowly took out a prepared contract. This is a real estate firm I'd set up in Shanghai for you. Kind Real Estate, you're the owner of this company. Before you came, I secured a land worth 18 billion for you. In the future, thump. Su Shuyun's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, Zheng Qian had prepared such a grand gift. Her eyes moistened as she moved close to him, hugging his arm tightly. Qian, you didn't disappoint me. You actually remembered my birthday, and gave me such a precious gift. But I have no experience in real estate management. It's okay. I will bring in the top professional managers from the industry for you. These won't be issues. Sob. Qian, you're too good. I love you. With that, she leaned in to kiss Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian is very angry now. Su Shuyun is far more daring than she had imagined. As soon as they entered the hotel room, she enthusiastically initiated a wall slam. This made Zheng Qian, who was already repressed for a long time, even more unable to contain his excitement. With her cry, Zheng Qian effortlessly lifted Su Shuyun. He threw her onto the Simmons bed and began to tear off her stockings. Ah! Su Shuyun's eyes opened seductively as she emitted a pheromone-like call, deeply stimulating Zheng Qian's dopamine. As the saying goes, after a long drought comes rain, and dry kindling meets a fierce fire. At the height of passion, the water overflowed the golden mountain. I didn't bring ... no need to wear. It's safe today. On that night, the two of them had an intimate encounter. As the morning sunlight poured in, Zheng Qian opened his sleepy eyes. He glanced regretfully at the torn pair of silk stockings worth 2,000 yuan, not for the money, but because Su Shuyun had only brought one. The touch was indeed very good, very smooth. Next time they meet, she must prepare more pairs. Zheng Qian lit a cigarette, lost in thought. Thinking about leaving Yanyan in Sade the night before and returning to Yebin overnight had been quite tumultuous. Fortunately, whether in Sade or Shanghai, he didn't need to do anything himself. Those girls could handle everything well. Why are you up ... Su Shuyun, with sleepy eyes, hugged Zheng Qian. The latter instantly pitched a tent. She was naked now, and the soft touch deeply pulsated Zheng Qian's soul. I believe many men have experienced this when they morning practice. It is the best state. It's not that sensitive, because it lasts longer than usual. Saying it's not sensitive, but the fact that they wake up in the morning, there's nothing they can do about it. Since his little brother has this need, he can't neglect it. Zheng Qian swore it was not his idea, but his little brother's. He quickly put out the cigarette, grabbed Su Shuyun's delicate ankles, and separated them slightly to the left and right. Su Shuyun didn't arrive at the company until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Her legs felt weak, and it took her a while to struggle to get out of bed. Rubbing her powerless legs in the office, her cheeks blushed slightly. Zheng Qian seemed to have better physical strength than before. Had he undergone some special training? On second thought, Zheng Qian had never neglected to train his body. Even when busy, he found time every day to do bodyweight exercises at home. Doing high-intensity exercises in 5 sets for each movement made him feel refreshed. It's worth mentioning that he had quietly consulted Duen Qiren on how to improve his weapon's strength. As a big muscle guy, Duen Qiren naturally had some insight. The most important thing was leg training, including but not limited to squats. It was really useful, even more than any supplement. Stretching is also crucial. If stretching wasn't done properly, not only would lactic acid build up cause muscle soreness, but it would also lead to increased tension, making it easy to tire early during weapon combat. Through consistent training, Zheng Qian's skills became more fierce. Su Shuyun actually didn't want to go to the company today, but came to arrange some work handover. Zheng Qian seriously discussed with her the idea of going to Kind Real Estate, and she was eager to try a new challenge. Just as Zheng Qian said, there were many professional managers to help out at critical moments. After morning practice, do you feel refreshed? Continuing to train your body is a matter of perseverance. I'll pick you up tonight, and we'll continue the workout. I'll intensify it for you today. More intense. This is heavyweight. Look at this. Is this something an ordinary person would say? Su Shuyun's cheeks blushed as if she could drip water. Sorry, I may not be able to tonight. Then we'll raise the intensity. Let's do this. I'll prepare some new projects to increase the challenge. That's not what I mean. My younger brother just happened to come back from overseas and will stay in Yemen for a night. He'll leave tomorrow. He's been busy with a project recently. That's quite rare. Besides, we still have time. No problem, let me meet your little brother. Don't worry, I'll take care of it tonight. Well, okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Shuyan's lips were sweet. Although Su Chenji had only one daughter, Su Shuyan, he considered Su Huateng as his foster son. Su Huateng was the son of Su Chenji's younger brother, who died in a car accident early on and was raised by him. Having studied computer science abroad, he had done quite well. His several small entrepreneurial ventures during university sold for a small profit totaling over $1 million. Currently, he was collaborating with some classmates to develop mobile games, which were reportedly doing well in attracting investors. Making money in the domestic market was of course better. So, upon graduation, Su Huateng returned with his team and founded a studio in Shenzhen. Today, he only stopped briefly in Yemen before continuing on his way. Su Chenji certainly didn't want to disturb the happy time between Su Shuyan and Zheng Qian. Wordlessly, Zheng Qian glanced at Su Huateng, feeling a mix of emotions. Originally thought to be a top student from overseas, he had expected to see the typical appearance of those rich and privileged second-generation kids. Yet, he was wearing thick glasses, eating voraciously without the demeanor of a wealthy son-in-law. Eat slowly. Eat slowly. Su Shuyan chuckled helplessly. Su Huateng grinned and buried his head back into his meal. However, his eyes were tightly fixed on his phone, frequently engaged in something that seemed very hectic. You haven't been eating well lately. Dad can't eat too oily food recently, so he didn't come. He's waiting for you at home and wants to have a good chat with you later. Su Huateng is still very polite to Zheng Qian. He is not like the younger brothers of other sisters, always wanting to interrogate his brother-in-law. Even when his sister got married, she cried and complained, looking like she wanted to kill her brother-in-law's whole family. This kind of behavior is unacceptable. Su Huateng handles things well. After exchanging a simple greeting with Zheng Qian, he buries his head in his food and pays attention to the progress within the group. He is obviously a young man who is very passionate about his career, which makes Zheng Qian feel deeply emotional. Little brother, what are you busy with? Zheng Qian couldn't help but ask. He actually felt a little guilty, realizing how busy Su Huateng was, and regretted delaying their family reunion time. Zheng Qian didn't admit that he was taking advantage of Su Shuyan. Under the table, Zheng Qian's hand rarely left Su Shuyan's thigh. Pretty good. Very obedient. Just changed into a new pair of stockings. He's been busy with his mobile game project lately, and it seems to be going well, Su Shuyan quickly added. Mobile game project. Zheng Qian's eyes lit up. Unable to resist, he asked, what kind of game is it? What's it called? Is it already launched? It hasn't launched yet. We are still doing the final rendering work, which is quite troublesome, Su Shuyan explained. Speaking of his hobby, Su Huateng suddenly became enthusiastic and said with a smile, it's temporarily called Dream Spirit, and the company is called Tenna Games. The game is basically similar to typical fantasy games. Dream Spirit? Tenna Games? Hearing this, Zheng Qian couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Well, just based on your names, I feel like investing in you. The two of them then started discussing the game content. This made Zheng Qian can't help but feel that Su Huateng was indeed talented and knew how to make money. Although the game content was not particularly innovative, it was based on the works of a renowned martial arts novel writer as a selling point. However, although he was a famous author, there was still a gap between him and Jingu. One of his most famous works was The Six Great Guardians, a novel that Zheng Qian particularly liked, especially the series Legends of the Divine Heroes, which was more like fantasy and martial arts. Dream Spirit's main focus was not on weapon crafting but on catering to players' desires. For example, customizing appearances, limited edition outfits, head accessories, mounts, and more. Actually, most similar games on the market are more or less the same. If you want to create something completely different, it's really not necessary. Instead of doing that, it's better to approach it from a different angle. Su Huateng became more enthusiastic as he spoke, and Zheng Qian was also engrossed in listening. This was unexpectedly beyond Su Shuyan's expectations. Since she hadn't seen Zheng Qian play any games before, it seemed like he was quite interested in this. So, all we need now is one final investment to start the online work. The main issue is the promotion strategies. Even if we put in a lot of effort, without creating a lively atmosphere, the revenue won't look good, Su Huateng commented. After all, if not many people are playing, then catering to players' desires would be meaningless. Zheng Qian sighed, in agreement. If no one was playing, even if they spent a lot of money on limited edition outfits, who would they show off to? Zheng Qian also agreed with his views. There was no need to create a game that completely overturned all existing gameplay methods because players might not buy it, or worse, criticize it. How much more money do you need? Zheng Qian casually asked. To reach our final goal, it would be better to have more funds. But, as you know, there are several major internet gaming companies in the market, and I'm not a match for them. At least, we will need tens of millions, Su Huateng said conservatively. The development costs of the game are significant, but the majority is allocated to promotion. Just like cosmetics, their production costs are low, but the real value comes from advertising, packaging, and creating dreams. Unless they unexpectedly go viral due to some trending topic, it would be challenging to make a significant impact with just 1 or 2 billion. Who is the major shareholder of your company now? It's me. My dad sponsored a few million, and I saved some money from my previous ventures, Su Huateng replied, still calling him father due to Su Chenji raising him. Zheng Qian scolded Su Shuyan with some blame. Your little brother needs money for his venture. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's not a big deal, and if he can make money, isn't it a good thing? I was afraid you would misunderstand me, Su Shuyan replied timidly. Su Huateng smiled, then didn't mind this at all. He wasn't someone who valued power, but having met various investors recently, he had a rough idea. Zheng Qian dressed modestly and appeared very young, but most importantly, he was from the north. Su Huateng didn't look down on people from the north, he was one himself. However, there weren't really any wealthy people around here. Those big bosses from companies, Iconfan Capital and Xingguan Capital, were all in their 40s or 50s. Even if his sister's boyfriend's family had some money, it was probably similar to his own family. Maybe a bit better. Another few tens of millions wouldn't make much difference. How about this? Little brother, I'll invest 10 billion first and see how it goes, Zheng Qian casually said. Su Huateng was having a headache every time the topic of investment came up. Just as he was about to drown his sorrows in alcohol, he unexpectedly heard this statement and nearly spray everything on the floor. He raised his head in shock, looking at Zheng Qian with uncertainty, not reacting for a while. Su Shuyan was also surprised but somewhat prepared. After all, they had granted a company worth billions just yesterday. Just investing 10 billion would indeed be quite simple for him. How much? 10 billion. Is that enough? If not, I can add more, Zheng Qian replied. Enough, more than enough. Brother Zheng. No. Brother-in-law, are you serious? My words are serious. Zheng Qian nodded seriously. After completing the formalities with Su Shuyan today and officially transferring Chixian real estate to her name, Zheng Qian received a staggering amount in returns from the system. In addition to the 18 billion land he bought under Zhao's name, then transferred to Su Shuyan, plus the purchase of Jin Huaxinyu Group and others. Altogether, it added up to nearly over 200 billion in returns. 10 billion? That was really nothing. He even wanted to invest hundreds of billions directly. I was a little worried that Su Huateng might not be able to handle it. Of course, I have one request. I hope you can transfer ownership of your company to Shuyan. You are siblings, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? It won't affect your control over the company, but, well, no matter what, I'm still your brother-in-law. Investing 10 billion in the gaming sector is not considered one of the top investments, but it is definitely a significant amount. Su Huateng was shaking with excitement. With the investment of this money, he was absolutely confident that he could turn Dream God into a hit game. This level of investment in publicity would ignite a frenzy throughout the entire network. It was already taking shape in his mind how to proceed next. As for who owns the company, was that even a difficult question? Compared to the various stringent requirements put forward by others, this was a tremendous advantage. The times have changed now. Decade or 9 years ago, during the era of the brutal growth of the internet, capital only cared about how you could make a profit, how much stake you could occupy. Some people only cared about whether you were riding a wave. They would recklessly invest money, not requiring you to repay it, only waiting for profits and dividends. Nowadays it's different. For example, if Hanshan Capital invests 5 million, they want 60% of the shares. You still have to repay this 5 million. It needs to be repaid over several years, along with various additional terms. Just thinking about it gave Su Huateng a headache. If he managed to attract an investment of 50 million, it would be fine if it turned profitable in the future. But if it didn't make money, how would he repay that sum in the future? Thinking about this, he felt that Zhang Qian was really an angel investor. No problem. Whose company it belongs to is not a major issue. Brother-in-law, and I can't let you invest 10 billion just like that. I will convince the team to give up 90% of the shares. Before he could finish, Zhang Qian waved his hand. He smiled and said, not that much. 75% is enough. For the details, I will have someone discuss with you in detail. The funds can be in your account at any time. You don't have to worry about that. I can even arrange for Yin Yanyan to endorse you, other celebrities, or anything. It's not a problem. List everything you need my cooperation on and submit it. I have only one request, that the game be of higher quality. Also, under no circumstances should you hire unreliable planners, understand? I hope that every day, when I open my phone, someone is praising your planning skills. Zhang Qian had a very profound feeling about this. There was a time when he also loved games, when he was young, that the planning was just too unbearable. Everyone criticized them every day, and the key was that they didn't change. Oh, by the way, you should change the name of your gaming company to Funha. You. Feels a bit too awkward. Let me give you an idea. How about just calling it Dream Journey? After all, this is Dream God. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the two finalized many details, and Su Shuyan, on the sidelines, also felt her favorability skyrocketing. Favorability +5, favorability +8, favorability +9. Unconsciously, after a meal, Su Shuyan's favorability reached 88 points. Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it stopped increasing. Otherwise, when the game officially launched, there would be many more places where money needs to be invested. It also made him feel somewhat frustrated. Last night, even after intensifying and resisting, he only increased by 10 points. Sis, I won't be going back today. Su Huateng was full of spirit, eager to get back to Deep City to arrange the work. Ah, Dad is still waiting for you, Su Shuyan said hesitantly. Let Dad rest early. It's okay. Work is important. With this money, the game can be launched faster. We have put too much effort into this. I can't wait to see it become popular. Brother-in-law, trust me, just wait to make money. With a wave of his hand, Su Huateng hailed a taxi straight to the airport. Zhang Qian couldn't help but laugh. Silly child, your brother-in-law is already making money. Putting that 10 billion into the account, he would instantly make 100 billion. How long would it take for your game to make me 100 billion? In fact, Zhang Qian's thinking was a bit too conservative. What he didn't anticipate was that this Dream God game would truly become a national-level game. Even in terms of revenue, it far surpassed another major mobile game from Fun, completely dominating the charts. In just a year, it made a net profit of over 16 billion. Of course, that's another story. Well, your brother left, then you. Zhang Qian held Su Shuyun's hand, looking at her with infinite tenderness. The latter could not look at Zhang Qian, her cheeks blushing, completely devoid of the demeanor of a company leader. Look, it's already 11:30. The dormitory doors are closed. Let's stay outside. Don't worry, I won't touch you. Even if I do touch you, it will just be a hug, nothing else. Okay, even if I go in, it'd just be for a moment. Hearing Zhang Qian ramble on, Su Shuyan, despite her cheeks tinted red, couldn't help but smile. She rolled her eyes fiercely, clenched her teeth, and said, Tell me, when you were in university, did you often deceive other girls like this? You scoundrel, watch how I'll deal with you. He seize the moment. Let's intensify it in the car. Oh, you're annoying. There are people outside. It's fine. To deal with such situations, I specially installed one-way see-through film. No one can see inside from the outside. You've started teasing again. That night, the water flooded the Golden Mountain. Zhang Qian was actually starting to regret. If he had known, he would have just gone straight to a hotel. And it must be a suite, at least one with 2 beds, otherwise the other person wouldn't be able to sleep. The sheets were too transparent, and he had a deep understanding of this. Early the next morning, Zhang Qian headed straight to the car wash. Of course, They had switched halfway to the hotel, not spending the entire night in the car. I have a new plan for the bank I'm establishing. Would you like to hear it? Jun Qian, bore at the car wash, suddenly received a message from Wei Rusi. What's the plan? The application procedures are going smoothly. It should be approved next week as expected. And because the land we bought already has a ready-made office building framework, the quality is not a problem. It's already being refurbished. But have you ever thought about establishing the bank's headquarters overseas, then setting up a branch in Shanghai? Jun Qian's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. This way, his financial movements would be even more mysterious. Even if someone in China wanted to investigate, there would be virtually no way. It was indeed a path worth considering. Which country? Have you thought about one? Oman. There is no better place. It's an old international financial haven. If possible, I hope we can finalize this quickly, because it might help Jin Lu. Jun Qian didn't know what his establishment of a bank had to do with helping Jin Lu. He was also unclear about what Jin Lu was currently doing. But the only thing he could be sure of was that whatever he was doing was very important to Jin Lu, and that was enough. Although he also admitted he was fickle, Jin Lu held a unique place in Jun Qian's heart. The phrase was trashy, but also true. Wei Rusi's procedures were quickly handled on the other end, and as long as they obtained permission to operate a bank in Oman, the branch in Shanghai could immediately start operations. Originally, this process was extremely cumbersome, so how did she manage to overcome the obstacles? This question was quickly answered for Jun Qian. It was from a phone call days ago. Hello Jun Qian, my name is Ran Xian. I know, that day we indirectly kissed, didn't we? But I didn't drink that glass of wine. Alright, but let's get back to the point. I know you are helping Su Yuanshuang campaign for membership in the Sanshang Club. I can tell you very clearly, you will not succeed because you have offended the Zhang family. So what? I formally invite you to join the Chunshan Club as chairman. Hearing this, Jun Qian had a special thought. At that time, they had encountered in a bar in Sibei, but back then he was still an unknown person. Even if Ran Xian knew about his extravagant spending of billions in Jiangnan, it probably wouldn't be enough for her to approach him. After all, in the vast Chunshan Club, there were probably many billionaires. If forced to explain, maybe she already knew he was rich. Who told her? Thinking of Jin Lu suddenly coming to Shanghai, and her introduction to Wei Rusi and others, Jun Qian couldn't help but ask, what is your relationship with Jin Lu? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Actually, this is not such a difficult secret to explain. Our relationship is very simple, but I think it's better for Jin Lu to tell you more. Jun Qian, in some situations, I hope you can understand. Is that all? That's all. So what's your decision? I refuse. Jun Qian lit a cigarette, sneering as he said, I don't understand why such a reason needs to be so mysterious. Why the need for such mystification? Moreover, with an invitation from someone like you, regardless of whether you are the chairman, in my eyes, you are just an ordinary woman. I've said what I had to. That's it. Without waiting for Ran Xian to respond, Jun Qian hung up the phone directly. He truly felt irritated. It was such a simple matter, yet these women had to play games. Moreover, this Chunshan Club and such were not as unattainable in Jun Qian's eyes as others might think. Regardless of the relationship between Ran Xian and Jin Lu, is he expected to rush over and fawn like a lapdog with just a phone call? Jun Qian didn't have that habit. Days later, he and Wei Rusi boarded a plane bound for Oman. One thing led to another, and he was annoyed with Ran Xian's evasive attitude. Establishing a bank was a decision that had to be made, and even without their group of people, Jun Qian would still move forward with what needed to be done. Wei Rusi seemed to sense Jun Qian's change in mood, and she didn't dare to speak much during the journey. They arrived in a city called Suhasib, the second largest city in Oman, after the capital of Muscat. It was a very important industrial center, commercial and trade center, and a well-known international financial haven. In fact, just as Jun Qian landed, he thought of emulating the protagonist in a famous book by kissing the land first. But upon second thought, he realized he was in a foreign land, not back home. Why kiss the ground? And since everyone here was foreigners, his every move represented the image of Zhuzhou. The person in charge of picking them up was named Lindsay Loring, a Chinese American. She was Wei Rusi's right hand in her battles on Wall Street, with considerable financial operational experience. Originally, According to the information submitted by Wei Rusi, Lindsay Loring was supposed to be transferred to Shanghai to serve as the senior vice president and bank president. However, due to a change in strategy, she was now signed to Suha Sid, still a senior vice president, but directly serving as the head of the main branch there. General Zhang, I've heard so much about you, and seeing you today, you truly stand out. Lindsay greeted with rainbow compliments, and she spoke Chinese very well, probably a second-generation immigrant at most. If it had been the old Zhang Qian, being praised like that would have made him blush and wonder what he had done. You heard so much about me. Stand out. But now he was different, with very thick skin. He shook Lindsay Loring's hand very calmly, smiled patting her shoulder, and said with gravity, "Work well, the organization will not forget your efforts. Is the hotel all arranged? It's all set, right by the seaside. Shall we go?" Lindsay Loring was very considerate, and with just a glance, her assistant immediately took over the luggage. "How many rooms did you book?" Just as they got into the car, Zhang Qian couldn't help but ask. "Just one," Lindsay Loring answered very honestly. Wei Rusi was about to take a drink of water to suppress her surprise. Zhang Qian's aura had been very oppressive all the way, and she didn't dare to breathe. Out of the blue, hearing Lindsay Loring say that, she ended up spitting out the water. Her eyes widened. Looking uncertain, she uttered, "How many?" This also caught Zhang Qian off guard. His original intention was not meant that way. He just felt the atmosphere was awkward and brought up the topic randomly. But he never expected Lindsay Loring would react this way. Just for that realization, Zhang Qian wanted to transfer $1 billion to her immediately, promising potential. "Just one." Lindsay Loring repeated it very seriously. Wei Rusi's cheeks turned extremely red. Her face blossomed like cherry blossoms, flushing with a touch of crimson, as if the morning glow was just beginning. Vivid and alluring. Her eyes sparkled, unable to look directly at others, her eyebrows hidden under blue hair, revealing deep shyness. Her lips twitched slightly, as if trying to smile but it felt stiff. Crystal clear beads of sweat dripped from her delicate forehead, evoking a sense of pity and protection. Her body language appeared nervous and uneasy, as if trying hard to conceal the shyness and unease deep in her heart. "Lindsay Loring, what's going on? How could you book just one room? Why did you have to say it in front of the driver and assistant?" Wei Rusi was about to speak, but Zhang Qian held her hand. With a deep gaze, he shook his head slightly and said seriously, "Forget it. Since you booked one, let's leave it at that. Don't make trouble for Comrade Lindsay Loring." Although she was born in a capitalist country, it seemed she hasn't been corrupted by sugar-coated bullets. Very good. Very good. This year's year-end bonus, a reward for a small target. Wei Rusi really feels like she wants to die. The car they are sitting in was purchased with funds requested from Zhang Qian to buy a 7-seater nanny car. Even though she sat in the last row, far from the driver, she could still feel him glancing at her through the rearview mirror. Really, a social death. "Stop, stop, stop." Wei Rusi quickly called out, afraid that Zhang Qian's words would become more absurd. "Lindsay Loring, please explain clearly what you mean by having only one room. What exactly do you mean? You must explain clearly." Zhang Qian scolded as he glanced at Wei Rusi. "Oh, this girl really doesn't understand my temper, even though she's been with me for so long. It would be better to just accept it, assign you a few rooms, that's it. Clearly, you can understand it yourself. Must you let Comrade Lindsay Loring explain it so clearly, making her socially dead as well? What's the benefit?" Seeing Zhang Qian's gaze, Wei Rusi blushed even more fiercely. I'm sorry, I didn't explain clearly." Lindsay Loring seemed to realize something and glanced ambiguously at the two before smiling and saying, "Mr. Zhang, I only reserved one room for you. It's been a long time since I've seen Wei Rusi. She can stay in my rented apartment. We can catch up in the evening and talk about what happened after she left." Exhale. Wei Rusi sighed in relief. She had almost really clashed with Lindsay Loring. "You don't actually need to explain it so clearly." Zhang Qian lit a cigarette expressionlessly, took a deep drag, as if wanting to suck in all his worries into his lungs. His assistant, observing this, was quite shocked. After some contemplation, he couldn't help but say, "Mr. Zhang, you really smoke fiercely. You inhale so deeply, but don't you exhale?" Mr. Zhang, after calling a few times in a row, Zhang Qian finally reacted. His gaze was slightly unfocused and scattered. "I inhaled too deeply just now. What did you say?" At this moment, Jung Qian's image as a smoking deity collapsed in his assistant's mind. However, on the other hand, Jung Qian occasionally gazed out the window at the scenery, feeling a different kind of enjoyment. It was his first time in this Arabian country in Southwest Asia, and the experience felt quite novel. Unlike his impression of the Middle East, women here did not all have to wear black veils tightly wrapped around them. They were relatively friendly to women, and foreign women could simply wear scarves on their heads symbolically, complying with local customs. Even Wei Rusi followed suit. Lindsay Loren kindly adorned her hair for her. Seeing the two women's intimate actions and remembering that they were arranged to stay in the same apartment, Jung Qian couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Could they be? Ha. It seems Mr. Jung also knows Wei Rusi's preferences, right? Lindsay Loren smiled ambiguously and then explained cheerfully. Our relationship is purely friendship. Rose is not a promiscuous person, not someone who has ideas when seeing a girl. You don't need to worry about that. Jung Qian nodded at first, then he felt a chill run down his spine. Roses? What's this? Is it her English name? Isn't that a bit old-fashioned? I knew you were going to laugh at me. That's why I didn't tell you guys my English name. Blushing, Wei Rusi explained. That's the name my mom gave me. Because my name is Rusi, which sounds like Rose, and she thought Rose was too common, so she came up with this name. Well, then my English name is Jack, Jung Qian said solemnly. Wei Rusi was already too tired to retort and could only roll her eyes in response. The group soon arrived at the hotel. Before getting off the car, Jung Qian seriously said to Lindsay Loren, by the way, your small goal did not come true. Although Lindsay said she arranged one room, for the sake of work, Wei Rusi opened another here, right next to Jung Qian's, truly considering his sudden requests. After all, this trip to Oman was not for leisure. After putting the luggage in the room, they gathered in the lobby, getting ready to grab a bite. Wei Rusi was so insightful that Jung Qian even hesitated to reinstate the small goal for Lindsay Loren. The restaurant they went to was near the seaside, offering a view of the azure sea from the window. Being an inland city, Yebara seldom offered views of the sea. Being able to get so close truly stirred something deep inside him. What's going on over there? Not far away on the beachside observation deck, it seemed a group of people was trying to expel a young girl. The key point was, she seemed Asian, yet those encircling her were tall and big Western Europeans. Regardless of her being Japanese or not, seeing a fellow yellow-skinned countryman in a foreign land felt quite familiar. I think I've seen those people on YouTube before, a female assistant in the group suddenly said. One of those couples is a travel blogger. They often travel and live stream around the world, with many fans. They might be arguing over a good spot for the live stream. This speech doesn't allow unauthorized live streaming, only in a few designated areas. It's roughly $100 per hour. Pretty expensive. Some people don't even earn that much from live streaming. Jung Qian nodded slightly, then casually said, go ask for me. What's the name of that girl's live stream? Be discreet, don't draw attention from others, and don't let her know about us. The assistant knew he was a big corporate boss prepared to open a bank in Oman, so she wouldn't dare neglect his orders and promptly left the hotel. However, she couldn't help but think, it seems the big boss is preparing to show off his money power to pick up girls. While she was away, Wei Rusi helped Jung Qian download the corresponding live stream viewing app on his phone and linked it to the overseas account she had set up for him before. Jung Qian had experience with live streaming platforms domestically, and this app also had a Chinese version. No instructions were needed. He could figure it out on his own. That girl's live stream is called Cynthia. Her prepaid time is almost up, but she doesn't have money to renew. There's still 10 minutes left. Those few Western big influencers seem impatient and are ready to seize the spot. Cindy is quite inspirational. I peeked into the discussions in her live stream, and many people say she had a difficult family life. After her parents divorced, she lived with her grandmother. Her grandmother passed away while she was in college, and her parents ignored her, so she worked hard and got through school on her own. How pitiful. The female assistant thought Cindy was very pitiful. The Wei Rusi truly understood Jung Qian too well. This girl is definitely going to get lucky. Yes, from now on, it's Jung Qian's time to show off, but it's also good to help others. Jung Qian just entered her profile page and her eyes lit up. Well, she's very beautiful. This girl looks like someone from a decent family. with mostly shares of beautiful life moments rather than revealing selfies. She always has a sunny smile on her face, clearly a very confident and optimistic girl. They are just bloggers on YouTube, but the live streaming app is called Sun. It's meant to compete with a certain overseas version of short video platform, but as far as I know, the operations are not good. However, it is the largest live streaming platform in the country. They are already undergoing the 7th round of financing. If they still can't reach the expected numbers, they might face a devastating blow. Lindsay Rowling is truly Wei Rusi's right hand, and she even knows about the local internet companies in Oman. Working with professionals gives a sense of security. Sorry everyone. Just now my spot was taken over. They are big broadcasters, and there are a lot of people, so I was squeezed out. There was supposed to be a beach performance later, which I wanted everyone to experience. I'm really sorry. Cindy's fans include Chinese and pure foreign fans, so she alternates between Chinese and English, using relatively simple language, which Zhang Qian can understand. You just said that this company called Sun is short of money, right? Zhang Qian pretended to speak seriously. It's just strange. Why would a good company have that name? Isn't it like calling someone a son? Everyone, Wei Rusi blush and nudge Zhang Qian. Don't speak so loudly. And you pronounced it wrong. Sun means sun. Sun means sun. Their company is called Sun Dancing. Really? Zhang Qian also blushed. Even though he already had thick skin, he still felt a bit embarrassed. Cough. I was just joking with you earlier. Ha ha ha. How about this, Lindsay? I'll give you a chance to achieve your small goal. You have half an hour to get the chairman of Sun's board to sit in front of me. Just say someone has decided to invest in their company. Upon hearing this, Lindsay Rowling was surprised. She hesitated and glanced at Wei Rusi. Seeing the latter nod subtly, she quickly grabbed her phone and stood up. Are they really about to invest? Without even looking at a risk report, they're just going to invest. Is he an angel? As they waited, an issue arose in Cindy's live broadcast room. They keep challenging me to a PK match. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Why are they still applying after I declined? Watching this helpless girl, Zhang Qian hesitated for a moment, then typed some words. Accept the live broadcast. I'll help you in this battle. Our Zhuzhou people have been bullied by outsiders for many years. Let's not let them be arrogant anymore. With that, he sent a rocket over. $99. Seeing the gorgeous effects in the live stream room, Cindy got excited. After a moment of hesitation, perhaps Zhang Qian's words had an impact, she clicked on the PK invitation. Haha. Oh my god. Overtook. A flurry of foreign text quickly flooded in. Although Zhang Qian's English was lacking, he could still understand some of it. Realizing it was highly insulting, he was furious and immediately topped $100,000. Zhang Qian, I need to remind you. It was at this moment that Wei Rusi spoke with a smile. Oman is a hereditary monarchy country, with the Sultan as the supreme ruler. Hereditary, do you get it? Just now I looked at the profile page of the live stream room opposite. They have been stationed here for a long time, and their videos are mostly related to the Sultan's eldest son, all praise and homage. Not only that, I just checked, many self-media, even official media, are making moves. He seems a bit restless. Think about our current position. You decide what to do. Zhang Qian squinted, seeming to have realized something. The regional leader of the Suhail spot where they were currently is the second son of the current Sultan, Kashim ibn Said. Before he came, Wei Rusi mentioned this, and Kashim's health doesn't seem to be good. Although the eldest son was originally designated as the heir to the throne, his past mistakes have made the situation confusing. The second son is ambitious and likely to make a move. Wei Rusi's words were simple. She hoped Zhang Qian's showing off would not get involved in the struggle for the throne. Zhang Qian shrugged. He had his own judgment. Dealing with people in Shanghai expanded his horizons. His previous thoughts were too simple. Engaging in traditional industries was slow in making money. It was also the strategy brought to him by Su Huateng. Internet and other emerging industries are truly profitable. Although his acquisition of the live streaming platform was impulsive, it was also setting the stage for domestic industries. The Zhuzhou has gone through the battle of 100 groups of live streaming platforms, with only 2 emerging victors. By entering now, he can dominate and consolidate the industry, picking the low-hanging fruits. As for whether it would upset Kashim's eldest son, Zhang Qian had other plans. Returning to the present, A 1-minute live streaming PK began. Cindy seemed a bit shy, not knowing how to encourage everyone to send gifts. On the other hand, her fans were enthusiastic, but mostly too poor to send expensive gifts. Most gifts were under $10. On the other side, donations were pouring in, seeming to have a big shop behind it, spending hundreds of dollars at a time. Jun Qian chuckled coldly. Compared to our platform's emperors, they were far behind. He threw 100 rockets to test the waters. I'm leading now. We're catching up. This is a black person. There are black people overseas too? Don't talk nonsense. You see his name has Geo in it. What if they just like Yuzu? Everything with you only harms you. Cindy was even more excited, shouting, "Thank you for the 100 rockets, Big Brother feat." Well, Jun Qian's impromptu screen name was Crazy Exposure. Feat, he wouldn't admit to having any ulterior motives towards his brother. It was just a name that popped up at the moment. This was Jun Qian's first time acting as the Big Brother in a live room. But could you please not call me Feat Brother? When it comes to Jade, Jun Qian's first thought is still Wei Rusi. It's the same old saying. Truly high-quality Jade. He believes that if she didn't shine in the financial world, she would definitely be in the photography world. Oh no, it's the modeling world. She would definitely be famous, especially as a leg model, photo model. But that would be really squandering her beauty. It's enough for him to see her every day. The gifts on this live streaming platform are divided into many levels. Let's not talk about the ones worth just a few dollars. The larger amounts are basically 198, 398, 598, 1998, 1999 HUSD, a few levels like that. However, it's just the pricing at these levels. Especially 198, 398, 598. Jun Qian always blushes at the pricing. Could it be that all similar industries worldwide follow this pricing model? Even a small shop like fast food in Kyushu is basically priced like this. Why is it the same when you go abroad? Of course, Jun Qian himself has not experienced this. He has a friend. A rocket for 99 United States dollars just to try the waters. The Big Brother across immediately smashed down 6 super rockets at 1998 each. The live room instantly bowled over again. The 2 foreign hosts excitedly made monkey noses, seemingly experiencing a revert back to primitive ways. Along with the PK between the two, Cindy's live room popularity began to soar constantly. From just a few dozen people at the beginning, it has now reached a few thousand people, and still rising. However, the popularity on the other side seems even higher, already reaching tens of thousands, which is very terrifying overseas. Jun Qian sneered repeatedly, eating octopus in the hotel while starting to frantically send gifts. In a swift move, he sent 10 gifts at 1998 each, immediately igniting a reaction equivalent to detonating 1,000,000 tons of TNT. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Cindy was dumbfounded at this moment, staring blankly at the gifts, unable to speak for a moment. Those were genuine 19,980 USD each, equivalent to tens of thousands of Kyushu currency. Even if the platform takes half, she would still have a lot left over. It has even surpassed the total amount of gifts she has received in her entire live broadcasting career. Oh, damn. Thank you And hearing those I love you messages pouring in, Jun Qian's mouth couldn't help but twist into a smile. Watching as the score was significantly surpassed, the 2 foreign individuals began to pump up everyone to send gifts crazily. But it seems the Big Brother on the other side is having a hard time keeping up. Previously taunting in the barrage, now suddenly disappeared. They have started spending their own money. Wei Rusi laughed, pointing at the screen, probably unwilling to lose to an Oriental girl, especially one they just bullied. But with the sponsorship of the heir apparent, they must be pretty wealthy. Jun Qian remained non-committal. Even if they had more money, how could they compare to him having money? Damn it, he couldn't even be bothered to look at the millions of dollars in system rebates. It's quite easy to see at this point that these internet celebrities are likely starting to spend their own money, because when more gifts appear, their expressions began to look somewhat unnatural and stiff. This round of competition is difficult to part with, of course, under the circumstances where Jun Qian deliberately let them take the lead. As the PK was about to end, the other side surprisingly took a slight lead, but just in the final seconds, Jun Qian's hand shook, directly selecting a 19,998 gift, instantly turning the tables. Facing this unexpected turn of events, Cindy was starting to become incoherent. And those few foreigners, unwilling to back down, said they wanted to fight again. However, the subsequent rounds became nightmares for them. Because Zheng Qian was no longer satisfied with sending low-tier gifts, going directly for the 19,998 gifts, and sending them in sets of 10. There was almost no interval. Batches were sent out every few seconds. The entire Sun platform went crazy with the explosions, because every 19,998 sent out would also distribute a certain amount of luck red envelopes to the whole platform. Many fans of live streaming platforms were always watching as similar messages floated by. At the top of the screen messages, congratulations to Brother Zhao for sending another 10 sets of spacecraft. Clicking the links would automatically redirect them to Cindy's live stream room. After several consecutive PK battles, her popularity skyrocketed instantly. Zheng Qian's ruthless act finally caught Lindsay Lohan's team's attention. They suddenly realized that the young boss was even more generous than they had imagined. Following him might be a good idea. However, what they didn't understand was that this benefit was limited to female employees. It was unknown when the CEO of the Sun platform, Jacqueline, had entered the small restaurant. There were hardly any customers inside, only Zheng Qian and others showering gifts by the window. Jacqueline was still young, only 28 years old. She founded this live streaming platform due to catching the internet wave a few years ago, unexpectedly gaining the favor of investors, quickly skyrocketing after funding. But recently, she had a headache because she was struggling to keep up with the increasingly competitive market. She approached many investment institutions, but all turned her away. Jacqueline had heard of Lindsay Lohan, a former executive at the prestigious American Haitong Bank, who later partnered with Wei Rusi on Wall Street and became very successful. Even the initial financier of the platform was the Haitong Bank. However, they were very sharp-eyed, choosing to cash out when the stock price was at its highest in early years, seeming to have spotted the internet bubble. When she didn't know what to do, Lindsay Lohan unexpectedly contacted her and told her that a mysterious man from the East would help her. At first, Jacqueline was skeptical. Eastern capital had little to do with their side, with almost no interaction. And she also didn't believe that an Eastern man would have a comprehensive understanding of her company. But when she sat beside Zheng Qian, she believed it. Just by the money he was spending on gifts now, it was already tens of millions in USD. For a moment, Jacqueline even wanted to rush back to the company right away. This money alone would be enough to ease the company's troubles. Watching the Western anchor fleeing at the other end of the screen, Zheng Qian contentedly exited the live room. Well, it feels really good to be the top brother. No wonder the domestic live streaming platforms are so popular. Once this is settled, he would return home and do absolutely nothing every day, just splurging on gifts. In just a short while, he had sent over 10 million USD, received back a few hundred million Kyushu currency. Making money was just too easy. It even felt a bit dull. President John, the CEO of Sun has arrived. Oh, it's this lady Jacqueline. Lindsay Lohan looked stunned, stumbling over her words. Jacqueline was a bit at a loss. She shyly reached out her hand. Respected Mr. Zheng, I occasionally do live broadcasts too. Room number is 758,258. Tonight at 8 p.m. is the anniversary birthday celebration. There will be great gifts. Feel free to come and join. Everyone gathered around directly. Wei Rusi struggled to hold her forehead, her face full of bitterness. It's really over. It looks like another woman is about to fall for Zheng Qian's tenderness. The live broadcast room is already available so quickly. And coincidentally, it's the anniversary of a birthday. Lindsay Lohan is very empathetic towards Jacqueline, to the point where she wants to register for a live account right now. Well, even though today isn't the anniversary of a birthday, it's still a first time. Offering up the first time should be grand enough, right? Okay, even though it's only the first live broadcast, it's still very precious. No problem, buddy. I just like big-hearted personalities. With Brother Zhao's big-hearted personality, he will surely come to visit my live room, right? Give those foreigners a little taste of Oriental shock. Let them know that there are big-hearted personalities in Kyushu too. Jacqueline is truly a CEO, always thinking of how to flatter investors. She is quick to praise, but Jun Qian's English isn't too good. She spoke for a while but made no progress, just staring doubtfully at Wei Rusi and others beside her. She awkwardly coughed. Does anyone happen to translate for me? I didn't understand what she was saying. Somehow, Wei Rusi breathed a sigh of relief at the words. Hastily, with an embarrassed smile, she said a few words to Jacqueline, seemingly explaining the issue that Zheng Qian couldn't understand, then quickly told him, Jacqueline means she's very happy to see you, Zheng Qian. Glancing at Jacqueline's approval rating, it had soared to a whopping 62 points. Just very happy. That's it. He was incredulous. That's it. Just those few words. Wei Rusi nodded earnestly. He looked at Jacqueline suspiciously. She had just said all those words, and you simplified it to just being happy to see you. Zheng Qian knew the English translation of that phrase. Damn, something seems off. But I thought I heard her say a string of numbers just now. No. You must have misheard. Wei Rusi shook her head firmly. Zheng Qian had too many girls around him. What if another big horse appeared? How would he explain it to Jinlu when he went back? Luckily, Zheng Qian's English wasn't too good. It should prevent this episode of bad luck. Mr. Zheng, about investing in our company that you mentioned before, Jacqueline tentatively asked, glancing at Wei Rusi. The subsequent dialogue will be written directly for the whole text. To maintain reading flow, the tedious translation process is skipped for now. You all know there's a translator translating in between. Love you all, Tilda. Well, Lindsay Loring just told me about the general situation of your company. Seems like funding is very difficult. Not only that, many directors, shareholders, key employees are all planning to sell their shares. After calculating, including your shares, if we push the limit a bit, we can reach 90. I offer $1 billion to directly buy it. How about that? Zheng Qian leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and calmly said, $10 billion. Jacqueline was stupefied on the spot. This is the peak valuation of the company. Bear in mind, it's just a valuation, not the actual worth of assets. Not to mention, after years of depletion, the company is nowhere near this worth. He's simply an angel. With this money, she could easily embark on other entrepreneurial projects. This company, better off without it. Jacqueline trembled all over, unable to speak from excitement. How about it? If you find this number unsatisfactory. No, I agree. I completely agree. Angel. In my eyes, you are the most remarkable angel. Oh, sorry for using such rough words to express my inner joy. When can we sign the contract? The sooner the better. We can arrange it now. Zheng Qian smiled. He really likes straightforward people, especially ones like Jacqueline. Even for a deal of $10 billion, a quick decision can be made. Well, he also admits that the price he offered is indeed irresistible. Lindsay Loring, I have something to tell you. Zheng Qian gestured for her to come closer, and whisper, after they had all left the restaurant, you should take people to her company and start the merger process. The directors are all going crazy, afraid of having the money in their hands. This price should pass the conference quickly. Also, the next important thing, before the merger, arrange for one task. As far as I know, the Sun platform is now one of the top 3 social media platforms in this country, very influential. Immediately instruct internal employees to ban all accounts praising Prince Lahid, and topics involving him must be blocked. But, for the content about Prince Lakman, you can purposefully amplify it. Understand what I mean? Lindsay Loring's pupils trembled slightly, but she quickly nodded. Does he want to get involved in the royal family's disputes? Does he favor Prince Lakman so much? But, weren't they originally here in this country just to set up a bank? Could there be some other motive? Nevertheless, she didn't question. Jacqueline quickly urged her to hurry to the company for a shareholder meeting, preparing to swiftly vote to approve the merger agreement. It seemed like she was afraid that Zheng Qian would back out. Finally catching such a big fish, it must not be missed. The entire process seems to conclude rapidly. Are you doing this to please Prince Lakman? Wei Rusi's eyes were sharp, waiting until they all left the restaurant before speaking to Zheng Qian. Yes. And if things go well, the impact has already begun to ferment. Zheng Qian smiled as he unlocked his phone and showed her what had just happened. The scene from the recent PK had been edited by many and posted on various video platforms. Apart from the Sun platform, there were also YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, creating a wave of excitement. It not only demonstrated the extravagant and ruthless nature of the mysterious brother Zhao, but also specifically targeted the overseas blogger, exposing their flaws to the fullest. Then people started to expose gossip, saying how hypocritical those people are, boasting about how great Prince Lahid is, but there must be something fishy. Wei Rusi was shocked. She stared blankly at Zhang Qian. How did you manage to do this? Actually, after the uproar from being secretly filmed by reporters last time, I started intentionally building my own public opinion team. For now, they are led by Zhang Xiaoya and Chen Zuli to handle. In the future, we will bring in more professional people. During the broadcast process just now, they already recorded it, and have been in contact with many overseas content creators, paying them to build hype for this PK, and to achieve our goal. Zhang Qian was very satisfied with this result. It turned out even better than he had imagined. Ding dong. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Lakman Kahim Said. Oh, esteemed Mr. Said, may I ask what brings you here? In our country, there is only one Mr. Said, and that is my father, the Sultan. You can just call me Raman. I heard you were in Suhar Sip. I saw a merger application. Would you like to discuss it? I didn't expect such a small matter to cause a stir for you, so I'll comply. All right, I will send someone to pick you up later. After hanging up the phone, Wei Rusi looked at Zhang Qian as if she had seen a ghost. Her original plan was to submit an application to establish a bank through some friends in the financial sector and local officials. Lindsay's arrangements for this were already in progress and results were likely to come soon. However, she knew the outcome might not be favorable. Although the area was also a renowned international financial haven, recent economic policies had been relatively tight, and applications like hers faced high barriers and were not easily approved. Wei Rusi hurriedly brought Zhang Qian over in hopes of paving the way with money and ideally finding a way to meet the local finance minister. Wei Rusi didn't really expect to meet Raman, as his status was too prestigious, but Zhang Qian had somehow managed to arrange it through a small live broadcast. Zhang Qian was now enjoying Wei Rusi's shocked expression, quite satisfying to him. She was indeed very clever and organized everything systematically. However, it seemed that she also had limits to her abilities. I'm starting to suspect that Cindy was someone you arranged in advance. How did you come up with this idea? Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, the result seems quite effective. Wei Rusi remained silent for a long time before uttering these words. Actually, what I did goes beyond what you've seen. Even before we left, I had arranged for Zia to invest in Raman's charity foundation, protecting women's associations, children, disabled individuals, etc. All in all, it adds up to $1 billion. By now, the funds should have been transferred. Someone must have reported this to Raman. Coupled with the commotion I caused on the media platform just now, it seems to have truly caught his attention. He thinks I am on his side. Isn't that enough? The live broadcast was just a start. What I truly intend to do is to send the signal. Zhang Qian's actions today completely overturned the impression Wei Rusi had of him. Previously in her eyes, Zhang Qian was just a playboy with a bit of wit and seemingly endless money. But with his actions today, he had surpassed her expectations. Aren't you afraid that the second prince's bid for the throne might fail? If the elder Prince Lahid rises to power and holds a grudge against you, he could easily issue a law to freeze all your assets, and all the money in the bank would become his. Wei Rusi couldn't help but ask. Zhang Qian waved his hand, took a puff of his cigarette, smiled, stood up, and walked outside. Don't worry, I understand the consequences, and I wouldn't be foolish to express support for the second prince on one side and flirt with the elder prince on the other. Throughout history, those who straddle the fence end up in a pitiful state. If we want to play it, let's play thoroughly. Zhang Qian didn't tell Wei Rusi the real reason behind his actions. When he learned about the current political situation in Oman, he sensed some emotions stirring inside him. It was only now that he confirmed it. He thought his actions were driven by a spirit of adventure. However, it was actually the thinking of a gambler. The money he had invested in Raman's foundation did not all come back. Only some of the female executives received systematic rewards. But even so, combined with his recent investments like Sun, the total assets he could control amounted to a terrifying 870 billion. If he wished, he could instantly double that amount. Ordinary money laundering activities no longer satisfied Jung Qian's appetite. When he learned about the secret competition for the throne between the elder prince and the second prince, he had this idea. Rather than play it safe, why not bet on the current underdog, the second Prince Ramen? A good deed in the nick of time was always more appreciated than embellishing an already good situation. If he heavily invested in Ramen's id for power, Ramen would definitely see Jung Qian as his closest ally once he succeeded in ascending the throne. As a result, the rewards from Ramen to Jung Qian would be greater. Setting up the bank headquarters here would provide unprecedented security measures, protecting his money from any threat. Of course, if Ramen's bid failed, the consequences would be severe. But Jung Qian wasn't concerned. Even if all 800 billion were seized by the elder prince. So what? As long as Jung Qian was willing. With a month's time. No. If handled properly, 3 days of intense money-making, he could still make it all back. This process was stimulating, and he needed that challenge to push his limits. Just making money was boring. Investing in a future king, now that was exciting. At that moment, a black and gold Lamborghini Urus slowly arrived in front of them. The driver got out of the car swiftly, opened the door, and bowed slightly. His Royal Highness has sent me to pick you two up. Please get in. Jung Qian recognized the scenario immediately, and he wasn't surprised at all. If even this small detail couldn't be confirmed, then he would have truly underestimated Ramen. While this car model itself wasn't expensive, the top-tier version cost just over 3 million. But Jung Qian could tell it was a specially customized model for the royal family, with a dominant presence and excellent comfort in riding. He had read reports before, and just the exterior carbon fiber appearance package cost over 2.9 million. Not to mention the interior and other performance modifications, the 0 to 100 acceleration was only 3 seconds. As soon as the two sat in the back, the driver pressed a button. Instantly, a partition blocked off the back seat and the front driver's cabin completely. Obviously, this was also a custom design, meaning, whatever happened in the back, the driver wouldn't be able to see or hear. Wei Rusi, a seasoned player herself, blushed immediately. The driver must have misunderstood the relationship between them. CC, why do you seem like you have a fever? Jung Qian didn't think too much about it, and while pondering the purpose of the partition, he saw Wei Rusi blushing like a peach. Concerned, he held her hand and found it cumbersome to reach due to the spacious back seat, so he simply pulled her into his arms and placed the back of her hand on her forehead. Oops, why did it seem like she was even hotter now? What? Why are you hugging me? Wei Rusi suddenly found herself in Jung Qian's embrace, her cheeks turning crimson, involuntarily, feeling particularly intolerable. She twisted and turned awkwardly, trying to break free from his hold. Little did she expect that her struggles only seemed to excite Jung Qian more. Jung Qian swore that he had truly just wanted to show concern for Wei Rusi, but she was already dressed somewhat revealingly, and with her wriggling like that, he nearly pitched a tent right then and there. Why is your forehead so hot? Are you feeling unwell? No. It's just too hot outside. The car's temperature is so low, and you're saying it's hot with me. Oh. I don't have a cold or fever anyway. Following Wei Rusi's flickering eyes just now, he finally understood what was going on. His lips curled slightly, feeling the urge to tease her. Holding her waist with his right hand, and grasping her chin with his left, squinting his eyes, he said, HMPH, actually, you should have noticed by now. My mood wasn't great when we were on the plane, and you know why, right? Wei Rusi dared to not look into Jung Qian's eyes. Even she didn't understand why her heart was racing so fast, when she was only curious about girls. And why did his touch feel so strange, almost like there was electricity running through it? The places he touched felt tingly, causing her to soften even further. Is it because of Ran? Don't mention her to me. I've lost interest in her now. Jung Qian pinched her chin, leaning closer, and said fiercely, but my mood right now is very bad, and I'm really irritable. What should I do? Wei Rusi's heart was pounding irregularly. Suddenly having an idea, she whispered, how about getting you a certain toe, but the size of the toes here. The internal dimensions might suit you, but I'm not sure if it will feel to spacious for you, but it shouldn't. You've made Jin Lu and others very contented, weapons might not be too. She finished with a meaningful glance at Jung Qian's shorts. Seeing Wei Rusi's serious expression, Jun Qian was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. He had been prepared to tease her earlier, but he didn't expect her to be so bold. Considering she grew up in the Western world, she was naturally less conservative, not to mention her past relationships with female partners. "Oh, since you dare question my weapons, I have no choice but to show you," Jun Qian said menacingly, reaching for his belt. Wei Ruxi's heart raced even faster. She had just been joking earlier, but did Jun Qian really intend to show his weapon here? Should she look or not? She had never seen one in real life and was very curious. But would it be disrespectful to Jin Lu if she did? As Wei Ruxi struggled with her inner thoughts, the driver knocked on the partition. "Apologies for interrupting. We will arrive at His Highness's mansion shortly." "Are you busy? How much longer will it take? I can wait outside the car if necessary." "No. No need. We haven't done anything." Wei Ruxi hurriedly tapped the car body, finally relieved. Jun Qian shrugged. Whispering in her ear, he said, "Don't worry. We'll be in Oman for a while. You won't escape my grasp. You better behave these days and not keep pushing my boundaries like before." Getting out of the car, Wei Ruxi's cheeks remained flushed. In fact, he had only wanted to tease her, not actually do anything. While those pair of legs and precious feet were a bit of a waste, at least he wouldn't force anyone. Whether it was Yao Qiuqi, Su Shuyan, Son Yaxian, Deng Yuqing, or Kui Ziqing and the like, their relationships had always developed naturally. After all, he wasn't a pervert, forcing anything that would be utterly tasteless. However, he found teasing Wei Ruxi occasionally rather amusing. Unlike the other girls, she knew how to resist him at critical moments. Jun Qian was also curious about how many times she would resist him. Prince Raman's mansion was truly magnificent, showcasing luxury in every possible way, particularly wealth. He nearly forgot that this was a country dealing in oil and natural gas, with profits that are astronomical. The riches of the Omani royal family would make it a top contender in the world. However, Jun Qian knew the truth, that it was only a sultan, the head of state, who truly possessed wealth. Even Raman and Lahad were unable to control the economic lifelines of the country for now. After a winding journey, they finally arrived at a massive gate. This is... Facing Jun Qian's questioning look, the driver slightly bowed and explained, "Inside, there will be attendants to help you change and bathe. According to His Highness Raman's rules, the most distinguished guests are usually received to refresh first. Afterwards, I will escort you both to the banquet hall for the dinner. This is specially prepared for you by His Highness." Jun Qian was taken aback by the bathing culture here, but since it was a privilege reserved for esteemed guests, he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, he was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable due to the dry climate. A relaxing bath should be quite enjoyable. "Thank you." Jun Qian nodded slightly, pushed open the door, and walked in. But as soon as he entered, he was dumbfounded as they were greeted by two incredibly well-proportioned beauties. Their attire had a Persian style, resembling belly dance instructors, wearing transparent and high-slip pants that barely covered the essentials. Their flat and lean lower abdomens were truly captivating. "They are here to assist with changing, but I warn you, Jun Qian, don't look too much, understand? Otherwise, I'll tell Jin Lu everything and make sure you get the boot." Wei Ruxi didn't know why, but seeing the stars twinkling in Jun Qian's eyes made her inexplicably annoyed. Pinching his waist hard, she warned him. Wincing in pain, Jun Qian nodded repeatedly, and seriously said, "I'm warning you too, don't flirt around. Otherwise, if Raman finds out you're eyeing his women, he might not be pleased. HMPH, it's none of your business." Blushing, Wei Ruxi huffed, then followed the attendants into the dressing room. Jun Qian had to admit, he was enjoying the process. However, he was constantly sporting a tent, which was a bit embarrassing. The women seemed unfazed by this situation, not making any overt moves towards Jun Qian. The entire process was very professional and meticulous. Just one word: expertise. But what Jun Qian did not expect was the scene that unfolded next, immediately igniting his passion. Not long after, Jun Qian began to treat him sincerely. Although he had doubts for a moment, wondering if the person who had just driven here was not a driver sent by some prince, but a pimp, it was still a shocking scene. But this place was truly magnificent. He believed that there wouldn't be any other place in the world willing to spend so much money on construction. With Wei Ruxi's confirmation, there was no mistake. This was indeed the second prince's residence. This, Could this be the royal family's sincerity? Although little John Chin felt a bit embarrassed holding his head high, the girls didn't show any shyness at all, clearly accustomed to it. After changing into a bathrobe, he was directed to the bathroom by the girls. The customs here are quite strange. To think you have to take a bath before meeting someone. John Chin shook his head helplessly. Although this bathroom was grand and magnificent, it seemed to him just like a larger bathhouse, nothing worth mentioning. After a simple rinse, he headed towards the hot spring pool, his old face turning red, because several girls were dressed quite revealingly, barely covering certain key areas, standing by his side. Seeing this situation, did they have to date him too? What if he couldn't control himself? Just then, the door on the other side opened, followed by a scream. Ah! Jun Chan quickly turned around, only to find it was actually Wei Rushi. How did she end up here? Could it be ... Is this a communal bath? But seeing Wei Rushi in her current attire, it made him instantly stand up, his pupils dilating. She was dressed in a bright swimsuit, a violet bikini shimmering like a shell, outlining her figure suggestively. The triangular fabric covering her enticing contours, the loose lower part of the swimwear to prevent water intrusion. Her pair of long straight fair legs radiated a dazzling light, vivid and stunning. Why you? What are you doing here? Wei Rushi blushed and scolded. Don't answer for now. Hurry and get in the water. I don't want to see your little brother. Jun Qian looked down, quickly getting into the hot spring pool. In an instant, a strong rush of heat shot to the top of his head. He subconsciously wanted to stand up, but managed to resist. Damn, he hadn't paid attention to the temperature before entering the hot spring, only now realizing it was at 45 degrees. Luckily, his little brother seemed fine, otherwise, it would have been a lifelong regret. What surprised Jun Qian even more was that Wei Rushi struggled for a moment before entering the pool next to him. She ... didn't leave. Wei Rushi politely said something to the girls. Then they split into two groups, each serving them. What the driver steward said was correct. Prince Rahaman will only treat esteemed guests this way. Your recent extravagant spending seems to have had an effect. He will invite you to the banquet later on. However, he clearly misunderstood our relationship, mistaking me for your wife. Explaining now is pointless, and if I abruptly leave, he will surely be displeased, thinking we don't appreciate his way of making friends. But I warn you, Jun Qian, don't show off your weapon later. Explain. Let me leave first. Wei Rushi turned her back to Jun Qian, explaining through gritted teeth. As she looked at her smooth fair back, Jun Qian, it seemed like he didn't register a single word. He just felt like Wei Rushi seemed nervous, her body slightly trembling. Was the water too cold? No. 30 degrees should be just right, or ... Did his weapon startle her earlier? Thinking about it, Jun Qian couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He really didn't mean to be lecherous, never expecting Wei Rushi would appear before him this way. Maybe they weren't scrubbing hard enough. Would you like to lie down? And I'll help you. Feeling the atmosphere somewhat tense, Jun Qian wanted to find a topic to ease it. But perhaps due to his habit of talking non-stop, he didn't realize the ambiguity in this statement, making Wei Rushi blush even more. She turned back, glaring at Jun Qian, saying, no need. And I don't need any scrubbing. You think I'm like you men, all sweaty. But as soon as she turned her head, Wei Rushi noticed that the hot spring pool was indeed very clear. Subconsciously, she saw something she shouldn't have. Immediately turning her face away, biting her lip tightly. Most importantly, it reminded her of what had happened in Su Yuanshuan's room that day. It was so embarrassing, she didn't even notice Jun Qian entering the bathroom, truly feeling awkward. Ahem. So, I thought back in college I took a course on human skin dirt, and I was the only one in the history of that course to get a perfect score, so I thought of letting you experience it. If you're not interested, forget it. Jun Qian shook his head regretfully. There's a course like that? Wei Rushi asked suspiciously, but she quickly caught on. Jun Qian was just talking nonsense. Ignoring him, she enjoyed the services of the ladies. Yet, the girls were indeed better. Their touch was soft and tender, unlike those sweaty men. Feeling the temperature was too high, Jun Qian thought of switching to a cooler pool. This action startled Wei Rushi, thinking he was coming over. It wasn't until she saw him entering the adjacent smaller pool that she breathed a sigh of relief. Lighting a cigarette, Jun Qian stared at Wei Rushi's every move with great vigilance. He was genuinely worried that Wei Rushi would flirt with these girls. If the second prince found out about this, they might all be in trouble. Luckily, perhaps due to the earlier shock, Wei Rushi behaved very decently throughout the process. It had to be said, the girls' services were truly top-notch. Though their jade-like hands occasionally touched sensitive areas, even actively cleaning their expressions remained serious, not frivolous at all. The whole process was meticulous, probably the cleanest Zheng Qian ever felt. After enjoying the massage service, Zheng Qian and Wei Rushi were led back to the changing room once again. Clearly to avoid seeing something inappropriate, Wei Rushi blushed like a monkey's backside and hurriedly left. This time, Zheng Qian finally understood Rahaman's intention. It turned out, they had prepared the traditional ethnic costumes for the two of them here. Zheng Qian wore a white robe, incredibly comfortable and loose-fitting. Wei Rushi's attire wasn't as traditional as seen on TV, more like a dress that intricately embroidered on top, indicating its high price. On their way to the banquet hall, they occasionally passed by people wearing similar garments. Presumably, those who could enter here were all the rich guests Rahaman referred to. With this setup, "Are we staying overnight here tonight?" Zheng Qian instinctively said, putting his arm around Wei Rushi's waist. Having been patted on the butt frequently before, she and others, like Suyuan Xuan, were already accustomed to this degree of physical contact. But because she had seen something she shouldn't have, she felt embarrassed. "It looks like this. I just don't know what program Ramen has prepared again." Wei Rushi nodded, his mind still filled with the scenes from earlier. Those young ladies were really nice, with soft waist and shapely thighs, obviously all top-notch. With such a figure, it's a pity that the person next to him is Zheng Qian, making it difficult to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation. If it was just him soaking in the hot spring earlier, if you were to make some other requests to them, they wouldn't refuse, right? Ramen's taste is quite good. Maybe there's a chance to experience it alone. That as Wei Rushi thought about it, images of Zheng Qian sprang up in his mind again. Absolutely cannot tell Jin Lu. It's too embarrassing. "Hi. My dear friend Zheng Qian." Just as the two entered the small banquet hall, a burly man walked over. He hugged Zheng Qian tightly, saying enthusiastically, "Thank you very much for your contribution to our charity foundation. With your support, I believe those in need will be very happy." Zheng Qian smiled non-committally. "Is this money really going to be used for charity, or will it ultimately become political contributions?" "Mr. Ramen, you look even more energetic than I imagined. Obviously, a small place like Sir Sieb is not enough to showcase your talent. You need a bigger stage. Pleasure to meet you, and thank you for the hospitality earlier." Zheng Qian blinked and said. Ramen's eyes lit up, revealing a knowing gaze. He caught a passing waiter and handed highball glasses to Zheng Qian and Wei Rushi, clinking glasses warmly before saying, "Cheers to our friendship. Your female companion is really beautiful, a typical Oriental beauty. I hope the previous hospitality won't make her jealous." Ramen's words were quite intriguing. He didn't refer to her as a girlfriend or wife but as a female companion. The term female companion carries more ambiguity. As a translator, Wei Rushi naturally felt her cheeks blush, but since she often attended such events, she didn't feel offended. After a brief chat, Ramen asked them to rest and entertained other guests for a while. Zheng Qian wandered around with his glass, noticing some signs. It seemed that those attending this small gathering were either wealthy or influential people from various places. Some even seemed familiar from television appearances. Obviously, Ramen had ambitious plans. The people here today are all very wealthy. It seems that the threshold to be here is not low, with a net worth of at least a few billion US dollars. I wonder if holding such gatherings will make the Sultan more envious. Wei Rushi took a sip of her wine and said meaningfully. Zheng Qian shrugged, looking around with a smile. Times have changed. In the past, if the old emperor hadn't died yet and the second prince who wanted to ascend the throne secretly made connections, it would have been severely suspected, maybe even leading to deaths. But now, it's different. In my opinion, this country is like a company. Whoever can grab the largest share can be the king. Wei Rushi nodded slightly, agreeing with Zheng Qian's view. She understood that Ramen often organized such gatherings, and his brother, Rahad, did the same. Both were seizing opportunities to make allies and gain powerful support when it came to the final succession to the throne. Such opportunities were indeed rare. Normally in these countries, a successor would have long been designated unless there were no heirs. And currently, with the old sultan on his deathbed, there still hadn't been a decision on who would succeed to the throne, making this time very unusual. Raman was truly thankful to his brother. If it wasn't for Rahad's major mistake in the past, it wouldn't be Raman's turn now to be ambitious. That's why Zhang Qian decided to establish the headquarters of his bank in this country, considering many factors. First, it was safe enough here, and trusting hundreds of billions or even trillions of funds here would be reassuring. Unlike Oman and other Middle Eastern countries, it's still a member of the Commonwealth. Despite several wars in the region, they managed to stay out of it successfully, which made Zhang Qian very satisfied. Secondly, the financial policies here were friendly enough. Both factors were indispensable. Compared to Oman, those so-called international financial havens like island nations seemed somewhat unsuitable. If the policies were good but not safe, it would be meaningless to him. He didn't just aim to create an offshore risk avoidance transit point but rather a stable financial entity. It was just a coincidence that he found some new pleasures in the changing leadership team. At present, Raman's attitude seemed somewhat ambiguous, neither cold nor warm towards himself. Wow. Wei Rusi, can't believe I'd see you here. Just as Wei Rusi and Zhang Qian were discussing the current situation, a young man walked over with a glass of wine. At first glance, Wei Rusi instinctively furrowed her brows, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. It seems like the rumors from the outside are true. Your great Wei capital has found a new way out, planning to set roots abroad, then return to the United States to save the country through a winding route. Will the past glory be revived? The young man was very handsome, well-featured, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. He exuded a masculine aura, but his half-smiling expression added a touch of discord. He's Lu Shiting, whose family also deals in energy business in the United States. He probably appeared in the Middle East this time, maybe eyeing some oil fields or the like. Previously, had some minor conflicts with our family. Wei Rusi quietly introduced to Zhang Qian. Lu Shiting frowned, his eyes showing clear displeasure. This way or US, didn't answer me immediately, but spoke to the man next to her first. Who is he? Master Lu, if you're just here to mock our family, you don't have to bother. Great Wei Capital was disbanded when my father passed away. It's you who can't stay in the United States, accompanying your fiancé, and instead coming here for pleasure. Be careful, you won't be able to return. Hearing this, Lu Shiting's brow twitched slightly. He seemed very wary of his fiancé, but then, he chuckled, looking at Zhang Qian with a smirk and couldn't help saying, but it's rare to see a man so close to you. Our famous lady killer. Has he corrected you over? Zhang Qian always felt that something seemed a bit off between the two of them. It looked like Lu Shiting had some strange hostility towards Wei Rushi. It couldn't be described, didn't seem like a normal commercial rivalry. How should I put it? He always felt like something had happened between them. Heh. You must be the one in the whole world who wishes the most for me to be corrected, right? Wei Rushi also laughed, squinting at Lu Shiting with a hint of coldness in her gaze. And mind your words, it's not corrected. I never think I'm wrong. Be careful that your words don't get exposed by the media, accusing your family of gender discrimination. If your stock prices plummet, don't blame me. Lu Shiting clenched his fists tightly, seeming more annoyed the more he looked at Wei Rushi. After a moment of silence, he finally suppressed his anger. Who is this? Why not introduce me? Lu Shiting glanced at Zhang Qian beside him. He's my brother-in-law, Wei Rushi said with a snort. Brother-in-law. Zhang Qian was drinking, completely caught off guard by Wei Rushi's words, almost spitting out his drink. Brother-in-law. What on earth? But thinking about it, Jin Lu could be her sister, so he's the brother-in-law, right? But isn't she becoming his aunt? Wouldn't that reason be more justifying? Since ancient times, a sister-in-law is always in brother-in-laws. Brother-in-law. Lu Shiting looked at Zhang Qian suspiciously, his eyes filled with confusion. Nevertheless, he still reached out his right hand gracefully, saying with a smile, I'm Lu Shiting. Just kidding earlier. Hope you don't mind. Zhang Qian shook hands with him. Lu Shiting noticed that Zhang Qian's hand was constantly on Wei Rushi's waist. If it were another woman, even though it's a bit strange for a brother-in-law to hold his niece-in-law's waist, one could still explain it. But who is Wei Rushi? She is the infamous beauty with shark-like hands, a ruthless person who has faced countless women. How? The brother-in-law holding her waist looks so natural, without any awkwardness or hesitation. The relationship between the two is somewhat strange. By the way, I heard there would be a batch of luxury yachts coming today. John, are you interested? Lu Ziding changed the subject, smiling. Zheng Qian rolled his eyes weakly, feeling that there was something wrong with his spirit. One moment he was threatening, and the next he was saying these meaningless things, leaving people speechless. As for the so-called yachts, Zheng Qian had heard someone mention them on the way here. This was not just a private gathering. On the surface, it was a yacht exhibition event, a pretext to bring everyone together, at least putting a plausible code on the gathering to not make the crown prince and the sultan too sensitive. Lu Ziding, you'd better watch your manners, especially when talking to my brother-in-law. And do you really think you are better than me? Why don't you make a call right now and confirm with her? As Wei Rushi finished speaking, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly with an especially charming curve. You. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziding seemed a bit unable to bear it. After a long pause, he finally grinned, saying in a fake friendly manner, well, don't think that just because you found a cheap brother-in-law, everything's fine. Remember, don't even think about making a comeback, or you'll be left with nothing but scraps to eat. Finished speaking, Lu Ziding turned to leave. Stop right there. Zheng Qian grabbed Lu Ziding's collar with a tall and imposing stature, giving him a deep sense of oppression. Standing head and shoulders above him, Zheng Qian stared down at him and coldly said, whatever conflict you have with Wei Rushi, whatever threats you make, I can't control. But if you call my brother-in-law cheat, are you looking for trouble? Listen, I don't care which family you're from. As long as I feel even the slightest hint of hostility towards my woman from you, I will make you pay a bloody price. Do you believe it? Feeling the pressure from Zheng Qian's words, Lu Ziding couldn't help feeling a bit flustered. He considered himself part of the upper-class society. He had attended many high-end banquets where everyone pretended not to notice, even if they were really angry. How could he have encountered someone like Zheng Qian? Why would he resort to violence so directly? At that moment, Zheng Qian was truly angry. He had always been like this, claiming he was fine, but when it came to his woman, especially Jin Lu, he couldn't restrain his inner impulse. The threat just now wasn't a casual remark from Zheng Qian. A bloody price. He had hundreds of billions. What kind of hitman, ruthless person couldn't he hire? Financial warfare. With so much money, would he be afraid of you? You. Lu Ziding couldn't complete a full sentence for a long time, at a loss for words. Rude. Absolutely rude. How could such a barbarian appear here? He must inform Prince Ramen and have them driven out. All right, even with dogs, you still have to look at the master. In consideration of the prince, I'll give you one more chance. Zheng Qian released his collar, gently patted Lu Ziding's face, and smiled. Have you been abroad for too long? You can't even speak properly. If next time you still have no sense of propriety, don't blame me for getting angry. I'm not in a good mood. You're a savage. Lu Ziding hastily adjusted his clothes and, after a final incredulous glare, hurriedly left. Despite feeling extremely complex, Wei Rushi knew that Zheng Qian had just stood up not for her but for Jin Lu. For some reason, she suddenly felt a strange envy towards Jin Lu. He's so hostile towards you. Did you have a fling with his fiancée? How did you know? Wei Rushi's expression showed a hint of panic. Strange, I've always liked girls, and in the past when teased by others, it didn't bother me. Though why do I feel a bit different today? And Zheng Qian brought it up. It's really. But his wife is indeed quite delicious. In the entire Juzhou, there are currently no true hereditary families, or more accurately, prominent families. Juzhou has no true prominent families. Not just the second or third generation wealthy families, but those that have thrived for hundreds of years without decline can be called prominent families. Strictly speaking, Liu Xiting's family is just a small family that immigrated to the United States during the war period. If defined by the standards of prominent families, it seems that only in the West, or perhaps in the island nations like Japan, do such families exist. Liu Xiting's fiancé comes from a colossal prominent family in California, where not only has there been a president born, but also a son-in-law who became a governor. This president is quite remarkable. Among the more than 40 presidents in the United States, the ones with names that can be abbreviated into 3 letters are few and far between, which signifies the people's respect. Most importantly, he was a Catholic and served for just 2 years. His name is JFK Kennedy. Wei Rushi and Monica Kennedy rolled in the sheets, a well-known scandal in the Western world. So when Liu Xiting sought her, he was quite unhappy. even though it was only a woman wearing a green hat. Still, it was being worn. I guessed it from your expressions. Jun Qian shrugged, took a sip of his drink, and said, but you really have your ways. She's already engaged, and yet you went to flirt with her. Truly outrageous. Humph. She approached me first. Monica Kennedy. People from that family are all lunatics. Wei Rusi Mensch and that woman. Her eyes flashing with an indescribable color. Jun Qian nodded in agreement. It seems like God felt too benevolent towards this family before, so he cursed them. Starting from JFK, it seems that there have been several accidental deaths in each generation. He had indeed read reports on this matter, finding it both intriguing and unfortunate. Whether it was mental illness, accidental drowning, or accidents, it was really lamentable. Let's go. It seems the yacht exhibition is starting. To be able to attend Raman's gathering, the quality of the attendees should be quite high. It's a pity the Greek shipping magnate didn't come. It would have made things more interesting. Wei Rusi held Jun Qian's arm and walked forward. Whether it was because Jun Qian often patted her butt or hugged her waist, she had become accustomed to their intimate actions. And in this setting, it felt perfectly natural to hold arms. The Greek shipping magnate, what happened to him? Jun Qian asked in confusion. The first-generation Greek shipping magnate, after JFK's death, married his widow. He had quite the taste. The current magnate is the fourth generation, Atlantis Onassis. Hey, isn't that name strange? Even more legendary is the name of the shipping magnate who married JFK's widow, Aristotle Socrates Onassis. Wei Rusi spoke of these legendary families of the Western world as if telling treasured tales. Perhaps due to her background in the shipping business, she naturally favored the Onassis family, who were also known as ship kings. To become a king of ships in one generation must mean they had a remarkable past. This was what Jun Qian wanted as well. Not to have a grave epitaph full of spent billions on this date, spent billions on that day, after his death. Of course, when the time came to show off, money still had to be spent. The numerous guests moved from the banquet hall to the adjacent exhibition hall, where a grand display of luxurious yachts could be seen. Just by looking at their exteriors, one could tell they were all valuable assets. Any favorites? Jun Qian casually asked as he walked around with Wei Rusi. Wei Rusi, are you going to buy me one? It's perfectly reasonable to buy one for a younger sister. Are you trying to hit on me? I advise you to give up. I'm not interested in men. Not being interested is perfect, and how can you think of me like that? I am a decent person, and you are my younger sister-in-law. How can a brother-in-law extend his claws towards his younger sister-in-law? Jun Qian rebuked, feeling it was irrelevant whether Wei Rusi was interested in men or not. What did that signify? It meant that, no matter how much money he spent on her, her favorability would not increase. Wasn't this a tool for boosting favorability through spending money? Unlike the others, like Su Shuyan, who hadn't made much effort and were already in the 70s or 80s. What was that about? With this thought, Jun Qian subconsciously checked her favorability. 38 points, a beautiful and ironic number. He even began to think that Wei Rusi deliberately controlled her favorability to this level, just to scold him. Looking at the favorability level was akin to being scolded once. Not bad, but you are so rich. It doesn't matter to buy me one. Let me take a look. Wei Rusi walked around with her hands behind her back. Though she didn't say it, Jun Qian felt that she was actually happy. Of course, not in a romantic sense, but as if it had been a long time since someone had given her a gift. Seeing her background, seeing her happy every day, she had already experienced many things that most people might never experience in their lifetimes. Whether it was losing parents early or imprisonment, it was all very tragic. There probably weren't many relatives left in her family, right? She was truly a poor little girl. But after looking around, Jun Qian felt it was lacking something. The most expensive yacht here was only worth a couple $100 million. Buying one would just cost $1 billion or $2. So why not just buy her a fleet of yachts? This idea felt grand. Every time the flagship set sail, followed by dozens of yachts, it would be so grand. That one is quite good. Wei Rusi tugged at Jun Qian's sleeve, following her delicate hand. It did look nice. Though what caught Jun Qian's attention more was the lady next to the yacht explaining its features. She seemed to be a beautiful Asian mixed-race woman, slender with delicate skin. Not like those large European women, whose body hair was too thick. Okay, let's go with that one. Jun Qian led Wei Rusi towards it, but when he saw the price tag, he suddenly got angry. He immediately stopped, with a stern expression on his face, and grabbed Wei Rusi's fragrant shoulder, saying somewhat angrily, "What do you mean? If you want to insult me, there's no need to do it this way. Are you mocking me?" Wei Rusi. Actually, it's not surprising that Jun Qian misunderstood. Just now, he was still thinking that Wei Rusi intentionally kept the favorability at 38 points. But when he saw the price of this yacht, oh buddy, it was exactly 38 million US dollars. So she must be scolding me. Is there also a system? I'm really drunk. Wei Rusi glanced at the price, and then quickly realized it. She looked at Jun Qian with rolled eyes and said speechlessly, "I'm waiting for you to buy me a yacht. Why would I scold you? Besides, I really think it's very beautiful. There are several rooms inside, and you can take many beautiful women out to play." As she spoke, Wei Rusi revealed a foolish smile, starting to daydream. After thinking for a moment, Jun Qian also thought that she probably didn't do it on purpose. But this price is really too cheap. Look, those over there that cost 1 million US dollars or much better. This one looks really ordinary. Even if you want to have a luxurious party with girls, wouldn't it be a bit downgraded? Jun Qian looked left and right, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. This Wei Rusi had actually learned to save money for herself. But then again, this was his first time attending such a yacht sales event. This Ramen, truly a member of the royal family, the richest of the rich. Looking around, those yachts were all colossal, dozens of meters long. Who knows how many tons they were, yet all able to fit in such a luxurious exhibition hall. Perhaps only in such a wealthy country could it be realized. In his impression, shouldn't these yachts be on the sea? Is this the eccentricity of rich people? No. Take another look, this is really too cheap. Jun Qian was still not quite satisfied. Ha, I'm laughing so hard. At that moment, a discordant voice sounded nearby. Looking back, it was Lu Ziding and some foreigners. His eyes were full of disdain, coldly saying, "It's really the country bumpkin, unable to step up. Do you think the more expensive the yacht, the better it is? The most famous part of this yacht, the seafaring sails, is that it comes with a legal water cannon. It's very rare in yachts of this level. Even cruising in international waters, encountering a small group of blind pirates, it's enough to disperse them without worrying about safety. It's a very small yet beautiful existence." As he spoke, he walked up to the saleswoman. "I'd like to place an order." The sales sister's eyes sparkled as she took Lu Ziding's bank card. Jun Qian frowned, feeling things were not simple. He had never seen a water cannon before, but it felt somewhat fresh. At first, he didn't think much of it, but now that Lu Ziding spoke, he also felt that this yacht was not bad. It could be considered the vanguard of Wei Rusi's fleet. Hold on. I just said it's cheap. I didn't say I don't want it. Jun Qian quickly took out his bank card from overseas, slamming it in front of the sales girl. "Is this a car?" "No. A ship ready for immediate delivery." "I've decided. I'll take it. Let's just round it up. Why not directly 40 million US dollars? The sales girl immediately became respectful. These yachts were not easy to sell. Usually selling 1 or 2 a year was already very profitable. Suddenly, there were 2 buyers. Happiness came too suddenly. Each sale meant a hefty commission. It's ready for delivery. You can get it in the water anytime." She hesitated for a moment, then turned to Lu Ziding. "I'm sorry, sir." He requested it first. "How about this? I'll report your order to the company, and by then." Before she could finish, Lu Ziding waved his hand. He raised an eyebrow and decisively placed the bank card in front of her. "How could I lose to such a bumpkin? 5 million US dollars. Today I must party on it." Swipe the card. "Damn." Jun Qian laughed, truly seizing the moment. He was worried that this thing was too cheap, couldn't put down much money, and then suddenly a sidekick appeared. He felt strange. Every time he wanted to show off, someone like this would interfere. Interesting. Let's make it more exciting. Double it to 100 million US dollars. Jun Qian shrugged. 100. Lu Ziding furiously chuckled. He thought Jun Qian was joking. No, he was just bragging. 100 million US dollars? To buy such a junky yacht? Although it was small and exquisite, that was it. Compared to those yachts that cost over 100 million, it couldn't be compared at all. All in all, it probably could hold less than 20 people. This small thing, being hyped up for 100 million, He was convinced Zhang Qian was just boasting. Bill Gates was rich. He could burn hundreds of millions to buy a physical version of the periodic table to display on the office wall shelves, but absolutely, definitely, wouldn't spend 100 million on such a yacht. Ha ha. Okay. Very good. Excellent. Lu Ziding laughed and looked at Wei Rushi, raising a thumbs up. You really found a good brother-in-law, asking for 100 million just like that, and for such a trashy product. Then I can only wish you guys happiness. Sorry. Beautiful lady, I don't want this yacht. A gentleman doesn't snatch someone else's love. I'll make sure he pays. Come on, brother. With the conversation between the two, many people noticed this side. If Zhang Qian boasted in such a situation, saying 100 million and then failed to seal the deal, that would truly be embarrassing. Even Ramen noticed this, leading a few people over. Without a doubt, if Zhang Qian found an excuse not to buy it, he would never again attract the attention of this prince. His vision of building a bank here would never be realized. Wei Rushi weakly covered her head, not worrying that Zhang Qian would close the deal. She was just speechless. It was very apparent that Zhang Qian intentionally caused this situation. Was he just trying to show off? Wei Rushi really wanted to interview Lu Ziding. This blatant prelude to showing off. Couldn't anyone see through? Are they really going along with Zhang Qian's show-off? Zhang Qian's lips curled slightly. At this moment he really wanted to hug Lu Ziding. One who understands me. My brother Ziding. In order to show off, he had truly lost his face, making himself into a clown. And just thinking about it, Zhang Qian felt embarrassed. So, with apologetic eyes, he patted Lu Ziding's shoulder. I'm sorry, brother. Lu Ziding impatiently smirked, apologizing now that you remember. Sorry. It's too late. Quickly make the payment. He realized that Zhang Qian was regretting it. Even if Zhang Qian could actually spend 100 million on this yacht, he would definitely feel some regret, completely not worth it. Alright. Lu Ziding. So straightforward. The purchase is done. Can't see the hesitation, uncertainty, helplessness, madness. How come the password input was so smooth? And it's done. L.S. Axting was still somewhat skeptical. If he hadn't seen the bank card in Zhang Qian's hand, he might have already started mocking mode. Zhang Qian's bank card was purple, engraved with the violet logo of a Swiss bank. When using this card, there was no limit, and any amount of money could be spent. However, the requirements to apply for this card were very strict. At least 100 million US dollars in cash were needed. Obviously, many people present had the qualifications, so it was not surprising that Zhang Qian could appear there with that amount of money. But, spending it like that, without any care, not a tinge of regret, like drinking water, he made the payment. L.S. Axting looked at the sales assistant with doubt. She nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with excitement and admiration. With just the commission from this transaction, she was already able to achieve a certain level of financial freedom. After deciding to collect her bonus later, she would bid farewell to that damn little apartment. No longer would she have to sell herself for sales performance. Damn. Why did this handsome young man have such a beautiful companion by his side? Sir, here is your payment receipt. I will provide you with the transfer documents later. As she handed the receipt to Zhang Qian, she discreetly touched his hand. Wei Rusk's gaze was sharp. She immediately felt that something was amiss with this girl. Just as she was thinking about how to warn her, Zhang Qian patted Wei Rusk's buttocks and said, with a smile, "This yacht is a birthday gift for my sister-in-law. Just put it under her name." Wei Rusk. My birthday. What are you talking about? Wei Rusk said suspiciously. However, while translating for Zhang Qian, she could omit mentioning that the sales assistant was his sister-in-law and instead say it was a gift for his female companion. That should make the woman back off, right? When is your birthday? May 20th. It's been 3 months already. Isn't that just perfect? Zhang Qian grabbed Wei Rusk's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes and said seriously, I'm celebrating the 3rd month after your birthday. Dear, happy 3rd month post-birthday. Wei Rusk. Was that a lame joke he just made? Should I laugh along now? You really bought it? Ha. Brat, don't regret it later. Now that so many people have seen you placing the order, it might not be easy to get a refund if you change your mind later. L.S. Axting sneered. Zhang Qian turned to him and looked at him indifferently. Don't worry, I won't regret it. It's more about you. You can't even come up with a measly 1 billion. I don't know how you ended up here. Why don't you go back and spend time with your fiancé? After all, there's only 0 or countless times of straying. Maybe she has met other sisters during this time. As he spoke, Jung Kian's expression gradually became twisted and increasingly ambiguous. You struck a nerve. LS Axting's face turned red with anger. Oh, dear Jung, LS, you are my esteemed guests. Don't ruin the harmony. Just then, Ilhiman walked over, looking at Jung Qian with a meaningful gaze and smiling. I didn't expect you to win the jackpot at a price of $1 billion with a single bid, but it seems from your expression just now that you're not very satisfied with it. Seeing Ilhiman approaching, LS Axting coldly huffed but ultimately did not continue to confront Jung Qian. However, as if reminded, a meaningful smirk appeared on his face, thinking to himself that yes, the prices here were not high, so he could still show off a bit, but the real good stuff was all here today. LS Axting had come prepared. He was really eyeing a yacht, the Saga of Poseidon. To impress the Kennedy family, LS Axting was truly planning to go all out. Because they were not from a prestigious family, lacking such deep heritage, they could only display their wealth at a higher cost. It wasn't just showing off wealth, but more about flexing muscle. The price of this yacht was not cheap. Compared to the Saga of Poseidon, the one in front, the Sea Breeze sailboat, was simply inferior. It does feel a bit lacking. Jung Qian spoke frankly. Great, we actually have an exclusive exhibition hall set up. Only a few select invitees are allowed in. I wanted to mention it to you just now, but various matters got in the way. I apologize. Please follow me now, and I'll show you the real treasures. Ilhiman said, patting Jung Qian's shoulder very amicably, and the two moved forward together. LS Axting had no idea that before Jung Qian arrived here, he had donated nearly $10 billion to Ilhiman's charity foundation, so his unusually jealous feelings were unfounded. He couldn't understand how Jung Qian somehow had the qualifications to walk shoulder to shoulder with the prince. Besides Jung Qian and LS Axting, a few others were also invited by Ilhiman. Overall, there were over 20 people. Jung Qian somewhat guessed that these were the people Ilhiman genuinely wanted to win over. If he could use this opportunity to showcase his strength more, perhaps he could gain the prince's recognition. After all, besides money, Jung Qian had nothing else to pique the prince's interest, such as political resources. Passing through a narrow corridor, pushing open a door, everything suddenly became clear. They had left a huge mansion and building complex. Now before them was a blue private beach, and in front of them were lined up various luxury yachts. Looking at these imposing vessels, Jung Qian couldn't help but feel excited. Even Wei Rust's breathing began to quicken, because they were truly beautiful. Esteemed prince, if you hadn't come, I would have set sail directly for a cruise. At this moment, a casually dressed, blonde, blue-eyed man with a high-class demeanor walked over, his face showing a hint of reproach. Although you allowed me early access to this private beach, letting me skip your damn beauty bath, but you've kept me waiting too long. He was handsome, walked with elegance, and exuded an unaffordable air. At first glance, it would take at least 4 or 5 generations to cultivate such quality. What caught Jung Qian's attention was the symbol on his cufflinks, a skull image. It seemed he could guess the background of this young man. Ha ha ha. Dear Arthur, you are just joking. I had already informed my guards, wherever you appear, there will be no hindrance, even my palace. Choose one you like, just have someone sail it away, consider it a gift from me. He's bragging. Although Jung Qian's education is not high, due to his past life experiences, he lost his parents at a young age. He has to live according to people's faces, so he could tell from Raman's micro-expressions at the first moment that he was lying. Although he didn't know how much these yachts cost, they are definitely valuable. He's probably considered half an expert at ship p-valuation. At a glance, these massive objects over 100 meters on are definitely astronomical figures. Moreover, even among the 20-something people present, probably only a handful could afford them. Raman hosted this yacht party mainly for this blonde young man. Think about it, although Raman can afford it, he might not necessarily gift it. After all, he's still only the second prince, not the crown prince, let alone the sultan of this country. Although the Omani royal family is wealthy, don't forget, this is Oman, not the English peninsula, not the true British royal family growing up in Buckingham Palace. Their true wealth comes from oil, natural gas, and these heavy assets are firmly controlled by the sultan. Ramen does not yet have the qualifications to touch these, so the fortune he controls is quite limited. It's precisely because of this that Zheng Qian and others have a place to work. Ha ha ha. Ramen, you are really too polite. Arthur laughed happily, his gaze wandering among the 20-something people present, suddenly brightening. He came to Wei Ruxi's side, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Let me see, isn't this Miss Wei Ruxi? It's nice to see your unwavering spirit, otherwise I would have trouble sleeping and eating." Zheng Qian felt slightly speechless. Is this Wei Ruxi so famous in the Western world? How does it seem like she knows these big shots? Could it be that his woman also has some connection with Wei Ruxi? Ramen's eyes showed a hint of surprise, as if he didn't expect that the famous Arthur actually knew the female companion brought by Zheng Qian. He whispered something to his assistant and looked at Wei Ruxi with a different look. Wei Ruxi's expression was very cold. Even a hint of resentment could be seen. I actually have a question that I've never quite understood. Our small family has made so many huge entities feel threatened, necessitating them to unite and make a move against us. Are you really that scared? Arthur, with grace, smiled then didn't seem to care about her questioning. After a moment's thought, he said seriously, "Actually, when you came with such momentum, it did make us feel a little pressure, but not enough. As for why we teamed up against you, you're not quite accurate in saying that, because in our eyes, your so-called Great Way capital is just a slightly stronger ant, although a stronger ant. If ants block the way, they can be easily crushed. There's not much to say, right?" Arthur was very serious in his words, so much so that Zheng Qian didn't sense any discord. He really seemed to think so. Suddenly, Wei Ruxi laughed. It was a relieved smile, and she nodded earnestly, saying, "Thank you, Arthur. I finally understand. Today, you really taught me a lesson." Arthur shrugged indifferently. He gestured to Ramen. "I've just ordered a yacht. Sorry, I have to leave now. Your proposal before. I will consider it. Well, Prince, see you next time. My private plane should have entered this area by now. I hope you can help smooth things over. Don't shoot it down as an enemy aircraft." Hearing the implied message in his words, Ramen's eyes showed a hint of gloom. He felt that Arthur was too cunning. He simply couldn't urge him. Years of political experience had made Ramen very professional, and his smile didn't reveal any emotions. He waved his hand. "Don't worry, I said before, as long as I, Ramen, exist, this sea will always be your private port. Please give my regards to your father." After some mutual flattery, Arthur turned and headed towards the yacht. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back and said significantly to Wei Ruxi, "But your family is not worthless. At least you have left a deep impression on me. Oh, if you weren't of the 9 states lineage, if you didn't like women, well, something seems off." Zheng Qian slightly furrowed his brows. Although his English wasn't very good, he did graduate from university. He couldn't understand some of the more complicated sentences, mainly due to the lack of vocabulary, but he understood some of what was being said. Could there be some story between them? Zheng Qian instinctively felt a hint of danger and subconsciously hugged Wei Ruxi's waist. What are you doing? Wei Ruxi was pondering how to respond to Arthur. Suddenly being held tightly by Zheng Qian, she felt the heat from his palms, and her skin became slightly warm. What was more vexing was that Zheng Qian's hands were particularly restless. If there weren't so many people around, she would surely confront Zheng Qian. "It seems this time it's not about your affair with someone else's fiancé. Have you two met before?" "No. Let me guess, you used to like men as well, but because of emotional pain, you turned into the person you are now. Isn't that right?" Before Zheng Qian could finish speaking, Wei Ruxi felt weak and held her head. "My goodness, I'll give you the pen. You might as well write the rest by yourself. How can you think like this? It's definitely not because of him, so don't guess randomly. But speaking of which, this seems like a good signal. If Arthur's family also decides to support Ramen, his chances of winning might truly be great. You should have noticed, right? The emblem on his cufflinks is the Skull Society," Zheng Qian said softly. He actually noticed it at first sight. The most exclusive student society at Yale University in the US, or you might call it a fraternity. In any case, it's an organization with extremely high thresholds that not everyone is qualified to enter. The Skull Society has produced several US presidents, federal judges, and university presidents. Joining them is equivalent to stepping halfway into the top political and business circles of the country. And those qualified to wear the Skull Society cufflinks are even rarer. That's right, I didn't expect you to know this. Wei Rusi felt a bit surprised that Zheng Qian was involved in these matters. But as you saw just now, Arthur's attitude is very ambiguous. We can't be sure yet. You have to assess the situation dynamically. Actually, when Arthur left, Luxi Ting did feel relieved. First of all, Arthur didn't know him. Secondly, all he was worried about was Arthur choosing the Sea God Chronicles that he had his eye on. Arthur didn't know him, but he knew this elegant gentleman. In the entire Western elite circle, few people did not know his name. Dear John, I didn't expect the companion you brought would actually know Arthur. Watching the yacht sail away, Raman turned back and said, warmly, no matter which yacht you are interested in this time, I will put pressure on the shipowner to give you a more satisfactory price. Don't rush to refuse. I know you may not lack money, but do you know how much the yacht Arthur just picked costs? Zheng Qian shook his head. $30 billion US. Raman extended 3 fingers. In fact, this yacht was ordered by him from the German Lürssen shipyard early on. But coincidentally, he chose to take delivery today. My private relationship with Arthur is fine. He was worried that there wouldn't be a luxury yacht here to impress the guests. Obviously, he worried too much. Zheng Qian remained non-committal about this, but he had to admit that the yacht Arthur just chose was indeed grand. Can it really be that expensive? What's even more extravagant is the one closest to him. Measured to be about 150 meters, its majestic presence was visible to the naked eye, just like a skyscraper on the sea. 4 floors in total, equipped with 2 helipads on top, estimated to have at least 20 suites. It was magnificent on the surface of the sea at night. Go call Isabella over, Raman said, in a low voice to the servant beside him. Luxi Ting's pupils slightly contracted as he suppressed his emotions and walked over. He tried to maintain his composure, slightly bowed to Raman. Respected Prince, Your Highness, truth be told, I am also very fond of this Sea God Chronicles. If possible, I would also like to participate in its bidding. This is a gift I am preparing from my fiancé. No expression change could be seen on Raman's face, but Zheng Qian captured a hint of displeasure. He didn't show it, perhaps because he saw the resources represented by Luxi Ting, whether it was his own family or his fiancé's family. Of course, for now it was just his fiancé, but if he really became a son-in-law of the Kennedy family, Raman's attitude towards Luxi Ting would definitely be different. Raman frowned slightly, thinking about his words, when Zheng Qian helped him out. A qualified guest wouldn't embarrass the host. Besides, Prince Raman did not say he wouldn't sell it to you. So why are you in such a hurry? Remember, although you are not one of us mainlanders, you can never change your yellow skin. Don't casually embarrass Asians in front of others. Thank you. Zheng Qian's eloquence was getting stronger and stronger now, leaving Luxi Ting stunned. Wei Rusi was inwardly laughing. She even slyly translated Zheng Qian's words a bit, like his most classic opening line, which instantly increased Raman's favor. He patted Zheng Qian on the shoulder with force, his eyes filled with joy. This made Luxi Ting's heart skip a beat. Oh no, didn't expect this guy to be so smooth talking, running a set of trains one after another, not sure if he should take the graduate entrance exam, actually using his mouth to take the lead. Haha, actually, there's no need to rush. There are quite a few friends who like this Sea God Chronicles. Here, let's go up to take a look together. Raman waved slightly, leading the way towards the yacht. As they approached the Sea God Chronicles, a woman walked down gracefully from the deck and bowed slightly to Raman. Respected Prince, Your Highness, everything is ready above. To thank Your Highness for providing this opportunity, we have specially prepared the best product in nearly 30 years. Zheng Qian felt amazed the moment he saw Isabella. She was truly beautiful, completely different from ordinary Europeans. Zheng Qian suddenly understood Wei Rusi. He had always had preconceived notions about her, thinking that she could even push around Western women, who were large and sturdy. Her aesthetic judgment must be off. But now, it was completely different. Isabella was as beautiful as her name, like a goddess stepping out of a classical old painting. She was dressed very businesslike, in a blouse and a tight black skirt. The skirt wasn't short, reaching down to her knees, but her legs were very attractive, straight, slender, and yet round. Especially when she slightly bowed, this advantage was rapidly magnified. instantly attracting the gaze of all the male carbon-based lifeforms present. Jun Qian frowned slightly, even feeling Raman's breath hasten. Did he actually like Isabella? But with his noble status, what kind of woman couldn't he get? Especially a yacht saleswoman? Though the merchandise may be expensive, it couldn't be compared to royalty, right? This Sea God Chronicles is really beautiful, just like the beautiful Miss Isabella. Just then, a few foreigners walked over, the leader being a big bearded man. He had a woman on each arm, both very glamorous, and he smiled. Brother Liu, there are quite a few people who like her. How did she end up in your pocket? Ha ha, you don't have to look at me like that. Even if we can't afford it, can't we come up and have a look? The her he mentioned had quite the meaning. It not only referred to the yacht, but perhaps also indicated Isabella herself. Raman returned to normal, introducing with a smile. Jung, let me introduce you. This is the famous playboy. Call him Tears. Let's go. Honestly, I am also very tempted by this Sea God Chronicles. And so, they all chatted and went on board the deck. Wei Rusi walked next to Zhang Qian and noticed that his eyes looked very wrong. So she pinched his waist hard, warning in a low voice, "Don't stare, she's my prey. If I didn't translate for you, you wouldn't even have the chance to mingle with girls." Zhang Qian contemplated for a moment, seriously thinking, "You seem to have some misunderstandings about current high technology. It just so happens that we are overseas now. Applying for an OpenAI account doesn't seem difficult. It is said that its translation function is very powerful. Shall I try?" Wei Rusi's eyes were slightly panicked. She suddenly had a brilliant idea. Hurriedly hugged Zhang Qian tightly, pressed against him, opened her eyes alluring, and whispered into his ear, "Then I'll show affection in front of Isabella, to make her dismiss thoughts of you." Zhang Qian never dreamed that Wei Rusi would pull this move out of the blue. His bones turned to jelly. Wei Rusi's actions raised a question in Zhang Qian's mind. By doing this, you may potentially block my romantic pursuits, but have you considered that Miss Isabella might see you like this and think you prefer men? What will you do if she treats you coldly? Zhang Qian was enjoying the current feeling, but he also understood a principle. When things seem normal, there must be something amiss. Wei Rusi definitely had some tricks up her sleeve, even though he hadn't figured them out yet. HMPH. Mind your own business and take care of your eyes. Looks like I have to make you suffer today. Get ready for a big loss. That's the consequence of your promiscuity. Wei Rusi spat out, with a red face. Then, seeing that Isabella probably couldn't see them, quickly released Zhang Qian's arm and gave him a fierce glare. It was strange that Isabella, with such a captivating figure and a face that was beyond words beautiful, always seemed frosty to the extreme in her expressions. Even when speaking politely, it felt like she was keeping people at a distance. Zhang Qian once suspected that she might be cold-hearted. Climbing the stairs and stepping onto the deck, Zhang Qian seemed to understand why this yacht was so expensive. Indeed, he had been observing all the way, and many details were exorbitant. Even the handrails and some inconspicuous decorations were adorned with intricate diamonds and gold, sparkling under the lights. Have you seen the art installation in front of the master bedroom door? When they came up, Wei Rusi tugged at Zhang Qian's sleeve, pointing to a nearby decor. Zhang Qian nodded, thinking it looked a bit odd. That's a dinosaur fossil skeleton. Wei Rusi's eyes gleamed strangely as she spoke softly. Don't doubt it, it's real. And it's not just here. Many places have extremely valuable items. This is no joke. Hearing this, Zhang Qian couldn't help but be amazed. Was this the facade of a top luxury yacht? Initially, he had not thought it was just a yacht. It seemed more like a small cruise ship. But at a glance, one could see many intricacies, indicating that it must also be equipped with state-of-the-art security systems and other high-tech features. The bow's unique design was graceful, resembling a post hawk, while the stern boasted luxurious wings that swayed flexibly with the waves. The hull was made of a high-gloss special material, shimmering brightly in the sunlight, like gems on the sea. The spacious, bright portholes offered unobstructed views of the ocean. Before officially introducing the Poseidon Chronicles, I'd like to share an interesting point. I believe many don't want to be caught by paparazzi, especially those with remarkable identities here, Isabella stated, capturing everyone's attention. The yacht's design was incredibly thoughtful, meeting their desire for enhanced privacy. What shocked Zhang Qian most was not just the dinosaur skeleton, but also some meteorite debris decorations. How did you know so much? Zhang Qian scrutinized Wei Rusi suspiciously, as if she knew everything. I suddenly remembered it was originally custom-made for a Russian oligarch, but he got caught for economic crimes. Well, he had issues for a while, but they only apprehended him now. Wei Rusi mused and then smiled. I was just talking nonsense, don't mind me. Zheng Qian shrugged. It was just a case of robbing a tyrant. This oligarch did have taste. The Poseidon Chronicles made Zheng Qian quite excited, and he even thought it was a bit pitiful that Zheng LS wasn't here. She would really appreciate it, right? Well, it didn't matter. Next time there was an aviation exhibition, he'd buy her a plane. Especially the anti-paparazzi system was truly considerate. When he brought a few girls here, with Yao Qi as the captain and Nan Zhanan as the first mate, all those beauties together at sea, just thinking about it was exhilarating. No more worries about being secretly photographed. Miss Isabella, the price. Finally, someone asked the crucial question. 5 billion USD, she replied blandly, turning around. Wow, oh, ha, ah. Everyone present gasped in unison. Even in the presence of these billionaires, 5 billion USD was indeed an exorbitant figure. It was much more expensive than the yacht Arthur had ordered. Just to give a perspective, the legendary woman Estee Lauder's eldest son Ronnie Lauder was worth 5 billion United States dollars, a well-known figure on the Forbes list. And he accumulated his wealth through the brand his mother founded, called Ashland. Just this yacht almost matched his total worth. More importantly, net worth didn't mean he had that much money readily available. It encompassed the value of stocks, real estate, company assessments, and other ethereal assets. It was certain he couldn't lay out that sum instantly. But where there's demand, there's a market. The exorbitant pricing indicated there would be buyers. Just like that oligarch, even though he might not have anticipated the actual cost during ordering. It also hinted at the fact that many people operated outside the billionaire rankings. To clarify further, the former Congolese president, the African tyrant Mobutu's personal assets exceeded 20 billion United States dollars, which was revealed later on. In this world, there were indeed numerous affluent individuals, let alone the war profiteers, underground gray industries, and financial oligarchs. Raman shook his head in disbelief. He settled comfortably on a large sofa, poured a drink, and said with a smile, "Everyone, you can make your move now." Lu Exting furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly surprised at the exorbitant price. Before coming here, he had gathered some information from various sources that seemed out of the loop. "I can do it if it's just 5 billion. Pierce aggressively kneaded the thighs of two beautiful women, gazing fiercely at Isabella. Truly, skilled people existed among the commoners. There were still many rich people around. This escalated quickly. "Let's jack up the price fiercely, rather than me slowly increasing it bit by bit. It seems that in order to become a playboy, one must also have capital." Raman's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. Zheng Qian's heart stirred. Could it be that behind this yacht, there was Raman's financial support? Is today's yacht expo also a means for him to accumulate wealth indirectly? Is it for capital accumulation in order to compete for the throne? Thinking like this, many things suddenly began to make sense. It seems that Raman is not just accumulating wealth, but also in the process of selecting allies. So, he must also show off a bit. Yes, every time in these spending situations, it's his time to show off. "Your Highness, it seems that buying at the original price might not be possible. With you here as the master, it must be fair and just. So, isn't it the highest bidder wins?" Lu Ziding pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Naturally, with me here, the fairness of the transaction will surely be guaranteed. Throughout history, I believe every country follows this principle. Good things are meant to be competed for, whether they are items or..." As he spoke, Raman's eyes flashed with a strong desire. Although in this era, being an emperor is not as carefree as it was in ancient times, the power to control life and death still holds a certain thrill. Not to the extent of causing bloodshed, but when the opportunity presents itself, one must strive to seize it. "All right, then I'll offer 5.5 billion US dollars. Lu Ziding nodded slightly and waved his hand with a smile. Tears squinted his eyes slightly, subconsciously exerted force with both hands, and the two girls instantly blushed. Zheng Qian couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva, thinking that Pierce was a good guy, not treating his brothers as outsiders. "Lu, it seems you want to compete with me. Hehe, quite interesting. To secure your fiancé, you really have to bleed. All right, since that's the case, I'll offer 6 billion. After Pierce finished, The two girls beside him let out seductive sighs, their bodies covered in sweat. Jun Qian felt somewhat embarrassed. He was pondering how to sneak a glance without being noticed when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his lower back. He turned around abruptly and locked eyes with Wei Rusi. She fiercely glared at Jun Qian, made a cutting gesture towards her neck, and then made a motion towards Jun Qian's weapon in the air. He immediately felt a chill below. This female devil was watching him closely. How come she didn't stop him during the bath earlier? Was she enjoying it back then? Too busy to bother with me. She's truly a detestable woman. 6 billion tears. As far as I know, you already have a Mars-class yacht at home. A super yacht over 100 meters long. So why compete to this extent for this yacht? Lu Ziding's eyes showed a hint of displeasure. He smacked his lips, searched his body for a moment as if looking for something. Raman nodded slightly at Isabella, who promptly took out a box of cigars from the nearby cigar cabinet and handed them to everyone. Lu Ziding and the others each took out a cigar, seeming like they had all been eager to smoke for a long time. When it was Jun Qian's turn, he waved his hand, pulled out a wrinkled hard box of Yebide by Pai cigarettes from his pocket, and said with a smile, "I prefer the traditional taste from my hometown. Can't get used to that." Every time Jun Qian saw someone smoking a cigar, he always thought of a joke. Smoking a cigar is not about inhaling into the lungs. It's about the process of blowing out smoke. To Jun Qian, it was just a way to show off. 6.3 billion. After a moment of thought, Pierce continued, "I really like this Poseidon's legacy. I asked earlier, those dinosaur fossil remains seem to come from my favorite Tyrannosaurus rex, and they are from the distant east, full of mystery. Hey, Lu. John, speaking of which, this was discovered in your country." Jun Qian was not surprised by this statement. 9 states had the highest number of dinosaur discoveries in the world, naming over 300 species based on various bone fossils. He forgot which country was second, but he remembered it was about 200 species. No, Pierce, you're mistaken." Lu Ziding waved his hand and glanced disdainfully at Jun Qian, then said, "That's not my country, not even my homeland. I'm a born and bred American with no connection to 9 states. Pierce shrugged, seemed uninterested in arguing with him but just wanting to show off his knowledge. Jun Qian didn't care much. Lu Ziding was right, he did grow up in America, albeit with a face that looked like someone from 9 states. It seemed to be the truth. But somehow, Jun Qian felt a little uncomfortable. Lu Ziding took a deep drag on the cigar, as if wanting to make a certain decision. He stared fiercely at Pierce, gritted his teeth with resentment, and said, "I suppose you can't offer much money, right? If you want to take down this yacht, you'd probably have to go through a lot of trouble laundering the money, leading to even greater losses for you. So, I'll give you a price you can't continue to compete with." Miss Isabella, $6.8 billion US. After speaking, he deeply gazed into Pierce's eyes, as if trying to catch any emotional fluctuations. "What?" As expected, Pierce's expression changed. Unable to hold back, he stood up and shouted, "Are you crazy? You're willing to offer $6.8 billion just for this yacht? Does your backyard have a new oil field or something?" Theft. Jun Qian and Wei Rusi, who were watching the show, couldn't help but chuckle. Pierce was indeed quite amusing. "Hehe, ever since I learned that Poseidon's legacy would be put up for auction, I've been preparing for this. Pierce, you're no match for me. For the sake of giving a complete gift to the Kennedy family, for this marriage, I must win. Some people really disappoint me. Did you really think that by snatching the little junk boat for $100 million, you could show off in front of this young master? Wei Rusi, it seems your brother-in-law isn't that great either." Lu Ziding was in a great mood at the moment. Sensing the intense flavor of the cigar in his mouth, he felt as if he was in the jungles of Central America, enjoying this wonderful feeling. "Miss Isabella, please handle the paperwork. It seems Mr. Pierce has decided to give in. I can't wait to sail this yacht all the way to the Monica coast in California. I named it after Monica Kennedy, a private beach I purchased." Saying this, Lu Ziding handed over the already prepared passport and bank cards. "Didn't you say the gift was for Monica? Why are you using your own passport?" Wei Rusi teased. She couldn't stand it anymore. She had always thought Jun Qian was the most pretentious person around her. But now, it seemed like the pretentious king was someone else entirely. This Lu Ziding truly tested her patience. He kept going on about how he loved Monica the most, but who didn't know this was the result of a family alliance? Maybe even Monika's family didn't look favorably upon the Liu family, it was purely a result of their forced flattery. Well, Wei Rusi also had to admit that even with flattery, not just anyone could have the opportunity to flatter that family. But this Liu Ziding was just way too pretentious. No, she had to make Zhang Qian really put him in his place. Suddenly pointed out by Wei Rusi. Liu Ziding felt a bit embarrassed. The gazes of the people around then changed, not with disdain, but with knowing looks. This was simply the customary trick of the wealthy showing off. They might say they bought a house for a girl, but the deed is still under their own name, making excuses about transferring ownership later, just to make the girl think that the house will definitely be hers. The same went for the car, and then the girl would naively have to repay the loan. This couldn't help but remind one of Professor Lang, a well-known figure among Chinese, was a financial expert, had mastered this tactic to the core, making stewardesses dizzy with it, a prime example of a scumbag. One had to take note and learn from it. Cough. It's not like that. Monica is in the US, and the transfer documents aren't here. Liu Ziding took a puff of his cigar, trying to explain reluctantly. We offer complete international asset transfer services, Isabella timely added, with an extremely cold expression. Hey. I just wanted to test it out first, to see if there were any issues. What if it breaks halfway through? If we transfer the ownership in advance, Monica might think I purposely gave her a defective product. Liu Ziding, truly a top-grade scoundrel, had adapted to the situation, maintaining his composure. He even had a touch of deep affection on his face, showcasing his love for his fiancée. All right, we're all men. There's no need to beat around the bush. Zhang Qian waved his hand, drew a deep drag from his cigarette, and slowly said, Wait, Miss Isabella, I don't agree to this proposal. Oh, sorry, misspoke. I don't agree to this business deal. 6.8 billion just to take away the gift I wanted to give my sister-in-law. See God's Chronicles. Several people all turned their gaze to Zhang Qian at once. Some present were curious why he had the qualifications to be there. And during the bidding between Liu Ziding and Pierce earlier, he showed no intention to participate. Why was he speaking now? Did he want to assert his presence? As for Ramen, he was especially disappointed in Zhang Qian. Although the latter had invested a lot of money in his foundation, the source of that money seemed quite dubious. Perhaps it wasn't just Zhang Qian's assets, but belonged to some organization. Or maybe it was overseas wealth that needed laundering through this opportunity. In reality, unless he was really purchasing some major commodities or assets, it was hard to confirm his authenticity. Ramen felt he had misjudged. Zhang Qian might just be a broker. But was it finally time for him to reveal his true self? Here he comes. Wei Rusi was ecstatic, tightly gripping her hands. He was coming. He was approaching with money. Truly worthy of the title of King of Pretentiousness, Liu Ziding was far behind indeed. He had endured for so long before making a move, she hadn't misjudged him. What's this? Didn't like what I said earlier. Feeling emotional now, Liu Ziding squinted, sizing up Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian couldn't help feeling dumbfounded. He chuckled and shook his head, thinking, I let you raise the stakes, and all you two did was bicker back and forth for a bit, barely raising it by less than 2 billion. Truly disappointing. I believe many people here know my younger sister-in-law, Wei Rusi, known as the representative of the new generation of bankers. Something that can match her status is definitely more than that sailboat mentioned earlier. That was just Wei Rusi Fleet's flagship. This one is qualified to be the main battleship. Mind you, just qualified. Listening to Zhang Qian speaking confidently, Wei Rusi blushed deeply. Her toes were curling, unknowingly punching a hole in the ground, already carving out a 5-bedroom mansion complete with 7 lounges at the pool. The embarrassment was unbearable. The pretentious king truly had a way with words, always on the ready. That he was just joking. Wei Rusi couldn't hold back, awkwardly explaining with a smile. Zhang Qian waved his hand. Well, I don't like these backhand forths either. Let's move quickly. Hopefully, you all can follow my pace from now on. 7.5 billion. It's your turn, little Liu. W. What? F. F asterisk asterisk K. S. S asterisk asterisk T. Oh my God. As he spoke, the 4 people at the scene simultaneously let out different exclamations of amazement. Though the words were different, the sentiments were likely the same. Hehe. Did you suddenly blurt out a number you can't afford? Feeling confused? Not happy now? Feeling emotional, Jun Qian smirked with a cigarette between his lips, boredly shrugging. He even stretched lazily and tapped the arm of the chair, pointing at his nose. Come on, don't dilly-dally. Are you in or out? Want to go all in? Going all in is a kind of wisdom. With that insightful look in your eyes, you're definitely in, right? Do you know what an insightful look is? Hearing this, Wei Ruxi's delicate body trembled continuously. Jun Qian subconsciously glanced around, his heart skipping a beat. What was she trembling for? And was Wei Ruxi really this charming? Had she short-circuited or accidentally pressed her own switch? Jun Qian distinctly remembered not bringing a remote control. Jun Qian looked at Wei Ruxi suspiciously, with a serious face, couldn't help but ask in a low voice, tell me the truth, did you secretly buy some strange toys behind my back? Did you buy them domestically or here? It shouldn't be possible domestically. Are you worried that the security screening might see it? I know. Is it something Lindsay Lohan brought you? Is the remote control with you? Or can she control it remotely? Playing so wild, trembling uncontrollably, appearing very, very suspicious. Wei Ruxi finally calmed down. She shot Jun Qian a fierce look, but her cheeks turned even redder. What nonsense are you talking about? I just found it so funny. With such wise eyes. Ha ha ha, the way you put it. Looking at his eyes now, they do seem quite wise indeed. It's really impressive how glib you are, full of gossips. Are you preparing for the postgraduate exam? Jun Qian sighed lightly. He thought she was concerned about the toy, but it turned out she was just being playful with her smooth talking. Ha ha. Is being glib a kind of wisdom? You're probably joking around with me. The family has always taught me that when it comes to gambling, of course, you shouldn't be afraid, but not everything should be left to chance. Otherwise, how many fortunes will be ruined? 75 billion US dollars? I'm in. 78 billion. Lu Ziding bit his teeth tightly. Jun Qian sighed again. Seems like Lu Ziding did grow up abroad, not understanding some of the slang back in the country. And the reason he sighed was that Lu Ziding really wasn't bold enough. After all, just adding 3 billion. In fact, Lu Ziding isn't bad at all. 3 billion US dollars is already a lot, especially on top of 75 billion. Converted to domestic currency, that's over 20 billion. Jun Qian flicked the ash, looking disappointedly at Lu Ziding. You're talking about psychological readiness again. And despite refuting our country's most famous wisdom of gambling, you're so angry. And in the end, it only rose by 3 billion. With that, you still want to talk about marrying the beautiful Monica. I'll give a number. 88 billion, for good luck. Who? Just as he finished speaking, Jun Qian couldn't help but look around. Is there a leak somewhere? It seems this yacht hasn't even been bought yet, and there's already a leak. What to do from now on? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel some regret. After all, it's an item worth over 80 billion US dollars, and he didn't want to be a fool. As a certain national husband said, I have money, but I'm not stupid. After looking around for a while, he finally realized it was Lu Ziding, who was breathing heavily. His face was flushed. If anyone had him, they wouldn't even need to buy a fan. Are you serious? 88 billion US dollars, not showing off. Joking? Lu Ziding almost couldn't smoke the cigar properly, his fingers trembling slightly, resembling the precursor to Parkinson's. Jun Qian nodded slightly, frowning. Why are you being so talkative? Ha ha ha. Okay. This is really interesting. Tears continued to exert pressure on the thighs of the two girls, then suddenly pulled back and started applauding. Jung, I rarely see Lu Ziding so disheartened. It's truly amazing. When it's over, please allow me to visit your yacht. Jun Qian smiled and nodded, then gestured with his hand. Naturally, he wrapped his arm around Wei Ruxi's fragrant shoulders. It's not my yacht, it's hers. With that, he was a bit reluctant to take his hand away. Even though there were clothes between them, he could still feel the smoothness through tactile feedback, truly reluctant to let go. Perhaps due to Jun Qian's multiple flirtatious actions today, Wei Ruxi was a bit numb. She not only didn't speak to stop him, but didn't even wriggle her body to break free because she knew her objections were futile. Isabella's originally icy expression finally showed a reaction due to Jun Qian's several bids. Beneath that icy exterior, there was a hint of intriguing expression in her eyes, even a tinge of gratitude. Wei Ruxi was very sensitive to women's reactions, and in an instant, she caught on to this, suddenly becoming alert, like a guarding hen. No, a guarding mother hen. All right, Stop arousing the balloon pump with your cosplay. It's already cool on the sea surface. Don't keep blowing air like that. Dear man, 88 billion. Yes or no? Jun Qian took a deep puff of smoke and impatiently said. Lu Ziding also didn't want it this way. His heart was pounding heavily, and without exhaling, he found it hard to calm down. He put down his phone, closed his eyes slightly, considering. At first, he consulted with his parents at the first instance. 88 billion US dollars had far exceeded their original cost plan, a vast sum. They could manage to cough up this money, but the consequences would be dire. Without ample liquid funds, their ability to resist risks would be greatly diminished, becoming very fragile. But if this move could impress Monika's family, then it would be worth it. 95 billion. It was evident that Lu Ziding's face turned terrifyingly pale when he uttered these words. Their family had truly extended their resources and even troubled some precious favors to raise this amount of money. Some of these favors would only be beneficial in life-threatening situations, but for Monika, he decided to go all out. A desperate gamble. He was stunned. Did he really gamble according to Jun Qian's words? It seems ... gambling is indeed a kind of wisdom. The feeling of gambling on the brink of death before rebirth was truly fantastic. At that moment, he smiled with understanding, leaning back in his chair, deeply sucking on the cigar. In this match, he had already secured his win. A female sailor present thought Lu Ziding's expression was incredibly handsome, taking advantage of the absence of the anti-paparazzi system and quietly took a photo with her phone. Little did she note that this picture would later be circulated and selected by prestigious performance institutions such as the Beijing Film Academy and the Yale School of Drama. His expression at that moment vividly interpreted a person's real interpretation in such complex circumstances. He even elegantly raised his fingers holding the cigar slightly, indicating to the other party, "It's your turn. I have to admit that you've truly grasped the essence of gambling. But it's not enough. Do you know, your family has so much money. It's definitely not just because of you. At least it's the wealth accumulated by generations. And before you were born, your father didn't squander the family fortune but rather earned more, showing his strength. But sometimes people aren't clear about how outstanding they truly are. Your father is strong, but he can be stronger. If you don't give your parents some pressure, they might not even know how much potential they still have. Let me help you out. Intensify your parents a bit. 120 billion. Gong. Although no substantial sound was made, everyone heard it. It was the sound of Lu Ziding's heart dropping to the ground. In fact, not only him, but everyone present was stunned, staring in shock at Jun Qian, speechless for a while. Exaggerated. It was really too exaggerated. This amount, even for them, was not a simple matter. $12 billion, just casually mentioned like that. Raman looked at Jun Qian's eyes again, filled with a strange look. He glanced at his phone, which contained the latest information about Jun Qian and Wei Rusi. Although he had gathered some information before and briefly understood Jun Qian, this recent incident in Oman made him feel the need to reevaluate. Especially seeing Wei Rusi made Raman take a second look. Originally thought she was just a companion, translator, or secretary by Jun Qian's side, but now she seemed far more extraordinary than he had imagined. The halo of the new generation banker is not something anyone can bear, especially Isabella. Her beautiful eyes stared at Jun Qian. Even her breath became slightly rapid, causing a faint flush on her fair skin. However, it soon faded away gradually in the sea breeze, returning to its usual frosty appearance. Jun Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, nodded, and said, "Zilu, don't feel pressured by this number, and don't live so stressed out. You can easily shift this pressure onto your parents. Don't push them. They don't even know how exceptional they are. Try calling them. You might receive some pleasantly surprising news." Lu Ziding wiped cold sweat, hiding his expression in the swirling cigar smoke. He had already cursed Jun Qian's ancestors in his heart. Call now. Pleasant news. Fear of angering his father directly and being expelled from the family. Even the long-awaited yacht Monika favor, if he couldn't get it, how could he explain it when he returned? "We are all adults. Let's negotiate calmly. I obtained some shares in the Haitian oil field project, with annual dividends of $1 billion increasing each year, and I am trying to acquire stakes from other shareholders. I will offer $8 billion to purchase the yacht and transfer the shares of this oil field to you. Will you agree to withdraw?" Lu Ziding, being from a prominent family, lacked a bit of composure compared to Arthur. That after a simple consideration, he gave Zhang Qian a reasonably sincere reconciliation solution. For another person, they might have agreed without hesitation. The Oldfield shares were not easy to obtain, let alone with such amazing annual returns. Very few people would refuse. Tears shook his head, sighing, God, why didn't you give me this revelation earlier? If I had persisted a bit more, even if I had falsely claimed to have over $10 billion, wouldn't I have reaped a hefty profit for nothing? No one doubted Lu Ziding. Many knew his family background in this business. In this scenario, lying in front of Ramen came at a great cost. Lu Ziding was indeed interesting. Zhang Qian flicked off the ash, thinking to himself, even though Lu Ziding lacked systematic planning, offering a golden goose with the potential to lay eggs showed boldness. However, this alone was not enough, because once Zhang Qian bought it, he could receive a rebate of $120 billion. What concept was this? It would take his Oldfield 120 years to give out that amount. Zhang Qian didn't believe he would live that long. Lu Ziding scrutinized Zhang Qian's eyes and relaxed slightly. This matter should be settled. $8 billion, although not a small amount, was better than risking losing $100 billion and ruining the family business. He was certain Zhang Qian would hesitate. By doing nothing, he could receive this money annually. If it were him, and he didn't have to give it as a gift to Monica, he would undoubtedly agree. Wei Rusi looked around, taking a sip of the coffee Isabella offered, trying to guess Zhang Qian's thoughts. Zhang Qian had previously dabbled in many small industries domestically. If he could obtain shares in the Oldfield, it would be entirely different. If the situation had not been so sensitive, she would have suggested directly to Zhang Qian. She hoped he would agree. Obtaining shares would also mean gaining entry into markets, allowing them to continue trying to acquire shares of other oil companies abroad, providing substantial profits annually. But if Zhang Qian refused, it was not a big deal. Upon returning from this trip to Oman and helping Jinlu complete that matter, it would also be a great achievement. Not to mention, this Seagull class yacht truly looked magnificent. I refuse. Zhang Qian shook his head slightly, took a drag of his cigarette, and said, Zilu, I acknowledge your boldness, but it's not enough to impress me. My younger sister-in-law really likes this yacht, and I cannot let it go. Well, to make you feel better, I'll increase the price a bit. $15 billion, that should do it. Saying this, Zhang Qian handed over his Violet Bank of Violet card, smiling and nodding at Isabella. Lu Ziding's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was stunned for a moment before suddenly standing up, clenching his teeth and saying, Are you serious? You refuse me? And you want $15 billion to buy this yacht? Tam, do you remember its original price? $5 billion. You've spent an extra $10 billion. Are you trying to challenge me? Seeing his furious expression, Zhang Qian could hardly hide his disappointment in his eyes. He sighed. Zilu, you really disappoint me. You were doing well just now pretending to be deep and mysterious. How did you lose control so suddenly? Just an extra $10 billion. Is that a lot? You. Lu Ziding trembled with anger, his face flushed, and neck bulging. Finished. If he couldn't buy this yacht, then the matter between him and Monica. Damn it. But right now, he had no chips to play. He could only watch Zhang Qian swipe the card, make the payment, and proceed with the relevant procedures. Give me your passport. Zhang Qian patted Wei Rusi's buttocks. Well, this touch was really nice, very elastic. He couldn't help but feel reluctant to let go. Is it really for me? To be honest, Wei Rusi was truly surprised at this moment, even doubting herself momentarily. This is $1 billion US. Even if it were 130 billion 9 continents coins, that would still be an incredibly terrifying number. Adding further to her doubt was the increase to 130 billion, confirming that this was for her, and not Jinlu. Her question was also the question on everyone present. Everyone looked at Zhang Qian with confusion, especially Pierce, who stood up directly. He walked excitedly to Zhang Qian's side, looking at Wei Rusi strangely, then whispered, %# at hash %% hash %%. Zhang Qian. Sorry, I don't understand. Zhang Qian replied with a wry smile to Pierce. Although I know your words may need to be kept from her and not to be overheard, but, she is my translator, and I need her to relay it to me, Zhang Qian said to Pierce. Both Pierce and Wei-Rusi felt a bit embarrassed, with the latter feeling a bit more so. Ahem. It's okay to have a translator, but what I want to say is, my friend, John, you really need to be cautious about the risks. If you choose to give her something this expensive, what if she runs away with it, or sells it off to someone else? Pierce didn't avoid implying his thoughts about Wei-Rusi, seeing her as just that kind of person, just like the two other beauties sitting beside him, coming here for material wealth. Zheng Qian waved his hand and looked seriously into Pierce's eyes. In my eyes, Wei-Rusi is different from other girls. She is not only the best partner in my career, but also my good friend. I trust her. Pierce raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of disbelief. Then he sighed, his face seemingly melancholic, took a deep puff of his cigar, and said meaningfully, "Since you have made up your mind, I can only wish you happiness. Hoping that there won't be another heartbroken person like me in this world. That cursed Maria. I wasn't a playboy like now in the past." Zheng Qian knew by watching his slightly unsteady figure that this might be a story of his past heartbreak. It makes one wonder what kind of woman could have turned him into the person he is now. Sorry, Prince Ramen, I'm really not in the mood to stay here now. Let's give it a couple of days. I'll find a chance to visit you privately and discuss what we talked about earlier today. For now, I bid you farewell. Lu Ziding inhaled deeply, trying to calm himself, and whispered to Ramen. Ramen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thank you, Mr. Zheng. As Zheng Qian was making the payment, Isabella approached him and whispered softly in his ear. This simple English phrase, Zheng Qian understood. He didn't ask why, as she took the initiative to say directly to him instead of Wei-Rusi, evidently not wanting to explain too much. He just smiled and nodded. Dear Zheng, you have such a fantastic yacht now, but without a suitable place for it. How can that work? Let's do this. Since I am the host, I'll gift you a private dock for your yacht. Ramen walked over to Zheng Qian and patted his shoulder, saying, You can temporarily dock your yacht here. I'll arrange for the captain to bring it over. They are all professionals. With that, Ramen gave Isabella a significant glance. She trembled slightly, then nodded, and followed a few others out of the place. All right, John, let me take you somewhere, Ramen instructed as he took a small earpiece from his assistant and handed it to Zheng Qian, motioning for him to put it on. This is the OpenAI 4.5, not officially released yet. Translation won't be an issue, and it allows for real-time transmission. The sound was indeed very clear and crisp. But why was he giving him a translator? Was he trying to avoid Wei-Rusi? Wei-Rusi furrowed her pretty brow slightly, looking worriedly at Zheng Qian. What Ramen had just said could be heard by her. To avoid her, was he planning something secretive? Don't worry, it's a rare opportunity. I'll be chatting with the prince about banking matters. Besides, we are in the palace of Sur Shibo, the prince's residence. Nothing untoward will happen. Zheng Qian reassured Wei-Rusi. Ramen also nodded. Don't worry, I already know Miss Wei's identity. She's not an ordinary girl. My daughter is resting in the palace. She has long admired Miss Wei. I believe the two will have a lot to talk about. But Wei-Rusi hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. Zheng Qian had a bad feeling, being alone with the prince's daughter. It seemed the one to worrying about wasn't Wei-Rusi, but that little girl. Who knows what would happen once she gets caught in Wei-Rusi's clutches. And so, the group left the sea god No. Tailored to Ramen's side, were not accompanied by anyone, including the wealthy Pierce, only Zheng Qian. Apart from a few guards and attendants around, the two made their way into the mansion, entering a slightly dim room, although it was hundreds of square meters in size, more like a small palace. Prince, where are we? Zheng Qian had just entered when several exceptionally beautiful girls approached, ready to assist him. These girls were stunningly beautiful and were all in line with his Asian aesthetic. Meanwhile, Ramen was doing the same. In a moment, the two were already in a more intimate setting. Zheng Qian suddenly felt a bit uneasy, wondering if the prince might be into bows. Don't be nervous, my friend, Ramen said, placing his hands on the two girls with a smile. This is my special treat for you, and you might have guessed by now, the sea gods know, is my handiwork. More precisely, I am the actual controller behind the shipyard. I needed money for the campaign and wouldn't have given it up otherwise. However, my friend, you've bid nearly $100 billion over the value, which shows your sincerity. I am a practical person, and because you've demonstrated enough strength, we have this opportunity to talk. Follow me now, I'll show you the real gift. And we can also talk about this country. After the brief moment of panic, Jun Qian calmed down. He had guessed that the sea gods know was Ramen's way of fundraising, or he wouldn't have hiked up the price so drastically in the end. He was just curious, what is the real gift he mentioned? Just then, a girl walked over gracefully, her eyes frosty but with a hint of spring. She, "Respected master, I will be serving you now." Isabella knelt before Jun Qian and said, "Isabella?" Jun Qian looked at Isabella, who was almost naked in front of him, and he difficultly averted his gaze. Is this what Ramen meant by a true gift? No wonder she had just left alone. It turned out to be because of this. Jun Qian lit a cigarette and did not respond immediately. "What's wrong, my friend? Don't you like it?" Ramen embraced the girls and came to Jun Qian. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, "Don't worry, Isabella is my old friend's daughter, a virgin in medical terms, and she has no infectious diseases. I have complete reports." Jun Qian waved his hand and said lightly, "Get up." Isabella seemed to sense the change in Jun Qian's emotions and her eyes immediately flashed with panic. She hesitated and looked at Ramen, wanting to speak but hesitating. "What's wrong, my friend? Don't you like the gift I prepared?" "It's not that I don't like it, although I don't consider myself a good person, but like this in front of you, I feel a bit uncomfortable." "Prince Ramen, if there's something, you can tell me directly." "Isabella, get up. I don't like repeating too many times." Jun Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, his expression very cold. As he said, Jun Qian did indeed not consider himself a good person in the traditional sense and had been involved with many girls, but that didn't mean he could accept this kind of indecent gathering, especially in front of Ramen and others. Actually, when he intentionally distracted Wei Rusi, Jun Qian had a faint feeling like this. Suddenly, he turned around, staring closely at Ramen's face. "My companion Wei Rusi, you didn't arrange a man too, did you?" Before Jun Qian finished speaking, Ramen waved his hand. He signaled for Isabella to get up. "You all go first. I want to talk to Jun alone." "Jun, rest assured, Wei Rusi only stayed with my daughter. You can relax about that. Come, if you don't like it this way, let's go inside and talk." Ramen symbolically wrapped a bathrobe around his waist, covering his vital parts. Jun Qian slightly relaxed and, with a cigarette in his mouth, followed him inside. At the same time, he noticed that Isabella's originally nervous face seemed to relax slightly, with a hint of gratitude in her expression. Obviously, she might not like this either. Initially, Ramen intended to take Jun Qian through the front door, but due to this incident, he changed his focus. But as he reached for the door handle, "Go to hell." A woman rushed forward, producing a dagger from somewhere and fiercely aiming for Ramen's neck. "Be careful." As mentioned earlier, although Jun Qian rarely went to the gym later on, the foundation Jinglu had laid for him was very good at the beginning, especially with his daily insistence on doing an arm training at home. No matter whether at a hotel or elsewhere, he always maintained this habit. This made his reaction speed better than normal, at least stronger than Ramen, who had been reveling in extravagance for many years. This woman clearly came prepared, with the sole purpose of taking Ramen's life. Jun Qian's actions were completely subconscious as he warned her to be careful and quickly stepped forward, intending to catch her wrist. However, the woman's speed was too fast. She was a professional assassin. Even though she hadn't anticipated Jun Qian's interference, she still handed over the dagger. A cold light flashed by, making Jun Qian's scalp tingle. But without much time to dwell on it, if Ramen died in front of him, it would be a big problem. Regardless of whether the bank could be successfully established, the question of whether he and Wei Rusi could leave alive was a more pressing concern. With this in mind, Jun Qian bit his teeth and tried to push Ramen away with all his might. In the heat of the moment, action seemed chaotic and fast-paced. But it all happened in the blink of an eye. Ramen only felt a huge force coming at him, and he was thrown backward, rolling on the ground, and quickly grabbed his scattered clothes, pulling out a gun from within. In the heat of the moment, he quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The deafening sound of gunfire rang out. The woman charging forward suddenly stopped, clutching her abdomen, falling to the ground. She looked at Jun Qian miserably, then glared fiercely at Ramen, her head tilting to the side as she passed out. From her attempt at assassination to the bleak end, it all happened in just a few seconds. But for Jun Qian, it felt like he had lived through a century. His legs felt weak, and he collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily. This was the first time he had experienced such a bloody and chilling scene in his life. Although the target of the assassination wasn't him, it had happened right before his eyes, and death had been so close to him. It seemed as if the cold breath of the blade was still lingering. Even the air he breathed felt icy. Trembling, Zheng Qian took out a cigarette, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't light it. His hands were shaking too much. Snap! At that moment, a sturdy hand appeared in front of him, holding a DuPont lighter adorned with diamonds. Thank you. Zheng Qian took a deep drag of the cigarette, feeling the impact of the tobacco entering his lungs, finally easing the frantic beating of his heart. Nicotine, sometimes, was a good thing. The one who should be thanked is me, John. From this moment on, you have truly gained my friendship. I owe you a life. Raman looked into Zheng Qian's eyes and said seriously. The girls were already pale from fear, collapsed on the ground, covering their ears and screaming in shock. Only Isabella, although her face was pale as paper, at least didn't show such a terrible reaction. Shut up, Raman said sternly, then picked up his phone and ordered. We were about to enter the bathroom, but due to an interruption, I suspect that the female assassin intended to attack me inside. Immediately send people to inspect. I suspect there may still be hidden individuals inside. If so, kill them directly. As he spoke, each word was sharp, as if the air was filled with the sounds of clashing swords and spears. Bloody, indifferent, not mincing words. It was only at this moment that Zheng Qian realized the person standing in front of him was not a businessman, not an official, not even a simple prince, but more like a decisive warlord. In less than 2 minutes, a large group of fully armed soldiers rushed in. My friend, come over here. Zheng Qian still couldn't relax until he sat on the soft and comfortable sofa. He was just too lucky just now. He even felt the compassion of the female assassin. Clearly, she could have stabbed directly at him, but she seemed to intentionally deviate from the intended path of the knife. Otherwise, he would have been left with just a wisp of a ghost now. Perhaps he was determined to kill Roman and didn't care about anyone else. But regardless, Zheng Qian saved his life. It was in the moment of hesitation of the woman that he seized the opportunity to push Raman aside. Zheng Qian was about to adjust his posture and find a more comfortable angle when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ribs. He lowered his head abruptly, only to find that his black robe was already wet, and that was his own blood. After the assassination just now, Raman provided Zheng Qian with another set of clothing, a more noble black robe, which precisely concealed the blood's crimson color. Opening the black robe, he discovered a horrifying scar. Damn it, Zheng. Don't move, I'll get the best doctor for you immediately. Raman, who had just changed clothes, walked in and saw the scene and immediately called for the palace doctor. Not long after, several doctors in white coats walked in and hurriedly bandaged Zheng Qian. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. Despite the amount of blood, it was not a deep wound, at least not exposing bones. It was very dangerous. If it had gone a little further down, it would have hit your organs, the doctor said with a lingering fear. Thank you. Zheng Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, his face covered in cold sweat. At that moment, a military officer walked in, seeming to want to report something to Roman. Zheng Qian knew they must be discussing the investigation results of the incident, possibly involving some privacy matters, so he decided to remove the translator from his ear. No need. John, you are my true friend. There's nothing to hide about this. If it wasn't for you, I would be dead now. Besides, you are a victim too and have the right to know. Raman waved his hand and nodded. Go on, my friend. Just as the doctor finished bandaging Zheng Qian, he tactfully left. The military officer hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, Your Highness, we did find 2 assassins at the bottom of the hot spring. However, their molars were modified to release poison when bitten, and none survived, including the woman who attacked just now. Just from their techniques and weapons, we roughly speculate. Raman suspected it might be a job commissioned by Prince Lahit, as the style was similar to the previous encounter with assassins. Indeed, as you guessed, they were originally planning to strike from the inside. But because you suddenly changed attention, she had to act early. Luckily, this distinguished guest saved the situation. Zheng Qian understood why the talking had been hesitant just now. Apparently, it was related to such a sensitive matter. In that moment, he deeply regretted not taking off his translator. Damn it, he didn't want to know so many details. Throughout history, those who know more usually do not end up well. I understand. Keep this matter sealed. Do not disclose it casually. Raman pondered for a moment and then said, Masab, I trust you so much. I really do not want to experience such a thing again. From now on, thoroughly investigate the inner workings of the palace. Do not let anyone slip, even the Michelin-starred chefs. Yes. Musab's voice trembled slightly as Raman wearily waved his hand, signaling him to leave respectfully. John, I am truly sorry that you had to go through this. Isn't it ironic? My own brother, trying to take my life. What's more, it's 2023 now, and we still have bloody wars over the throne. Raman seemed genuinely upset, took a sip of his drink, and a hint of emotion flickered on his face. At this moment, Raman no longer appeared as decisive and ruthless as before. Instead, he seemed like a betrayed younger brother. Jun Qian lit a cigarette because he really didn't know what to say. This kind of life was so far from him, and he wasn't good at comforting others should he say something like don't take it to heart. Come on, he had just been almost killed. John, initially, I brought you in because I thought you were wealthy. Sorry. I also conducted an investigation into your background because I needed to ensure that those close to me were not a danger. I found out you were an orphan with billions of properties in Kyushu, and recently bought a $18 billion piece of land. Because you are wealthy, I hoped you would approve the documents to establish a bank. Of course. I also wanted to invest in a future sultan. Now, I still think the same way, even more firmly. Jun Qian slowly looked up. Yes. He wouldn't miss this opportunity. Despite not entirely agreeing with Raman as a person and being quite repelled by some of his actions, he wasn't here just to make friends. It was for business, the industry, and money. Ha. I like honest people. Raman's eyes lit up, pouring a drink for Jun Qian. But today, I don't want to talk about these overly practical matters. Come, I know you are now one of the top liquor suppliers in Kyushu. Tell me what you think with your professional eye. Jun Qian smiled bitterly as he picked up the cup, thinking that Raman's intelligence work was spot on. Fortunately, he had previously studied with many teachers to improve his knowledge of wine. Taking a sip, it actually tasted quite good. It's really good. Hey, can you give me a bottle when I leave? Jun Qian wasn't being polite. He genuinely found it very good, emitting a rich fruity aroma from the cup. A light sip revealed a full-bodied, smooth taste with gentle tannins, a lingering aftertaste, and subtle hints of vanilla and oak. The glass you just had will cost you $100,000. A glass costs $100,000. Jun Qian can be considered half an expert in red wine, not only knowledgeable in wine tasting, but also managing several brand names himself. However, he has never heard of wine this expensive. Is the stuff he's drinking made of gold? You may not believe it, but it's true. Of course, I have no reason to lie to you, Raman said, puffing on his cigar with a smile. But since my friend likes it, I'll give it to you. I have 3 bottles left, including this one. That makes 3.5. I'll keep 1.5 for myself. Jun Qian didn't refuse, considering he just spent $150 billion on excess consumption. Yes, of course. He also successfully received a rebate of $150 billion. That would be 1 trillion Juzhou coins. He is now numb to how many assets he really has, possibly reaching a level where he could rattle a nation. Beep beep. Raman's phone rang from time to time. He furrowed his brow, preparing to turn it off, but Jun Qian held his hand. After experiencing such a big event, you must have a lot to take care of. I'll go rest first, and we can chat more after you sort things out. I'll be here for a few days. We have plenty of time, Jun Qian said appreciatively, nodding. He tightly shook Raman's hand. Thank you for your understanding. Don't worry, my friend. In the entire Oman, it's hard to say, but in this city, you had absolute privileges. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something. His face changed slightly, hesitating before saying, John, you better go to my daughter's room first. Wei Rusi is there. Before you saved me earlier, I was planning to hold evidence against you and Wei Rusi. Coincidentally, I found out she likes girls, and my daughter. Jun Qian was shocked, hastily and excitedly asked, You? What? Where are they now? What are they doing? Are they taking drugs together? Raman repeatedly waved his hands, just awkwardly looking at Jun Qian. It's definitely not allowed to take drugs at my mansion, but my daughter Mina, she's a bit peculiar. You better go quickly. He promptly called a butler to escort Zheng Qian out. Anxious throughout the journey, Zheng Qian cursed inwardly. What the hell is Ramen up to? To girls in a room. Without much explanation, Zheng Qian could already understand, but the key question is, his daughter is a bit peculiar. What does that mean? Even more peculiar than Wei Rusi. For some reason, the thought that Wei Rusi might be in danger made Zheng Qian even more anxious. With a stern face and in silence, the butler beside him trembled, not daring to say much. Finally arriving at the door of the room, just as he was about to knock, he heard some strange sounds. How to put it? Very enchanting. It seemed like chanting that only occurs during those kinds of activities. Zheng Qian suddenly felt his scalp tingle, couldn't help but growl. What are you waiting for? Open the door now. Oh. The butler's hands trembled, quickly pulling out a key. Never mind. I'll do it. You go away quickly, close your eyes, and don't look at anything. Zheng Qian swiftly snatched the key from him. Not opposing Wei Rusi's open lifestyle, if it's consensual for Wei Rusi, that's fine. However, from Ramen's words and implications earlier, it seemed like a setup to hold leverage. Is Mina trying to do something to Wei Rusi? Although Zheng Qian had never seen how girls forcefully engage in this kind of activity, he could imagine it. Seeing the butler cover his ears and run away, Zheng Qian finally opened the door. Don't. You'll ruin me. Huh? Zheng Qian shuddered. Why does it sound like they're enjoying themselves? Are they having fun right now? And if I go in, will I disturb them? Hearing that suggestive chant, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought for a moment. After taking a deep drag of his cigarette, he decided to risk interrupting and entered the room with difficulty. Damn. Watching what was happening before his eyes, Zheng Qian was left dumbfounded. Clothes scattered on the floor, the two were rolling on the bed, engaged in a heated battle. Surprisingly, Wei Rusi was dominating. She had Mina pinned down, emitting a suggestive chant. Darn, how dare you drug me? I will make you pay. Go to hell, you wretched woman. Zheng Qian had never seen Wei Rusi this wild, and his shock left him speechless. Dimly, he could see Mina's eyes rolling back. She struggled to push Wei Rusi away, couldn't muster any strength. Zheng Qian's scalp tingled, rushing over. Calm down, auntie. Calm down. Zheng Qian embraced Wei Rusi, enduring the intense pain, eventually pulling her away. How is it you? It seemed like the drugs were taking effect, as Wei Rusi began feeling weak. After being overly excited moments ago, she became limp in Zheng Qian's arms. Her eyes full of allure, seemingly wanting to push Zheng Qian away but tightly clutching his shirt collar. Zheng Qian hurriedly grabbed a sheet to cover her and picked up their clothes from the floor before leaving hastily. Cough. Mina struggled to sit up, not caring if they were still candid. She was terrified, saying, Quickly take this madwoman away. How could such a person exist? Gritting his teeth, Zheng Qian glared at her. Miss Mina, if it wasn't for your shenanigans, would this situation have occurred? Damn it, I regret saving you just now. Anyway, you wait for me. This isn't over. Esteemed guest, let us assist you. Seemingly directed by Ramen, several maids hurriedly approached from outside. Please. Just a few steps and Zheng Qian was already drenched in sweat. Feeling excruciating pain in his ribs, he wondered if the previously bandaged area got worse. The maids were strong, carrying Wei Rusi and escorting them to a luxurious room. They were very professional, placing Wei Rusi on the bed and leaving quietly. Before leaving, they told Zheng Qian that the drugs weren't life-threatening but had a long-lasting effect. After giving some tranquilizer-like pills, they left hastily. Watching Wei Rusi wriggling on the bed, Zheng Qian found it hard to stay calm. Actually, Zheng Qian also struggled in his heart. He just gave Wei Rusi some diazepam, but the maid also mentioned that this medicine is harmless to the body, but the drug's effect is very strong. He also noticed that the Wei Rusi in Mina's room just now was only displaying false bravery brought on by the rapid secretion of adrenaline. As the drug's effect continued to rise, Wei Rusi completely collapsed on the bed. She seemed very hot. Even though the air conditioning in the room was set appropriately. Zheng Qian save me. Even if you are a man, it's okay. Wei Rusi was really intoxicated, saying such words. Although Zheng Qian wanted to help, taking advantage of someone in distress was not something he could do. Wouldn't that be like behaving like an animal? But he couldn't say it that way either. To quote an old saying, if he did it by himself, it would definitely be beastly behavior. But if he did nothing at this moment while she was clearly agitated, wouldn't that make him even worse than an animal? For a moment, Jung Qian was in a dilemma of choice. He took a deep drag from his cigarette. His left and right brains were fiercely battling. Wei Wuxi's figure was enchanting, especially her top-notch, captivating legs, intertwined tightly now, causing his nose to bleed. Jung Qian. She slowly crawled over from the bed, her gaze particularly captivating. She tightly embraced him from behind, those two soft, agile legs clinging to his back in the thin black robe he wore. Jung Qian felt increasingly unable to control his emotions. He seemed to be reaching his limit. Just as he had difficultly rejected Isabelle earlier, Jung Qian was already quite fiery. Coupled with Wei Wuxi's fatal allure, he was finally finding it hard to restrain his inner agitation, on the verge of losing control. Damn it, I'm not a saint either. It's all because of you. Jung Qian, who had been facing away from Wei Wuxi, suddenly turned and forcefully pressed her down on the bed, holding her smooth, delicate thigh with his large hand. As he grasped her ankles tightly, spreading them apart, he saw Wei Wuxi's beautiful, moving, fiery, yet somewhat sad face. Her cheeks seemed to be stained with faint tears. Wei Wuxi was crying. Even though she was able to maintain a bit of consciousness at the moment, under the influence of the drugs, she was gradually losing herself. That remaining bit of rationality told her that what she was doing was wrong, but she couldn't resist the physical effects. I don't blame you. Her gaze became more confused. Tears slid down her face as she lightly bit her lip, saying, I'm sorry. Jung Qian gently closed his eyes. In that moment, his originally restless heart began to gradually calm down. Yes. Having a relationship with Wei Wuxi now, taking advantage of her vulnerable state, especially since she wasn't interested in men to begin with, was wrong. Let alone considering her relationship with Jin Lu, he just couldn't do such a thing. Thinking about this, Jung Qian struggled to cover her body with the bedsheet, holding her tightly in his arms. A night of silence. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the slit in the curtain, gently pouring onto Wei Wuxi's eyelids, she trembled slightly, awakening from deep slumber. This dream felt unusually long and messy. Perhaps due to the medication, Wei Wuxi felt a splitting headache. Yesterday, I remember being invited to Miss Mina's room, and then she offered me a drink. -1. As I continued drinking, it seems I got drunk. How did I end up here? And in the dream, it seems Jung Qian was also there, wanting to. Wei Wuxi held her head in pain, feeling her thoughts in disarray. Her pretty face flushed, lively and cute. I can't even find words. How intolerable must I be, to dream of doing that with Jung Qian? Really? No. I definitely need to find a chance to talk to Sumaimei and Kuizaiking, or else there might really be a problem. Thinking this, she struggled to get up from bed, preparing to take a nice bath. But just as she took a few steps, she felt something was not right. Her legs were weak, as if she had just done something. No. Could it be that I really did it? With whom? Miss Mina? Or Jung Qian? No. Please God. It was just a dream. The Wei Wuxi wasn't a naive little girl. She suddenly realized something. Perhaps yesterday was not a dream. She must have become somewhat muddled after finishing the drink in Miss Mina's room. It must have been her who made a move, and it seemed like everything that happened in the dream was real, and Jung Qian arrived just in time to take her away. Imagining herself entwining tightly with Jung Qian made Wei Wuxi's cheeks even redder. Hastily, she dressed in confusion, wanting to check on Jung Qian's situation. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there an assassin? Hearing Wei Wuxi's scream, Jung Qian immediately sat up in shock from his deathly sickness. Subconsciously rushing to Wei Wuxi's side, he grasped her arms with concern. Where? What did you see? And pulled her into his arms tightly, looking around. He swore he really wasn't intentionally getting fresh, and he neglected a very important thing, that was in the morning, usually being so close to each other. Jung Qian, please, let me go. There's no assassin here. Wei Wuxi's cheeks flushed as if they could drip water, and she bit her lip pitifully. When Jung Qian saw her expression, he could hardly control himself anymore. I'm sorry, are you feeling better? He awkwardly loosened his grip on Wei Wuxi. Realizing something amiss, he quickly sat back on the sofa. Much better. Were you sleeping on the sofa all night? Forget about that for now. Don't say anything yet. Why is there blood on your arm? What happened yesterday? You were protecting me. weren't you? Thank you, Jun Qian. Last night's absurd scenes replayed in front of oneself. Wei Rusi blushed as if something had happened. Seizing this opportunity, he briefly recounted what happened yesterday, from being invited to a private meeting, to encountering an assassination, and nearly being forced into an intimate act by Mino. Wei Rusi almost being separated from her, he basically recounted it all. However, Jun Qian inexplicably omitted his meeting with Isabella, even though he had firmly refused any such relationship at the time. After a moment of silence, Jun Qian felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, thinking of taking out a cigarette from his hard box to toughen himself, but just as he took it out, Wei Rusi's delicate jade hand slapped it onto the sofa. She scolded Jun Qian, "You're injured, why are you smoking?" Lifting Jun Qian's black robe, she immediately noticed the bandage on his ribs. There were traces of blood on it. Jun Qian had been too tired yesterday. After he held Wei Rusi until she fell asleep, he went to sleep on the sofa. He didn't have time to think about his injuries. Today, seeing this, he realized it might be a re-injury caused by yesterday's forced separation between her and Maya. Fortunately, judging by the amount of bleeding, the problem wasn't too severe. "It's okay, I'll find a doctor." Jun Qian tried to get up, but intense pain made him fall back onto the sofa. "No. It seems like when you got up just now, it caused the wound to reopen. Wait here. We've learned some first aid in the past. Let me help you stop the bleeding temporarily," Wei Rusi said, as she hurriedly got up and began to search through the bed. Not finding what she was looking for, she blushed and started searching on the sofa, chairs, and floor. "Found it," she exclaimed with joy as she retrieved her bra from a pile of clothes scattered on the sofa. Jun Qian nearly had a nosebleed. Yes. It seemed to be a 360 size. Holding a lace-edge, semi-transparent, particularly alluring bra, what exactly did Wei Rusi have in mind? What time is it now? And why is she still thinking about such things? Should he just go along with it? Just as he was about to get up, Wei Rusi pushed him back onto the sofa. "Don't move. Don't underestimate a bra. It's very useful. The teacher mentioned before, in outdoor survival situations like fires, it can be used as a dust mask or even as a makeshift bandage." Though Wei Rusi's cheeks were flushed, her movements were resolute. Jun Qian had protected her so desperately last night, even causing her wound to reopen. Most importantly, he had not taken advantage of her vulnerability. Invisibly, this significantly increased his standing in her heart. Although they could call a doctor immediately, she wanted to do something for him, feeling uneasy otherwise. Jun Qian was not unfamiliar with bras and had seen various styles on many girls. Wei Rusi's choice was the most enticing among all the girls. This was unexpected for him. However, suddenly, Jun Qian realized a crucial issue. They were supposed to be staying at a hotel, with their luggage and spare clothes in the hotel room. With only one of Wei Rusi's bras here, does that mean she's practically in a vacuum package now? Thinking of this, Jun Qian couldn't help but subconsciously look down. Wei Rusi was carefully bandaging himself in front of him, wearing a loose bathrobe with an open neckline, hinting at a glimpse of her cleavage swaying. She didn't notice as she squatted in front of Jun Qian, getting very close to him, almost making slight contact. Suddenly feeling his weapon rising, she immediately sensed something amiss. Following his gaze down, she quickly covered her chest, with a mix of shyness and annoyance. "What are you doing? I'm bandaging you. Can't you control yourself? If you do that again, I'll. Jun Qian awkwardly averted his gaze and instinctively said, "Forget it. I owe you for protecting me yesterday. We can settle this debt later." Wei Rusi glared at Jun Qian fiercely, gritting her teeth. Jun Qian had to close his eyes and recite multiplication tables, but he did see everything last night. Not just that, but also that and that. Although unintentional, he had seen it all. Even with his eyes closed, those images kept flashing in his mind. His weapon remained erect, and Wei Rusi's blush deepened. She truly wanted to interview Jun Qian, wondering what he was thinking with his eyes closed. Her gratitude towards Jun Qian was not as simple as mere protection, as he believed. If Wei Rusi had voluntarily gone along with it, she would have felt differently. However, the issue was she did not consent, and being drugged was something Wei Rusi couldn't tolerate. The situation had to be resolved. Damn it, she should drug Maya, tie her up, and whip her fiercely. Occasionally, Zheng Qian would cautiously open his eyes and see Wei Ruxi's fierce expression, then quickly close them again. Oh heavens, this woman is truly terrifying. Is she already plotting her revenge against me? Okay, I'll go find a doctor. Wei Ruxi patted Zheng Qian's thigh and got up. Zheng Qian grabbed her delicate hand and glanced at her masterpiece. Seeing a very enticing bra in a bizarre position wrapped around himself felt odd yet strangely comforting. It was like having a goddess's intimate clothing giving him strength like medieval knights used to carry their favorite women's possessions during battles or duels for morale. How effective is this bandage? Don't joke, it's definitely not inferior to a proper bandage. Besides, you already have bandages on yourself, and I'm just reinforcing it. Okay, I'll find a doctor now, you stay here. No need to find a doctor, let's leave it at that since you can't wear it once I remove it. But there's no but. Then, alright. Wei Ruxi's gaze became even more peculiar, looking at her bra in Zheng Qian's embrace, cheeks slightly blushing. After a moment of silence, Zheng Qian said seriously, since you gave me your only bra, I can't leave you in a state of undress. How about this, let's go out for a stroll, and I'll buy you a Victoria's Secret bra. Victoria's Secret, it's not that expensive. Maybe the initial prices were shocking, but now you can easily buy it on major domestic e-commerce platforms, ranging from tens to hundreds or even thousands of yuan, catering to every social class. However, there is also a high-end product line, like those grand fashion shows you often see on television. Zheng Qian is not very familiar with this kind of women's lingerie brand, but Wei Mi knows about it. You can't just watch Wei Ruxi always in vacuum packaging. In fact, what he doesn't know is that as long as he instructs the butler, he can immediately bring Wei Ruxi dozens of different styles of high-end bras, or even personally go to the store to get her own released high-end goods. But even if Zheng Qian knew, he wouldn't agree. Well, taking a girl bra and lingerie shopping is a very anticipated experience. Roman equipped Zheng Qian with a special Lamborghini Urus, a customized version of the SUV. The regular version on the market can accommodate 4 to 5 people, but this one is extraordinary, with spacious and luxurious seats providing a supreme riding experience. In addition to the understated black-gold color scheme, it also highlights a distinguished status. In the entire Middle East, only royal members are eligible to own it. Feeling the surging power of this beast, Zheng Qian couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. He had never understood the taste of the wealthy before. Owning such a good car but only using it to please the driver, isn't that kind of a waste? But now he understands that sometimes, just sitting in it, touching the girl's legs, can be the greatest pleasure. Just like now. If Wei Ruxi is not attending some important event, she usually doesn't choose to wear stockings, because her legs are already the best concealer. What does velvety skin mean? What does fragile mean? What does fair and smooth mean? Many girls wear stockings for coverage, but does Wei Ruxi need it? No. For her, her whole body is like food grade. Why does she need these things for coverage? She tightly crossed her legs, perhaps out of shyness. Even her leg skin was tinged with a blush. Little sister, are you sure you won't be discovered? Zheng Qian awkwardly swallowed, looking at Wei Ruxi's chest while speaking. His mind could only think of one thing. She wasn't wearing a bra right now. Don't worry. Even without a bra, with these thick linings inside, and there are nipple tapes. Wei Ruxi exasperatedly rolled her eyes weakly. Blushing, she spat. Stop staring, haven't you seen it before? Just as she finished speaking, Wei Ruxi's face became even redder. Damn it, God. Why did I say that? Wei Ruxi's original intention was, Zheng Qian, haven't you seen other girls before? But in this context, there was a twist. Zheng Qian, indeed, last night, it seems like he saw everything on himself. Thinking of this, he started to feel a bit more flushed again. Why do you get a fever when you sit in this car? Is it bad feng shui? It's none of your business. Wei Ruxi said with a red face and an annoyed tone. Goodwill. 60 points. Looking at the goodwill points above Wei Ruxi's head, Zheng Qian fell into contemplation. 51 to 60 is a close friend. 61 to 80 is a lover. It used to be lingering at 38 points for a long time, but after last night's incident, it had reached 60 points. It's a delicate number, on the edge between not yet lovers, but more than friends. Unconsciously, Wei Ruxi's body language had become more intimate with Zheng Qian. Even she wasn't aware of it. Arriving at a high-end shopping mall, After the driver parked in the underground dedicated parking space, he led Jung Qian and Wei Rusi to the top floor. Actually, if it weren't for Jung Qian's refusal, he even wanted to clear the whole top floor. Jung Qian could also see that this driver, despite appearing as a driver, was actually trusted by Ramen and respected by many at the mansion. He only occasionally drove for others when needed by Ramen and his family. Most of the time, he assisted the head steward inside the mansion. What's most important is his high forehead and smooth joints, indicating he's probably a martial arts expert. By the Kyushu standards, he's a master of an external martial arts style. His name is Wei Nakudo. With such a person around, Jung Qian felt more at ease, especially after the terrifying experience. At this moment, he was considering whether to have someone like this around him too. As long as he followed, there was a sense of security. What's going on? When they arrived at the rooftop, they found the door to Victoria's Secret tightly closed, several service staff standing at the entrance discussing something. This shouldn't happen. It's almost noon now. This situation shouldn't arise. Please wait. I'll go and inquire about the situation. Wei Nakudo furrowed his brow slightly and walked towards the front. After a brief exchange, he returned. Hesitantly, he said, "It's said that a Kyushu star is supposed to come, and to protect her privacy, they've cleared the store for her specifically. Do you two want me to explain the situation to them, and have that person come in after you finish shopping?" Jung Qian was now used to having a translation earpiece, sparing Wei Rusi from having to repeat. He just needed to convey his words. Hearing it was a Kyushu star that was coming made Jung Qian furrow his brows even more. Who would lack sense like that? His perspective had changed too. He used to find stars somewhat mysterious and aloof, but after managing the entertainment industry and regularly interacting with celebrities, not to mention his current billionaire status, stars, I see. Let's go somewhere else first, shall we? I'm not interested in this brand. It's all the same. If this is part of their planned event, it wouldn't be nice for us to disturb. Let's go somewhere else first, but Victoria's Secret is a must-try, especially since I want to see you wearing it. With that, oh, right, don't they always have the Victoria's Secret angels at the end of the major shows, with those little wings? Listening to Jung Qian's mischievous words, Wei Rusi blushed so much that it seemed like water would drip from her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Who wants to show you? Humph. And the regular Victoria's Secret doesn't sell those little wings. Do you guys all like this stuff?" Jung Qian seriously thought for a moment, then shook his head. Angels are very pure, but if you bring an angel down, wouldn't it become a fallen angel? From angel to fallen angel, this contrast is what makes men irresistible. No man can resist a girlfriend with a contrasting personality. They may appear aloof in public, but at home, they are full of charm. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. As the two of them were preparing to leave this place and explore elsewhere, a group of people suddenly approached. Surrounded by several bodyguards in black suits, in the center was a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Isn't that? Even though she was wearing oversized sunglasses, he could still vaguely recognize a familiar feeling between her brows. Jung Qian felt like he had seen her on TV before. Suddenly, he remembered, not because he had seen the movies she starred in, but because of the infamous uni-blanket star incident. Her name is Chen Qinglian, mostly known for portraying a pure and innocent image, leading the new generation of pure female stars. With great resources, her debut work was with the top director Mo. She has also collaborated with many top artists from both domestic and international scenes. However, at an awards ceremony once, she appeared on the red carpet with awkward steps, and even though she was fine one moment while speaking, the next moment she suddenly trembled and tensed her legs, sparking various discussions online. Sugar Daddy holding a remote control watching, Qing Lian executing her master's mission. This kind of title stirred up quite a discussion. Later, thanks to the agency spending a huge amount of money to dispel the rumors, the heat finally died down. However, no matter how conservatively she dressed later on, people still remembered that incident. But despite that, Chen Qinglian is undoubtedly a top-tier domestic superstar. It's just that at this moment, in Jung Qian's eyes, her current outfit is completely irrelevant to the pure and innocent image. The low-cut, tight-fitting dress outlined extremely seductive curves, clinging closely to the man's body, smiling seductively. Could this man be her master? Let's not go anywhere else. Let's just stay here. Zhang Qian grabbed Wei Rusi and said lightly, "It seems like they're not here for any business activities. Otherwise, Chen Qinglian wouldn't have dressed like this. I really hate people who act so bossy. Do you need to clear out the whole place just for shopping? Who tolerates that?" Wei Rusi frowned slightly, sensing the displeasure in Zhang Qian's tone. During this time, she had thoroughly understood Zhang Qian's character. Generally, he was very easygoing, especially towards girls. But when truly angry, he was stubborn and wouldn't listen to anyone. At this moment, he was typically someone who was soft-hearted but hard-headed, so one must go along with him and not go against him. "Do you know her?" Wei Rusi asked hesitantly. She had been abroad for many years, so not knowing domestic celebrities was normal. I saw her on TV before. Happened to see her doing a live stream of Master's Mission," Zhang Qian said lightly. Wei Rusi, "Master's Mission? What does that mean?" "Although I don't know that woman, I do have an impression of that man," Wei Rusi said thoughtfully. Zhang Qian furrowed his brows, suddenly feeling a pang of jealousy that lingered in the air. "Oh, it's not what you're thinking," Wei Rusi quickly explained, pointing discreetly in front. "At that time, I was browsing stock market information in the US, and I happened to see a section introducing the latest listing of the Kyushu company on Nasdaq. It was written by a famous reporter from the New York Times, and before the listing, it was a very promising unicorn company." With Wei Rusi's explanation, he gradually understood the reason behind the situation. This person's name was Fang Lingshuan. He runs an internet ride-hailing platform called Speedy Travels. It sounds a bit shocking, but the momentum is strong. After Didi monopolized the market, many ride-hailing platforms have emerged in recent years. Among them, Speedy Travel stands out, initially focusing on high-end ride-hailing services, mainly targeting businessmen, but after establishing a reputation, they gradually expanded to other areas. In fact, this strategy was correct, making people feel that they are luxurious first, then introducing cheaper products, which makes consumers feel that shopping at their place is cost-effective. From this, one can see that he is not a simpleton, but most importantly, he has attracted attention from many investors, which is unusual. His father is an old-school communication giant headquartered in Shanghai, focusing on communication technology and components. When mobile phones just started to become popular, their products had an astonishing market share, and even some foreign phones use their technology. Later, you also know, the electronic market is updating too quickly, so they gradually transformed. I believe with so many people investing, it should be due to his father's connections. It's really unexpected that so many years have passed, and they still have such amazing connections, currently valued at $9 billion. Wei Rusi spoke confidently, seemingly knowing everything in her field. Such a high valuation still surprised Zhang Qian somewhat. Not to mention the dominance of Didi in the market. Even in other competitive fields, it is difficult to come across an internet company with such a high valuation. Undoubtedly, many investors are very interested in him. It seems that this young master from Shanghai does indeed have a hefty net worth. No wonder he can be Chen Qinglian's master. Just wondering, which of her masters is he? Wasn't it him controlling the remote back then? Why are there still people here? How annoying! Chen Qinglian and the others walked over and found Zhang Qian and the others standing to the side, frowning and saying disdainfully, "Get them to leave. Wyme won't open today. If they want to buy, they can come back tomorrow." So annoying. Why are there so many inconsiderate people everywhere? When he said this, he did not lower his voice. It seemed deliberate to let Zhang Qian hear. He casually glanced, but noticed Wei Rusi by Zhang Qian's side. She seemed quite good, especially those long, slender legs, making the hearts of others tremble slightly. Compared to her, Chen Qinglian's legs didn't seem as appealing. Her face was exquisite, exuding an indescribable air of sophistication. How should I put it? She clearly doesn't look like a decorative vase. She seems more like a confident woman with a successful career. He said to the bodyguards beside him, "Push those two men away. Make them scram. Don't let them appear in front of me. But as for that woman, get her WeChat ID for me and tell her I can sponsor her 50 volts for a test." The two burly bodyguards nodded and walked over resolutely. Fang Lingshuan whispered quietly to the bodyguards. At this stage, he still likes Chen Qinglian very much. After speaking, he hugged her delicate waist and walked into the store. It seemed that Zhang Qian and the others were not worth mentioning in his eyes, and the bodyguards could handle things well. Get out of here immediately. The leader of the bodyguards came to Zhang Qin and said, in a muffled voice. Van Ecto frowned, stepping forward to block between Zhang Qin and Wei Rusi, coldly looking at the two bodyguards. Don't take another step forward, or don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, he subtly reached towards the bulging waist. Guns. The two bodyguards immediately laughed. Van Ecto spoke in English. They understood, and they were typical Western strongmen. The leader couldn't help but say, Oman is a gun-free place. Who are you trying to scare? Get out now. Apparently, he didn't believe it, and as he spoke, he took another step forward. That step made Van Ecto suddenly rush forward with great speed. He chopped towards the man's neck, who instantly realized that Van Ecto was a master. Hastily extending his arm to block, he contemplated his counterattack. The other person also acted at the same time, swiftly moving behind Van Ecto. The two men suddenly formed a pincer attack, putting him in a very dangerous situation. But something miraculous happened. Van Ecto immediately retracted the chop aimed at the man's neck and swiftly changed his attack. The chop transformed into a claw in an instant, with a crisp sound heard as his arm became like a whip, fiercely slapping the face of the man behind him. Landing a hit, he swiftly twisted his body, sweeping his leg harshly at the man's abdomen. In a split second, after two loud bangs, the two men were sent flying in different directions like cannonballs, smashing through several shop doors before finally coming to a stop. There arose a chorus of screams. Looking back, the two brawny bodyguards had already lost consciousness, their faces blooded as they curled up on the ground. A pitiful sight. It even made Zhang Qian worrying. Could they be dead? He hurried over and saw that the man with the smashed face had his nose bridge completely shattered, and even his jawbone had collapsed somewhat. The other man kicked in the abdomen had either ruptured his intestines or injured a vital organ, with a trickle of blood flowing between his legs, a terrifying sight causing him to instinctively clench his legs. This Van Ecto truly was a formidable fighter, either not acting at all or executing such fierce moves once he did. Truly fitting as a royal guard by Raman Sai, the disparity was instantly apparent. Exceptionally swift, precise, ruthless, and stable, with incredible speed and force. What's going on? Stay put and don't move. Several building managers and security guards rushed over, speaking on walkie-talkies, and the situation became tense. Don't come near me. Stay still. It's you guys who shouldn't move. Van Ecto spat harshly, flashing an ID. These two are His Highness's guests. They caused trouble earlier. I warned them not to act recklessly. It's their own fault. Quickly clean up this place. Don't escalate the situation. Also, take these two people away and lock them up. This is. The building manager's face changed upon seeing Van Ecto's ID, immediately stopping the security guards from rushing forward, nervously saying, Don't interfere. According to him, immediately take these two people away and lock them up. Damn it, those two, who do they think they are provoking? What made the building manager so nervous was undoubtedly Van Ecto's identity. He quickly arranged for other staff to appease the shop owners and swiftly handled the aftermath, moving quickly. Then he hurried to Van Ecto's side, discreetly glancing at Zhang Qian and Wei Rusi, whispering, Sir, I don't doubt you, but could you let me confirm once more? Van Ecto did not hesitate and handed over the ID. The building manager repeatedly checked, then immediately bowed and handed it back. Apologies, sir, I will have them removed now. What he truly feared was the emblem on the ID. That was the Sayyid, the emblem of the Sultan's family, representing the supreme authority in the country. He was also concerned about fake Qaidis being used for deceit. But after inspecting the unique anti-counterfeit features, he officially confirmed the identity. As a precaution, he quietly recorded Van Ecto's number for reporting. Are they dead? Wei Rusi felt a bit scared, instinctively clinging tightly to Zhang Qian's arm. Zhang Qian shook his head slightly. He didn't know either. Guests, please rest assured, I have a sense of measure when acting. Van Ecto slightly bowed, speaking in a deep voice. I apologize for startling you, but I must adhere to His Highness's teachings to ensure your safety. According to Royal Guard regulations, once the warning not to approach goes unheeded, lethal force can be used as necessary. He probably had considered shooting his opponents just now but refrained due to the crowded location. Zhang Qian couldn't help but feel excited. Royals in his country were truly powerful. Thinking this, he grew fonder of Van Ecto by the moment. With such a human behemoth by his side, who would he need to fear? If a slap could crush a nose bridge, rupture facial bones. He truly was a fierce warrior, akin to a valiant general in ancient times. However, something seemed off. Wei Ruxi's upper body was now almost plastered against Zhang Qian's arm. She wasn't wearing a bra, although she used bare stick-ons. The astonishing sensation. What's wrong with you? Are you scared? Why does it feel like your arm is heating up? Oh, gross. Where are you looking? Such a pervert. Initially, Wei Ruxi just felt Zhang Qian's arm temperature rising, but she quickly noticed something wrong in his eyes as she realized the state of her clothes, becoming even more embarrassed. Hastily letting go, she seemed like a startled rabbit. Ahem. Let's go. It would have been better to directly show Von Ecto's royal status. Let's go in now and let them understand the consequence of pretending to be someone they're not. Zhang Qian was in a great mood now, patting Wei Ruxi's buttocks, saying, "Do you want me to call the police to lock them up?" Von Ecto quietly inquired, "Would that be too harsh?" Zhang Qian paused for a moment. Could he act so recklessly in foreign Oman? Actually, according to the regulations, it's not allowed. If it's just some small fries that get caught easily, Ramen naturally has the authority. But Fang Lingshuan is a foreigner, not Omani. And if it's someone with connections, this action will naturally lead to a diplomatic dispute. However, Ramen and Zhang Qian's relationship right now is definitely a honeymoon period. Just putting up a show and catching people is definitely not a problem. If it can't be handled, just release them when the embassy comes to pick them up. Never mind. Let's not do this. Zhang Qian waved his hand, smiling. Isn't this like using cheats to lower the dimension for a strike? Definitely can't just catch people. Go talk to the manager of Vivian's store. Let us in to buy things. Yes. Venecio also breathed a sigh of relief. Even though his status was different, Ramen made it a point to fully satisfy all Zhang Qian's needs. Even if Zhang Qian wanted to watch local TV and happened to see a female star he wanted to sleep with, as long as she was still in the country, she had to be delivered within 10 hours. But if things went too far, and a mess really occurred later on, he might end up taking the blame. Otherwise, after an investigation from above, Prince Ramen couldn't be taken away for investigation, right? Seeing Zhang Qian being so reasonable, Venecio also developed some fondness for him. How did they come into? Fan Lingshuan was holding Chen Qinglian and seriously picking up bras and panties, thinking about what role to cosplay tonight, but then saw Zhang Qian, Wei Ruxi, and Venecio also walk in. Most importantly, the manager was standing aside very respectfully, with a humble expression, associating it with the loud noise he just heard outside. Fan Lingshuan said to his assistant beside him, "Go see what's happening outside, how those idiots are handling things." "Darling, try this first, show me later." Fan Lingshuan patted Chen Qinglian's butt. Annoying. How could those people come in too? So annoying, if they are from Kyushu too. What if they secretly record me and upload it online ... Chen Qinglian frowned, looking very displeased. Fan Lingshuan thought for a moment and said, "From the looks of it, they shouldn't be just ordinary people, but it's okay, if they are from Kyushu, it's even better. Don't forget what status I have. Playing with them is no different from squashing an ant. My darling is the best. Today I'll show you the skills I learned from watching movies." Chen Qinglian kissed him, happily heading into the fitting room. "You go take a look first, I'll chat." Zhang Qian patted Wei Ruxi's and sat down on the sofa beside Fan Lingshuan. Lit a cigarette. "Young man, the girl just now is Chen Qinglian, right? Can I ask you a question? Were you with her a year ago?" A year ago coincided with the time of the appearance of the Blank Star remote controller incident. Fan Lingshuan raised his eyebrows, not expecting Zhang Qian to be really from Kyushu, and the first thing he said was this. He thought he was coming in smoothly to show off in front of him, but what he asked was unexpected. "I've only known Qinglian for 12 days. Fan Lingshuan shrugged his shoulders in response, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. He kept looking at the door, waiting for the assistant to come back with a report. He was pondering whether to call a few more bodyguards to throw him out, and he even dared to smoke in front of him. Isn't this a no-smoking area? Why didn't those store staff come out to stop him? 12 days. Zhang Qian thought for a moment, sympathetically saying, "Have you seen the news? The news from a year ago?" Sigh. "If that's the case, the owner of the remote controller back then might not be you." Fan Lingshuan's eyebrows furrowed into a character. What is this guy talking about? Although he often stayed in the country as a Shanghainese, he wasn't very familiar with the entertainment sector and didn't play with female stars much before. Recently, he was busy with Nasdaq listing matters and mostly in the United States. Meeting Chen Qinglian was just 12 days ago at a high-end cocktail party in Berlin. She was attending the Berlin Film Festival at that time, so he didn't know anything about the remote control incident involving Chen Qinglian a year ago. Here, take a look. Zheng Qian handed over the phone with a video about Chen Qinglian, but Fan Lingshuan's expression gradually turned red, especially upon seeing her speech. He accidentally exclaimed "ah," then clenched his legs and became visibly furious. Dang. He slammed the phone to the ground, pointing at Zheng Qian's nose, shaking all over with anger, gritting his teeth. Damn it, I'm not angry at all. Why did you show me this? She's just a broken sack. I just wanted to have some fun. Do you think you can piss me off like this? Zheng Qian looked at the remnants of the phone with lingering fears, thinking that his idea was so insightful. Venecio, on the other hand, looked helpless. Scumbag, I just thought you were reasonable a second ago, and now you're calculating with my phone. My annual salary is just a few million, and I surely bought a custom-made 24,000 gold limited edition phone in America. Why did you do this? The most crucial point is, inside, there are private photos a goddess sent to me on IG. I haven't even uploaded them to my cloud yet. You not angry? Damn it. Why would I be angry? Damn it. Zheng Qian nodded, turning to the phone, lightly saying, good that you're not angry. Why did you smash my phone then? Pay for it. This is the 2K Pure Gold Limited Edition specially customized by me in America. The only one in the world, worth $3,800,000 US. Pay now. Credit card, transfer, check, all acceptable. If you don't pay, I'll have someone beat you to death. What does it mean to say harsh words in a soft voice? That's him right now. Not paying. Fine. Then I'll just have you beaten to death. Why was Zheng Qian so angry? He just heard Fan Lingshuan wanting Wei Ruxi's WeChat, and saying he wanted to V her with 50. What kind of person does he think he is? Does he not respect me at all? Just then, before he could react, Fan Lingshuan's assistant hurried back into the store, nervously leaning towards his ear, his voice trembling. Those two bodyguards, Tan and Jerry, they got knocked out, but it seems like they weren't taken to the hospital, but straight into the police station. Caught? Jailed? Fan Lingshuan, are you sure you didn't hear wrong? He grabbed his assistant by the collar and gritted his teeth. Damn, this is outrageous. Does Su Halsey not want us to invest here? Doesn't he know I want to promote the ride-hailing business here? The assistant felt a surge of suffocation and managed to say, I'm in communication with the officials. Damn. He forcefully pushed the assistant away, his gaze fixed on Zheng Qian and the Arab strongman behind him. It definitely wasn't Zheng Qian's doing, so it must be the Arab strongman behind him, who was like a human tyrannosaurus. Do you know who I am? You also hail from Kyushu, right? Fan Lingshuan came menacingly before Zheng Qian, half smiling as he pointed at the shattered phone on the ground. This damn thing is all dark, and you claim it's 2K Pure Gold, and you demand payment or threaten to kill me. How audacious can you be? Let me tell you, if I reveal my identity, damn, it will scare you to death. Zheng Qian maintained a stoic expression, but nodded seriously. Don't bother telling me who you are. I have no interest. This is not 2K Gold. It's pure platinum PT998. Every part inside out is made of PT998 platinum. Moreover, the price is not $3.8 million US anymore. It's now 10 million. If you dare say another word, I'll add a zero at the end. What is the pinnacle of deceiving people? Today, Zheng Qian gave Wei Nakudo the most vivid lesson. Damn PT998 high purity platinum. This was just his most ordinary purchase, only a few $100s. That's shameless deception. The crucial part was that Zheng Qian remained calm and composed, speaking firmly, making it look as though it was the truth, no doubt. Ha. This is making me laugh. Let me tell you the truth. I am a member of the Upper Shanghai American Association. Fan Lingshuan adjusted his tie, sat down directly in front of Zheng Qian, and sneered. I bet you have no idea what the Upper Shanghai American Association represents. And let me tell you, I have official backing here. I was brought in by Prince Raman, the highest executive officer of this city, Sula Halsabo, to attract investment. Do you understand? You're in trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian finally smiled, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and looked at him. I see you are truly unafraid of spending money. Now it's $1 billion US. But for the next response, I'll let it slide. Do you want to ask a few questions for free? What's different between the Upper Shanghai American Association, Songbiz Club, and Chuncheon Club? Or in other words, what are the membership admission criteria? Clearly, Jiangnan's richest Zhu Hongfu is wealthy. Why is it so difficult for him to enter the club? Fan Lingshuan was stunned, not expecting Zhang Qian to be so acquainted with the 3 major clubs. But how good this was. It showed he knew the club's power. Ha ha. Little guy, I didn't expect you to understand this. Fan Lingshuan sneered, lit a cigarette, and pointed at Zhang Qian's nose. Our 3 major clubs represent the elite circle of the JZH's wealthiest. It's not about wealthy, but circle. Do you think anyone with some money can join in? The Upper Shanghai American Association I belong to mostly consists of members with overseas backgrounds, mainly from the robust American background, not what you can imagine. The Songbiz Club focuses mainly on JZH, with many emerging industries. The Chuncheon Club is more localized in Upper Shanghai, with more established giants. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Fan Lingshuan impatiently waved his hand. Why bother telling this guy? He turned to his assistant and said, did you contact the officials? Make sure they obediently release the people like dogs and hold this little fellow tightly. Damn, give him a life sentence. Just then, the shop manager approached with staff. He extended the ashtray to Fan Lingshuan, saying coldly, sir, kindly extinguish your cigarette. This is a smoke-free commercial space, and your behavior has already disrupted other customers' shopping experience. Fan Lingshuan, glancing around the entire Vimy store, besides him, Zhang Qian, and a few bodyguards, were there any other customers shopping? Wei Ruxi and Chen Qinglian were both inside changing, not coming out at all. More importantly, it wasn't just him smoking. What about him? Isn't he smoking? Fan Lingshuan pointed at Zhang Qian and shouted, who? I didn't see it. The shop manager glanced at Zhang Qian, then turned back to Fan Lingshuan. Do you have light? My lighter is not working. Zhang Qian flicked his lighter. Here you go. The shop manager immediately pulled out a special lighter prepared for VIPs from his pocket, lit it up, and handed it over personally. Fan Lingshuan, sir, could you check out my outfit? Oh, why are you still here? Chen Qinglian appeared, in an extremely seductive Vimy suit, ready to strike a charming pose, but seeing Zhang Qian sitting there all dignified, she screamed in shock, hastily grabbing some undergarments to cover herself. And embarrassed, Chen Qinglian scolded, sir, please make them leave quickly. Isn't that despicable person also changing inside? You were looking at her strangely just now. Make her get lost. At that moment, Wei Ruxi also came out. Unlike Chen Qinglian, she wasn't brainless, had put on her regular clothes, with no exposure at all, just her particularly attention-grabbing long legs. Di Qi. What are you saying? Wei Ruxi turned icy upon hearing this, her eyes rushing over to Chen Qinglian. Stop hiding. Come here for me. Zhang Qian was truly annoyed, turning to Wei Nakudo, and said. The latter slightly bowed, then strode swiftly towards Chen Qinglian. How dare you? Fan Lingshuan stood up abruptly to block, but without any hesitation, Wei Nakudo landed a slap on his face. Fan Lingshuan instantly saw stars, blood flowing from his nose, falling back on the sofa, struggling to regain his senses. He even momentarily forgot where he was. A slap, almost knocking him unconscious. What? What are you doing? Chen Qinglian, witnessing the scene, dared not move. She was dragged by Wei Nakudo to Zhang Qian. Chen Qinglian's current emotions were highly complex. Firstly, she knew she had hit a tough spot. Secondly, it was Zhang Qian's gaze. She was used to men's greedy eyes, but Zhang Qian's were different. They were cold, piercing, spine-chilling, not trembling but shivering. What? Where am I? Fan Lingshuan stood blankly for several seconds before coming back to his senses. Seeing the scene in front of him, he suddenly remembered everything that had just happened and couldn't help but tremble with anger. He pointed angrily at Zhang Qian, gritting his teeth. You little punk, you've stirred up trouble. Damn it, you dared to touch me. I'll have you arrested. Bad news, Manager Fang. His assistant had just hurried outside to answer a phone call and rushed back trembling. The prince's mansion has replied, saying they do not welcome our investment here and have begun investigating the funds that were already invested. They suspect us of money laundering, and they also said, cut the crap. Fang Lingshuan roared. They said that until the investigation is concluded, we are not allowed to leave. The assistant replied fearfully, on the verge of tears. Never did he imagine that what he thought was just an opportunity to flaunt in front of Boss Fang and indulge in consumption, playing with female celebrities while finding a chance to toy with other lesser-known influencers, could potentially lead to imprisonment. It was at that moment that Fang Lingshuan truly realized that things were going terribly wrong. He looked incredulously at the man smoking in front of him, sure that this man was behind all this. Damn it, what's this guy's identity anyways? If Zheng Qian didn't look so little like a mixed race and seemed entirely of Asian descent, Fang Lingshuan even suspected he might be the illegitimate son of the current sultan. How come he had all these unbelievable privileges? Did I ask you to make a fuss? Sit down, Zheng Qian said calmly. You. Before Fang Lingshuan could finish, Danekto took a step forward. Fang Lingshuan immediately sat down, realizing that discretion was the better part of valor. If he had witnessed the brutal beating of his bodyguards Tom and Jerry, he would have understood how lucky he actually was. Obviously, Danekto had held back, or else that smack could have given him a serious concussion. Apologize, Zheng Qian said, crossing his legs and nodding towards Chen Qinglian. Although she had just been fierce, Chen Qinglian now realized the severity of the situation. Knowing that her main investor, Fang Lingshuan, couldn't help her, she lowered her head reluctantly, reminding herself she was a first-tier celebrity in the country. Don't want to apologize, huh? Zheng Qian took a drag from his cigarette and nodded slightly. I like tough nuts like you. He snapped his fingers and told Danekto next to him, I suspect she's running illegal activities in Oman. Make sure to take her for questioning. Don't worry, I won't let the prince be bothered. The evidence is solid. No high-powered lawyer team can help. Danekto nodded slightly and made a phone call. In less than a minute, a few police officers approached. They were just dealing with things in the mall, so I called them over directly. Very good. Danekto, I'm starting to like you more and more. Well done, everyone. Take her away. Zheng Qian pointed at Chen Qinglian, who was wearing a V-neck shirt in front of him. Yes, sir. Lins nodded slightly and showed Chen Qinglian her credentials before escorting her away. Don't touch me. This is a crime. Chen Qinglian suddenly became agitated, shouting, You have no evidence. Why are you taking me away? I didn't do anything wrong. I want to see a lawyer. I want to contact the embassy. As she was about to make a call, Danekto was prepared, raising his hand to knock her phone to the ground. Crash! It shattered instantly. Seeing her phone broken, Danekto's mood balanced out a lot. Zheng Qian felt immensely professional, thinking what a grudge she had for phones. No evidence? Zheng Qian laughed, his expression suddenly turning cold, and said slowly, Do you believe I can have them take you to the back and rough you up? Take some photos as evidence. Or let's put it this way, do you have financial transactions with this Fang person, bonded by monetary interests into physical relationships, or you selling yourself? Chen Qinglian was immediately scared pale. She understood now that Zheng Qian was like a god here. He called the shots, and even make officials arrest her. He was ready to act, to actually, maybe have her roughed up in the back multiple times. I'm sorry. At that moment, Chen Qinglian finally relented, feeling extremely wronged. Tears brimming in her eyes, she pitifully faced Wei Rusi. Forget it. Before Wei Rusi could speak, Zheng Qian waved her off. If just I'm sorry is the only thing you have, what's the use of the police then? Zheng Qian said, Now, in front of us, straighten up your clothes. Then, take them off again, completely. And you better smile during this process, understand? Hearing this, Chen Qinglian's legs turned weak, almost falling to the ground. She widened her eyes in disbelief, shaking as she stammered. What did you say? To strip and dance? Don't you understand Mandarin? Zheng Qian began to grow impatient, his tone icy. If you don't comply, I'll have you dance in Suhal Shibu's prison. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. I won't explain it again. Fang Lingshuan remained completely silent. He simply buried his head in his lap. Devil. He was a devil. How did I provoke this demon? Thankfully, I'm not a woman. You. Too. Get out. Zheng Qian kicked Fang Lingshuan's leg, furrowing his brow. Take care of your woman. You're guilty as well. Both of you. Dance for me. Believe me, I have some strong men who can take you to the back and arrange something. Fan Lingxuan shuddered, his eyes wide with fear as he meekly stood up. Brother, you know I'm from the Association of the Americas in Shanghai. Before he could finish, Zheng Qian slapped him sternly across the face, looking at him intently. The Association of the Americas in Shanghai means nothing to me. Stand over there. The slap landed exactly where Van Ecto had struck him earlier, sending a sharp pain through him. Forced by circumstances, Fang Lingxuan reluctantly stood up in complete submission. T***Kemenet. Wait till I get out of here. If I don't kick your asterisk, I won't be a human anymore. Dio, no. I'm Fang Lingxuan, and I won't be a pushover. Of course, this sentence was said by Fang Lingxuan in his heart. He didn't dare to say it in front of Zheng Qian because he would surely be humiliated, which was very insulting. A hero doesn't suffer losses. Fan Lingxuan managed to get to where he is now not by being foolish. He knew the current situation was stronger than him. Zheng Qian seemed to have some kind of relationship with the authorities, unlike when he was confrontational with him. Wait till I get out of here. Damn it, who doesn't know anyone anymore? If I invest 10 billion or 20 billion here, won't the local officials come to kiss up to me? Fan Lingxuan was so angry that he trembled. When has he ever been insulted like this? Full of endless humiliation, with tears in his eyes, he reluctantly started unbuttoning his shirt. He had not received professional training in this area, but he had been to decadent capitalist countries. He had seen the graceful figures of those dancers and had even stuffed dollars into the deep cleavages of their chests. I feel like something is missing. Ah, I remember now. Zheng Qian's eyes lit up. Then he took out his phone and played a piece of music. Yes, a single loop of the song Dancer's Tears. The mournful voice play, perfectly matching the scene in front, very appropriate. At this moment, Chen Qinglian had already forgotten her identity as a famous star in her country. In this foreign land, facing Zheng Qian's unreasonable talk, she had no choice but to awkwardly start removing her clothes. Zheng Qian furrowed his brow slightly. Give him a slap, his dance is too disgusting. Wei Necto didn't hesitate. He went up and gave him a hard kick. Fan Lingxuan's eyes saw stars, and two streams of nosebleed flowed down. Looking dazed, I've already stripped, why hit me? Not sure if Fang Lingxuan was used to having intimate encounters with girls, he undressed very quickly. In just a short while, he was left with only his close-fitting underwear. There were even SpongeBob patterns on them, which looked disgusting to Zheng Qian. He took out his phone from his pants on the ground and started taking photos of Fang Lingxuan mercilessly. Then he handed it to Wei Necto. I used my phone to shoot. It will contaminate my phone album. This phone is temporarily yours as a spare phone. When I need it, send me back those photos. You don't have to dance anymore. It's too disgusting. Crouch over there for now. Zheng Qian nodded slightly and said to Fan Lingxuan, our business isn't finished. I'll talk to you later. You. Forget it, you probably don't know how to crouch anyway. Wei Necto. Do you know what Suqin backsword is? Fan Lingxuan was totally stunned. Zheng Qian's actions today completely shattered his confidence as the arrogant son of heaven. Not only was he slapped and had to strip, but he was also photographed. If this really got back to their country, it would be a true disgrace. Thinking of this, he deeply regretted why he had ever met Chen Qinglian, that damn woman. Not only had he assumed the role of the successor boss, but he had also provoked such a terrifying devil. Wei Necto may not have known what Suqin backsword was, but the concept was similar. Zheng Qian demonstrated how to handcuff someone in a way that was uncomfortable. He immediately understood, as this practice was also common abroad. As a royal bodyguard of Ramen, he was well versed in these matters. What Zheng Qian called the Suqin backsword was actually professionally termed as a diagonal back cuff. It involved cuffing a person's hands over their shoulders and behind their back. This kind of handcuffing was very uncomfortable and could even lead to disability if left for too long. If Zheng Qian wanted to intensify it, he could place something like a brick between the person's back and hands. Perhaps because Fan Lingxuan had just smashed his own phone, Wei Necto was somewhat displeased. He handcuffed Fan Lingxuan's arm to a hanger bar at the bottom. This forced Fan Lingxuan to maintain a half-crouching position, unable to fully crouch down, making him extremely uncomfortable. Combined with the diagonal back cuff position, he only had one feeling at the moment, the desire to cry. How unjust! Too unjust. Seeing Waynecto's proficient actions, it seemed he had done this kind of thing often. He even seemed to be adept at extrapolating from his expertise. Zheng Qian just glanced at Fang Lingxuan before refocusing on Chen Qinglian. By then, she had removed her dress and was now removing her lingerie. Her great figure made Zheng Qian couldn't help but admire. She indeed had the qualities of a seductress. Even in a crowded place, one could easily sense her exceptional grace. Her long legs were amazing, but still not on par with Wei Rusi. Wait a minute. Zheng Qian felt a slight tremor in his heart, the look in Wei Rusi's eyes. Why did it seem she was even more excited than himself? Oh no, he forgot she liked girls. All right, you can go now. Zheng Qian waved his hand coldly, saying, I'll give you one last chance due to you being a girl, or else you'll end up like him. Apologize to her properly, then scram. Chen Qinglian, already in tears, was grateful for Zheng Qian's mercy. She bowed deeply and apologized fervently. Beauty. I'm sorry, I was short-sighted, outspoken, and didn't brush my teeth this morning. Please forgive me. Wei Rusi waved her hand. You can leave. Zheng Qian had vented enough and was now feeling relieved. Chen Qinglian, feeling as if she had received a presidential pardon, deeply bowed to Zheng Qian before hurriedly putting on her clothes, wearing sunglasses, then running out. She dashed out quickly, fearing he might change his mind and call her back. Thankfully, he didn't say anything about her staying the night. Perhaps he already had another beautiful woman by his side. For some reason, Chen Qinglian didn't feel as resentful towards Zheng Qian, and was even somewhat grateful that the situation didn't get worse. Most importantly, she felt a bit jealous of Wei Rusi. Earlier, I mentioned how much he needs to compensate for this phone, right? Zheng Qian asked casually. It seems to be $1 billion, sir. Waynecto answered honestly. $1 billion will do. Zheng Qian took a cigarette and walked over, squatting in front of Fang Lingxuan. He smiled and gently pat his face. Can you come up with this money? He also glanced at the police officers, who were still waiting at the door. I can. Fang Lingxuan's legs were shaking uncontrollably. He had always been pampered and never experienced such torture before. Shaking all over, he couldn't hold it any longer, even feeling a strong need to urinate. His eyes filled with tears. If he wasn't released soon, he might lose control. Horrifying, the smile on Zheng Qian's face at that moment was deeply etched into his heart, creating a lifelong psychological shadow. The breakdown of an adult can happen in an instant. This was Fang Lingxuan's instant. Fang Lingxuan transferred the funds with endless grievances, putting in a lot of effort. He had to negotiate with the bank abroad to open an account, as well as explain to relevant departments. Finally, he succeeded. After all, he did not have a bank card with such noble privileges as Zheng Qian. At the moment of the transfer, his heart was bleeding. Damn. It was just a small target in USD. Waynecto picked up his phone and felt his heart skip a beat. Although his status was special, he had seen hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars flowing in and out around ramen, but those had nothing to do with him. This money was actually deposited into his own account. It was his own money, and it was $1 billion. Damn, sir. I have received. Waynecto's voice was trembling. In our daily lives, we often encounter people like this, such as those working in real estate companies, who handle tens of millions or even billions of dollars during launches, and they feel like they are very cool. Even though he is not in sales, he does not receive commissions, just as a relevant employee who comes into contact with this money. But he believes he is superior, with a special status. Little did they know, they have the same problem. Handling vast wealth does not mean they are the owners of that wealth. Received, that's good. Zheng Qian nodded with satisfaction, smiling. Sorry for breaking your phone. Consider that as compensation. Just a pity. You're not a girl, otherwise, I could have given you more. Sir, you're too kind. Waynecto naturally didn't know what Zheng Qian meant, thinking he was just joking. Tears of excitement filled his eyes. Wei Rusi, on the other hand, felt inexplicably sour. Giving more to girls. Let me tell you, my name is Zheng Qian. Maybe you don't know me yet, but it's okay, you'll soon see me in Shanghai. Welcome to take revenge then. I look forward to how you will react. Don't disappoint me. Zheng Qian glanced at Fang Lingxuan lightly, then left with Wei Rusi, without any excess fat, very delicate, soft, feeling quite nice. Seeing the Demon King leave, Fang Lingxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly sweating profusely, His legs couldn't hold up anymore, and he collapsed on the couch. It was terrifying. Terrifying. Using a popular phrase from the internet, it was horrific. How could there be such twisted people in the world? Simply a devil. Please get dressed. It's not allowed to run around naked in our country, the attendant reminded timely. Fan Lingshuan looked up with resentment, trembling. Am I willing to do this? Do you think I enjoy exposing myself in public? How can you be like this? I just spent $1 billion in USD. The attendant still stared coldly at him, not speaking, just glancing at the clothes scattered on the ground. Damn. Fan Lingshuan was about to curse out loud when suddenly he felt his scalp numb. How did they come back again? Oh, I forgot to buy clothes for my little sister. Heard you howling from miles away. What's wrong with you, you big man? Why are you crying? Zheng Qian, hugging Wei Rousey, returned to the store and looked at Fan Lingshuan suspiciously. The wind blew sand into my eyes. I'm leaving. Fan Lingshuan really didn't want to stay in the same room with Zheng Qian. He dressed as quickly as he undressed, and in a few breaths, he hastily pulled up his pants and ran off. Watching his back, Zheng Qian had a feeling that this kid must have been up to some affair. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so familiar with this process. It's likely he was caught by the woman's husband before. Gotta admit, the service staff at high-end stores are really on point. They didn't stick close to Zheng Qian and Wei Rousey, maintaining a comfortable distance, making people feel at ease. Van Ecto, naturally, also had a keen eye, not willing to be a third wheel, standing aside ready to serve at any moment. What do you think of this? Zheng Qian picked up a transparent little undergarment. Wei Rousey's cheeks immediately turned red, lowering her head slightly. In that instant, Zheng Qian couldn't help but be a little stunned. Truly, that one moment of bashfulness, like a lotus flower in a cool breeze. You must be sick. Unfortunately, as soon as Wei Rousey spoke, she broke the beautiful scene. She glared at Zheng Qian fiercely, but couldn't hide the shyness and avoidance in her eyes, along with the blush on her cheeks. I only gave you that top, but the bottom undergarment is still on me. I brought replacements. Zheng Qian's thick-skinned face was very thick at this point. This level of verbal attack could not physically harm him anymore. A more devastating magical attack was needed. I was thinking, this isn't a set, you know, Zheng Qian said, picking up the matching bra with his other hand. See? These two together look good. They match. Otherwise, it's mismatched above and below. Not harmonious, right? Huh? What he said actually makes sense. Wei Rousey had a certain attachment to underwear sets, not to show others, purely to please herself, especially after a bath. Putting on nice underwear and standing in front of the mirror, she always felt pretty. This feeling is probably akin to what putting on new underwear for the first day of the Lunar New Year. But this one is too sheer. Not my type. Well, how about this? This one's alright. What about that one? No. This one's too old-fashioned. I'm a young girl. Even Wei Rousey didn't realize she was choosing such intimate clothing with Zheng Qian. And deep down, her repulsion towards Zheng Qian seemed to be decreasing. This trend was most evident in the level of fondness, because Zheng Qian had already reached 65 points. Yes, after punishing Cheng Qinglian on her behalf earlier, the fondness had increased by 5 points. It had now reached the level of an ordinary lover. When leaving Wyoming, Zheng Qian had purchased 20 different sets of lingerie for Wei Rousey. After professional packaging at the store, they were directly delivered to the room prepared by Ramen for them. Avoiding the hassle of shopping with all the bags, with the assassination attempt, he decided to temporarily stay with Wei Rousey there. At least there was a military-level security system in place. Much better than being in a hotel full of shady characters. The store manager had already learned of Zheng Qian's high status, especially with Van Ecto in tow. After consulting with superiors, the manager hurried over before Zheng Qian left, handing over a delicate envelope. Dear Sir, Madam, this is an invitation to our highest-level VMI show. It will be held in Las Vegas in November this year, and you're welcome to attend with other esteemed friends. With this invitation, you can participate in many special programs we have prepared. Those who have been, well, have all praised it. Zheng Qian initially thought it was dull and wanted to brush it off, but upon hearing the last sentence, his ears perked up. Can you give me that invitation letter? Wei Rousey, with a smile on her face, asked Zheng Qian as they walked out of VMI. Zheng Qian shook his head with a stern tone. No. Why would a girl like you go to a place like that? And it's Las Vegas. Weren't you in trouble in the US before? What if you get caught again? Hearing this, she stomped her foot in frustration. Come on. The VME show only showcases girls' clothing. What's wrong with me going? He's questioning me for no reason. But Wei Rousey couldn't tell Jun Qian about what really happens at the party. Otherwise, he would surely want to go too. During the heyday of the Wei family, they had some influence in the world of Western capitalism. She easily obtained a special invitation letter. Well, everyone knows that VME show's model selection criteria are very strict. Although the show isn't as sensational as before, it still counts as a grand event. After the show each year, there's a lavish celebration. Those who can attend the celebration have special invitation letters. There are many top supermodels serving there. Some are those who were not selected for the show, while others were specifically informed that they were invited to the celebration. The significance is obvious, mainly related to power and favors. To Wei Rousey, it was no less than a high-end hunting ground, with many attractive American sweethearts. That show is nothing special. With the internet so developed nowadays, you can watch live streams anytime. I just wanted to use that opportunity to catch up with some old friends. And besides, I wasn't guilty to begin with. That groundless accusation has been cleared. Why should I not be allowed to go to the US? I don't want to stay there. It's just that too many sad things happened. Wei Rousey said hesitantly. Jun Qian smirked in his mind. How could he not know what Wei Rousey was thinking? No. The more she insisted, the less he could agree. Let's not talk about this. That show doesn't seem that interesting now. Plus, it was also held in Shanghai the past 2 years. Even if you really want to see it, I'll sponsor VME and have them do a show here instead. Since we've come all this way, should we also buy some local specialties to take back? Seeing Jun Qian trying to change the subject, Wei Rousey didn't insist further. It was strange she even occasionally felt absurd, as if she no longer had such strong intentions towards girls. Could it be she's changed? The thought of that terrifying possibility made Wei Rousey shake her head uncontrollably. No, that's too scary. Jun Qian accompanied Wei Rousey in shopping around the mall, and she didn't hold back. He was wealthy enough. There was no need to save money. Of course, he wasn't overly concerned about cashback at this level of shopping. The yacht alone was worth $150 billion US. What's the concept? It's over 10 billion in Zhuzhou currency. He was getting a bit numb to the numbers. The only thing that intrigued him was how to spend money joyfully. And, of course, to make the girl happy. Wei Rousey had changed into a new outfit. Underneath it, at least she didn't have to wear bear-themed stickers on her chest all the time. Otherwise, she felt Jun Qian always glanced in that direction, feeling uneasy. No. It wasn't that the outfit was insufficient. She wasn't wearing a bra. She wore a black off-shoulder Gucci dress exuding a youthful vibe yet remaining sexy. Showing off a fair portion of her long legs, paired with strappy high heels, she appeared tall and sweet. The heel strap started from her calves, enhancing her already attractive leg shape. Jun Qian suddenly realized why she was about to wear a bandeau at VME earlier. She had already decided she wanted to buy a dress like that off-shoulder black one. Women. But she must admit, Wei Rousey really knew how to dress. She seemed born to be a clothes hanger, looking good in everything, especially in this slightly more carefully chosen outfit. Does it look good? She even twirled in front of Jun Qian. Of course, my sister-in-law looks great, Jun Qian replied almost instinctively. Stop calling me your sister-in-law. Wei Rousey blushed, habitually linking her arm with Jun Qian's and walked ahead, saying, that day, I said it casually at the party. Don't get too used to it. Okay. Jun Qian was a bit clueless and didn't realize the significance of her statement. In fact, Wei Nikudo felt it more acutely. He always followed the two, and from his perspective, they looked more like a couple from any angle. The scene of them snuggling up earlier in the VME store almost killed him. Did Wei Rousey not realize, or was she unwilling to admit it? After the shopping spree, it was time for a meal. Wei Rousey also brought Lindsay Roland along. She had been somewhat out of touch since yesterday. There was work to be done in this country, and she had to brief on it. But when Lindsay Roland sat down, she felt like something was off. The atmosphere. It was the atmosphere. Just the day before, she saw Wei Rousey being wary of Jun Qian, but now she saw her arm in arm with him. Did she see it wrong? That couldn't be. And, oh my, her smile on her face. How can she smile like that with a man? A terrifying thought occurred to her. Could Wei Rousey be in love? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They had attended many high-end parties in the US together, and Wei Rousey had relentlessly rejected advances from wealthy young men. She liked girls. Lindsay, what's wrong with you? Why are you shaking your head like a rattle? Are you having some problem with your brain? Go get it checked. Don't worry about money. Zhang Qian looked at her with concern and said seriously. Lindsay Rowland hastily waved her hand awkwardly. Glancing at Wei Rousey, she smiled and looked at the menu. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. This restaurant is quite nice. I remember they have a dish called Crystal Love. Want to try it? She deliberately mentioned this name to see Wei Rousey's reaction, but she never expected. Zhang Qian subconsciously blurted out, do they have Desert Storm? If you understand, you understand. If not, hehe, then it means you're still innocent. All, Wei Rousey, Lindsay Lohan, and Van Eck all looked at Zhang Qian with puzzled expressions. Lindsay Lohan was understandable since she spent most of her time abroad, but even Wei Rousey, though also living overseas, was an old hand at this. Yet, even she couldn't quite grasp what Zhang Qian meant at that moment. Sir, we are safe here. There won't be any desert storms hitting us, Van Eck said solemnly to Zhang Qian. With his pen straightened, Zhang Qian awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing that he was the fool. He had just wanted to make a joke, but no one seemed to get it. Fortunately, it went over their heads, otherwise, the two girls present might have felt awkward. Ha ha. Never mind, never mind. I just wanted to see a real desert storm in this area. So, let's quickly order and eat, my treat for today. Zhang Qian chuckled awkwardly. In fact, Van Eck was not supposed to sit here, but Zhang Qian wasn't a true member of the royal family, and he wasn't comfortable with Van Eck eating his hamburger in the car. It added a sense of security having someone like him nearby, especially when thinking about his fierce appearance when he slapped Fang Lingxuan. It was quite a feeling. During the meal, casual conversation ensued, and Lindsay Lohan reported on work matters. She had essentially taken care of the Jacqueline Corporation's board of directors with lavish spending leading to a resolute attitude from them. By influencing one or two directors, the rest quickly followed, afraid of missing out on the opportunity. As a result, with Jacqueline's shares, Zhang Qian now controlled an astonishing 95%. Jacqueline had no intention of selling the remaining 5%, as she was one of the company's founders and still had sentimental attachments. It was Jacqueline who sent Lindsay Lohan over, seemingly always interested in Zhang Qian's situation. Questions like his nationality, relationship status, past marriages, number of children at home, were of interest. Lindsay Lohan had black lines on her head, as she didn't know much about Zhang Qian, let alone such personal matters. She had thought Jacqueline wanted to ask about business matters, but it turned out to be this. Next is the privatization process to delist the company, Zhang Qian said casually while eating a well-done steak. The one called TikTok, let's change it, as I plan to expand domestically. Originally called Sun, let's temporarily name it Sunshine Entertainment, and Jacqueline can stay on as CEO, conveniently handling this business sector. This move was also to shift Lindsay Lohan away from the live streaming platform, as she was the future senior vice president of the entire banking group, overseeing the bank's headquarters in Oman. Got it. Lindsay Lohan silently nodded at Zhang Qian's instructions. She wasn't one to gossip, but because of Wei Rousey's change, she became more curious about him. Young, wealthy, and decent-looking, she was indeed keen to know more about him. Of course, if there was anything between Wei Rousey and him, that had to be avoided. In no time during the meal, the discussions on upcoming work arrangements had been mostly covered. By the way, earlier you mentioned Jacqueline sent you here, Zhang Qian suddenly asked. Yes. Although I informed you and bought a nanny car and several business cars under the company's name, I haven't had the chance to buy one myself, Lindsay Lohan honestly replied. You'll be directly in charge of the bank headquarters as a senior vice president. How can you not have your own car? Zhang Qian scolded, giving her a look and then pointing ahead. There's a store. Let's go take a look. This, boss. It's really not necessary. I have money too, just haven't had the chance. Oh come on. Let him buy it for you. It's a rare chance to take advantage of a rich man. You actually want to miss it? Wei Rousey pulled Lindsay Lohan's arm. She was beginning to understand Zhang Qian more, especially that he couldn't be stopped when he wanted to show off spend money. Although he usually spoke humbly with everyone, he was fundamentally quite a chauvinist. Even Wei Rusi wasn't sure how she understood Jung Qian's character so well. Was it a gift? This was an exhibition hall rented by Adia on the first floor of a shopping center, not a true car dealership. They often had short-term leases for promoting the latest car models. In this country, in this region, and in this upscale shopping center, service staff wouldn't disrespect customers. It was simple logic. There were too many wealthy people here, where just about anyone could be a millionaire. Welcome, greetings, and sales staff were very polite and warmly welcomed the group. Despite the spacious area, there were no other customers present. They eagerly arranged seating and served coffee and afternoon tea. Audi didn't usually have this kind of showroom in a shopping center, but this particular model was special. It could be said that it was prepared specifically for wealthy customers. This is the latest 2023 Audi R8 GT, often called the final V1 Fantasy. It's a global limited edition of 333 units, powered by a 5.2-liter V10 naturally aspirated engine, with a maximum power of 612 horsepower. This model is the final version of the Audi R8 series, equipped with a carbon fiber front lip and air intakes. As the saleswoman spoke with enthusiasm, even Zhang Qian couldn't help but feel excited. Looking around, the car lay quietly in the center of the showroom, like a beast ready to sprint at any moment. The American market has the largest allocation of 150 units. At the moment, in the Oman region, there are 50 units, and 30 VIP guests have already made their choices. This model can be said to be the pinnacle of the Audi brand. If I want to buy two, can I drive one back to my country? Are you referring to Kyushu? I have actually done similar business before. According to regulations, it needs to comply with the car models approved by Kyushu. This model shouldn't be a problem. You just have to pay a certain fee during the customs process, and the rest is waiting for the customs to clear and transfer ownership after 1 year. Then help me open 2. No. 3 units. Ha. She's odd. Wei Rusi was now very vigilant about the girls around Zhang Qian, feeling that the saleswoman's gaze had begun to change. Especially when Zhang Qian mentioned buying 3 units, her eyes lit up, sparkling. For the first time, she realized that one's eyes could actually emit little stars. Why 3 units? Zhang Qian briefly calculated, wanting everyone to benefit. He quite liked this car, could see Wei Rusi was interested, and Jin LS might like it too. So he decided on 1 for Lindsay Lohan, 1 for Jin LS, 1 for Wei Rusi, and that worked out perfectly. As for himself, he didn't deserve it. The main reason was that he couldn't return money to himself, though he might not care much for this money. However, once he decided on a significant expenditure that would make a return, he prioritized the girls. After all, Jin L's things were his own things anyway. Whenever he wanted, he could have them. Even Jin LS belonged to him. Is the V10 engine better, the V12 better, or the V8? Everyone has their own opinion on this. Zhang Qian is not a fervent car enthusiast. He is just trying to fulfill his unfulfilled childhood dream. The V10 represents a golden age, the Porsche Carrera GT, Lexus LFA, Lamborghini Gallardo, even the Dodge Viper, Lamborghini Hurricane. So when he heard that the Audi R8 GT is equipped with a V10, he was intrigued. Since he did not have a local driver's license, Zhang Qian temporarily could not test drive it. But even just sitting inside and feeling it made his heart race. He rarely had such feelings, not even when he received the Posen SK car from Lin Chenji. Unfortunately, it will take at least 1 or 2 months for the new car to be shipped back to the country. Zhang Qian has other arrangements to attend to, so several people can only take a temporary break in the store. During this time, Wei Rusi seemed to transform into his protector, always vigilantly observing the sales ladies. This Eastern European beauty was truly dazzling. Even she couldn't help but be fascinated. True to her warrior ancestry, her delicate features were unmatched by Western girls. Golden hair, well-defined facial features, beautiful eyes, small mouth. TSK. She had a good way with words, from the history of the V10 engine to the evolution of car brands, and even from discussing what grade of gasoline to use to her own romantic history. Zhang Qian was left speechless by her storytelling, his eyes showing a hint of sympathy. Wei Rusi even tried to interrupt several times, but was unsuccessful. Just as she, a gorgeous Eastern European beauty, was about to show Zhang Qian her palm, she quickly stopped herself. Zili is here. Should we leave? Zhang Qian was taken aback by her words, thinking of what excuse he could use to stay a little longer. And just as he saw her about to download WeChat to add him as a friend, a young boy pushed open the store door and walked in. "Hello, General John, Miss Llewellyn." DRIZZLE greeted politely and then whispered, "I have already informed the officials from the city hall. They have prepared the relevant documents. We can handle it when we go there." He was also a member of Lindsay Lohan's team, having just dealt with matters related to the bank's headquarters. "Okay, let's go." Jun Qian checked the time and realized it was time to deal with official business. When DRIZZLE saw Lindsay Lohan handling the paperwork, he asked a bit more about it. Learning that this was the car that the big boss Jung General had arranged for her, DRIZZLE's eyes lit up, filled with envy. This car. It was truly his dream car. Did the company have such good benefits, providing a top-notch supercar? Does that mean I also have a chance? Jun Qian could see what this young man was thinking with his enthusiastic gaze at the car. How could he not understand? He sighed inwardly, pitying that the young man chose the wrong gender, otherwise, he might have been driving for cars today. In the future, let's arrange a few more plain cars for the front, making it easier for receptions and such. Don't let anyone else use the nanny car. Maintain it well. When me and Wei Ruixi come, we will use this one. After looking around, this car is more comfortable. Experiencing a supercar occasionally is enough. Jun Qian instructed Lindsay Lohan. The latter nodded quickly. Now, in her eyes, he was like a walking god of wealth. Von Necto had already prepared the car in advance, parked directly at the store's entrance. Jun Qian and the others got into the car and drove off. Just at this moment, Jacqueline, who had finished her business nearby, saw the scene, her eyes shining with dazzling light. He actually got in a royal car. My God, who is this mysterious Easterner? At that moment, the car drove past her. Jun Qian was stunned. He looked doubtfully out the window. What on earth? Did he just see someone showing an astonishing 70-point fondness towards him on the side of the road? But unfortunately, it was just a glimpse and he didn't see the face clearly. Sigh. It's tough being handsome, having admirers all over the world. Von Necto drove fast and steady. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the city hall of this city. It is worth mentioning that the official residence where Jun Qian lived was nominally the governor's office of the Sur CDB district, but in reality, it had become a royal palace, so if they needed to deal with such matters, they had to go to City Hall. Obviously, Raman had already informed them in advance, and the process was smooth with green lights all the way during the paperwork, everyone there being extremely respectful to Jun Qian. This is our bank headquarters building. Damn, is this for real? Are you sure this isn't a rendered image? Has it already been constructed as a city landmark? Jun Qian was taken aback when he saw the architect on the large conference TV screen. Wei Ruixi nodded, unable to hide her excitement. Lindsay has already told me. The designer is Adrian. One of his masterpieces is the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. This building was just completed early this year, currently vacant. Hearing her explanation, Jun Qian finally understood what was going on. In short, Raman had built this as a prestige project for political gains. Although he was a prince, he was also a local executive official. In order to successfully climb the ranks, he needed to create some eye-catching events. Of course, he made a good amount of money during this process. After all, this was a major project with huge funds allocated from the finance ministry, combined with various supports and so on. It could be said that various names were used cleverly, and in the end, this city landmark was built. Its position was the headquarters of the Fortune Global 500 companies, and with various investments, many giant companies were preparing to establish their headquarters in this place in the Asia-Pacific region and the Eurasian region. The original plan was to build a skyscraper, but after several rounds of discussions, Adrian didn't want to build another monster like the Burj Khalifa elsewhere. This is how Moon Rat now looks like, the Moon Goddess. Everyone is used to calling it Moon Goddess. Lindsay Lohan added some details in a timely manner. The Moon Goddess was only 5 floors, but its design was extremely bold, with a circular shape resembling a full moon. It was said that in order to meet Adrian's strict requirements, the building's curves and angles had to be precisely calculated. Moreover, the materials used were quite exquisite, sourced from the advanced American architect's lab, not available through normal market channels. Surrounding the Moon Goddess was a garden of approximately 6.5 standard soccer fields. Looking from afar, it seemed like a clear moon, quietly nestled in lush trees. How much does this cost? Zheng Qian was really tempted. $3 billion. I'm not lying. This is the cost price, as instructed by His Highness Ramen. And we have already started the process of eviction, persuading the companies that were planning to establish here to withdraw. It is exclusively your moon goddess. Zheng Qian closed his eyes slightly and lit a cigarette. Ramen was really good at dealing with people, to the point where Zheng felt a strange taste. Unusual incidents always have a demon behind them. It was true that he had provided Ramen with a lot of financial support, but it seemed a bit too intimate. Wei Rusi remained silent. She knew she didn't need to remind Zhang. He had always been clear in critical moments. He must have sensed Prince Ramen's intentions. $3 billion is indeed not much. It can even be considered cheap. I think just hiring that Adrian and the expensive materials alone would cost more than that, not to mention other construction costs. Let's do this. I'll put up $50 billion. You go consult. Tell His Royal Highness Prince Ramen that our friendship should be worth more than just $3 billion, right? Zhang smiled at him. Understood. The official got up, bowed seriously to Zhang, and said solemnly, "Please wait. I'll arrange it immediately. I believe the prince will be very pleased to hear this news." This building was truly to his liking. The most important thing was the finished product. There was no need to wait. It could be used immediately, which was what he really appreciated. As the amount of funds he controlled grew larger, the need for the existence of banks also increased. As for the $3 billion Ramen mentioned, Zhang was actually starting to feel annoyed. This was why he disliked some politicians. In their eyes, there was always a sense of testing. Even though Zhang had shown goodwill, they continued to push to see his true thoughts. But at this stage, Zhang could only play along with the game because he needed Ramen's help. Zhang had thoroughly researched the political and financial systems of Oman. Ramen was an ambitious person. If he became the sultan of the country, he wouldn't stop at increasing his wealth. He wanted to develop the country and fulfill his political ambitions. So Zhang didn't need to worry too much about the money in the bank being investigated or appropriated by Ramen. Such actions would tarnish Oman's reputation as an international financial safe haven. Countless financial entities would withdraw from the country, fearing liquidation, leading to dire consequences. This was not what Ramen wanted to see, which was why Zhang favored this place. Not long after, the official returned to the room. Just as Zhang expected, it was another damn test from Ramen, or perhaps just a method to collect funds. The ownership of the building was now settled. With Ramen's help, the approval for the bank's qualifications from relevant Omani departments would also come soon. I didn't expect that after preparing for so long, the bank would finally start operating officially. Once we return to our country, apply to establish a branch in Shanghai, everything will fall into place. With Prince Ramen in the background now, if he becomes the sultan in the future, Zhang, we can accomplish much more together. Wei Rusi shook Zhang's arm excitedly once everything was settled. Oh, this silly girl. Lindsay Rowland couldn't help but shake her head. Looking at her now, she seemed like a young girl whose mind was clouded by love. She wondered what exactly Zhang had up his sleeve, or were his weapons particularly powerful. The thought made her cheeks turn red. She scolded herself for such dirty thoughts. Of course, Zhang had transferred ownership of the landmark building worth $5 billion to Wei Rusi, situated next to Ramen's mansion, right in the city center. Zhang had also received $500 billion in cashback from the system, along with over 350 billion Zhuzhou currency. Lindsay Rowland and her team had been in the city long enough, and the headquarters building was now finalized. She immediately began arranging for office supplies, desks, and chairs. With some minor internal modifications, the operation was estimated to commence in about a month. Initially, Zhang wanted the bank to remain closed to the public, serving as his own personal treasury. But with Wei Rusi's suggestion, they decided to engage in some normal external operations, such as savings and wealth management. Only when the business lines expanded, combined with various flashy operations, could they truly cover their tracks. It seems like the security at the mansion is tighter. Zhang and Wei Rusi felt a strange aura as they got out of the car. She furrowed her brow slightly, pondering, indeed, something feels off, not like a usual reaction, after almost being assassinated. Based on what you described to me that day, Ramen must have had experiences with assassination attempts before. As someone considered a quasi-monarch, he shouldn't be on edge like this. It's either he's facing imminent death, or someone dangerous is after him. Jun chuckled bitterly. That's obviously impossible. There's only one explanation then. Someone dangerous is trying to kill him. Should we continue our journey in the car and let Vanekshu take us to the hotel? Wei Rusi contemplated, then shook her head slowly. It's safer to go to the hotel because the assassin's target isn't you. In other words, why should we leave if the person they're after isn't you? Besides, it's your honeymoon period with Raman. You are aware of the danger yet still want to be by his side. He will undoubtedly trust you more. Don't miss this opportunity. Jun wasn't a fool. After Wei Rusi's subtle guidance, he nodded in agreement. On the one hand, what she said made sense, and on the other, he was subtly expressing his attitude towards Raman, showing his willingness to stand by him. Having just spent $5 billion as a gift to Raman, combined with this gesture, the two were now tightly bound. With this move, Raman would become Jen's unwavering backer. Vanekshu stood silently at the door, watching the two enter the mansion, his pitch-black pupils trembling slightly. In the name of protecting Wei Rusi, Jun insisted on both of them staying in the same room. Surprisingly, she didn't refuse. As they entered the room, the atmosphere suddenly became more subtle. Okay, the most important thing has been taken care of. Let's discuss the arrangements to return to our country. Wei Rusi, I've mentioned that my patience isn't great, so while I'm still in the mood for a chat, you better tell me everything you know. Jun lit a cigarette, sat on the sofa boldly, and looked at Wei Rusi impassively. The latter sat quietly across from him, sighed softly, and said, Do you know the four families of John, Son, Khan, and Chen? He obviously knows these four major families. We learned about them in history class. You know some of their endings, as discussed in class, but some you may not be aware of, like the Khan family. This family, which has thrived for thousands of years, with descendants scattered all over the world, is just telling you a story. Just listen. When a branch of the Khan family came to the United States, they brought with them wealth accumulated over who knows how many generations. Of course, it was also a huge fortune during the national crisis when Khan Shanxi used various means to rise to the positions of Minister of Industry and Commerce at that time, engaging in all sorts of corrupt tax collection methods that made people's lives unbearable, simply behaving immoral for the sake of extorting money. How wealthy were they in the end? No one knows, but you can get a glimpse from one number. Khan Shanxi's son Khan Lingji established an oil company in Houston, and also went on a land acquisition spree. Conservatively estimated, just in the 1940s and 1950s, Khan Lingji had amassed billions of dollars in wealth. That's nearly 100 years ago. Wei Rusi trembled slightly as she spoke. Jun Qian took a puff of his cigarette, not interrupting her. Though, even before they arrived in the United States, the Ran family already existed, with a high reputation in the area. At that time, the Khan family was not as influential, but as the wars escalated, things began to change. Listening to Wei Rusi's account, Jun Qian felt like his CPU was overheating. He finally pieced together the relationship between them. In conclusion, Ran Xiang was Jin Lu's younger sister. The Ran family had a glorious history in the United States in the early years, but due to internal issues among the Chinese community, mostly because of the American Khan family's exploitation, the family's wealth almost entirely dissipated, forcing them to return to the 9 provinces for development. Coincidentally, they caught the wave of the country's opening up and development at the end of the last century, becoming a highly esteemed family in Shanghai. The Chunxin Club was established during that time. Unfortunately, for some strange reason, the Ran family did not prosper, especially in terms of male heirs. Those handling their affairs were primarily women. Jin Lu rarely mentioned her mother's situation, and Jun Qian only knew she had passed away early due to illness. Little did he know, she actually died of depression. She violated the family's rules by not following the designated marriage and choosing to be with Jin Jiwan. She was the only heir of that generation. Running off with Jin Jiwan, she bore Jin Lu and Ren Xian, prompting the family to search for her again. The Ran family attached great importance to bloodlines, initially intending to take Jin Lu and Ren Xian away. Jin Lu's mother resorted to suicide to prevent her daughter from living an unhappy life. In a match between form and substance, Jin Jiwan was nothing at the time, and could not resist the powerful Ran family. He was forced to choose between Jin Lu and Ren Xian was taken away from a young age, never meeting her father. She and Jinlu's mother were also compelled to return to the family and eventually met a tragic end. Ren Xian had a mission from a young age to revive the family, and she was groomed for it. With no eligible successors from the previous generation, under the manipulation of her grandmother, Ren Xian quickly became the designated successor, even taking on the role of spokesperson for the Chuncheon Club directly after reaching adulthood and becoming one of the heads of the top 3 clubs in Shanghai. Jinlu's sudden return to Shanghai this time was due to a major event in the Ren family. Ren Xian was diagnosed with a terminal illness and had little time left. Why would Jinlu jump into this pit? Although Zhang Qian's tone was not loud, Wei Rusi could clearly feel the bone-chilling coldness. He stared intensely at Wei Rusi's eyes. Why didn't you stop her? Damn it, if I had known Jinlu was going back to do something like this. Damn, the Ran family is in this situation entirely because of their own actions. Tell me, how much would it cost to buy out the entire Ran family? Zhang Qian suddenly stood up, tightly grabbing Wei Rusi's arm, his eyes bloodshot, exuding a fierce intensity. Wei Rusi dared not make eye contact with Zhang Qian. She bit her lip tightly, enduring his piercing gaze, and earnestly said, "It's not just about money. Jinlu must have her own reasons for going back. She didn't tell me, so I don't know either." Zhang Qian, now that you know the reason behind this, you should remain calm. Ren Xian is not a bad person. She has always been in contact with Jinlu. As for the plans between the sisters, I believe only you would have a chance to understand. Perhaps you are very wealthy, and toppling the entire Ran family is nothing to you, but as I just said, I am ultimately an outsider, just a friend of Jinlu's. Only they know the internal affairs of their family. Yes, isn't this the point of having a system? Suddenly, Zhang Qian smiled. He released Wei Rusi's arm and sat back on the couch, quietly lighting a cigarette. His eyes sparkled with genuine excitement. Counting it all up, his assets had already reached 29 trillion coins of the 9 provinces. He didn't know what to do with such wealth. Even if he spent money buying things, he had no motivation now. But things were different now. He was going to use this money to fulfill Jinlu's plans and counter those wealthy adversaries. Was it just the Ran family? Not really. Jinlu had proposed going to the United States to study back then, perhaps harboring other intentions. The Khan family? Possibly. Only such colossal figures, amassing incalculable wealth, deserved to be his opponents. Great. Zhang Qian once again felt the purpose of the system. Originally, he had planned to slowly play with the top 3 clubs and eventually defeat and acquire them one by one. But now, it seemed like he might have to speed up. He even had a feeling that aside from the Ran and Khan families, there were other things about Jinlu's background that he didn't know. But regardless, he finally had a direction to move forward. Dawn. Huh. What was that sound? Just as Zhang Qian was pondering how to make a big impact when he returned, he suddenly heard a strange noise. Puzzled, he glanced at Wei Rusi, then looked under the bed. The sound seemed to be coming from there. Did my sister-in-law hide someone under the bed without my knowing? Perhaps sensing Zhang Qian's suspicious gaze, Wei Rusi began to feel tense. It seems like the sound really is coming from under the bed, her voice quivering. Zhang Qian's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to grab Wei Rusi and rush out, a cold voice sounded, "Stop right there. Don't move." Immediately after, a bloody teenager crawled out from under the bed. He was covered in blood, his face blooded, even his dark hair was stained with blood. "Sorry, I have absolutely no interest in the story you were telling, and I don't understand it at all. But you've been talking for so long that I was worried about missing my time, so I couldn't help coming out. It seems Ramen really trusts you both, even not sending anyone to search this room just now. Excuse me, I need to go kill someone." Elegance. Too elegant. Zhang Qian looked at the young man in front of him. This was the only feeling in his heart at the moment. Truly, to kill one person within 10 steps and not leave a trace for 1,000 miles. Just a little bloodshed, but it seems not. That is not his blood. The young man casually picked up a quilt and wiped the dry blood on his face, revealing his very handsome face. In fact, he was quite ordinary looking, the kind you wouldn't notice in a crowd. But his temperament was absolutely transcendent. In this moment, Zhang Qian thought of a phrase, that is, reclusive in the midst of the world. This kid must be a murderous lunatic, looking clean and refined. In fact, the more he looks like that, the more ruthless he is. His target is not me and Wei Rusi, so it must be Ramen. Sure enough, Since ancient times, the throne was not easy to sit on. Can we not kill first? Zhang Qian hesitated for a moment, about to negotiate with him, but urgent knocking on the door interrupted them. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Zhang Qian shouted loudly, tugging at his collar. Sir, we are the prince's personal guard. A very dangerous figure has infiltrated the mansion. Sorry to disturb you, but we need to confirm some things. Don't come in first. Wait. Oh no. It seems Raman's people have found their way here. The young man narrowed his eyes, took out a dagger from somewhere, and pressed it against Wei Ruxi's waist from behind. Don't act rashly. I won't tell them you're here. Nervously swallowing, Zhang Qian quickly said, Don't harm her. Let's talk it out. Don't just brandish the knife. I have a way to prevent them from searching inside. The young man raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you have in mind? Wei Ruxi also legally owned firearms in the United States, having seen all sorts of things, but at this moment, she also felt genuine fear. Her delicate body trembled slightly, but she managed to keep calm. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Qian quickly took off his pants, clothes, and he was instantly clean. Why are you still fooling around at this time? Wei Ruxi was first stunned, subconsciously glanced at Zhang Qian's weapon down there, then quickly turned her head away, blushing, spat out, really didn't know what was going through Zhang Qian's mind. The young man, however, continued to look calmly at Zhang Qian, as if he knew what Zhang Qian was thinking. Wait a minute. Damn it, what bad luck, interrupting my good time. I'll tell the prince. Zhang Qian quickly grabbed a bath towel to cover his essentials, nervously turned Wei Ruxi around. No time. Quickly give me a few kisses, I'm serious. On the face, chest, and it's best to have a kiss mark on the neck. Why are you making me plant strawberries for you at a time like this? Wei Ruxi's eyes trembled slightly, then understood Zhang Qian's intention. There was no choice. She had to sacrifice herself. Her cheeks were red to the extreme. She closed her eyes tightly and pressed her lips against Zhang Qian's mouth. But the situation was critical now. There was not much time left for her to consider. After leaving lip prints on Zhang Qian's chest and neck, she followed up by planting a few strawberries on his neck. Besides the sensuality, Zhang Qian felt another sensation at this moment. That was pain. Too freaking painful. He seriously doubted whether Wei Ruxi was retaliating against him. It was no longer just leaving a kiss mark in the usual sense, but biting directly on the neck. She must have been a vampire in her past life. This is the cost of your attempt to take advantage of me. Wei Ruxi blushed and whispered in Zhang Qian's ear. Feeling the breath of the little fairy brushing against his ear, Zhang Qian almost lost control. Quickly calming himself, he nodded earnestly at the young man, indicating for them to hide a sigh, then staggered towards the door. What's going on? Zhang Qian, with a cigarette in his mouth, half opened the door and looked displeased at them. Several guards were about to inform Zhang Qian and search for suspicious individuals inside. But seeing his appearance, even a fool would know what had just happened. Disturbing a VIP's intimate time, he must be in a bad mood. What you get to the point? Damn it! Don't you see I'm busy? Zhang Qian fiercely took a puff of his cigarette and shouted, Do you know how I've managed to get by all these years? I've been planning for so long. Finally got a chance to go on a business trip alone with my little cousin, and we're in a room together. Why do you want to ruin the atmosphere? It's about to be finalized. What do you guys want to do? Zhang Qian had turned into an angry king at this moment, lashing out at the people at the door. He half opened the door, blocking their view with his body. Several people looked at each other, suddenly clueless. The leader remained silent for a moment, then persisted. It's like this, sir. Just now. Enough. Zach. Mr. Zhang here is a distinguished guest of the prince. If that dangerous guy was here, do you think he could have had a pleasant time with the lady? Just then, Winekta walked over and said solemnly, Let's search elsewhere, and now Miss Wei is probably not properly dressed. It's inconvenient for us to enter. The most important thing now is to protect the safety of the prince. Quickly go search elsewhere. That the prince ordered ... Did the prince authorize you to disturb a distinguished guest's intimate time? Fine. Zach gritted his teeth, nodded at Zhang Qian, bowed, then turned and shouted, Go search elsewhere immediately. Remember, don't overlook any details. We must use our lives to protect the safety of the prince. Watching the group walk away, Winekta inexplicably sighed in relief. He glanced at the space behind Zhang Qian and said seriously, A very dangerous person has infiltrated the mansion today. Many of my colleagues were killed. Initially, we were all comrades in a special forces unit, much more skilled than me. But they all die. He could have had the power to directly kill the prince, but he didn't. Instead, it seems like he's toying with us. In such a heavily guarded place, he even killed several captains of the security team, seeming to enjoy this process. So please be careful. If there's any problem, please call me immediately. With that, he handed Zhang Qian a special phone. Thank you, my friend. Zhang Qian took the phone, gratefully patting his shoulder. All right, brother, I will pray for your comrades. But I'm really busy now. You take care. When Ecto nodded, turned, and left after exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Qian let out a long sigh of relief. He almost collapsed in front of the door. The danger just now was too close for comfort. Any mistake, and Wei Ruxi's life would be in danger. But the current situation seemed even worse, as it appeared that the places where those people should have searched had already been checked. If something were to happen to the prince, it could only mean that someone was hiding here. Zhang Qian trembled as he lit a cigarette, not because he was cowardly, but anyone would react the same way in such a situation. He didn't know how the crown prince managed to find such a terrifying killer. He had witnessed Raman's skills firsthand. Even the captain of the guards, who was stronger than him, had been assassinated. Just how terrifying was this young man? The atmosphere in the mansion was tense. It seemed like the perfect time to strike. If Raman died, he would immediately be a suspect, at least thought to be related to the killer. He had enjoyed many privileges in this country because of Raman's backing, providing a protective umbrella as a royal VIP. If Raman died, he would most likely end up in prison. Even his many plans would be ruined. Even the headquarters of the bank he had just applied for would be investigated and seized. Everything he had worked on would be destroyed, and he wouldn't be able to stay in this country anymore. In an instant, Zhang Qian felt his scalp tingle. All plans needed to be reassessed. Zhang Qian returned to the room, looking wary. He quickly pulled Wei Ruxi behind him. The young man didn't seem to have any intention of harming them, and didn't stop Zhang Qian's actions. Just as Zhang Qian was about to speak, the young man suddenly became alert and pointed at the phone Zhang Qian was holding. Zhang Qian handed it over, and the young man inspected it before casually tossing it back. This phone is fine. It's just a regular cell phone with no eavesdropping capabilities. It seems he really cares about you, but I advise you not to call him, or you might end up in a dire situation. The young man's tone was indifferent, as if he held the power of life and death over everyone. Zhang Qian took a deep breath. So, are you going to kill Raman now? The young man nodded slightly, standing by the wall near the window, squinting at the patrolling troops outside. Then why did you kill the other innocent guards? Because they were doing something bad to a girl. I couldn't stand by and watch, so I killed them. The young man's answer was casual. Zhang Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he wasn't a senseless killer. Handing him a cigarette, the young man coldly glanced at Zhang Qian and continued to gaze outside the window. What should we do? Wei Ruxi, being a girl, held onto Zhang Qian's hand tightly and asked cautiously. Occasionally, she noticed the strawberry mark on Zhang Qian's neck, which made her feel a bit strange. We might have to flee. Zhang Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette and didn't hide the truth from the young man. If he's going to kill Raman, it's probably going to succeed. If he dies, we won't be safe either. Wei Ruxi became nervous upon hearing this. She only now realized the seriousness of the situation. Brother, can you tell me when you're going to act? Zhang Qian couldn't help but ask. I was planning to act now, but it seems like it won't work. Their security measures have been increased several levels, so I need your help, the young man said thoughtfully and then pointed at Zhang Qian. I need your help. Zhang Qian was mostly anxious about this point. If the young man were to take action now, Zhang Qian planned to escape once he was gone. He couldn't call Van Ecto or Raman. The latter's overly suspicious nature might lead him to suspect Zhang Qian. Today at City Hall, he had repeatedly tested Zhang Qian. He was indeed a cunning kingpin, treacherous and unpredictable. The young man was right. He was an assassin, not a brute. How can I help you? It may be difficult for me to approach him now, as the military has been mobilized, and there are even some skilled Arab martial artists making it hard to break through the defenses. However, it's possible to leave this mansion. I thought you were invincible and planned to kill him aggressively. Zhang Qian couldn't help but tease. You don't have to provoke me. I'm an assassin, not a brute. The young man said, indifferently, "Your identity seems a bit special. You should have some connection with the prince. By following you, I definitely have a chance to get closer to him. Just now, I overheard that you have employees in this city. That works out perfectly. Once I leave here, I'll go to their place." With a few words, Jun Qian understood what the young man intended to do. He planned to leave here, assume a new identity, such as being an employee of Jun Qian's company. Later, he would use Jun Qian's VIP status to return to the mansion and carry out the assassination against Ramen. It was foolproof. "Do I have a choice?" Jun Qian looked up with a wry smile. "No." The young man looked at him honestly. "If you don't agree, you will die. Don't think that you might have a chance to survive just because I leave now. Even if you have dozens of experts with you, providing 24-hour protection. And even so, I will find an opportunity to kill you. Of course, if you don't help me, I will proceed with killing Ramen. It'll just take a bit longer. But one thing is certain. Both of you will die." Jun Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette. "I'll say it once, remember this. My employees are in the seaside hotel opposite City Hall. When you arrive, go to room 1314 and find Lindsay Rowling. She will arrange everything for you. Later, I'll contact her." The young man's mouth twitched slightly, as if he was smiling. "You are quite a clever person. Oh, see you tomorrow." With that, he adeptly opened the Pollock-style ceiling panel, presumably sneaking in from there. Even as he left, he considerately fixed back the piece of ceiling he had removed. Jun Qian thought to himself, crying inside. He was indeed a thoughtful, warm-hearted guy. "Should we really help him?" Wei Rusi asked anxiously. "We have no other choice. If we refuse, we might really die. He's too dangerous. I even feel cold standing next to him." "Damn it. It's not the time to talk about this now. Get ready to escape." Jun Qian checked the time, his face darkening. "It's 6 in the evening now. We have a night to prepare. People from City Hall mentioned and that Ramen wants to discuss something with me tomorrow. I'll call him here then. And then we'll do this." End of translation. It was a night of silence. Early the next morning, looking at Jun Qian, who was sleeping heavily on top of him, Wei Rusi felt like his universe was about to explode. How could he sleep so soundly? The crisis had already arrived, yet his attitude was so good. And the most crucial point was, he was really heavy. Why was he sleeping so dishonestly, pressing on me like this? Wei Rusi struggled to push Jun Qian off of him. Weary, he walked to the bathroom and looked at his delicate but somewhat haggard face, sighing involuntarily. It was so torturous. He shouldn't have felt sorry for Jun Qian sleeping on the sofa last night, thinking that he might still be a bit injured, feeling guilty about him sleeping on the sofa. He was actually very well behaved, not making any unwanted advances towards Wei Rusi. She was very satisfied. But the key was, Jun Qian was very handsy once he fell asleep. Wei Rusi spent the night in fear, sometimes feeling like there was an extra arm on her chest, and other times feeling like there was an extra hand on her leg. Although she had considered sleeping on the sofa, what girl sleeps on the sofa? Proud Wei Rusi would never stoop so low as to sleep on the sofa. Is he doing this on purpose? Was he not actually asleep last night? Wei Rusi resentfully glanced at the snoring Jun Qian, feeling weak all over, more tired than if she had been in a battle. Knock knock knock. The maid timely brought delicious breakfast. Wei Rusi quickly freshened up, put on some makeup, changed clothes, and was about to wake up Jun Qian when, turning around, she saw that he had already woken up at some point, leaning against the bedhead, staring at her without blinking. "You. When did you wake up?" "It should have been when someone knocked on the door." "You scoundrel." Wei Rusi blushed with anger and grabbed a pillow to fiercely throw at Jun Qian. But how could she be a match for Jun Qian? He withstood a pillow attack and endured a flurry of punches, then turned around to hold Wei Rusi down on the bed, gently flicking her small nose. "Stop messing around. There's still work to do. I will deal with you when we return to the country." Wei Rusi glared fiercely at Jun Qian, her face reddening even more. Unable to bear it, she said, "What time is it? Can you take off the underwear I gave you for emergency use? Really, if Jinlu sees it after we go back, what would she think of us?" Jun Qian got up with a smile, put on his clothes, and nonchalantly shrugged. "I will tell her everything." Yes. There were too many girls around him during this period. Some might already know about it, while others hadn't had the chance to find out yet. But no matter what, keeping it a secret was not the way to go. It had to be resolved, right? If they could return safely this time, he would say everything that needed to be said, whether it was appropriate or not. Let's eat first. Wei Ruxi's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Today, she didn't continue wearing yesterday's little black dress, but changed into tight jeans and a one-shoulder top. It must be said, good-looking people look good in anything. It didn't give off a too casual vibe, but rather a sense of delicacy. Essentially, she was a natural clothes hanger, exuding the aura of a goddess, without a doubt. The most important reason for dressing like this was probably the possibility of having to run. We've arrived. Looking at the message on WeChat, Zheng Qian stood up with a cigarette in his mouth and said, "Let's go." Lindsay and Roland have already arrived. As Zheng Qian was now a highly regarded figure by Ramen, there wasn't much resistance after revealing his name. They just quickly checked his belongings and let them pass after passing through security. There were only a few people who had come: Lindsay, Roland, Assistant Zili, and that young man. The young man had changed into a very businesslike attire, wearing a crisp suit. With frameless glasses blocking any hint of malice, he appeared clean and sharp. Without the blood to cover him, Zheng Qian could now see the beau's face clearly. It felt strange. He was momentarily unable to confirm his nationality, yet he didn't seem like a mixed race. His jet black eyes were very deep and sharp, which made Zheng Qian sigh inwardly. What a handsome young man. What a waste to be an assassin. Hello, General John, we are ready. Lindsay Roland seemed a bit nervous. Zheng Qian patted her shoulder with a smile. All right, we just need to meet the prince. What's there to be nervous about? Follow me. Today, we will just briefly go over the details of our cooperation, since it's all been decided by him. Okay. Okay. Lindsay Roland forced a smile and nodded. In fact, when Zheng Qian briefed her last night, he didn't say much, just asked her to arrange the boy and bring him over the next day. But obviously, seeing the blood on him had scared her. After informing Ramen through the maid, Zheng Qian and the others were led to a rest area. Please wait. His Highness is currently discussing matters with guests. Once he's done, I will come to find you. Sure. Thank you. Zheng Qian politely nodded and took a seat first. Zili kept a vigilant eye on the beau, suddenly a new addition to the team. Why had this beau suddenly appeared in their group? Was he their leader or subordinate? You guys can rest for now. I'll go to the washroom. General Zhang, the young man politely said. Zheng Qian and Wei Ruxi were both surprised. Although his accent was a bit strange, did he speak Zhuzhou dialect? They had met yesterday, and he spoke fluent British English. They never thought he was of Chinese descent. What's your name? Zheng Qian stared directly into his eyes and whispered, Kid, we're risking our lives to play games with you. If you leave now, you may be able to leave gracefully, but we are in trouble. At least tell me your name. After a moment of hesitation, the beau nodded slightly. She named me 50 Strings. You can call me Chen Shu. Chen Shu. Zheng Qian silently chewed on these two words, a hint of bitterness crossing his eyes. Brother Shu, I have one request for you. Do you remember the strong man who called me yesterday? His name is Wei Nakudo. If you see him trying to intervene when we are in action, please make sure to spare him. Don't harm him. That is my only request. Okay, I won't kill him. Chen Shu smiled. Very good looking. Watching him leave, Zheng Qian lit a cigarette. After pondering for a moment, he looked up solemnly and said, Everyone, there will likely be very fierce things happening soon. I'm sorry to have involved both of you, but rest assured, I will make sure you safely leave this country. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say next. The entire mansion is on high alert, but there is one area of vacuum. That is Ramen's study. He is a person with extremely high suspicions and never likes a third person present when discussing matters. Even the people who come to attend this banquet must wash in the beauty bath before they can enter, to guard against anything they may carry on their bodies. Despite this, the female assassins still managed to bring in a dagger, which enraged Ramen. However, precisely because the situation is different now, there is currently a bodyguard stationed in his study. That is Van Ecto. After several security team captains perished, he is currently the strongest individual in combat ability alive within Ramen's mansion. Van Ecto's heart is also restless. This assassin has killed many people stronger than him. Alone, he even feels it is a problem to protect himself. Of course, those who are able to enter Ramen's study area are absolutely trustworthy, like Zheng Qian. Apart from them, there are only a few of Ramen's direct guards and female secretaries at the door. with no others. It is precisely by exploiting this point that Chen Shu is able to reach such a crucial position. At present, the time left for Zhang Qian and others is running out. Now, Zili has just realized the seriousness of the situation. Surprisingly to Zhang Qian, Zili is even calmer than he imagined. Perhaps it is because he saw Zili buying a sports car for Lindsay Lohan. This kid was firm in his belief that he must perform well in front of Zhang Qian this time, no matter what. Even when Zhang Qian looks at him, he smiles politely. "Good Bo, your attitude is good," Zhang Qian says, deeply reassured to see Zili, who has just learned of the situation, maintain such an attitude. He pats his shoulder and earnestly says, "With your rock-solid attitude, our company can develop magnificently. I've thought it over. If we can successfully escape this time, I'll arrange for you to be a security team leader, shining with your will." Zili is immediately puzzled. "Ha, just kidding with you to ease the tense atmosphere," Zhang Qian says, deeply inhaling smoke, continuously checking the time on his phone and turning to hold Wei Ruxi's hand. "Has the network of the Crown Prince been established?" Zhang Qian asks. "Yes. As long as you give the go-ahead, we can immediately establish contact between us." Wei Ruxi nods. Money makes the world go round. Last night, Zhang Qian's task was to establish contact with the Crown Prince's network, so that whenever he wished, he could easily report the situation here to Lahit. In fact, he had considered many ways yesterday, even contemplating contacting a mercenary group near this country, thinking of letting them lurk nearby, waiting for Ramen to be killed, so they could immediately gather and rescue Zhang Qian and the others. This group specializes in military coups between West Asia and North Africa and is truly professional in such matters. But this would be a last resort. Zhang Qian wasn't worried about the money, but rather, after much thought, the cost of doing so was too high. Not to mention the time and monetary costs involved in locating the headquarters of the bank again. More importantly, with his increasing wealth, he truly needed a secure place to keep it. He really wanted to get back quickly. Moreover, his assets had risen to the trillions. It would be best to have everything arranged before returning home. So, he thought of the Crown Prince Lahit. Once Chen Shu succeeded, he would immediately contact Lahit to explain the situation. He would find a way to make him believe that Ramen's death was due to his crucial help, while also promptly providing political donations. Zhang Qian believed that nobody dislikes money, not even Lahit. If hundreds of billions of dollars could sway Ramen, he would not hesitate to spend trillions to sway Lahit. At this moment, the best choice to protect Zhang Qian could only be Lahit. As the heir to the throne of this country, Zhang Qian believed that, in the event of Ramen's death, there must be a way for them to safely leave. The two brothers had been at odds for many years, with no one from each camp lurking in the other, which Zhang Qian did not believe. Most importantly, he could use this information to contact the current sultan, their father. The royal family least wanted such bad news to spread, as it would damage their reputation. At the same time, he was sure that they would also be disappointed in them. Truly killing three birds with one stone. Zhang Qian believed this was currently the excellent way for him to come out unscathed. Zhang Qian's connection to Lahit was extremely discreet, arousing no suspicion from anyone, not even Lahit himself. This was the power of capital, and Zhang Qian closed his eyes slightly, leaning back on the sofa, deeply inhaling smoke. There were no tumultuous noises outside now, everything in good order. Either Ramen was not dead, or everyone inside the study had died. Chen Shu. Oh Chen Shu, you are truly despicable to present me with such a dilemma. I cannot keep you. I will not let you live. There is no shortage of masters in this world. With money, there is no one who cannot be found. I will offer a reward of $100 billion. I do not believe no one can kill you. Zhang Qian straightened his collar, extinguishing the cigarette butt. Knock knock knock. The doorbell rang, and the female secretary entered with a smile, bowing apologetically. I am sorry to have kept you waiting, esteemed guests. His Highness has just finished his discussion. You may come in now. Zhang Qian and the others couldn't help but glance at each other, confused. You look at me, I look at you. For a moment their brains seemed to freeze, feeling a bit bewildered. Ramen asked them to come in. Could it be that he did not die? Chen Shu failed. It shouldn't be. Although he may not have any combat skills, since Chen Shu could take out individuals much more powerful than Van Ecto, and so many of them, There should be no reason he couldn't handle the two people in the study. Or could it be that the person currently discussing matters with Ramen is a skilled individual, rather than a business mogul? However it may be, as long as he is alive, they have narrowly escaped calamity. Damn it, there is no need to think about negotiating with Lahid anymore, or how to immediately relay the news of Ramen's death and ensure everyone's survival. God, Buddha, Satan, whatever gods are listening, please bless me. I have decided, after talking to Ramen about everything later, I will immediately request he remains by my side at all times. Damn it, I must prevent Chen Shu from getting close to me, threatening me again with the opportunity to assassinate Ramen. Even if Ramen dies, it won't concern me anymore. Decision made. Alright, let's go over there now. Thinking this, Zheng Qian couldn't help but feel a sense of clarity. He stood up with a smile, but seemingly saw a ghost, the last person he wanted to see. Sorry, General Zheng, I was delayed in the bathroom. I feel extremely unwell. Could I wait for you in the car outside? You can. Could he say no? What if this kid kills me here? This boy's mental state seems off and he keeps his head down, as if afraid of being seen. Has he done it already? Damn it, what the hell happened? Zheng Qian's left brain and right brain began to fiercely struggle. Chen Shu apparently did something wrong, otherwise he wouldn't be worried about being seen and recognized. But if he did something, why didn't it cause a commotion? And looking at the secretary's expression, it doesn't seem like anything happened at all. Could it be that he has been overthinking all along? In fact, Chen Shu is not as formidable as he seemed. Perhaps felt that the situation was unfavorable and retreated. Then that's fine. Zheng Qian breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably, chuckling, startled for no reason. Damn, this Chen Shu doesn't seem that impressive after all. So much embellishment and anticipation, thinking this kid was really something. Watching Chen Shu's figure fade into the distance, a hint of coldness flashed in Zheng Qian's eyes. Thank you for the reminder, old sir. I will take note. A few people arrived at Ramen's study room, about to knock on the door, only to see him walking out to greet them. Walking out beside Ramen was a spirited old man. Dressed in a black tang suit, he exuded an air of elegance, walking with a dignified and agile gait. He slightly bowed to Ramen, then strode away swiftly. As he left, he glanced at Zheng Qian and others as if indifferent, then looked straight ahead, seemingly not worth his attention. Sorry, my dearest friends. Ramen shook Zheng Qian's hand apologetically, smiling wryly. I wanted to find you directly, but suddenly something more important came up for discussion, so you won't blame me, will you? Hearing this, Zheng Qian laughed. Blame you? How could I blame you? You're a good man. He's living well now, the biggest reward from me. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ramen led Zheng Qian and others into the study room. Without a trace, Winecto nodded slightly to Zheng Qian, showing genuine concern for them. This warmed Zheng Qian's heart, indicating that not everyone in this official residence was driven by greed. There were good people too. Winecto was really nice, skilled. If only Ramen could arrange for his protection. As long as he didn't encounter really perverted individuals, he should be able to move freely in the country. He could probably handle 10. Sean, I know you already have plans to return to your country, which is understandable. As a busy person of your level, managing such a vast capital giant, being busy is to be expected. So let's get to the point. I need your help to compete for the position of the Sultan. There is currently a very important assessment in front of us. Simple, yet not easy. The most advanced F-35 Lightning II fighter jet from the US is currently not for sale to the public. Even if so, they are all downgraded versions. Recently, through the cabinet, my father proposed to the US to purchase. Hearing Ramen's words, Zheng Qian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Can I really hear this? Damn, I just wanted to make money and open a bank. Why are you telling me this? Simply put, Oman knows that the US won't sell this type of jet to outsiders, but they still apply. The purpose is to let the world know that they plan to buy this. They know the US will directly refuse. Then what? They will have a reason to contact Israel, because Israel has it, but they can't communicate through official channels. So a massive flow of funds is needed to open a secret channel. Zheng Qian was steadfast in this belief, concluding that the family's ultimate goal was not really to acquire these planes. Although some neighboring countries had been restless lately, there was no absolute necessity to procure such advanced aircraft. As for the purpose, Zheng Qian had some ideas, but hesitated to confirm as they seemed too shocking and bizarre. Heh. My friend, you know. Often, to obtain something expensive and ultimate, the price to pay is also immense. Because this can't go through official channels, a large amount of money must be spent before the goal is reached, and it can't be approved by the cabinet, etc., to avoid detection by other countries. This is the final test my father gave us, and I think it's probably the country's expectation as well. After all, only when that thing exists can this country truly be secure. This basically revealed the purpose to Zheng Qian. He didn't answer immediately. Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, with a slightly hoarse voice, he said, "Your Highness, you trust me so much. Remember, I am a Juzhou person, not one of you Omanis. Also, this matter is too shocking and bizarre. What if it leaks out?" "It won't, you won't." Before Zheng Qian could finish, Ramen waved his hand. Lighting a cigar, he let the tobacco scent linger in his mouth before exhaling slowly. A normal person would think about establishing the head office of his bank in another country, then rush to transfer their assets here. My friend, I'm not saying you have ill intentions, I mean, you're a smart person, and smart people make the right choices. By telling you about this, it's like giving you control over me, and your money is stored in my country, which means I hold control over you. We both have things we don't want others to know. In this situation, it's the safest for both of us. So, if not you, then who should I consult about this matter? Awesome. This was the sole thought in Zheng Qian's mind at the moment. This Rahat, truly a resourceful and ambitious giant. He believed many families coveted that thing, and if there was no hope at all, Ramen wouldn't start a destined-to-fail plan with his intellect. He must have a hidden ace, unseen but likely to succeed. And the trigger for this ace would be money. More importantly, Ramen was right. When both parties held each other's most important secrets, their relationship would be unbreakable. He could enjoy unparalleled privileges in Oman, having a whole country to rely on. I can assure you, no matter how much money you deposit in the bank's vault, I won't send anyone to investigate, and I won't allow any country's institution to inquire. I swear in the name of the Sayyid family, with my life. If I break this oath, may the most severe punishment befall me. Zheng Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, at this moment, truly touched. Very well. This is what I wanted. For this devoutly religious country, this oath was already excruciating, not to mention staking the pride of the Sayyid family. Tell me, how much money do you need, my most loyal friend? Zheng Qian flicked the ash from his cigarette, smiling. Since both sides have been so open and frank in their discussion, there is no need to keep hiding things. Although we do not know the exact reason why, one thing is certain. Ramen is basically safe. The assassination of Ramen by the Crown Prince was a very radical warning, and he has gone too far. Most importantly, the current Sultan has become aware of the situation. If the Crown Prince takes any further harmful action against Ramen, he may directly forfeit his claim to the throne. Therefore, it can be confirmed that Ramen is currently absolutely safe, to the point that even security measures have started to be reduced. In fact, the late Sultan Qasim has many descendants, with incomplete statistics showing over 20 people. However, only these to have the qualifications to compete for the throne. With Zheng Qian's strong support this time, his chances of success are high. As the saying goes, nothing else, only wealth. Zheng Qian has already established the highest level of strategic partnership with him. As he put it, when both parties hold each other's weaknesses, it is the safest and most unbreakable relationship. Neither side wishes to expose the situation, thus creating a win-win scenario. Ramen can benefit from Zheng Qian's deep pockets, and Zheng Qian will receive the support of a country with an eternal worrying-free private financial resource. Regardless of how much wealth is accumulated in the future, it will never be noticed by anyone, not even the king of this country. Happy cooperation, my brother. Happy cooperation, my brother. Zheng Qian and Ramen, two old cunning individuals, shook hands, smiling and in high spirits. This seemingly ridiculous and unrelated combination is currently the most solid interest group. Ramen's study also has partitions where the two engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, Wei Rusi and others anxiously waited in the living room of the study. They finally breathed a sigh of relief when Zheng Qian and Ramen walked out hand in hand from inside. All right, come in. Zheng Qian gave Wei Rusi a reassuring look. After discussing core secrets, the remaining tasks involved paperwork that Raman needed to personally sign, efficiently advancing beyond anyone's expectations. Unexpectedly, Raman is quite efficient. His sister-in-law is certainly lucky. He barely looks at the documents, as prior officials have already approved them, so he simply signs away. Just like that, from land ownership to the transfer of the moon goddess, and the approval procedures for various aspects of the banking industry, everything has been completed. In other words, their bank is now ready to open. In such a short time, he has accomplished various key parts of the cabinet, subtly showcasing his strength to Zhang Qian, proving that investing in himself was the right choice, as he now controls a significant portion of the court's power and has gained support from many officials of influence. If he can pass the current assessment of the king, his ascension to the sultan position is practically guaranteed. When Zhang Qian exited the room once again, he felt an overall sense of comfort. He thought it would be enjoyable to settle down in Oman. The scenery is nice here, and enjoying the royal treatment and absolute privilege feels like a slice of heaven. However, one thing concerned him. According to local laws, a male can only marry up to 4 wives, which is not ideal given the many acquaintances around him. Selecting only 4 would be a difficult choice. You will have a tough job ahead. Zhang Qian took Lindsay's hand, emphasizing the need to cooperate in establishing the bank promptly and preparing for the imminent substantial fund transfers. Lindsay nodded in agreement. As his boss had just gifted a luxurious car, she was now fully motivated. Suddenly, she felt an intense gaze, almost threatening. This made Lindsay shudder, wondering if there was an assassin, someone targeting her. Quickly turning around, she found Wei Rusi looking at Zhang Qian's hand with concern. Lindsay subtly withdrew her hand, causing Wei Rusi's expression to soften. She nodded approvingly and explained that the team's list had already been provided. The two continued the discussion, while Lindsay left with Zili to make preparations. Fortunately, Wei Rusi had already arranged the team structure in advance and had finalized agreements with them. Once they were brought over, work could begin immediately. To celebrate, Zhang Qian specially allowed Lindsay to purchase a few airplanes to transport the towns. Each person would have a luxurious seafront flat, with female employees given options for villas or townhouses, among other things. He had officially transferred ownership of the entire bank to Wei Rusi. Essentially, regardless of the amount spent, it was considered an investment in her, entailing that investments made to her would result in cashback rewards. This would apply to future collaborations with Prince Raman as well, with any financial needs easily met through Wei Rusi's accounts. His own account still held the highest level of permission. It was protected beyond scrutiny from the bank CEO, even high-ranking officials in Oman. In fact, even Wei Rusi, Lindsay, and the others did not have the authority to access it. Only with cooperation from individuals of Raman's caliber could a master key be set up in this private bank. It wasn't a deliberate distrust towards these women, but Wei Rusi and her team were exceptionally sharp. Revealing any clues to their account movements would potentially lead to dire consequences. If discovered, it wouldn't be too bad. However, if carelessly disclosed to outsiders, it could be catastrophic. I didn't rest well yesterday. Let's go to sleep. And when it comes to Wei Rusi, she gets angry. Carefully looking around to make sure no one is paying attention, she immediately fiercely pinched Zhang Qian's waist. With a menacing look in her eyes, gritted her teeth and said, "Be honest. Last night, did you do it on purpose? Were you trying to take advantage of me?" Zhang Qian cried out that he was innocent. He really hadn't planned anything yesterday. Besides, forcing a relationship was not his style. He believed in letting things happen naturally. But now that he thought about it, he did have some strange dreams last night. It felt like he was lying on a sponge, which felt very nice, and there was even something like long legs wrapped around his waist. He suspected they were two snakes. After sharing his dream, Wei Rusi blushed even more. She glared at Zhang Qian and said, "Now that there is no threat of a killer, you better not be in the same room with me today. Seriously, is the bed not big enough for you to roll around, always ending up on top of me, and your hands not being honest?" Hearing this, Zhang Qian suddenly became interested. With a smile on his face, he leaned in close to her and whispered in her ear, "What do you mean by not being honest? Get lost? Why are you suddenly so close to me?" Wei Rusi snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, then suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Have you been deprived for so long that it's affecting you?" She actually asked such a bold question. Zhang Qian warily lit a cigarette, wondering what was going on in Wei Ruxi's head. Playfully teasing her and making harmless jokes about colors was one thing, but was she really serious this time? He needed to be cautious. Who knows if this female devil was plotting something? What do you mean? Jun Qian's gaze was sharp. I mean that literally. I've noticed you constantly being with girls back in the country, some of whom you clearly had relationships with, and not just once or twice. Are you itching for it now? Wei Ruxi's gaze was piercing. Jun Qian felt a bit awkward. Was it that obvious between us? Wei Ruxi pursed her lips, looking disdainfully at Jun Qian. Oh, it's more than obvious. Anyone with eyes can see it. The way you two look at each other is off, and the atmosphere is strange. Without having been in bed together, it's impossible. Don't underestimate a woman's sixth sense. So, what exactly was she implying? Jun Qian became more alert, pondered for a long time, and looked at her seriously. So, are you also deprived? Are you asking me these questions to help you out as well? Go to hell. Wei Ruxi blushed and immediately retorted, but her eyes shifted and she then smiled mischievously. Want me to find a beauty for you? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm serious. A man can't say no. Are you scared? Something was off, very off. But find a beauty, with or without Wei Ruxi. Was this a setup for a threesome scenario? Thinking about this, Jun Qian's lips almost curled into a smile. I don't know what you're up to, but trying won't hurt. Although inwardly delighted, he still had to keep up appearances. He lit a cigarette and said solemnly, "What does she look like?" Don't worry, she's a perfect lady, as you would say, a virtuous woman. With that, Wei Ruxi picked up the phone. A virtuous woman? Okay. I'll just go along with this. Jun Qian realized that Wei Ruxi was quite experienced. Her driving skills were unparalleled. He even suspected she might have developed this skill in the United States. Or she frequently visited a certain Volfran's website in China, as she seemed quite knowledgeable. Let's go. She's ready. Wei Ruxi raised an eyebrow and hummed a tune as she strode ahead. Do I need to have the car prepared? Prepared? No need. We can walk there. Come on now. Just stop being so finicky. Are you even a man? Why are you hesitating now? Man up. Can you handle it? Wei Ruxi's eyes were filled with disdain. This sparked Jun Qian's fighting spirit. He really wanted to pin her down and give her a spanking, questioning who the real weakling was. As they walked further, Jun Qian felt something was amiss. This route seemed familiar. No, it wasn't just familiar. Wasn't this the path leading to Princess Mina's room? Mentioning Mina, Jun Qian couldn't help but think about the endless excitement of that night. Two girls treated each other honestly. It was truly wonderful. However, Wei Ruxi seemed a bit crude, even pinching the other's neck, revealing her wild sigh. She usually seemed sweet, so why the sudden craziness? Not just in Oman. Jun Qian recalled another minette he had seen on a live streaming platform, who was also explosively attractive, even in a certain Chinese online game. There was an equipment earring called Mine Earring because they bore a striking resemblance. Returning to the topic, Jun Qian couldn't help but say, this Princess Mina is the daughter of Prince Ramen, and truth be told, although she's very attractive and has a good figure, she's truly not my type. Since you're so considerate of me, why don't you take the lead? Let's head back to the room and, before he could finish the word do, Wei Ruxi gave him a sharp look. HMPH. I don't care what she did to me that day. Didn't you see it all? She spiked my drink with those kinds of pills. How could Miss Wei Ruxi bear such a loss without revenge? Don't worry, I've subtly pried into Ramen's schedule. He's heading to the city hall for a meeting. Won't be back for a few hours. Wreak havoc on her for me. Let her know the cost of angering me. Don't worry about anything else. She's now under my control and won't say a word to Ramen. Jun Qian, that's a lot of information. How did Mina suddenly start obeying Wei Ruxi? In the midst of their conversation, they had already arrived at Maya's room door. Wei Ruxi lightly knocked, and it was quickly opened. Seeing the scene before him, Jun Qian's jaw almost dropped. Me? Is this something I can watch for free? In that moment, Mina looked like a Lolita that one couldn't resist bullying. Wei Ruxi triumphantly raised an eyebrow at Jun Qian, then pulled him into the room and swiftly closed the door behind them. How did you get her to listen to you like that? Don't ask why. Just say if it's impressive or not. Impressive. Jun Qian sighed sincerely, quietly lit a cigarette, and looked at Mina in a Lolita outfit in front of him with a slightly shy expression. Deep in thought, the Mina he saw that day was a proud and willful young lady. And from the expressions of the maids, it was clear that she was not a meek girl, but now, she was like a doll, and a doll with hidden mechanisms at that. From her collar, it could be seen that some ropes were revealed. If he guessed correctly, hidden under her clothes were bound. Thinking up to this point, Jung Qian couldn't help but swallow hard. How should you address me? Wei Rusi sat in a chair with one leg crossed over the other, wearing tight low-rise jeans that accentuated her curves. Lifting her delicate chin, she looked at Princess Mina with a slightly arrogant gaze. Dom. Mina's voice was soft, slightly bowing her head, fidgeting with her skirt in a very awkward manner. Her cheeks were flushed, as if she couldn't bear to look at Wei Rusi. The latter's lips curled up slightly with a hint of contemptuous smile, casually grabbing a small whip, pressing it against Mina's chin. Lifting her head, and coldly saying, "Very well, show me the homework I asked you to do." Mina glanced at Jung Qian, seemingly conflicted. Wei Rusi's eyebrows furrowed, raising her voice slightly. "Don't you understand my words?" I understand," Mina said, and began to unbutton her clothes. Jung Qian was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable, feeling like Wei Rusi was bullying the young girl no matter how he looked at it. Well, although Mina was an adult, her submissive behavior was just like a neighbor's little sister. Just as he was about to intervene, he saw her actions and decided not to stop her for now. Can't miss this show. Moments later, she revealed her true self in front of both of them. Wei Rusi assessed her up and down, her eyes devoid of any emotion, only a deep coldness. Jung Qian finally understood how she controlled those girls. It really was something like that. This expression was just too commanding. Wei Rusi lightly tapped the floor with the whipped and made a gesture with her left hand. Mina shyly turned around and knelt on the ground, legs together, hands pressed on the floor, forehead tightly against her hands. And most importantly, she even knew how to bow. Others, who gets it? Sometimes during interactions with loved ones, if facing away, some people's waists are quite stiff, but she knew how to bow down. Clearly someone experienced. However, her actions suddenly made Jung Qian lose interest in exploring. He wasn't a serious person, and he didn't mind relationships that naturally progressed. But Princess Mina seemed to have been overly explored. Well, to be precise, she had been explored by many people. Who knows if she has any issues? Miss Mina, I came here today just to tell you, the consequences of provoking me are severe. Although I am about to return home, don't forget my warning. Last time, you must have enjoyed yourself, right? Next time, if you want to see me again, you better kneel here and wait for me. Don't stand up until I finish bathing. With that, Wei Rusi stood up. Wait, what did she just say? Bathing. Jung Qian was stunned. He was confused and about to ask when she shook her head slightly. Smiling, she spoke in Chinese. She doesn't understand. It's okay. In fact, I noticed last time, being a princess, I really want to experience that massage bathtub. She will kneel all the time. Even if you want to do something, she won't resist. Do you understand what I mean? Wei Rusi lightly slid her fingertips over Jung Qian's chest and walked towards the bathroom. But as soon as she entered, her calm expression instantly disappeared. What replaced it was nervousness and shyness. The bathroom was designed very intricately, with one-way glass. That meant she could see outside, while others couldn't see inside. It was said the princess used to enjoy bathing when guests were around. Well, even though others couldn't see her, she could clearly see them. It was a peculiar kind of wicked pleasure. Wei Rusi didn't have that habit, turning on the water and staring outside without blinking. Damn, why did you have to design such a test of human nature for him? But I also don't know if Jung Qian can pass. This is really important. At that moment, Jung Qian was sitting on the couch. He lit a cigarette, watching Princess Mina without any particular thoughts. To put it bluntly, he found her disgusting. Thinking about it, it was clear, probably taking advantage of the medicine last time, Mina felt Wei Rusi's performance was like that of a dominant in a BDSM relationship, so she called her Dom. Through this event, Wei Rusi directly conquered her. Afterwards, Mina likely connected with Wei Rusi through social apps like Instagram, Twitter. Oh, can't call it Twitter now, because the icon has changed into a cross. Anyway, similar social apps added Wei Rusi, hoping she could provide another wild experience. So, this arrangement came about, but this dish didn't interest Jung Qian at all. An hour later, Wei Rusi walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Jung Qian's reaction, She was very satisfying. What he didn't know was, this test was crucial. Jun Qian was on his phone, chatting with friends like Kui Ziking, Yin Yanyan, Song Yaxian, and smoking cigarettes, quite content. Occasionally glancing at Mina, whose legs were a bit swollen and reddened from kneeling for too long, he didn't stop her. Some people have to pay the price for their mistakes, don't they? You can stand up after we leave, Wei Rusi said calmly. Yes. Maya lifted her head with courage, her face turning red as she clenched her teeth. No one has dared to treat me like this before. I really like this feeling. Even if you don't do anything, just making me kneel. I enjoy it. When will you come back to teach me again? Jun Qian shook his head weakly, feeling helpless. Wei Rusi snorted and left the room without replying. Jun Qian quickly followed, hearing the sound of crying behind him, feeling that Wei Rusi was really good at manipulating girls. He originally wanted her to help train the girls around him, but it seemed like she was too ruthless, handing them over to her. Well, he felt a bit sorry. Why did you hold back just now when I let you go first? Wei Rusi couldn't help but ask. Jun Qian lit a cigarette, looking at her faintly. I admit that my abilities are a bit strong, and I have a demand for this aspect. But it's not to the point of desperate measures. Wei, don't underestimate me. Wei Rusi trembled slightly, feeling Jun Qian's gaze gradually becoming intense. In fact, her current feelings were extremely complicated, indescribably so, as she originally liked girls, but recently, she had no desire to seduce them. Even someone like Isabella didn't spark any interest in her. Instead, standing next to Jun Qian made her feel more uneasy. What Wei Rusi was not clear about was that her liking for Jun Qian had already reached an alarming 70 points. This number was very dangerous. In theory, it was no longer a simple level of love, but had entered into the realm of passionate love, because once it exceeded 80 points, they would be at the point of discussing marriage. However, due to Wei Rusi's orientation issue, it wasn't that easy to make progress. But now, things had already begun to shake her deeply. I might actually like Jun Qian, Wei Rusi suddenly thought. If she had thought this before, she would have thought she was out of her mind. But now, even vaguely, she felt it matched her recent strange behavior. She focused her gaze on Jun Qian, suddenly wanting to confirm. She didn't want her orientation to be an issue, but if she continued to dwell on it, it would only give her a headache. Would she reject Jun Qian? And they were about to return to their country. Once they got back, she would meet Jin Lu. At that point, she seemed to have even less of a chance. I know what you're struggling with. You know, I can tell by your deer-like eyes what you're thinking. We're in a foreign land, where no one will know what's happening here. Don't suppress your feelings. I am willing to be the one who can change you. Jun Qian stared into Wei Rusi's eyes, speaking passionately. In reality, his feelings for her were also strange. It wasn't just about being attracted to her beauty and figure, but more of a spiritual connection. How should he put it? It wasn't about whitewashing a scoundrel, but purely a harmony of two souls. Besides Jin Lu, he had already surpassed all the girls around him. While Wei Rusi usually seemed like a naive university student, when she took things seriously, her intelligent mind and exceptional wisdom always captivated Jun Qian. She would even know what he was going to do with just a glance. This unusual understanding made Jun Qian feel like he couldn't be without Wei Rusi. He could even vaguely sense why she had called him to that room. Even though he found Princess Mina a bit dirty, her earnest binding and kneeling in front of him without anything on made it difficult for any man to resist. And Jun Qian was no exception. As he looked at Wei Rusi's rouged cheeks, the atmosphere between them gradually turned pink. Thump. Jun Qian pushed Wei Rusi against the corridor wall, and unconsciously, they had already reached the door of the room. The distance between them was getting closer, especially with her breath growing rapid, causing her chest to rise and fall. It was as if the strongest magnet in the world was drawing them together. Jun Qian cupped Wei Rusi's cheeks and, despite her slight panic and reluctance to meet his gaze, she seemed to gather courage and kissed his warm, somewhat stubborn lips. Given his unparalleled experience, she was definitely a 360. Although before, when he brought Wei Rusi from Mina's room, she was empty-handed, there were many accidental touches. This time was different. She was awake and passionate in her response. Even Wei Rusi hadn't expected her resistance towards Zheng Qian to be so low. She used to feel nauseated and disgusted when accidentally touched by a man on the street or during business handshakes, feeling as if she was touching the most nauseating thing in the world. But now, being with Zheng Qian was different. She felt no disgust. On the contrary, she even responded to him. "Don't, not here. A maid might pass by and see us. Let's go to the room, okay?" Wei Rusi's eyes were incredibly gentle as she pleaded with Zheng Qian. At that moment, Zheng Qian didn't want to ruin the mood. The curtains weren't drawn, and the dark room was filled with an intoxicating ambience. In an instant, Zheng Qian thought of the dialogue from Infernal Affairs 2. Mary, played by Karina Lau, introduced the expensive hi-fi system to Tony, played by Shan Yue. High tones are accurate, mid-tones are sweet, and low tones are powerful. The atmosphere at that moment was exactly like that. Initially, he had decisively kissed Wei Rusi's lips without giving her a chance to react. Then, he felt the sweetness of her tongue, and what followed was more intense. In Wei Rusi's exclamation, Zheng Qian threw her onto the bed. Just as he was considering whether to keep her jeans on, he suddenly felt Wei Rusi trembling. Zheng Qian. Don't speak. Kiss me. All right, I get it. There are aliens over there, right? It's already this late, and you're making such jokes. How mischievous. I'm serious. Look over there. Don't undress. I'll be seen. Zheng Qian saw Wei Rusi holding her belt tightly and sank into thought. Did this girl change her mind? Just a moment ago, didn't she want to experience something? Was she satisfied now? Even so, he followed Wei Rusi's gaze. The sight startled him. He quickly covered Wei Rusi with a blanket. Fortunately, it hadn't started anything, ensuring their privacy. Damn it, at a moment when his desire was high. Why did this person show up now? Was he the devil? Chen Shu. The fair-skinned youth sat alone on a chair in the corner. His expression was desolate, with his head slightly lowered. Despite feeling displeased to see this discordant figure, Zheng Qian couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. He was truly too clear and handsome, like a person in a painting. But more importantly, he was dangerous. Ahem. Zheng Qian awkwardly walked over and lit a cigarette, saying, "Brother Chen, although I don't know why you have this expression, or why you're in my room, but now, please, can you leave for a moment? Even if you want to kill me, can you wait a bit more? Can't you see I'm about to do something?" Chen Shu nodded slightly, his eyes lacking their usual brilliance. "Please, save me. Zheng Qian, only you can save me now, regardless of who you are, whether good or bad. I have no skills, no survival skills, only the ability to kill. Whatever you ask of me, I will do." Chen Shu repeated. Help him? Zheng Qian now wanted to kill him. If he had the power to defeat this young man in a one-on-one fight, he would surely do it. Not just because he ruined his recent good work, but also because the chance to bring down Wei Rusi was rare. Who knew if she would still be willing when they were alone next time? This young man had threatened Zheng Qian, used him to kill Ramen, almost pushing him into an irreversible situation. How do you want me to help you? Leave this country. Zheng Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, his mind suddenly active. After a while, he slowly spoke, staring directly into Chen Shu's eyes. And what do I get in return? My life, no matter who you are, good or bad. I have no skills, no survival skills, only killing skills. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. As Chen Shu spoke, his tone was very calm, talking about killing as if it were as simple as drinking water. Zheng Qian didn't answer immediately, because at this moment, he was intrigued. Although he hadn't seen firsthand how strong Chen Shu was, anyone who made the fearsome Vanik to so worry was definitely not ordinary. He was willing to trust this young man, at least willing to take a gamble. The assassination attempt on Ramen this time had left a deep psychological shadow on him. Death was so close. When Zheng Qian returned to Shanghai, showing off, dealing with the major clubs, he might face someone crazy who might hire a hitman against him. If someone like Chen Shu was around, he would feel much safer. Why did you find me? Zheng Qian didn't want to express his inner thoughts too clearly, and he pretended to be profound. Wei Rusi seemed to understand Zheng Qian's feelings. Oh no, he was going to start showing off again. Every time he was about to show off, this feeling would come up, but with this young man by his side, it wasn't bad at all, as long as he hadn't lied before. I said, only you can help me. I had actually made it to ramen ceiling just now. There is a secret passage there where I was lurking. I discovered it while hiding here, a secret that has been around for decades. There is a very weak spot on the ceiling, very easy to break. From the ceiling in the bathroom, going through there, you will come directly to the top of Ramen's study. I had the chance to kill him, but I overheard his conversation with that guest. Chen Shu's face twitched slightly when he mentioned that person. Zheng Qian also had some impression of him, probably the old man he saw wearing a black tang suit when opening the door. Chen Shu then went on to explain everything. It turned out he had grown up in London's Chinatown since he was a child, an orphan. The old man took him in, raising him in a martial arts school. As he grew older, he began to understand the environment he was in. Cloaked in the guise of a martial arts school, he was doing the dirty work of killing. In the old man's words, in this era, no one is willing to earnestly learn martial arts anymore. The martial arts school didn't want to starve, so they had to embrace the times and change their mindset. Educated from a young age, martial arts were only about killing, not about performance. Unwilling to perform, they had no choice but to kill. Moreover, true martial arts techniques aim directly at vital points like the throat, abdomen, and temples. And so, Chen Shu was raised as a killing machine from a young age. He possessed talents that made everyone in the martial arts school envious. He didn't learn pure martial arts, but rather a combination of martial arts and modern combat, with no fixed routines. In short, he learned only killing techniques, whatever was quickest to kill. Over the years, some returned from missions, others died outside. Chen Shu had long been numb to life and death, not even remembering who his first target was. But deep down, he still regarded the old man, Chen Desheng, as his own father. It was the only familial bond he had. More importantly, Chen Desheng's daughter, Chen Ziqian, was his eternal unattainable love. The girl who was only 3 years older than him always treated him like a brother. However, after one mission, she never returned. After that night, Chen Shu's hair turned white. No one knew how heartbroken he was, only that he locked himself in his room for 7 days without eating or drinking. If Chen Desheng had not personally come to unlock his heart, Chen Shu might have starved himself to death. Only he, the most esteemed Chen Desheng, could do it, as he had also lost his daughter. But since then, the already reticent Chen Shu spoke even less. The first thing he did upon leaving his room was to avenge Chen Ziqian. That day, many people die. However, just now in Ramen's study, he saw that mentor-like figure. Chen Desheng handed over a stack of photos which contained information on the assassin sent to kill Ramen this time. At the top of the list was Chen Shu. The two had a pleasant conversation, and the former explained his purpose and plan. Ramen somehow found Chen Desheng. In any case, the two reached a secret agreement. Chen Desheng divulged all the assassins' identities and even agreed to cooperate. Ramen just had to pay. He didn't ask Chen Desheng to instruct the assassins to leave. He didn't trust them, so he wanted everyone dead. Chen Desheng hesitated slightly but agreed. Chen Shu was betrayed, witnessing his most esteemed person selling him out. Without Zheng Qian's help, Chen Shu was in a difficult situation. To evade Chen Desheng and Ramen's entrapment, he needed Zheng Qian's assistance. And so, these two fateful individuals are now tightly bound together. At this moment, Chen Desheng was sitting in the top-floor lounge of the official residence, standing with his hands behind his back in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window. Actually, selling Chen Shu still left him feeling somewhat conflicted. It wasn't that he particularly liked his adopted son, but rather he knew he could earn a lot of money from it. However, now that he was getting older, he no longer felt suitable for this line of work. "Master, are you still worried about Chen Shu?" An even older man stooped at his side, smiling. "Don't worry, that child is stubborn. As long as we don't order him to back off, he will fight to complete the mission. He doesn't know we have our people close to Ramen already. With those two brothers there, one unexpected move and he will surely die." Chen Desheng nodded slightly. He spoke calmly. "One-on-one. Even I am not Chen Shu's match, let alone the entire martial arts studio. If it weren't for Chen Ziqian coming back, I might not have decided to let Chen Shu go to his death. Yes, if he still knew that Chen Ziqian was alive, he would definitely go mad, right?" The old man hunched even lower, softly saying, if he knew the miss was still alive, even married in America, he would definitely explode. By that time, Even I might not be able to take him down unless we had over 100 men fully armed with assault rifles, otherwise no one could kill him. It's a pity for this money tree, but in his current state, those two can totally eliminate him. Of course, they will die too. Chen Desheng looked out the window, his face expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Don't tell Qianchen about Chen Shu's death. Let them move, find out where Chen Shu is. But I have a feeling he may still be lurking in this building. For no reason, he suddenly thought of the young man he saw in front of the study today. He felt there was something similar to Chen Shu about him. At the same time, in Zheng Qian's room, Chen Shu was nowhere to be found. As mentioned before, Zheng Qian decided to take a gamble. First, figuring out a way to bring Chen Shu back to the country while everyone was still unaware without causing any suspicion. Going through the proper channels was not an option as he had no passport, various identification documents. There was no way to buy a plane ticket, let alone land in Kyushu. If Ramen had not seen a photo of Chen Shu, Zheng Qian could have easily asked for his help. It was just a matter of a word from him. But it was no longer possible now. If the prince found out that someone trying to assassinate him was right by his side and had to make legal identification documents for Oman citizenship, it would definitely create rifts in their collaboration. This is where Wei Ruxi's role comes into play, as she was the inheritor of a large Wei capital, a half-shopkeeper. Her connections were not to be underestimated, and she could easily prepare legal documents through her own channels. Of course, not American nationality, but Mexican. As a Latin American country with rampant corruption, it was easy to arrange. Moreover, Zheng Qian was not short of money, which further expedited the process of securing the identity. After providing Chen Shu's photo, everything quickly fell into place. Of course, the name had to be changed, a name settled by Zheng Qian himself. Well, let's call him Wei Copybo from now on. From now on, he would be his most faithful guardian. However, the documents were still in Mexico, and even with the fastest methods and utilizing other gray channels, they would only arrive the next day. During this time, Chen Shu was at his most dangerous. Zheng Qian did not take Chen Shu to a hotel, but to a relatively safe place, the Poseidon. Chen Desheng never imagined that while they were setting up an elaborate trap at this official residence, Chen Shu had already quietly left, aboard that huge yacht, where no one would notice his presence. In their minds, Chen Desheng and the others probably thought he was scheming how to take down Ramen. You've worked hard. I'll pick you up when you arrive at night. Zheng Qian put down the phone, feeling relieved. According to the plan, Ramen's men were supposed to sail Poseidon to Kyushu. However, due to Chen Shu's presence, Zheng Qian had to ensure no one would notice. So he immediately contacted Yao Kyuki, asking her to bring trustworthy people like Xiaonan, as well as their team. Zheng Qian vowed that it was not about betting these two beauties. It was solely because they were highly reliable. With both their favorability ratings at 90, they would never betray him. Unfortunately, flying from Kyushu to here took 11 hours. Without any unexpected events, they would probably only arrive around 3 or 4 in the early morning. However, this gave time for Chen Shu's documents to arrive. The documents are ready, but it will be tomorrow morning before they can be delivered. Even in the passport, they have arranged exit records from Mexico, visas to Kyushu. Rest assured, he will absolutely be able to come to Kyushu from your ship legally and freely. Wei Ruxi hung up the phone, straightforward as always when it came to work or serious matters, exhibiting quite a contrast. Zheng Qian nodded slightly. Indeed, money can work wonders, resolving such a complicated matter in an instant. Under normal circumstances, once the materials from Mexico arrived, they could set off. After all the commotion, it was now for PN. Zheng Qian apologetically embraced Wei Ruxi. Sorry, unexpected events have affected our plans. Since we have time now, why don't we enjoy ourselves together? Wei Ruxi blushed suddenly. Remembering the absurdity from earlier, she felt like it wasn't her at all. Without responding to Zheng Qian's embrace or pushing him away, the two lay on the bed, him holding her gently. Though his words may be sly, his hands were honest, not delving under her clothes. She bit her lip, hands clutching his right hand. I'm sorry, Zheng Qian. I might not be able to do it now. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me earlier. I made that mistake, sending you the wrong signals. Can you give me more time? Remember, now is not the time to lose one's reason. As a qualified scoundrel, no. As Bai Bai's most affectionate, Zheng Qian had some insight into this. Just gently raising his index finger, gently touching Wei Ruxi's lips. "Of course, I require your complete and unreserved dedication. If there's even a hint of reluctance, I won't force you. After all, you're not a doll that needs energizing. Cooperation brings enjoyment." Wei Ruxi was first stunned, then finally reacted. Another strange metaphor from Zheng Qian. Although a bit far-fetched, upon closer examination, it really does make sense. Oh well, let's just treat it as a doll. She also felt a bit sorry for Zheng Qian. They had truly reached a deep level of affection just now, about to reach the peak of intimacy, but suddenly stopped. She truly understood this feeling too well. After all, Wei Ruxi also disliked being interrupted when she was being intimate with those beautiful girls. After this tumultuous time, Wei Ruxi truly felt a bit exhilarated. She ended up falling asleep snuggled in Zheng Qian's arms. Zheng Qian was leaning against the head of the bed, smoked a cigarette, closed his eyes to rest, contemplating the various aspects of this process. He did indeed have high hopes for Chen Shu, the young man, not to mention his combat power, but simply because of his ability to come and go in this mansion as if it were a deserted place. Zheng Qian really wanted to learn from him. Not for anything else, but simply because this skill would make it more convenient to visit other girls' homes without being discovered. Discovery. At this moment, his heart suddenly tightened. Right? Chen Shu came in with Lindsay Rowland's group. Even though they had changed clothes shortly, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be captured on surveillance cameras, recognized. Because he distinctly remembered, Chen Shu saw the old man, Chen Deshen, handing over information to Ramen, including photos. Thinking of this, Zheng Qian couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Wouldn't he be discovered? But worrying now was pointless. Even if he were indeed discovered, he had no way out of whatever Ramen wanted to do. All he could do now was pray to the heavens, pray that Chen Shu wouldn't be recognized, pray that it wouldn't disrupt the trade between himself and Ramen. And so it went. Time passed by second. Unconsciously, he fell asleep too. When he opened his eyes again, the sound of running water could be heard. Wei Ruxi was bathing. Zheng Qian controlled his urge to investigate. Both of them were still safe in the room, indicating that Ramen hadn't discovered anything yet, at least hadn't planned to do anything to them. "Are you awake? Sorry for falling asleep in your arms. I hope your arms aren't sore." Wei Ruxi walked over, massaging Zheng Qian's shoulders, gently speaking. "It's okay." Zheng Qian nodded honestly. Seeing her suddenly so gentle and caring, he felt a bit awkward. Wei Ruxi at this moment was like a little wife, cheeks blushing red. Whether it was because of just having a bath, or not, she was incredibly attractive. But how come she had already changed her clothes in the bathroom? At this point in the story, shouldn't she come out in a bath towel, then see Zheng Qian wake up and be shocked, nearly stumbling to the ground? Then he could take the opportunity to hug her waist and continue their unfinished story. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "So, I don't care about you anymore, huh?" Wei Ruxi pretended to be angry and lightly patted Zheng Qian's arm. "No. I just feel you're a bit strange." "Strange? What's so strange?" "Strangely good-looking." Dialogue thus ended with Zheng Qian's cheesy romantic words, and Wei Ruxi's speechlessness and eye rolls. Ting. Ting. WeChat rang. Zheng Qian subconsciously looked at it and almost had a nosebleed. It turned out that Yao Qiuqi with Xiaonan had already arrived at the airport and was being picked up by the driver sent by Lindsay Rowland, heading to the private beach where the sea god Recurd was anchor. She even excitedly took a selfie, sent it with a couple's photo to Zheng Qian. Yao Qiuqi was indeed too skillful. Her outfit was not revealing at all, but gave a sense of purity, a desire to ravage. A tight-fitting dress tightly wrapped her fantasy-provoking figure. Those extremely charming curves were full of primitive implications. Her long, slender legs seemed even more delicate with the addition of long black stockings, the skirt slightly turned up due to sitting down, subtly revealing the lace above the knee-high stockings and a small piece of fair thigh. It was the epitome of human beauty aesthetics. We call it absolute territory. Not to mention the delicate ankles, it really made Zheng Qian unable to control his desires. Although she had Valentino shoes covering her toes, Zheng Qian was sure they were reinforced there. What are you thinking? Wei Ruxi saw Zheng Qian looking as if his lips were about to reach below his ears, so she couldn't help but ask. "Nothing. Haha. I was looking at the weather forecast. The sun is really nice now, the weather is good. Perfect for setting out to sea. Let's hurry, the crew will arrive soon. It's best to leave early." Zheng Qian quickly locked the phone screen and laughed, standing up. No, surely, he had something to hide. Wei Rusi knew Zhang Qian too well. His expression showed there was a problem. Moreover, come on. It's late into the night. Where is the sun coming from? It's downright fishy. Since Ramen had an emergency meeting to chair today, he was currently making the officials work overtime. It had to be said, he was indeed a workaholic. With him, his officials were forced to 996. No, it was 007. After exchanging greetings with Ramen, Zhang Qian left. As there weren't many trusted assistants by Ramen's side at the moment, Van Nexia was his current personal bodyguard, and other drivers had been assigned to take Zhang Qian to the Sea God record. All the necessary procedures, documents were ready. The service was top-notch. After an hour of running around, they finally arrived at their destination. From afar, there was a large group of people in front of the Sea God record. Wei Rusi immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that Zhang Qian was grinning so much earlier because of them. Thinking about this, Wei Rusi couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and grievances. You have me, and yet you can still, it seems like I don't completely have you, but I had already decided to give myself to you. Not to mention you have a wife at home, and still acting like this. Feeling the jealousy erupting from her side, Zhang Qian quickly patted her butt, explaining seriously, they're just my employees, don't get the wrong idea. I'm a decent person. If I can't keep things clear with my own subordinates, how can I lead others? Where will I find young girls willing to work for me? After all, we're here to work, not for a feast, and do not discriminate based on their sex. Hearing this, Wei Rusi couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Apologetically, she lowered her head. Gripping Zhang Qian's clothes, she twisted and said, I'm sorry, I didn't doubt you. Let's hurry. This is almost there. Zhang Qian secretly wiped off the sweat in his heart, thankful for his quick thinking and improving eloquence. Yao Qiuqi was also very sensible. When she saw Zhang Qian walking with a beautiful woman like Wei Rusi, she immediately understood what was going on. Although there was a hint of dimness in her eyes, she didn't show it. She quickly clapped her hands and gathered everyone to stand in a line. It must be said, Yao Qiuqi's eye for selecting crew members was really good. The girls were all pretty, not stunningly beautiful, but at least the type that looking at them every day could prolong your life. Slim waists, long legs, no signs of cosmetic surgery on their faces, dressed in matching sailor uniforms, quite pleasing to the eye. Especially when standing in position, their legs were tightly together, almost no gap in between. This even made Zhang Qian wonder for a moment, are they all inexperienced? Just as this thought popped into his mind, he couldn't help but shake his index finger in disbelief. This is tempting fate. If he was responsible for so many girls, it wouldn't be a problem, but the key was explaining it to his family back home. Boss, hello. The girls were very sensible. Knowing that this sailing mission was to serve the group's big boss, they quickly bowed and greeted in a charming manner. Their voices were soft, but the pleasant tone made Zhang Qian feel like he was losing half his life. It really should be recorded as a phone ringtone, but standing in a line and saying hello, it still felt a bit strange. How should I put it? It felt more like going to a private KTV room than boarding a ship. Good. You've worked hard. Feeling Wei Rusi's gaze gradually turning into sharp blades, Zhang Qian quickly put on a serious and solemn expression, nodded slightly, and led her hand to board the Sea God's record first. As the captain, Yao Qiuqi began to command everyone to orderly board the ship. Where's Xiaonan? Zhang Qian looked around and didn't find Xiaonan. He had a fresh memory of this girl who was very skilled at driving but appeared shy at that time. Especially when she cooperated with Yao Qiuqi, they complemented each other, like they were ascending to heaven, enjoying themselves like immortals. But as soon as he mentioned it, Zhang Qian felt it was somewhat awkward. Was his intention too obvious? After all, Xiaonan was a female driver. What was she doing on the ship? While pondering how to change the topic, Yao Qiuqi quickly caught up from behind. Oh, well, Xiaonan is familiarizing herself with the operations in the cockpit. Although she has extensive driving experience, it's her first time with this level of yacht, so she needs guidance from a professional. But General Zhang, rest assured, she's very talented, and this sailing mission is guaranteed to be smooth. Yao Qiuqi was very good at observing words and colors. She knew how to avoid suspicion, and did not show too much ambiguity towards Zhang Qian. They also maintained a very proper distance between them, not too distant that it would feel cold, but close enough to be there when he needed it. In Jung Qian's words, she was very sensible. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Xiaonan to know how to sail. Not bad. Not bad. Jung Qian nodded slightly. Now ... here comes the question. Isn't it usually the captain who drives the ship under normal circumstances? Moreover, this yacht could already be considered a small ocean cruise liner. Although it was technically a yacht, the size was closer to a sea skyscraper, very different from the usual concept of a yacht. He highly doubted Yao Qiui's actual sailing skills, suspecting that she had purely relied on her beauty to advance. If she wanted to advance towards him, that would be fine. Let's not delve into that for now, find the time to discipline her thoroughly later. There were 15 girls on board the yacht, including Yao Qiuqi, Xiaonan, and 5 crew members left by the sea god Ricard. They were the company's professional technical staff responsible for driving and maintenance. This was actually an international practice. Normally, these yachts were operated by the company to the beer's specified area. However, due to the special circumstances, Jung Qian decided to return to his home country temporarily, so this alternative was chosen. It also provided a good opportunity for Xiaonan and others to learn how to drive. This inevitably brought up that tragic incident, known as the most terrifying air disaster in Brazilian aviation history. Originally, the Brazilian side was going to fly the plane to the beer's location, but the beer thought their pilots were trained enough to fly the plane back on their own. The tragedy unfolded as various issues led to a mid-air collision with another plane full of passengers. Ultimately, all 154 people on board lost their lives. Jung Qian would not make such a basic mistake. How are you feeling? Still uncomfortable? Jung Qian supported Wei Rusi to the lounge, asking with concern. They had been through a lot these past few days, and Wei Rusi hadn't gotten proper rest. Although she had rested for a few hours in the evening, seeing the fatigue on her face, Jung Qian felt a bit sorry for her. At this moment, there was no time to ponder whether to give or not give any more. I still have a headache. I think I want to rest first. Wei Rusi leaned on Jung Qian's arm, putting almost all her weight on him. Feeling her soft and tall body, Jung Qian couldn't help but tremble. Wei Rusi's body was really good. While some girls were tall but soft, they didn't have the same elasticity as her. Based on Jung Qian's many years of experience, he assessed that she was a type that shouldn't be overlooked. He helped her onto the soft king-size bed. Do you want to change into pajamas? It will be more comfortable to sleep in this way, Jung Qian asked considerately. He had just noticed that the wardrobe was full of various styles of brand new, neatly stored clothes, some of which were still unopened. There were those tights, and also the formal ones. There was even a whole row of stockings in different colors. It seemed like these were the gifts arranged by Raman's people. However, when it came to different colored stockings, Jung Qian actually had quite a bit of experience in this regard. Black and nude were the safest choices. Starting from white, you could tell a person's conditions. If someone had pearly-shaped legs, wearing other colors would quickly accentuate their flaws. However, Wei Rusi could definitely pull it off. Jung Qian believed she was no longer just in his top 3. She should be top 1 or 2 by now. I really don't know how you earn so much money. Clearly, you're always thinking about things in your head every moment. Really. Wei Rusi complained playfully. Jung Qian really hadn't thought of anything else. He just wanted Wei Rusi to rest well. Alright, go on with your busy schedule. There are many things to do on the ship, and you have to take care of them all. If you need me, just call out. With that, Wei Rusi suddenly didn't know what was wrong with her head. She actually kissed Jung Qian on the cheek. It is most difficult to accept a beauty's favor. Jung Qian, with tears in his eyes holding back his anger, left the room and came to the deck alone. He lit a cigarette in the gentle sea breeze coming from the east. Looking around, occasionally some female staff passing by would greet him. The scenery was picturesque. This group of people was different from normal multinational voyages. Usually, customs clearance procedures would have to be completed before boarding the ship directly. But Jung Qian obviously had privileges, yet everything settled before departing from the official residence, so he didn't need to worry about such things. He just needed to wait on the ship until they reached their destination. But there was something that was bothering him. A destroyer was approaching his direction not far away. And most importantly, Chen Shu was on the ship. Although he didn't know where this guy was hiding, Jung Qian had no intention of exposing him. Anyway, before reaching the destination, he would come looking for him on his own. But why was a destroyer coming over? Could they have been discovered? Thinking about this, Jun Qian couldn't help but feel uneasy. Dada. At this time, Yakyuki hurriedly ran over. Nervously, she said, "Chief Jun, the other side contacted us through radio just now, saying that there might be dangerous individuals hiding on the ship. In order to protect your safety, they are requesting permission to conduct an inspection now." Chief Jun, Yakyuki usually only handled traditional commercial shipping or cruise operations. Dealing with a destroyer was a first for her, so she was naturally a bit nervous. Jun Qian took a deep drag on his cigarette, pondered for a moment, and then smiled and patted her butt, saying, "It's okay, it's just a routine check. My relationship with Prince Ramen is very good. He won't trouble us. It's just that this situation is a bit complicated, don't worry. Besides, we're not important figures. How could there possibly be dangerous individuals hiding here? Just cooperate well and let them come." "Oh, okay." Yakyuki, feeling Jun Qian's warm hand, was not as nervous anymore. As she turned to leave, she lowered her head and leaned against Jun Qian's chest, saying coquettishly, "Chief Jun, even if there are missions at sea recently, I insist on exercising in the gym on the ship every day. I heard the coach, of course, a female coach. She said men can't handle leg exercises, women can't handle them either. I've learned many new techniques." As she spoke, her jade hand was wandering on Jun Qian's lower abdomen, gradually moving downwards. Jun Qian had heard of this method before, so he diligently trained his legs. As mentioned earlier, he had learned a set of home-based exercises to do several sets a day, making his figure more three-dimensional than before. Not explosive muscles, that would be too extreme, but a good sense of lines, especially strong leg muscles. So, spurred on by Yakyui's actions, he quickly had a reaction, a tent suddenly appearing. "Hehe, not teasing you, or you. They're about to come over. Do you want to come with me?" I do. But the night is long, and it will take us a while to sail back to the country. As punishment for your earlier behavior, I must give you a small warning. A small one won't do." "Oh hehe." The two chatted as they arrived at the top deck's helipad. The destroyer was not too close to here, nor did they arrange any small boats to board. After getting Jun Qian's consent, they came directly in a helicopter. Thankfully the Poseidon had the capacity for this. However, what surprised Jun Qian was that the first one to come down was Wanekto. "Oh, my dear friend, I apologize for not saying goodbye when I left. From what I know, shouldn't you be guarding His Highness by now? The situation is so dangerous, is it okay?" Jun Qian embraced him warmly, patting him on his solid back. A warm feeling flashed in Wanekto's eyes. He could feel Jun Qian's enthusiasm. For this person from Kyushu, he felt a sense of kinship deep in his heart. Just the fact that he had earned $1 billion for him with his phone was enough for Wanekto to have increased fondness for him. But his expression was still very serious. "Sir, to be honest, do you remember the day you protected His Highness? He is really worried that those assassins might bear a grudge against you as well. To ensure everything goes smoothly, he has specially arranged for me to make a final check, ensuring your safety. If necessary, we can even stay to protect you until you safely reach Kyushu." Wanekto's gaze was extremely serious, which Jun Qian could feel was genuine. Patting the former's shoulder, Jun Qian handed a cigarette to him, saying with a smile, "Thank His Highness for his kindness, but I really don't think those people will target me. Following to Kyushu is out of the question. After all, His Highness can't leave you guys. But since you're here, checking is not a problem. It's just this small place." Wanekto nodded heavily and, rejecting the cigarette, started with 5 people to enter the ship's interior. Jun Qian could see that these people were well-trained soldiers. Their eyes were firm, their steps steady, showing extraordinary skills. At this time, Jun Qian couldn't refuse Wanekto. No, more accurately, he couldn't refuse the Crown Prince's request for inspection. If he did, wouldn't it be equivalent to admitting that the person was hiding with him? Now he could only hope that Chen Chu was hidden deeply enough. Fortunately, there weren't many people coming for the inspection, and Ramen should have given him a certain level of respect. Otherwise, it would probably be a direct stop by the destroyer, not just these few people. These 5 or 6 people were very disciplined and did not make a mess of the rooms. They were polite, but they didn't overlook any details. It was clear that they were experienced. Jun Qian strongly suspected that Ramen had used these people before to raid some minister's house. It was thorough in every aspect. After a thorough check Except for Veirusi resting in the master bedroom, everything else had been confirmed. There were no suspicious persons. Jun Qian even felt puzzled. Where did Chen Shu hide? This guy, could he really be hiding in the master bedroom? But he didn't seem like a disrespectful person. Although he wasn't worried about him doing anything to Veirusi, he still felt uncomfortable. After a brief exchange, Wanekto came to Zhang Qian and saluted. Sir, after careful consideration, we will temporarily not disturb Madam resting in the master bedroom, but there are several operational rooms below the ship that need to be further confirmed. For your safety concerns, please understand. Oh no, Chen Shu must be hiding there for sure. Zhang Qian, what happened? Veirusi emerged neatly dressed, with a tired and puzzled look, gazing at everyone with confusion. Zhang Qian's eyes lit up, and he quickly embraced her, turning to Wanekto and saying, Hey, brother, why don't I check out this room first? You saw it too, my little sister. Oh no, she hasn't rested well, and after confirming everything, she still needs some rest to ensure those troublemakers don't sneak in. Halfway through speaking, Zhang Qian remembered that Veirusi had told him not to call her his little sister anymore. Wanekto nodded solemnly, saluted Zhang Qian and Veirusi, whispered to the people around him, and the group quickly entered the room. Every detail was checked carefully, and fortunately, Veirusi came out just in time. If they had delayed checking the room, it might have raised suspicions among those people, potentially affecting Raman's judgment. Zhang Qian lit a cigarette, squinting as he contemplated what to do. Initially, he thought of finding a way to let Chen Shu know about what was happening here, to avoid being discovered hiding below, but he dismissed that thought, deciding to delay as much as possible. No. More accurately, he needed to make various noises loud enough for Chen Shu to notice, as he had no means of communicating with him. Only prayer remained. After a while, Wanekto and the others came out of the room. The search was quick and thorough. It seemed that Chen Shu was not in that room. High probability, he was in the equipment room below. Veirusi quickly learned what had happened, remaining calm on the surface, but panicked internally. Zhang Qian comforted her, patting her on the shoulder, signaling her not to worry. After escorting her back to the room, he brought Wanekto and the group downstairs. It had to be said that the Sea God Chronicles ship was indeed exquisite in every aspect. Even the walls of the staircase leading below were adorned with exquisite artworks. Paintings framed in glass. He unconsciously looked at the paintings on both sides, pondering a plan, when suddenly, from the reflection on the glass, he saw a mysterious figure, the figure of Chen Shu hiding here. It seemed he intended to indicate his position to Zhang Qian, warning others not to come close. That was the innermost position. The equipment room below was divided into 6 rooms, although he didn't know what was inside each room. The distance between the rooms was considerable, and they began to search in pairs. As they gradually approached Chen Shu's location, Zhang Qian's heart couldn't help but tighten. Thud! As they reached the innermost room, a sound of impact suddenly came from nearby. Instantly, all 6 people turned around, instinctively drawing their handguns from their waists, aiming at the source of the sound. Wanekto quickly raised his hands, signaling not to shoot. He whispered, "Hold fire for now." The prince ordered not to damage any parked inside the yacht. 5 of you go around to check the front. It might be just an abnormal noise caused by the waves. I will check this room to ensure everything is secure. Several people nodded, cautiously holding their guns, moving around the target direction. Zhang Qian's heart was pounding, because Wanekto had already opened the door to the room, 1 foot stepping inside. It was a small warehouse, not much bigger than an average student dormitory. Wanekto's gaze was cold as he carefully surveyed the room, about to open a cabinet for inspection when, unsurprisingly, an unexpected event occurred. "Don't move, or I'll kill you." Chen Shu's voice quietly sounded behind him. At the same time, a chilling glint appeared on his neck, a dagger posed to strike. Zhang Qian's heart tightened. Quickly and gently closing the door, his thoughts conflicted. He genuinely admired Wanekto, and the idea of harming, let alone killing him, was something he couldn't bear. More importantly, Wanekto must not be harmed. Setting aside their personal relationship, if a death occurred among the prince's escorts during the inspection here, the consequences would be significant. Though Raman might not harm Zhang Qian immediately because of his need for money, Zhang Qian would owe him a favor, potentially causing tension between them. This was not the outcome he wanted. He didn't mind betraying Chen Shu, telling Ramen that he didn't know the man sneaking onto the yacht. This would alleviate any worries. But would that still be Zhang Qian? Indeed, Van Ector raised his hands, seeming to have expected Chen Shu on board the yacht. Sir, this person is very dangerous. The prince has received information that they are evil elements from a certain place in England. You better leave this room, hand him over to me, and then call the others in. Up to this point, Van Ector remained calm. Zhang Qian frowned slightly and was about to say something when suddenly, Van Ector took action. He swiftly reached out his right hand, grabbing Chen Shu's left wrist with the dagger, then quickly twisted to the left, delivering a sharp elbow strike to Chen Shu's chin. This movement was well executed, controlling the dagger and redirecting its direction from the neck to the back to minimize the risk of being cut. The speed was astonishing. Zhang Qian had already thought Van Ector was skilled, but now he realized the extent of his capabilities. His speed could be faster, his force even stronger. He had no doubt that if he received such an elbow strike, he would die instantly. Chen Shu's gaze remained chillingly calm. He didn't flinch from Van Ector's strike, instead extending his right hand to grab his throat. The situation was critical. Van Ector had Chen Shu's left wrist in his right hand, preparing to strike with his other arm at Chen Shu's chin. Both his hands were occupied. Without a counter-move or dodge, his throat would be in danger. Facing this immense danger, Van Ector's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected the young man to be so ruthless. It was a life-for-a-life situation. Who is this guy? Starting a fight with such a deadly move, is he a madman? Realizing this, Van Ector hesitated. After a quick curse, he released his right hand, swiftly stepped back, trying to create some distance before calling for help and strategizing a counterattack. But Chen Shu was even more dangerous and terrifying than he had imagined, leaving Zhang Qian cursing under his breath. This was not hitting the jackpot. It was picking up a ghost. Van Ector is already quite powerful, and his retreat is quite fast. But not fast enough. Initially in Zhang Qian's eyes, Chen Shu was just a weak young man. Calling himself 50 strings, is he delusional from reading poetry and magic? Isn't it just the meaning of the silk strings of the zither have no reason? 50 strings. I suppose he is still a literary youth. However, one must see to know, when he made a move, it indeed startled Zhang Qian. He saw him rise up, his steps charging straight ahead. The whole cabin seemed to shake for a moment, making Zhang Qian suspect there was gunpowder under his feet. In an instant explosion, his speed soared to the extreme in a breath's time, appearing in front of Van Ector. His hands seemed like two enormous millstones, forcefully pushing towards the latter's head. The speed was so astonishing, leaving one speechless. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. 1 second Van Ector thought he had escaped the opponent's attack. The next second he found himself in an extremely dangerous situation. He had no time to think much, let alone shout loudly, because now he had to confront with all his might. Once he opened his mouth, he would lose his breath. Once he lost his breath, resisting Chen Shu's strike would be a joke, a very cold one. This young man brought him a tremendous sense of crisis. Clenching his teeth tightly, with no way to retreat, he had now reached the wall on the other side of the cabin. Unless he broke through the wall, he had to face it with all his strength. Time waits for no one. With two dull thuds, Van Ector's arms fiercely collided. Zhang Qian noticed that sweat beads had suddenly appeared all over the latter's forehead, as if a boiling kettle. Chen Shu's long fists thrust out, relentless and fierce, pressing Van Ector into a tiresome defense, and the situation grew more dangerous. At this moment, on his seemingly frail body, erupted an onslaught like a raging storm. Zhang Qian didn't understand why Van Ector was sweating profusely from the punches, but he knew very well, when exerting force, one must not speak. This was a principle everyone understood. For those masters, it was not just about keeping silent. What was more important was keeping their pores closed, so that their strikes were fierce and powerful. It was the principle of a steam engine. Compress the air and exert force vigorously. This was not mystical, but a combat skill that existed in reality. Like the former boxing champion Tyson in his prime, his body was red during a bout, with minimal sweat visible. Even if there were droplets, they were sprayed by his assistant during rest to help with physical cooling. Closing the pores when exerting force could be achieved through training, and a key step was mastering the use of the spine. Animals raise their fur when startled, which was the principle behind it. In cruder terms, it was like tightening one's sphincter. You would quickly feel the difference. Returning to the situation, Van Ecto, sweating profusely from Chen Shu's punches, indicated he had been demoralized, had no time to close his pores. It was as if his body's floodgates had suddenly opened, and all his energy poured out. Naturally, his punches were no longer as ferocious. In an instant, Chen Shu's fists were like cannons, ruthlessly slamming into Van Ecto's abdomen. The latter's eyes rolled back, a sudden wave of weakness overcame him, his legs went soft, and he collapsed to the ground. His massive body heaved wildly, his chest breathing heavily as if he were a bellows. Zhang Qian was genuinely worried. He couldn't catch his breath and felt like he might die right there. But for some reason, he remained silent, not uttering a word. His terrifyingly calm demeanor even made him subconsciously want a cigarette. Zhang Qian realized a troubling fact. This Chen Shu was truly extraordinary. The aura he exuded at this moment was akin to an ancient assassin, fierce, relentless, and deadly in every move. Although Zhang Qian was not a martial arts expert, he could see that Chen Shu was a relentless aggressor, risking life at every strike, relentlessly pursuing his objective until he achieved it. Fortunately, such a person was not an enemy. If one had to worry about being targeted by such a dangerous individual every day, it would definitely lead to sleepless nights and loss of appetite. He was beginning to understand Raman now. Initially, he thought Raman was not overly cautious, patrolling the estate with vigilance. But now, it seemed Raman was right to be cautious. If it were up to him, Zhang Qian, he would have spent billions every day to hire countless protectors to safeguard him. Knock. Knock. Sir, what's the situation inside? The person outside pushed but couldn't open the door, and then the knocking sound was heard. This moment brought Zhang Qian's thoughts back, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had instinctively locked the door just now. Otherwise, it would have been a big problem if someone saw this. Did they all get killed? Nothing. I am conducting an investigation. This room involves the privacy of Mr. Zhang, His Majesty's friend, so he doesn't trust others to come in. You all go search elsewhere quickly. Don't waste time. Van Ecto covered his heaving chest with effort, speaking in a calmer tone. Yes. The footsteps outside gradually moved away. Zhang Qian was stunned. Why did he help me? Chen Shu currently had not placed a dagger at his throat, as he understood that tactic wouldn't work on Van Ecto. Van Ecto was an extremely loyal warrior, who would transmit the information even if it cost his own life. Sir, you've really found a very capable assistant. Van Ecto regained some strength and slowly stood up. Zhang Qian awkwardly rubbed his nose, lit a cigarette, unsure how to respond. Actually, I felt something was amiss yesterday. When reviewing the surveillance footage last night, I sought his profile. His Majesty obtained all the assassins' names and their photos. I am very professional. Even though he changed his appearance slightly, his face remained unchanged. Although he cautiously avoided almost all surveillance cameras, don't forget, he entered with Ms. Lindsay Rowan. He was captured at the doorway. Saying this, Van Ecto took out a USB drive and handed it to Zhang Qian. The latter's heart trembled. Without asking, he could guess what was inside. This is the footage, edited by me with additional frames. Don't worry, it won't reveal anything suspicious. Just a few seconds of footage, and no one will notice anything. Oh, I once wanted to be a content creator, so I self-taught editing. Pretty professional, right? Van Ecto laughed. Granny. Zhang Qian suddenly brightened and patted Van Ecto's shoulder vigorously. Good kid, with such a simple teasing remark, you've actually opened up my investment mindset. Not bad. Very good. But come to think of it, wouldn't this bring danger to himself? Zhang, you don't need to look at me like this, and you don't need to worry about me. In fact, I understood that in that moment just now, ever since an extra $100 million appeared in the bank account, I knew I couldn't continue on this path for long. Because of the attachments, I can't risk my life like he can. I've started to value my life, which means I'm not a qualified bodyguard. So when I go back, I'm going to resign and take the money to the US to enjoy life with my sweetheart. And now that the danger is gone, His Highness probably doesn't need me anymore. Van Ecto smiled happily. Zhang Qian felt a bit regretful, wishing he hadn't extorted so much money from him. Although this kid is no match for Chen Shu and is slightly inferior in combat abilities, he can still handle 10 ordinary people, I himself. It's too polite to resign like this. Going back and becoming the head of security captain for oneself would be more enjoyable, wouldn't it? But everyone has their own ambitions, and he can't force him to stay. After a brief exchange, Zheng Qian left the room with Van Ecto. Van Ecto was no fool, and he naturally knew that Chen Shu couldn't have been sent by Zheng Qian to assassinate Ramen. Otherwise, Zheng Qian opening the big money mode here would be completely meaningless. Why would anyone give money to a dead person? Oh, he had learned about the customs of Juzhou before, except for paper money. As for why he left Chen Shu behind, that seems to be an obvious matter. This person's combat power is top-notch, and there is no better bodyguard than him. Report. Sir, we just checked the source of the sound. It seems to be just the sound of the waves hitting. And we found no trace of dangerous individuals. A team member ran over, saluting Van Ecto. The latter glanced towards the room that had just been left, understanding that this was probably a stratagem by Chen Shu to lure the tiger off the mountain. Seeing through it without revealing it, Van Ecto waved his hand and decisively said two words, retreat. These people were indeed well trained. They came quickly and they left quickly. Van Ecto couldn't show too much intimacy with Zheng Qian in front of others, so after saluting him from a distance, he boarded the return plane. Zheng Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The most dangerous obstacle had passed. It seemed they could safely leave Oman. Watching the escort ship gradually move further away, Zheng Qian sat leisurely on the deck, feeling the gentle sea breeze, swaying his glass of red wine, and lighting up a Yebai brand cigarette. Feeling the strong nicotine rush into his nostrils, he felt that life was just like this. Plus, there was a beautiful female captain sitting beside him. They were on the top deck, and Yao Kyuki had specifically ordered that no one else was allowed to come up. Yes, she was still as sensible as ever. General Zheng, you've worked hard during this period. Let me massage your legs, Yao Kyuki said. Kneeling in front of Zheng Qian, she reached out her fair jade hands and lightly massaged above Zheng Qian's knee. He lowered his head slightly. Although he was in a dominant position now, the scenery in front of her chest was clearly visible. However, Zheng Qian's gaze didn't linger too much, but he glanced at the area where her knee touched. Luckily, there was a handmade Arab carpet here, ensuring that her legs wouldn't suffer any strain. Soft enough. Speaking of feet, one can't ignore Yao Kiwi's jade feet. She was a very interesting woman, although no individual aspect of her could stand out in the crowd or surpass the other beautiful women. Though when her features and figure were put together, they were quite balanced, very pleasant to the eye. Especially those pair of jade feet. Seemingly maintaining this posture wasn't very convenient. Yao Kyuki slipped off a pair of Valentino high heels. Indeed, they were the reinforced style black stockings that Zheng Qian admired. Zheng Qian was wearing loose beach pants and a t-shirt at this time. He realized he really liked Yao Kyuki, not just her proactive attitude. He didn't know if it was growing attached over time, but he suddenly felt an indescribable flutter for her. Suddenly, Zheng Qian felt a bit sorry watching Yao Kyuki kneeling and working on the floor. After reluctantly stopping her actions, he picked her up directly and tossed her onto the soft couch. Riding the waves with the sea breeze, they began their journey. I have to say, Yao Kyuki is really talented. He slightly closed his eyes, enjoying himself fully. Where are we? Wei Rusi rubbed her sleepy eyes, gradually climbing out of bed. She had been asleep since last night at the mansion, and it continued on the yacht. For a moment, she couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams. Glancing at her phone, she estimated that it had been about an hour and a half since they left Vanakudu. But hadn't everyone already left? Where did Zheng Qian go? She looked around in confusion, realizing he had never been in this room. There was no scent of Zheng Qian in the air. It must be that detestable player scent. It must be this detestable man ... Or perhaps it's just his unique scent. She couldn't describe it. It's not a fragrance. How could a smelly man have a fragrance? It's just his scent, exclusive to Zheng Qian. Wei Rusi seemed a bit unable to leave. In these many days, the two had gone through so much together. She even wished just now that when she woke up, Zheng Qian would be lying next to her as usual, even if his hand was not so innocently placed on her chest. But he wasn't there, and she suddenly felt a bit anxious. This feeling was something she had never experienced before, almost like a fairy tale. She was someone who detested men so much. But even if Wei Rusi didn't want to face this fact, she had to admit that she might be falling for Zheng Qian, and she might even have trouble being without him now. Even in this short time without seeing him, she was starting to feel restless. What would she do when she went back? How would she face Jin Lu? But at this moment, Wei Rusi couldn't worry about all that. After all, she hadn't gone back yet, right? She must see Jung Qian to be at ease, so she quickly tittied up her clothes and ran out of the room. Running out at that time was a bit delicate. Junzan, I really can't go on ... I might not be able to walk to the cockpit later. Seeing what was in front of her, Wei Rusi could hardly believe her eyes. She stood in the corner of the stairs, trying hard to cover her mouth. Her first reaction was to run back to the room immediately. Her legs seemed as if they were glued in place, unable to move at all. She could only stare blankly at them, not daring to make a sound. Her delicate body trembled slightly, leaning weakly on the stair railing. In fact, Yao Kyuki had made a mistake. She had only arranged for two female assistants to stop others from going upstairs at the entrance, but she didn't anticipate that this luxury yacht had a passage from the main bedroom directly to the top deck, and Wei Rusi was not very familiar with the internal structure. Combined with just waking up, she went upstairs gradually. Hence, she witnessed everything in front of her. Jung Qian gently kissed Yao Kiwi's cheek, watching her sweaty and trembling body with tenderness. Suddenly lifting his head, he found Yao Kyuki was crying uncontrollably, managing to hold back loud sobs. Why are you crying? Jung Qian couldn't bear to see girls cry, especially since they had just had an intense interaction, so he nervously held her and said, Why would I despise you? Don't think that way. It's nothing. Yao Kyuki wiped her eyes with force, revealing a bright smile on her face. At that moment, she truly understood something. Jung Qian was the most outstanding young person she had ever met. She initially wanted to please him because of work-related issues, but the more they interacted, the more she found him remarkable and felt increasingly unworthy of him. The truth was, she realized he was not someone meant to belong to just one person. That's why Yao Kyuki never expected to have Jung Qian all to herself. She even willingly let Xiaonan join. She knew that as long as she played this role well, it was enough. Until she met the person who truly suited her, she hoped to make this moment of tenderness more genuine. Thinking of this, Yao Kyuki let out a silent sigh of relief. It was fortunate she had almost blurted out her feelings for Jung Qian. If she had, it might become an unattainable wish to see him again in the future, right? Like when he boarded the ship today with that girl. She was truly beautiful. Yao Kyuki even felt ashamed to stand next to Wei Rusi. Perhaps only such a girl was worthy of him. However, it was said that Jung Qian had a girlfriend he openly acknowledged. She wondered how he would explain later. Thinking about this, Yao Kyuki smiled faintly. This smile made Jung Qian feel a little uneasy. This girl, could she have been ruined by him? Crying one moment and smiling the next, now they were in the middle of the ocean. Even if she wanted to call emergency services, she wouldn't know which country she'd reach. Could it be that she was really losing it? Thump. Huh? At that moment, Jung Qian quickly grabbed his clothes and covered Yao Kyuki, then looked in the direction of the sound. The deserted staircase had no one in sight. Could it be? Could he have misheard? Was it not a human voice but just the wind? It's windy here. Let me take you down to rest. Jung Qian was about to carry Yao Kyuki downstairs, but she shook her head and declined. Her face had already regained its usual blush. She straightened her clothes and sweetly said, Jungzan, I can manage it on my own. I'll go down from there. If that pretty lady sees us, it wouldn't be good. So what if she sees? Jung Qian directly lifted her princess style without allowing any refusal. Am I, Jung Qian, doing something shameful? Hold on to my neck before I change my mind. Jung Qian wasn't just talking for the sake of it. He genuinely believed what he said, especially after just engaging in such an act with Yao Kyuki. Looking at the shy beauty in his arms, his heart trembled slightly. Unable to stop himself, his appetite was aroused, and a wave of desire ignited within him once again. Yao Kyuki was now in the state of being held by Princess Jung. She had her arms around Jung Qian's neck, burying her head in his chest. Helplessly, she pleaded. Why are you doing this again? I can't handle it anymore. It's okay, we still have quite some time before returning home, and being on a yacht is not the same as being on a plane. Once you recover a bit, I'll increase the intensity for you. Jung Qian lightly kissed her cheek. It was soft and tender, indeed pleasant to be tasted, almost like a delicacy. Thankfully, there were plenty of rooms in the yacht, and considering the master bedroom was on the 3rd floor, to avoid suspicion, he decided to send Yao Kyuki to the 2nd floor. Not because he felt guilty, but because he was concerned she might feel awkward. Particularly thinking about Princess Mina made him even more so. Wei Rusi was truly skilled at educating girls. What if Yao Kyuki also started to enjoy such feelings? That was absolutely not allowed. Perhaps due to the recent physical activity, Jun Qian hadn't even reached the second floor when Yao Kyuki fell asleep in a short while. She looked particularly adorable at this moment, her mouth opening and closing, as if making abba sounds. In the corner of the stairs were two female assistants, who seemed to have heard the sounds just now. Blushing furiously, they avoided eye contact with Jun Qian. They timidly said, "General Jun, everything is fine." Although Jun Qian had thick skin now, the thought of the young ladies enjoying an earful close by made him somewhat embarrassed. However, he stiffly nodded and hastened his steps to leave. Just as he turned the corner, he faintly heard them gossiping. "Hey, did you time it just now? It seems like it's been almost 2 hours. General Zheng's stamina is really impressive, eh? Shh, keep your voice down. But yeah, quite impressive. Hearing these remarks, Jun Qian's face turned even redder. After putting Yao Kyuki on the bed and tucking her in, he lit a cigarette and pondered checking on Chen Shu. However, to his surprise, Wei Rusi was standing not far from the door, arms crossed, gazing at him with a complex expression. "Are you awake? Are you still feeling unwell?" Jun Qian walked over, cigarette in hand, and affectionately touched her forehead. Don't touch me. Wei Rusi subconsciously moved away from Jun Qian's hand, lips tightly pressed together, lost in her thoughts. "You seem all right. I'll go check on Chen Shu first." Saying that, Jun Qian prepared to head downstairs. But after a few steps, he thought he heard Wei Rusi softly sobbing. Jun Qian turned back, took a deep drag on his cigarette, unsure of what to say. If Wei Rusi hadn't cried, he would have done whatever he needed to. No need to ask, she must have seen the scene just now. But, so what? Didn't Wei Rusi already know he had unclear relationships with other women? What's more, Jun Qian hadn't established any particular relationship with her at the moment. Did he need to deflect or explain like other men just because she cried? Nevertheless, seeing her cry, Jun Qian furrowed his brow and stood there, not continuing downstairs. After a moment of silence, he casually handed her a few tissues and softened his tone. Don't you have anything to say to me? Why you were so different with me just a couple of days ago. Why are you suddenly acting distant now? Why, do you know how much courage I mustered?" Wei Rusi sobbed, covering her mouth, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Seeing Jun Qian still standing there smoking, she couldn't contain her anger, gritting her teeth and resentfully saying, "Why are all you men like this? Why? Why are you even too lazy to explain? What should I explain to you? Don't you already know that I've been involved with other women?" Jun Qian, taking a deep drag on his cigarette, his expression concealed in the shadows of the ship's body, continued. "Yao Kyuki is just one of them. There are others. I don't want to explain. It's useless to talk about this. Wei Rusi, you might think I'm scum, but I'll tell you, I will be responsible for them, not just use them and discard them casually. You may find it hard to understand, but this is the truth from my heart. If you feel you can't accept it, I will of course respect your choice." With that said, Jun Qian turned around, but at that moment, he felt an extra pair of hands on his abdomen. Wei Rusi had run over and hugged Jun Qian from behind, tears streaming from her beautiful eyes, continuously sobbing. I know you're a scumbag, but I don't know what's happening. I can't seem to leave you, especially earlier, when I woke up and you weren't by my side. I sniff. How did I fall in love with you? This scumbag. Sniff. Sniff. Wei Rusi shuddered all over, her voice getting louder. Jun Qian's heart softened instantly. Turning around, he embraced her. He had never seen Wei Rusi display such emotions before. Her tear-streaked face full of sorrow, her eyes filled with helplessness, conflict, and pain. Jun Qian vowed that no woman had ever cried like this for him before. She was the first. "I'm sorry." Jun Qian wiped away her tears, sighing. This apology wasn't for his actions with Yao Kyuki but for making Wei Rusi cry. Jun Qian truly hadn't anticipated hearing the word love from Wei Rusi. Just as Jun Qian was figuring out how to console Wei Rusi, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. 3 black lines appeared on his forehead in an instant. Damn it. Thank goodness he was a man. If he were a woman, he probably wouldn't be able to breastfeed in the future. Wei Rusi, was she this twisted? He had considered her to be somewhat twisted, but to this extent, it was a bit unexpected. Just as she finished speaking, Wei Rusi regretted it. Who was she to say such things? As she was thinking about what to say to divert Jung Qian's attention, she suddenly felt a wave of weakness. Her head swirled, and she could barely stand by clutching onto the railing, her legs almost buckling. Jung Qian quickly supported Wei Ruxi and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is it because you cried so hard just now?" Wei Ruxi blushed and silently buried her face in Jung Qian's chest, tacitly admitting, in fact, it was true. She rarely cried so heavily from a young age, and she was not a crybaby. In her opinion, crying wouldn't solve anything, especially when it came to matters involving men. Otherwise, after experiencing so many setbacks in the United States, she would have cried a long time ago. Perhaps it was because she lost her only father. Being nestled in Jung Qian's chest suddenly made her feel safe. In fact, she had already sensed it when the two of them lived in the official mansion. She was unusually obsessed with the feeling of being close to Jung Qian, especially after they slept together so intimately. It intensified. Waking up every day with Jung Qian beside her made her feel secure. There were even a few times when she deliberately waited for Jung Qian to fall asleep before coyly lying in his arms. Perhaps it was from that time that Wei Ruxi had already started to develop unusual feelings for Jung Qian. Especially when she woke up alone in the room just now, the immense emptiness filled her heart. That was when she truly began to realize the change in her emotions. Maybe she had really fallen in love with Jung Qian. And when she came to her senses, why was she in bed? I saw you lost in thought earlier, calling out to you several times without a response, so I decided to carry you over to rest. Don't cry like that again in the future, okay? I was really worried just now. Jung Qian pinched Wei Ruxi's delicate chin, his face showing a hint of reproach. He swore to himself that he wasn't worried just because she bit that place earlier. Okay, I understand. Wei Ruxi nodded shyly, looking very sweet and cute. If Princess Mina saw her current state of being nestled in Jung Qian's arms with what was in her heart, her jaw might drop to the ground in surprise. Well, not just her. Many men and women were the same. Goodness, was this the same banker who swore never to get involved with men? Rest well. Jung Qian was about to get up when Wei Ruxi grabbed his shirt hem. Suddenly, she turned her head with captivating eyes. You rascal, you've hurt me earlier. Shouldn't you comfort me properly now? If you can't even do such a simple thing well, how can you be a qualified sea king in the future? Wei Ruxi pouted. Hearing this, Jung Qian burst into laughter. I can't say whether I'm qualified to be a sea king, but you must be a sea queen. After going abroad, I googled and found quite a few tabloid news about you. Staying over at Monica's, photographed chatting with a young model in a sports car. I wonder how many girls shed tears when you return to your country. At Jung Qian's teasing, Wei Ruxi blushed and hummed softly. She hooked her arm around Jung Qian's neck, her eyes sparkling, making it easy for one to get lost in them. I observed you for quite some time just now. Didn't expect you to have so many skills. No wonder young girls can't forget you. The moment they see you, it's like dry wood meeting a spark. The playful fire in Jung Qian's eyes reignited. Wei Ruxi, still inexperienced, naturally softened her gaze under Jung Qian's suggestive words. Leave yourself in my care, Jung Qian said. And after the clouds and rain, Wei Ruxi slept deeply and calmly. That night, she confided in Jung Qian, sharing many things from family matters to personal affairs in great detail. But the most frequent question she asked was, do you love me? Do you really love me? Will you always love me? Especially when they were about to get into the main topic, Wei Ruxi cried and asked 12 times. Jung Qian had been with inexperienced girls like this before, but he never expected Wei Ruxi, who was born in a decadent capitalist country, to be the most traditional at the beginning. She had to hear him say I love you before she could admit her love for him. That night, Wei Ruxi vowed to shed all the tears of her life. After it was all over, Jung Qian didn't leave. He knew that Wei Ruxi was particularly dependent on him now. When they got on the ship yesterday, it was already late into the night. After the intense battles with Yao Qiuqi and Wei Ruxi, it was already bright daylight. So when Jung Qian woke up, it was still dark outside. Luckily, since it was Wei Ruxi's first time, they didn't last too long, otherwise, he might have struggled a bit. I must ask Chen Shu for advice. Their martial family must have some ways to maintain health and strengthen oneself. We should try a few recipes in case we share a bet in the future. How will we face those girls without a strong presence? Jung Qian lit a cigarette, deciding to prioritize this matter in the urgent category. However, there is something that Zheng Qian is more concerned about. Just now, not sure if it was his own illusion, he seemed to hear a very subtle sound. Although not very sure, it seemed to indeed be coming from beneath the floor. He was very clear that this was not the sound of pipes or waves. It was as if there was something hitting the ceiling below, and the sound transmitted here. They were currently on the second floor, but there were no rooms directly below the master bedroom. Could it be ... that someone had entered underneath the yacht from directly below the master bedroom? Zheng Qian knew that there were no stairs below the master bedroom, and due to the design's privacy to guarantee the homeowner's living experience, there were no passageways leading over here. This also meant that there wouldn't be any legitimate staff passing through. But it seemed like the target wasn't himself, but was moving towards below. Does that mean it's just Chen Shu? Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but tighten. A bad feeling arose within him. Chen, what are you thinking? Why are you frowning? Just then, a soft voice sounded. Wei Rusi reached out with her delicate jade hand, attempting to smooth out Zheng Qian's wrinkled brow. It's nothing. Just thinking that we might have to sail on the sea surface for several days, afraid that you all won't be able to rest well. Zheng Qian chuckled lightly, grabbing Wei Rusi's hand. His heart couldn't help but calm down a lot as her hand was really soft. Wei Rusi was currently looking at Zheng Qian with immense happiness. Opening her eyes and seeing him by her side made her previously anxious feeling dissipate. Leaning against Zheng Qian's neck, her cheeks blushing, she said softly, "You were so bad. It's all your fault. I might not be able to get out of bed. I was planning to go up to the deck to see the scenery, to witness the waves of the Indian Ocean, but because of you, I missed out on this wonderful experience. How are you going to compensate me?" Zheng Qian chuckled mischievously. He hugged Wei Rusi and, not being straightforward, started to rub her. "Isn't it simple? I'll go out later and use my phone to capture the outside, then play it on the TV for you in a loop, right? If that's not enough, we can have a video call on the deck, guaranteeing you a first-hand and absolutely fresh perspective." Wei Rusi, experiencing such things for the first time, couldn't help but give him a stern warning. She couldn't understand why his flirting techniques were so good, even though his time in bed with girls was far less than Zheng Qian's. She was truly not convinced because despite rolling in bed with Monica and others, it was always done in a relatively gentle manner. 40 minutes later, Zheng Qian walked out with a cigarette. Wei Rusi couldn't endure it anymore and collapsed in bed after just one time, falling asleep again. Zheng Qian walked downstairs. Because he knew that Chen Shu was here, he had previously ordered that no one should come here unless there was an emergency situation, such as a malfunction of the yacht. He wasn't sure if someone had come down, so he needed to confirm. Under the moonlight, he could barely see the hallway. He tried to control his steps, making almost no noise at all. Just as he was about to reach the room where Chen Shu was, "Come in, it's safe now." Zheng Qian breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Chen Shu was still alive. However, this statement also meant that it was safe now, so ... it must have been unsafe just now. His feelings were not wrong. Indeed, someone had come. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Chen Shu sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. And in the corner, there were 4 corpses. Although he had mentally prepared himself, seeing dead bodies still made Zheng Qian's heart skip a beat. "Were they here to find you?" Zheng Qian walked over with courage, hesitantly asking. "Yes and no." Chen Shu slowly opened his eyes and pointed at them, saying, "These 2 were here to find me, but those 2 were looking for you. They just happened to run into each other, perhaps planning to take me out first before going to find you." Zheng Qian took a deep drag of his cigarette, his gaze dark and uncertain as his brain raced rapidly. Soon, he understood the reason. After much thought, he realized that there was only one opportunity for them to board the vessel, which was when the destroyer approached. It was at least impossible for them to have infiltrated here in advance. If that were the case, when Chen Shu arrived at the Ocean God, he would have noticed it immediately. And it was impossible to evade Van Ecto's search. On the surface, Van Ecto and others came to the yacht by helicopter to attract their attention. Behind the scenes, once the yacht stopped sailing, they swam from the destroyer to the vicinity of this yacht and waited for an opportunity to board. Van Ecto probably didn't know about this, otherwise, he wouldn't have risked handing over the USB to himself. But it was understandable to look for Chen Shu, but why look for him? You might not know, but your seemingly innocent actions can also make you a target for others, right? Before we set off, I did a simple investigation on you and found out that you've been spending a lot of money in Oman recently. And acquiring this ocean god vessel is also quite a remarkable feat. You are very likely being eyed by some meticulous rich person, Chen Chu said nonchalantly. Zhang Qian suddenly realized, could it be Lu Ziding? There was a high probability that it was him, but currently, there was no way to confirm. At that moment, a strong surge of anger rose within Zhang Qian. If it was indeed him, should he also launch an assassination on him? Do you want me to help you? After all, killing people is my specialty. Chen Chu's words lack any trace of human emotion. Zhang Qian believed that if he gave the order, Chen Chu would definitely rush to the other side of the ocean without hesitation. All right, it's fine, but not necessary. Zhang Qian is not a serial killer, even though the principle he always adheres to is that if someone doesn't harm him, he won't harm them, but if someone does harm him, he will retaliate. However, at the moment, there is no evidence, so it cannot be concluded that it was done by Lu Ziding. After all, this matter is vague and uncertain. During his short time in Oman, it wasn't just him who harbored ill will towards himself. There are some things that need time to settle before making a decision. Are you injured? What Zhang Qian found more concerning was that Chen Chu, who was incredibly tough in his mind, was injured. It seemed quite serious as his clothes were already soaked in blood. Despite his steady breathing, the moonlight just now revealed his crimson clothes. He put in a lot of effort, cost, and time to have those. If he dies without returning home, wouldn't it be in vain? Apart from death, it's just a scratch, Chen Chu said lightly. This guy is simply the king of pretending. This statement is perfect for showing off. Better write it down quickly, in case he gets a chance in the future to stand out because of a woman, and she asks him with concern. He must say this to show off. It's nothing major. It was them. These two people are my senior brothers. They are killing machines cultivated by Chen Deshen. They cooperate closely with each other, and with the addition of two other people, I almost met my aunt. It's fortunate that compared to me, it seems like they fear death a bit more. Zhang Qian described the heart-stopping scenes in his mind with just a few words. It's needless to ask, it's certain that in the end Chen Chu will emerge victorious with his fearless spirit. When they come here, will Chen Desheng and Ramen know that you are here? Since they were able to board the destroyer, it means their actions were authorized, otherwise they wouldn't be here. Zhang Qian expressed his worry. Chen Chu waved his hand slightly and calmly responded, I know them very well. If Chen Desheng knows I'm here, he wouldn't have just sent these two, but certainly would be searching everywhere for me. Coming here is likely their final bet. But back then they didn't know, but they definitely know now, because once they went aboard the ship, they die. Zhang Qian sighed, and took a puff of smoke. It seemed his plots were eventually revealed. Nevertheless, let it go. He also knew it's impossible to keep the news of Chen Chu by his side forever. Eventually, when they return home, he definitely has to bring Chen Chu along. Suddenly having such a formidable person by his side, it couldn't escape the attention of those who are observant. With this thought, he patted Chen Chu's shoulder and said reassuringly, Don't worry, bro, it's not a big issue. Since Chen Desheng can abandon you for profit, it means he is negotiable, and the same goes for Ramen. I'll handle it for you. Though I can't guarantee if someone will come looking for you in the future, I can at least assure you that you no longer need to hide. I admit, in assisting you, I did see your skills, but not entirely for that reason. I was also an orphan once, and have experienced betrayal. So, I understand you. In you, I see myself. I won't use you as a weapon, but as a friend who's been through similar struggles. This was Zhang Qian's heartfelt confession, not a prepared attempt to move Chen Chu. He indeed felt a kind of empathy towards Chen Chu, being born without parents, and then abandoned by those once cherished. He was a pitiful person. Chen Chu is an assassin, with a very cold demeanor, but he's also human. He once experienced the most gentle touch from Chen Ziqian. Because of his upbringing, his inner world is equally sensitive. At that moment, he felt that Zhang Qian's words were sincere. Suddenly looking up, he met Zhang Qian's genuine gaze, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke, Thank you. Zhang Qian sighed with concern. Do you need me to call a doctor? Those girls have received basic medical training. They have some simple emergency skills. I think it's better to tend to it. Chen Chu waved his hand, slightly curling his lips. They might not be as professional as I am. Don't worry. Though I can take risks, I also value my life because there are things awaiting me to finish. I won't die for now. Once we pass the coastline ahead, I'll dispose of them. Due to the current ocean currents, throwing them out now would likely be discovered early by the others over there. In about 10 hours, it should be fine. Truly professional. Zheng Qian was initially pondering whether there was a special fetish for him to stack these for corpses in the room. Without further delaying Chen Shu's rest, after brief instructions, he left. It would take about 20 days to return from Oman by ship. In fact, Zheng Qian and the others had the opportunity to disembark halfway and take a plane back from another country. Successfully, they were able to arrange Chen Shu's legitimate identity with the people from Mexico during the journey, and theoretically, it was possible to change transportation methods. However, Zheng Qian didn't do it. Not just him. Everyone aboard this yacht didn't propose switching to another way back home. It seemed to become an unspoken secret among them. Wei Rusi knew that once they docked at the domestic port, she might not be able to be so carefree with Zheng Qian anymore. Every extra day, she would mean more time spent with Zheng Qian. She was too attached to his presence. Holding him every night while falling asleep and waking up next to him in the morning provided her with a sense of security. She often thought, how great would it be if she had met Zheng Qian first? But there aren't many ifs in this world. Now, 21 days have gone by, with just one more day until they reach their destination in the north. After overcoming the initial shyness, Wei Rusi chose to completely let herself go. Almost every day was spent vigorously with Zheng Qian, in the master bedroom, bathroom, top deck. Wherever no one else ventured, they had left their intimate traces. Now, Wei Rusi knew clearly that there was less than 24 hours left of exclusive time with Zheng Qian. While Zheng Qian was engrossed with Chen Shu, she changed into a fun interesting outfit, a thin sheer fabric covering her body. Looking at herself in the mirror, Wei Rusi couldn't help but blush. I am truly beautiful. If I were a man, I would probably not be able to resist indulging in me, right? Do you want to learn Kung Fu from me? No. It's just... Well, even Zheng Qian, who had a thick skin, found himself a bit hesitant. 21 days ago, when Zheng Qian approached Chen Shu and subtly expressed his desire to learn, Chen Shu's initial reaction was to refuse. It was not because Zheng Qian was too old. Learning Kung Fu is never too late at any age. It's not like many novels depict, where one must start training from a young age, mastering techniques like children's Kung Fu. On the contrary, Zheng Qian's age was actually the best time to practice martial arts. He wasn't too young, so his bones were fully formed, making progress more efficient. It was a time when his vitality was at its peak. As long as one wasn't an elderly person or someone whose physical condition was declining, theoretically, anyone could achieve great success. Zheng Qian fit into this category perfectly. However, the response was still the same. It was possible but not necessary. Nowadays, why push oneself so hard in practicing Kung Fu? For self-defense? As long as one didn't encounter top-tier crazies, pulling out a gun and firing a few shots would be more effective than trying to dodge physical attacks. Besides, with Zheng Qian being so wealthy, there was even less need for it. Wasn't there such a strong figure like himself around? But upon discovering Zheng Qian's true intention, even the typically taciturn Chen Shu revealed a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Because, well, Zheng Qian wasn't aiming to train in martial arts. He wasn't interested in learning life-threatening techniques. His sole purpose was simply to improve his health and fitness. To be more precise, he focused on strengthening his core muscles, leg muscles, and other specific areas. Put simply, he wanted to make his weapon stronger. Chen Shu had never learned specific training for this, but he believed that mastering one skill could enhance countless others. Though he couldn't directly train the weapon, by employing other methods, significant improvements in its effectiveness could be achieved. While it might not make it physically longer, it could enhance its durability, or perhaps, make it stronger in that context. Chen Shu lacked interest in such matters, but that didn't mean he was clueless. This was the first time someone actively inquired about his expertise in this field. Previously, he had worked as a bodyguard for certain wealthy individuals, but Zheng Qian was the first person to show such interest. Consequently, a tailor-made training regimen was designed for Zheng Qian based on his physical condition. Of course, the ultimate goal isn't to train your weapon. It's about improving your overall health and well-being to transform yourself. It's simply a method of breathing exercises. Keep at it, and by the time you reach your destination, you'll undergo a significant transformation. Making your weapon more powerful is just a byproduct of your success on this path. Well, those were Chen Shu's exact words at that time. After 21 days, Zhang Qian truly sensed an indescribable change within himself. In a slightly exaggerated sense, he felt as though he had undergone a rebirth. His complexion had undeniably improved. In comparison to the leg exercises initially taught by Duan Qiren, this method didn't require multiple sets of movements each day. Simply put, it involved standing in a specific posture. The regime included various movements while maintaining the posture. Prior to this, Zhang Qian had viewed standing in a posture as something elderly people did in parks. However, after experiencing the real method, he realized it entailed much more. Instead of teaching him standard stances, Chen Shu introduced him to the dragon descending posture. As for why it was called so, Zhang Qian believed that mastering it could help him subdue his own great dragon. The posture was peculiar, yet exuded tremendous authority when executed. According to Chen Shu, it would give one a sense of standing sky-high and earth-wide. Standing in position wasn't merely about the body. It also involved one's spirit and presence, requiring a refined disposition. As Zhang Qian was a novice, Chen Shu didn't press him too hard initially. Given Zhang Qian's wealth, why should he push himself in martial arts? Perhaps he just wanted to try it out on a whim. However, Zhang Qian's dedication exceeded Chen Shu's expectations. In just 21 days, he already felt a profound sense of stability and power within himself. In fact, this yacht is the best place to practice the stance. You may never find such an opportunity again after this unless you're on a boat every day, which is unrealistic. If you can maintain the posture on an unstable surface like a floating boat, you'll understand your progress once you're back on stable ground. You can already stand firmly, even on the deck without any distortion in your posture. In the words of ancient scholars, you are reaching a level where you float and sink in the waves, yet never topple. Persist in this practice. In just a few days, you've already surpassed those who spend months in the gym. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Shu addressed Zhang Qian standing beside him. The latter resumed his posture, drenched in sweat but showing no signs of fatigue. Observing Chen Shu's unwavering stability, Zhang Qian couldn't help but remark, "I had no idea of your prowess before, but now I see you truly are exceptional. If I'm not mistaken, your body seems incredibly stable, devoid of any movement. Yet, you seem to adapt to the ship's motion subtly, maintaining a delicate rhythm, right? Though I can't see it, I can feel it." Even Chen Shu seemed surprised by this. Maybe Zhang Qian was quite gifted. Nevertheless, he had no intentions of truly teaching Zhang Qian martial arts. With his considerable wealth, there was no need to put himself in harm's way. Those who excelled in martial arts understood balance and restraint. They wouldn't engage in fights casually. It was often the novices who, after a short period of training, felt overconfident and eager to demonstrate their skills that faced the most fatalities. Zhang Qian had a combative spirit, but Chen Shu didn't want him to overestimate his combat abilities, leading to trouble in unnecessary situations. Wouldn't it be better for him to be a wealthy and unexciting individual? "General Zhang, Miss Wei is asking for you to go down and rest." Just then, Yao Kyuki stood nearby, looking lively and blushing slightly, her gaze modestly lowered. She appeared shy yet bold. Zhang Qian felt a bit awkward, wanting to explain things to Chen Shu and find an excuse to leave. However, when he turned around, he realized Chen Shu had already left unnoticed at some point. Truly a master of subtle movements. "I'll head down then," Zhang Qian said, gently pinching Yao Kiwi's delicate cheek, and as his hand proceeded downward, her cheeks grew even redder. Appearing slightly flustered, she trembled and said, "Please, don't let others see." "Ahem, I'm aware. Whenever I was around, no one approached. Even if someone did, they purposely made loud footsteps so I would know of their presence. Do you think Miss Wei Rusi is being excessive?" In fact, a lot of subtle things happened in these 21 days. The most important thing was the relationship between Wei Rusi and Yao Kyuki. Compared to Wei Rusi, the latter was clearer about her position. She never thought about competing for favor with Wei Rusi, nor would she speak ill of her behind her back. She simply focused on doing her own work. She even deliberately avoided meeting her. But who was Wei Rusi? She was not a brainless little girl. She was an adult who had experienced many things, even though she was only in her early 20s. Despite being around the same age as Yao Kyuki, Her views on things were much more mature. After getting to know Yao Qiui's personality, Wei Rusi developed a deeper understanding of her. Did she dislike her? What right did she have to dislike her? As for acknowledging Yao Qiui's position by Zheng Qian's side, sorry, Wei Rusi couldn't even acknowledge herself, let alone others. This was not something she could do by herself. It required Jin Lu's approval, not hers. However, regardless, the relationship between Wei Rusi and Yao Qiu had improved significantly. Perhaps it was due to their empathy for each other's positions that they could even chat frequently. When they stopped at a Southeast Asian island a few days ago, they even held hands while shopping. Zheng Qian naturally enjoyed seeing this. Well, since she didn't need to think about how to handle things herself, they could handle it well on their own, which saved her a lot of trouble. Initially, after dealing with Yao Qiu on the first day and sharing an intimate moment with Wei Rusi Mao on the second, she was still quite worried. Spending so many days together was not an easy task, but Wei Rusi once again demonstrated her value. Not only in business, where she maintained a high level of understanding with Zheng Qian and could anticipate possible problems and solutions ahead of time, but also in taking the initiative to handle the problems. Many people could easily spot problems, but struggled to address them effectively, so Zheng Qian found it comfortable to use Wei Rusi. Often, just a glance from her conveyed what she wanted. Of course, it was the same in those matters as well. She even sensibly perceived that Zheng Qian liked her legs very much. During this time, both were very satisfied, and she would even take the initiative to use her legs and feet. Well, you get the idea. Anything more explicit would be inappropriate. Moreover, Zheng Qian didn't know if it was just his imagination, but Wei Rusi sometimes seemed to deliberately create opportunities for him and Yao Qiu to be alone. Even this time when she asked her to find him, was that a hint? But even if he guessed it, he couldn't act on it. Such a stimulating thing. He didn't dare to fantasize about it for now. No. Mainly because Miss Wei is not dressed appropriately to come find you. Yao Qiui's cheeks reddened, and her breathing became frantic. She quickly held Zheng Qian's restless hand and said, "All right, you should go now. Don't keep touching me like this." Yao Qiu was about to cry in a hurry. It was really overwhelming, not knowing which direction to defend against. "Since I won't tease you, when we reach Yabai, you don't have to rush to leave. I'm sorry for ignoring you these past 2 days." Zheng Qian felt some remorse and gently touched Yao Qiui's cheeks. "Anyway, the shipping business is not urgent now. We have many ways to make money. Had you ever thought about settling down and working in Shanghai?" Zheng Qian had been considering this decision for a while. Affection does grow over time. Initially, the first 10 second times, he didn't think much of it, just a relationship. But as their interactions increased, he wondered if it was too cold-hearted to leave Yao Qiu alone on the ship. It felt cruel, like banishment. Yao Qiui's large eyes trembled slightly, and she seemed moved. After a moment of silence, she smiled, straightened out Zheng Qian's slightly disheveled collar, gave him a gentle hug, then quickly ran off, saying, "You should hurry. Miss Wei has prepared a surprise for you." Zheng Qian lit a cigarette, watching her skirt swaying in the sea breeze, murmuring to himself, It was black. When he entered the master bedroom, he immediately sensed a fragrant aroma. With the sky darkening, only a strange lamp at the bedside was lighting the room. Zheng Qian saw this lamp for the first time. Its glow reflected on the walls with star-like dots, emitting a purple halo, creating a unique ambience. Wei Rusi covered Zheng Qian's eyes with her hands. Her exceptionally soft touch, with slightly unusual protrusions at certain points, pressed against Zheng Qian's back, especially noticeable through the thin t-shirt, instantly bringing him into a dreamlike state. "Why do you take so long? I'm punishing you. No peeks at me until tomorrow." Wei Rusi's voice sounded playful. "You can't see, but you might not know, I've cultivated the legendary mind's eye. It's Chen Shu's unique skill. Even if I can't see you, I know what you're wearing." Zheng Qian extinguished the cigarette, speaking casually. At this moment, he displayed an unparalleled old artist's composure. HMPH, boasting. "So, tell me, what am I wearing now?" Wei Rusi feared Zheng Qian might see, so she pressed tightly against his back, covering his eyes with her hands. Little did she know, she was even subconsciously rubbing against him, causing Zheng Qian to almost lose control of his emotions. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be wearing a purple semi-transparent tu's nightgown." with butterfly-style sleeves. As you move, especially when you're on top, it's like a butterfly gracefully dancing, truly stunning. Below, you're wearing black stockings with red seams. Even with closed eyes, Jun Qian knew exactly what she was wearing. Well, that's because this was the only piece left in the wardrobe. The other pieces had all been torn apart by Jun Qian. Just now, Yao Qiuqi said that Wei Rusi had prepared a surprise, and this should be it, right? Jun Qiangxin was confident. His eloquence was first-rate, but what he didn't expect was Wei Rusi lightly shaking her head and saying in his ear, "Nope, wrong guess. Try again." Wrong guess. Jun Qian furrowed his brow. He guessed wrong. But all the items in the cabinet were indeed torn up. Could it be borrowed from Yao Qiuqi? It must be so. Their recent relationship was a bit unusual, and Yao Qiuqi had made many preparations before boarding the ship. She probably brought several sets of clothes. "I know, you must be wearing a very cute maid outfit, right?" he said, already starting to imagine. Yao Qiuqi usually prepared sailor uniforms and maid outfits the most, and her personality was inherently very kawaii. Such clothes were very particular. If worn by a taller woman like Wei Rusi, it would give off a completely different feeling. Her legs would look more slender and elegant. The skirt would probably only reach her thighs rather than below Yao Qiuqi's knees. Paired with her wide over-the-knee stockings, it would be a visual feast. "No, guess again." Wei Rusi couldn't help but giggle. "Wrong again?" Jun Qian hesitated to start directly. After all, this was just the girls' little game. Girls were like that. Before officially entering battle mode, they usually needed a long time to create an atmosphere, build tension. Being too straightforward might cause the machinery to become damaged due to lack of lubrication. Of course, there were certainly women who liked it a bit rougher. But at least for now, the women around Jun Qian weren't like that. A sailor suit, office lady, vampire, shame play, teacher, bunny girl, detective. Jun Qian rattled off several guesses, but all were rejected by Wei Rusi. Suddenly, he felt a more significant presence behind him, and he suddenly woke up, fearing that, "Are you wearing nothing? So there's nothing." His voice became hoarse due to his frustration. Came Wei Rusi's almost inaudible voice from behind him. Without hesitation, he turned around and scooped up the beauty, throwing her onto the soft mattress. Watching the enchanting Wei Rusi under the dim lights, there was no rationality left. Tomorrow, it would arrive in the north, welcoming their final revelry. On the second day of their first encounter, her period arrived just in time, allowing her a little recovery time for her battle injuries. Then she endured over 10 days of intense interactions, already adapting to this fighting feeling. She had a particular trait. She was very tense, conflicted, and struggling before being developed, requiring a lot of psychological preparation. Jun Qian had been besieging for a long time, but hadn't made any progress. But once developed, it would be a treasure trove. She found it to be a joyful feeling, especially when she was with Jun Qian, a scumbag who had brazenly started a relationship with Yao Qiuqi in front of her. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to lead him. The nights spent together in the official residence had already deeply entangled her. She didn't want to think about the future of facing Yao Qiuqi. She just wanted to enjoy the present pleasures. Jun Qian certainly didn't disappoint Wei Rusi's demands. After careful guidance from Chen Shu, his combat power had improved significantly. With battle strategies he hadn't even dared to imagine before, he was now adept at them. Especially his sustained combat capabilities had greatly improved. Not to mention the robustness of his weapon. Wei Rusi didn't realize that what she thought was temporary indulgence had deepened her love for Jun Qian. The reason was simple. Jun Qian was the first person to fully develop her in such a thorough manner. He knew every key point of her tank. Even some places she herself didn't know, things she hadn't discovered when she was with Monica before. But Jun Qian found each one, guiding his actions based on these key points during their encounters. The feedback she received was undoubtedly a roller coaster of emotions. It was tumultuous. That night, both of them found great satisfaction and happiness. Thankfully, the master bedroom had good soundproofing. Otherwise, the noise of the car driving would have made them uncomfortable in front of others. Wei Rusi's singing was too enchanting, and Jun Qian even thought about recording it as his ringtone at one point. "Oh, how come the faucet is broken?" Wei Rusi had just poured bath salts, milk, roses, jasmine, and other things into the tub, but to her dismay, Not a drop of water came out from the faucet. She was at a loss for words. "Let's go to the other bathroom. At this time, no one should be there." Jung Chan glanced at his phone. It was already 3 in the morning, and typically no one would be showering at this hour. It wasn't practical to have someone come and fix it now, so he suggested going to the other side. Although the yacht had many rooms, not all were suites. Besides the master bedroom, the ship had 3 bathrooms. One was for maintenance workers and crew at the bottom, and there were bathrooms on the left and right sides. The left side was designated for men, while the right was for women, located at each end of the yacht. Very user-friendly. "Well, let's go to the women's side." As they entered the bathroom, Wei Rusi shot Jung Chan a glare and blushed, muttering, "If I knew we were going somewhere else to wash up, you shouldn't have acted like that. My body is still, that smell." Jung Chan put on his shorts, and his figure became more apparent. Awkwardly, he lit a cigarette and chuckled, saying, "I didn't expect this trip to be so exciting. I wasn't prepared. If Yao Kyuki hadn't brought a few boxes, it might have been worse." Pouring mineral water onto a towel, Wei Rusi quickly wiped herself and started brushing her teeth vigorously. She then made a few breath mints in quick succession, feeling residual tastes. Biting her lip, she demanded, "Hand me those candy drops." "Hot." Jung Chan puzzled, watching Wei Rusi closely as she had just cleaned herself and brushed her teeth. "If you do that now, won't that?" He paused, untying his shorts once more. "Just go to hell." Wei Rusi stood up angrily, her face burning, and forcibly pushed Jung Chan away. I still feel a scent lingering, so I want to get rid of it." "It's all because of you." Wei Rusi is a typical two-faced person. She is very fierce when she scolds Jung Chan, but when she relies on him, she really can't do without him. Perhaps it is because there is a deeper resonance between their spirits and bodies. She feels that she never wants to be separated from Jung Chan. Just as they set out, she tightly clung to Jung Qian's arm. "Slow down. I can't use my legs." Wei Rusi blushed and said softly. Jung Qian reached behind and hugged her waist, then pressed down on her butt. "Not adapted yet? Originally, I was getting used to it, but you, seem more skilled now. Each time just now was very fast, so of course, have no strength left to walk. How about you carry me? Willing to serve you." Jung Qian picked up Wei Rusi's legs from behind, lifted up forcefully, and she leaned on Jung Qian's back. Chen Shu's teaching strategy clearly had an effect. Indeed, his physical strength had improved. Even in combat, he could single-handedly grab Wei Rusi. Quietly walking to the bathroom, he even brought the key with exclusive access rights. All the locks here had been specially customized. Jung Qian's key could open any door, and similarly lock them from the inside, preventing anyone else from entering, not even with the keys from other room owners. In other words, for example, if Person A and his wife D both boarded this yacht, when A went to the deck to smoke, Jung Chan could use the key to open their room door and chat with B locking the door from the inside. Even A's key couldn't open it. It was simply unsavory. "Should I lock all the rooms from the outside now so they can't come out?" Jung Chan suddenly said. Wei Rusi lightly tapped his back. "Don't. That would be too obvious. Let's just wash quickly and not use the bathtub. And I warn you not to mess around in there again. Otherwise, it will take a while again." "Got it. I'll control my brother." The two of them tiptoed to the bathroom like this. As soon as they enter, they locked the door. This bathroom was designed as a simple suite, with a place for changing outside, and equipped with sauna inside, like a small bathhouse. Jung Qian wore shorts and tossed them onto the chair in less than a second before heading to open the door. "Wait." Wei Rusi hurriedly stopped Jung Qian. She still had her clothes on and grabbed his hand to walk forward. "Let me check first. What if there's a girl inside? She might think you're trying to be a pervert and grab you as soon as you get off the boat." Jung Qian smiled bitterly and shrugged. Wei Rusi cautiously opened the door of the shower room slightly and peeked inside. After confirming there was no one, she nodded at him. Just as Jung Qian and Wei Rusi entered the Garden of Eden hand in hand, they happened to see Yao Kyuki and Zenon walking towards them hand in hand as well. All four of them. The awkwardness of the situation was indescribable for a moment. Wei Rusi's brain was temporarily at a standstill, taking a while to come back to her senses. After 2 minutes of silence, she stupidly spoke. "You too, are you?" Jung Qian naturally understood right away. Without wasting those valuable 2 minutes, he feasted his eyes. Zenon had spent most of her time in the cockpit, so they hadn't interacted much, and it wasn't convenient for him to approach her directly. Seeing her today, she seemed to have a better figure than before. Better here didn't just mean her more prominent features, but also the overall curve of her body, especially the curves of her legs and waist, exceptionally charming. She was a bit smaller than Yaokyuki and Weirusi, and now seemed to be as if born of a water nymph, extremely tender. We were just taking a bath together. Yaokyui's face was redder than before, but she wasn't as awkward, nor did she scream in panic like before. After all, Junqian had seen and teased them. Even Weirusi had appreciated it. It was just a bit embarrassing, so they subconsciously wanted to cover up important areas. How come we didn't see you earlier? We were in the sauna. Seeing the embarrassed expression on her face, Weirusi subconsciously swallowed her saliva, seeming to find her quite appealing. But then she quickly covered Junqian's eyes, excitedly saying, "Hey, you can't peek. I didn't. I didn't look." Although Junqian said that, come on, who would believe that? Most importantly, judging by the current situation, was that really something he hadn't seen before? Sorry, didn't expect Mr. Jun and Miss Wei to come. We'll leave now. Yaokyuki quickly apologized, then held Zenon's hand and tried to leave quickly. All right. Weirusi suddenly let go of his hand. Blushing, she said, "We disturbed you, mainly because the faucet in the bedroom seems to be malfunctioning, so we came here. If it's okay with you, let's wash together." How? Not just Junqian, but even Yaokyuki and Zenon were stunned. Their hearts were filled with mixed emotions, for they were willing to be with Junqian. Their thoughts were surprisingly aligned, all simply wanting to silently be one of his women, without any thoughts of rising above, nor considering any returns. Even after meeting Zenon, Junqian hadn't bought her anything. In short, they were very self-aware. But was Weirusi being too generous? With a red face, she stubbornly shifted her gaze to the side, pouted, and murmured softly, "Anyway, this kind of thing should be decided together. I'm not the main one. Why bother with this? Come on. Let's bathe together. Sisters, don't be shy." Junqian really wanted a smoke at this moment to calm his overly excited heart. Did happiness really come so suddenly? Despite his great self-confidence, what kind of Adam would be able to handle 3 alone? In this earthly paradise of Eden, would those beautiful things really happen as he wished? Weirusi, does she really not mind? Well, there's no time to think about that now. Well, sisters, don't be polite. Come on, give me a massage. Last night, a surreal and dreamlike event took place. Just like the concept of all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, or shadows from the Diamond Sutra, one should perceive things as ever-changing and impermanent. The transformation of things is unpredictable, like an illusion, and one should view the world with a mindset of flexibility. Anything that seems impossible can actually happen. Just like now, when Junqian woke up, there were 3 women in his bed. Even as he looked at the women's bodies bathed in sunlight, he still felt incredulous. He couldn't help but light a cigarette and contemplate on life. Such an unbelievable experience was destined to leave a vivid mark on his life. The events unfolded somewhat like this. Initially, to ease the awkwardness, Junqian allowed Yaokyuki and Zenon to relax his back for him. Their delicate hands touching Junqian's burning hot back unintentionally helped him relax a lot. Mostly, it was better than when he entered with Weirusi at the beginning. However, why did Miss Wei's gaze look so strange? The bathtub, more like a small active pool, maintained an optimal human body temperature, with a special device similar to a water pump that periodically released some seawater after filtration and processing. The pool could accommodate up to 5 people at most, without feeling crowded. But since it was designed for ladies and Junqian was larger in size, the 4 people in it now felt somewhat constrained. Yaokyuki and Zenon were almost glued to Junqian's body, with him leaning on the edge of the pool and the 2 of them flanking him. Weirusi sat directly opposite Junqian, gazing at the rising weapon from the water surface, seemingly like a flag waving in the wind. Especially seeing his cheerful expression, it seemed as if she wanted to condemn him harshly. However, she quickly realized, why should she reward him? Yet, seeing how uncomfortable he looked, she couldn't help but feel some compassion. "Let me massage you too." Weirusi suddenly chuckled mischievously, moving in front of Junqian to massage his legs. This move was truly bold. Particularly when her chest subtly brushed against him, it aroused weapon-esque spirits. If not for his special training, he might have surrendered already. The subtle atmosphere began to ripple like this. As for the actual battle process, it's not convenient to elaborate here, lest it becomes discordant. If needed, please move to the paid version of Zhang Qian and the stories. I had to tell, just kidding tilde. Brother, I have a serious question. On the deck, Zhang Qian had just finished his dragon pole stance, feeling extremely invigorated. Watching the coastline of Kyushu drawing nearer, his expression wavered slightly. After a long contemplation, he hesitantly asked Chen Shu, "What is it?" Over these past 20-some days of interaction, their relationship had subtly changed. Or rather, he had never seen someone like Zhang Qian, someone so affluent. Despite handing over his life to Zhang Qian in exchange for a peaceful departure from Oman and the hope of seeking vengeance in the future, if needed, he wouldn't hesitate to follow Zhang Qian's orders. In his worldview, there were no conventional rules to abide by. He believed Zhang Qian wasn't someone fixated on women. At least, Zhang Qian seemed intelligent, had the confidence to control such immense wealth, and acted decisively. However, practically the entire yacht now knew of Zhang Qian's actions. It was just too shameless. He couldn't comprehend how someone like Zhang Qian, maintaining such massive wealth, hadn't been deceived and bankrupted by women already. I've read novels before, and they always say that martial arts should prohibit such desires. There's also this saying, 1 drop of desire equals 10 drops of blood. These days have been a bit too much. Could it cause issues as I grow older? Zhang Qian lit a cigarette and slightly awkwardly inquired. Indeed, he had never experienced such high-intensity use of weapon before. Even when he first met Jin Lu, there wasn't a continuous battle for over 20 days. However, with the yacht being so boring, hardly any other entertainment options, besides these activities and playing on the phone. So, let's put it this way. Is the phone fun? Or is Wei Rusi fun? It's a simple multiple-choice question. Adding on to the intensity of yesterday's battle involving 4 people, these thoughts suddenly occurred to him. Everything has its limits. Excess is naturally bad, but prohibiting desires isn't necessary. Besides, there's no need to pay attention to the so-called 1 drop of desire equals 10 drops of blood saying. Keep your body healthy, and your energy will remain vigorous. Do not underestimate the potential of the human body. I have a word to say to you. Thank you, boss. Chen Shu's gaze was crystal clear. He also felt the aura from Kyushu. It was a sense of freedom, heralding a temporary escape from that place that had made him sad, allowing him to contemplate life anew. He said this also because of the message Zhang Qian had given him a few days prior, indicating that Rahaman had essentially been dealt with. There were no major concerns left. It all began with a satellite call for Rahaman. He subtly expressed that he was aware Chen Desheng's hired assassin had lost contact. But without further mention, he requested a sum of money, preparing to take action on their discussed plan. Zhang Qian readily agreed and invested $5 billion through his bank. Well, because the bank technically belonged to Wei Rusi, investing through her ensured a cashback. This money was then laundered by Lindsay Lowly to Rahaman. The adult world is dull in such ways, a few words resolving and spoken agreements. Rahaman didn't dwell on Zhang Qian taking Chen Shu away. After all, he knew Rahat was the instigator, not Chen Shu who harbored enmity toward him. Moreover, the person to truly worrying about now ought to be Chen Desheng. With more money to gain, why care about Chen Shu? This matter would not affect their unbreakable bond of brotherhood. Enough, Shu brother, we don't have to speak of these things. I've mentioned many times, but since you insist on calling me boss, go ahead. I know you dislike your surname, so I'll call you Shu brother in private, and your external identity will be Wika Bippo on your passport. Speaking of which, he's a character from a manga that I really like. Loyalty and keeping promises suit your style very well. For risking his life to protect his sister, Shu brother. Listen, I won't deceive you with false words or manipulate you with profurhood. Our acquaintance stemmed from a deal where you traded yourself to me. So now, I hope you can protect the ones I cherish, much like how Wika Bippo protected his sister. Soon, you'll get to meet her. The Sea God Chronicles docked at the pier in Yabai. The shipyard workers were also left behind by Zhang Qian, arranging for them to be entertained. Not to mention Yao Qiuqi and Xiaonan, who had gone through more than 20 days of travel and were finally able to take a rest. So, At that time, Ren Xian did not know the difficulty Jin Lu was facing. Wei Rusi and Zhang Qian sat in the back of the car, carefully observing his expression as they spoke. Zhang Qian lit a cigarette and nodded silently. Although Jin Lu and Ren Xian were in contact, there was a barrier between them. Even though they were blood-related sisters, due to human nature, they didn't want to expose their shortcomings to each other. Of course, this was also due to Jin Lu's pride. Even if she had to do things she didn't want to do, she didn't want to ask for help. Fortunately, she met Zhang Qian. The Ran family knew about Jin Jiwan going to prison, but they didn't know that Jin Lu needed money at that time. Or rather, the Ran family didn't pay much attention to her then. It wasn't until they confirmed Ren Xian's imminent death that they started thinking, if at that time Ren Xian had passed away, and Jin Lu had requested money or to bail out Jin Jiwan, the Ren family would have readily agreed. Zhang Qian just nodded faintly to what Wei Rusi said, without commenting much on it. Qian, how is the company running recently? Zhang Qian suddenly changed the topic and talked about other matters. Xia Qianchen personally drove to pick him up, and upon hearing Zhang Qian's question, she quickly responded, various tasks are progressing steadily. The movie premiere of the large entertainment industry is about to take place in Shanghai, creating a lot of buzz. President Zhang seems to be in some trouble. He previously contacted me to inquire when you would return, maybe wanting to discuss the business at that time, as well as real estate and sanity. She truly was a top secretary raised by herself. She was the strongest in terms of workability apart from Wei Rusi and Kui Ziking. With the business of the group flourishing, Xia Qianchen's position needed to be adjusted, as she felt constrained to always being his assistant. When could she truly stand on her own? There would be a need for her skills someday. In fact, after this trip to Oman, he also found the current business model of Qianzi Group interesting. Spending almost $2 billion, a yacht, and even directly acquiring Moon God architecture, and so on, all of this made him feel euphoric. Qian, go back and arrange for a handover of work. Get ready to change your position. Right now, you're just my secretary, which seems limiting, and actually, your current job responsibilities are no longer just what a secretary can handle. Temporarily serve as the chief secretary of the general manager and concurrently as the senior vice president of the group. Zhang Qian took a puff of his cigarette and said, indifferently, Xia Qianchen, if not for her positive mindset, she would almost lose control and drive straight out. She understood well the weight of being the chief secretary of the general manager, let alone the senior vice president of the group. This was truly a leap to the heavens. President Zhang, Xia Qianchen's heart thumped rapidly, uncertain whether she should express gratitude or say something else. If it were before, she would have thought Zhang Qian was finding a clever way to approach her, but she no longer thought so now. Sitting next to him, Wei Rusi was truly stunning, not to mention having Kui Ziking around. There was only one reason. President Zhang recognized my workability. Next, you will be in charge of coordinating and planning. The chief secretary's domain will also include Zhang Xiaoyao, Sun Yaxian, and Qin Zuli. For now, it's just the three of them. You can choose one to focus on grooming to take over, and you might be transferred elsewhere later. Elsewhere? You mean, I'm planning to establish a new department in Shanghai. For now, you don't need to know much about it. That's generally it. Okay. Understood. Xia Qianchen looked suspiciously at Zhang Qian in the rearview mirror. She had a feeling that something had changed with Zhang Qian's return. However, she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. She drove as smoothly as ever and soon arrived at their destination. How do you find Yebai? Is it boring? Standing in the hotel room in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, Zhang Qian hugged Wei Rusi from behind. It's okay. If you weren't pressing against me like this, I might have a higher opinion of this city. Wei Rusi's face blushed, slightly awkward and struggling lightly, but the movement actually caused some friction against Zhang Qian's body. Zhang Qian seemed more fiery now. In Wei Rusi's faint exclamation, he lifted her onto the table, skillfully starting to tear her stockings. He was particularly rough today, making it difficult for Wei Rusi to resist. After all, they had experienced an intimate night just last night, and her muscles were still enjoying its reverberation. But perhaps after being trained by Zhang Qian for so many days, she naturally responded to him. After a while, the room echoed with the sounds of a fairy. Qian, when are you planning to go back to Shanghai? Wei Rusi nestled on Zhang Qian's body, her fair and tender body draped in a rosy hue. Her delicate body trembled slightly, as if she hadn't fully recovered from the consecutive peaks just now, her eyes still somewhat hazy. With one arm around her, feeling her tremors, Jun Qian looked towards the bedside. Wei Rusi obediently handed over a cigarette to Jun Qian and lit it for him. With this simple action, she began to pant again, collapsing in Jun Qian's arms. "When do you want to go back?" Jun Qian patted her rear end satisfactorily and asked, I want to stay a few days in Yabai, and it's all because of you. I've been feeling tired recently and want to rest a bit." Wei Rusi's gaze shimmered and seemed to think of something, with a hint of gloom in her eyes. "Then take a good rest, and if you find it too boring, you can let Kyuki accompany you for a stroll. Kyuki and Xiaonan have already left." Wei Rusi's gaze became complicated. "After getting off the car just now, she sent me a WeChat message saying she and Xiaonan meant to handle some matters on Kyushu Dream. She is really nice. Qian, I don't have the right to give her an official status from you. After all, my current status. Anyway, don't let her down too much. I know, after all, if she hadn't used my weapon to pass on to you." "Stop. Don't say it." Seeing Jun Qian about to blabber again, Wei Rusi quickly covered his mouth in embarrassment and annoyance. It was so embarrassing. How could he, a scumbag, speak so shamelessly like this? 8 hours later, Jun Qian appeared in the living room of a row house in Shanghai. He lit a cigarette and waited for someone. Wei Rusi was so exhausted by Jun Qian's teasing that she had no energy left. Well, she admitted to herself that she had also started to have some desires. After the initial pain in the first few days, she started to enjoy it. She had thought she could spend a few more days being affectionate with Jun Qian in Yebi. However, when she woke up in the middle of the night, there was no longer his breath by her pillow. Looking at the moonlight spilling in from outside the window, Wei Rusi let out a sigh. Although she knew it was not right to think this way, but wouldn't it be nice to be on the sea forever? Gently rubbing her stomach, a whimsical yet touching idea suddenly popped into Wei Rusi's mind. Should she, next time, avoid getting involved with anyone else, so she could give birth to a little Jun Qian? If in the future, Jun Qian were to leave her, at least she would have something to hold on to. But as soon as this thought came up, she shook her head repeatedly, self-mockingly admitting she was being crazy. "He is the fiancé of my good friend. I'm sorry, Jin Lu." Wei Rusi buried her head into her legs and started to cry. At the same time, Jun Qian leaned on the sofa and looked around. The decoration taste of this host was quite nice. It was not like the ostentatious style of the nouveau riche. The Chinese style was very strong. Although he couldn't see the value of these things, he was sure they were expensive. Just as he checked the time for the 24th time, and was about to light his 12th cigarette, a commotion was heard from outside the door. Judging by the direction of the sound, it seemed to come from the basement. Probably the host had parked the car there and entered directly from there. Soon, another unusual sound was heard. Jun Qian was all too familiar with this sound. It had been lingering in his ears for over 20 days at sea. "Don't use your fingers directly. It's going to be ruined. Trash. Look at how perverted you've become. Lick my fingers clean yourself." The two people staggered their way upward. Her gasps became louder, as if in a struggle of desire and resistance. "Wei, Qi, Xiao, behind, there are people following. They all saw. The security guard in the garage was peeking at me just now." "Someone was peeking at you." The man who had been joking around just now immediately stopped in his tracks. He turned slowly, and the two middle-aged men behind immediately lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. The atmosphere was tense, with a hint of unknown pressure. Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men realized the situation and quickly darted out towards the living room. The speed was so fast, he seemed to have turned into a lion. This made the man feel something was wrong because the intrusion was so forceful, and the scent of tobacco filled the air. Damn, were they the outside bodyguards, or were they really daring enough to barge in without care? Didn't they know who I am? However, inevitably, surprise happened. The middle-aged man had just risen when he saw a huge black figure appear in front of him. There was a crackling sound in the air, initially not very clear, but as it was about to hit his face, he suddenly realized it was like a large python. No, a dragon. The deafening sound came from this dragon, suddenly looking like bathed in thunder and lightning. It was terrifying. His mouth widened, instinctively crossing his arms in front of his chest for defense. But it was too late. In less than a breath, he felt a bone-piercing pain coming, as if he was being shot away like a cannonball. He went from the basement to the first-floor staircase in one lunge, ready to rush to the living room. But the incoming was even quicker. He looked up in horror, struggled to move his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Blood began to ooze from his scalp, mingled with white matter. The other middle-aged man also realized what was happening at this point. Although he was already terrified, he moved forward bravely. Standing beside him, he saw clearly who the newcomer was, surprisingly, a frost-faced young man. What had previously appeared as a dragon was actually the arm of this young man. In a sudden swing, a blow like a snake in Shinji Quan technique turned into a dragon. Everything happened in one breath, and the cracking sound was not lightning but the young man's bone and blood movement, like thunder, revealing the vigor of his blood and explosive power. The man became timid upon witnessing the young man's terrifying moves. He began to feel afraid. Once this fear arose, he stood no chance against him, so he tried to take the upper hand while the situation lasted. With a sweeping arm, he suddenly collapsed as it hit his face. The middle-aged man groaned and suddenly fell. His eyes rolled back. He was seemingly struck to death directly. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, two great masters were struck dead by the young man. The sight left the man and woman stunned, mouths gaping in disbelief. The woman directly collapsed on the ground, fainting on the spot. Only then did the man regain his senses, preparing to shout for help. Outside the townhouse, there were at least a dozen former special forces waiting by. All they had to do was to come in and help, and they could definitely take down this damn young man because they had guns. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, can you match bullets? However, he underestimated the young man's power. Just as he was about to shout, the young man took a step forward. With a slight force from both hands, the man's lower jawbone was dislocated. His mouth opened, but he couldn't close it. The man, panic-stricken, was unsure of the young man's intentions. Could he be here to rob? If that were the case, it was fine. He was very wealthy, but it didn't seem like it because he could see a glint of murderous intent in the young man's eyes. He really wants to kill me. Young man, nice to meet you. At that moment, Zheng Qian walked over with a cigarette in his mouth, squinting at him, and said slowly, I heard you are from the United States, and you are pursuing Jin Liu. The man struggled to speak, but as he tried to move his jaw, overwhelming pain immediately hit him. It was painful to the point of numbness. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Wei Qiling Xiao, right? Your name is quite bold, but your brain seems to be lacking. Take a good look at yourself. Are you worthy of pursuing Jin Liu? Zheng Qian said, his smile turning gradually sinister. He gripped the man's already dislocated jaw tightly and forcefully pulled it closer to his own face. Oh no. Wei Qiling Xiao actually cried out in pain. He looked at the man in front of him with extreme fear, trembling all over. The imposing and confident demeanor he had just moments ago disappeared instantly. Could it be that this man was also a pursuer of Jin Liu? But thinking about it, he couldn't recall ever hearing of such a person before. Zheng Qian lit a cigarette, feeling like he wasn't satisfied yet. With Wei Qiling Xiao's jaw being pulled out, his mouth wide open to a frightening extent, Zheng Qian pointed at his nose and said, I'm going to teach you a lesson now. If you dare to make a sound, your fate will be the same as these two. Understand? If you understand, nod your head. I don't want to repeat myself. Wei Qiling Xiao was now feeling so wrong but obediently nodded. Zheng Qian deeply inhaled, blowing the smoke into his face, making him want to cough and sneeze, but he resisted from making a sound, all the while feeling the intense pain in his mouth. Tears filled his eyes due to suppressing a sneeze. Zheng Qian was not done yet. He took 2 more deep drags, then flicked the cigarette ash into Wei Qiling Xiao's mouth. Feeling the burning sensation, Wei Qiling Xiao's face turned red and his neck thickened, unable to contain the jealousy and fear in his heart. His throat made a sound like a hen about to lay an egg. Open your mouth. Stick out your tongue, Zheng Qian, with a cigarette in hand, said coldly from above. Wei Qiling Xiao was now truly in tears, terrifying and trembling all over. How could he not guess what Zheng Qian planned to do? This guy wanted to press the cigarette but onto his tongue. Husband, what happened to me just now? Where am I? Just then, the girl who had just fainted woke up dazedly. Subconsciously, she looked at the 2 middle-aged men lying miserably beside her, seemingly not understanding, then turned around and saw Zheng Qian flicking cigarette ash into Wei Qiling Xiao's mouth and putting the cigarette butt into his mouth. More importantly, Wei Qilingshao's mouth now was really terrifying. It looked like a mutated dinosaur, the size of it terrifying, not something a human could achieve. She was really worried it might fall off directly. Family members don't understand. Who knows? Shrimp steamed head. Sout. Stimulated like this. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted again on the ground. Forget it. There are still questions I want to ask you. Put out your hand. No one understands. He's really too good to me. He doesn't use cigarette butts to burn my mouth. He truly. I'm crying. He is simply a considerate and warm-hearted man. I love him. Thinking of this, Wei Qiling immediately extended his hand eagerly. Zhang Qian's lips curved into a cold smile. This hybrid dared to even have his eyes on Jin Lu. Luckily he hasn't taken action yet, otherwise Zhang Qian truly wanted to lift a road roller and smash it on him. After extinguishing the cigarette butt, he nodded slightly, and Chen Shu immediately grabbed the man's chin and shook it violently to the side. His chin instantly returned to normal. Apart from feeling a bit painful, he subconsciously moved and felt like his ability to speak had returned. Do you know who I am? Before he could finish, Zhang Qian delivered a slap and said, indifferently, I don't know who you are. You expect me to know you as Wei Qiling. Are you brain damaged from being hit? Kneel down nicely. I have a few questions to ask you. Wei Qiling struggled, feeling the terrifying pressure from Zhang Qian and Chen Shu. Sensibly, he didn't choose to shout out. He knelt down in sorrow, gripping his pants tightly, trying hard to lift his head to look straight at them, making sure not to bow down, otherwise the crown would fall. Whatever I ask, you answer, understand? Seeing the domineering gaze of Zhang Qian, Wei Qiling hastily nodded. Were you actively pursuing Jin Lu, or was it arranged by Ran family? Ran family? What sort of interest relationship do you have? It's a bit complicated. In simple terms, Ran family wants something back, but that thing is in the hands of the Kong family. Ran family later backed down, initially planning for Ran Xiang or Jin Lu to marry them, but Ran Xiang seems to have health issues, and the Kong family thinks Ran family's bloodline is too lowly to be matched with them, so they propose to us Wei Qi family. Listening to Wei Qiling narrative, Zhang Qian laughed out of anger. It turns out the Kong family is the main family of the Wei Qi family. In short, Wei Qiling was a servant of the Kong family. But even as a servant, he was still a cut above the rest, not someone ordinary can compare to. At least, those at the level of Lu Ziding couldn't be compared. In order to retrieve that something, and with Ran family declining in power, looking at the present flourishing status in Shanghai, being one of the 3 top clubs in the city, but still unable to compare to the well-established Kong family in America. To achieve their goal, they sought to establish contact with the Wei Qi family first. Unexpectedly, the Wei Qi family also looked down on the Ran family, thus sending Wei Qiling, the youngest son, to make contact first. This initial contact was nothing serious. He just took a glance at Jin Lu from a distance while visiting the Ran family, and he was instantly petrified. He had heard before that Ran Xian was stunningly beautiful, rare human beauty. Unfortunately, she had health issues, kept a low profile, and he was across the ocean, naturally having no opportunities. Even Ran family strictly controlled various channels. Not even a photo had been circulated. However, it was said that Ran Xiang and Jin Lu were twins, so seeing Jin Lu was equivalent to seeing Ran Xiang. Jin Lu's aura was ethereal, like an unattainable goddess, making people feel inferior, which spurred Wei Qiling fighting spirit. For a moment, he found it amazing and greatly admired Jin Lu, planning to persuade his family to agree to the marriage. Even the girl beside him who had just fainted bore some resemblance to Jin Lu. She was purposely sought as a model looking like Jin Lu. At this point, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly continued, and a few days later, there will be a rather private banquet at Spring Shenzhen Hall, attended by many core members and board members of the hall, aiming to formally appoint Jin Lu as the new president. She has been acting president for some time and performed well, hence this arrangement. I also plan to approach Ren family officially during that time to propose marriage. The more he spoke towards the end, the more obediently he looked towards Zhang Qian, trembling in fear. Without waiting for him to say the word proposition in the marriage proposal, Zhang Qian once again made a slap. Sometimes hitting people can be addictive, and sometimes being hit can be addictive too. Although Wei Qiling really didn't want to admit this, but just thinking about Zhang Qian trying to stub the cigarette into him, He felt that getting slapped in the face was actually a kind of happiness. Wei Qiling was even more puzzled as to how these two people managed to get in. The bodyguards outside were all hired at high cost, although they may not be as good as the security guards of those big families in the United States. They were definitely not bad. He thought that he could walk freely in Kyushu, but didn't expect that they would sneak in like this. What kind of people were they? Your position in the Wei Qi family isn't very high, right? Sending such a small shrimp, who is trembling with cold. Today. Let's leave it at that for now. Since you just had ideas, but haven't officially joined this matter, I'll give you a chance to be a complete man. If I find out that you dare to make any moves, you will only have 2 legs left in the future, understand? Zhang Qian stood up and said lightly, 2 legs? Aren't I already standing on 2 legs? Thinking of this, he felt even more fearful of Zhang Qian, because he felt that Zhang Qian's current mental state was somewhat abnormal. Aren't people supposed to have 2 legs? Do I have 5 legs or something? Even though he thought this way, he didn't dare to show it, just nodding obediently. Come here, Zhang Qian beckoned with his finger. Wei Qiling suspiciously approached, and then felt a sharp pain and fainted on the ground. Chen Shu's speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness were simply unmatched. He scanned a few areas outside the window, then grabbed Zhang Qian's clothes and disappeared in a flash. In Zhang Qian's eyes, there seemed to be nowhere for Chen Shu to escape, but Chen Shu seemed to blend into the surroundings seamlessly. Just a few minutes later, they had already left the premises far behind. Sitting in Zhang Qian's car, Chen Shu's agility was truly unparalleled. Even with Zhang Qian in tow, he moved effortlessly, without revealing any flaws. Zhang Qian truly experienced an immersive affair with Chen Shu, which was truly exhilarating. However, according to Chen Shu, these bodyguards and Roman's people were far inferior in comparison. This could be seen from the difficulty he faced when assassinating the prince. After all, the resources mobilized by a high-ranking member of the national machinery are beyond comparison. Returning to the yacht incident, since it was inconvenient to ask Wei Ruxi and even more inappropriate to inquire from Jin Lu, they had to rely on someone who was in Shanghai and had connections to the Chuncheon Club for help with the investigation. However, the specific person was kept confidential for now. In any case, Zhang Qian learned that Jin Lu was currently acting as the interim manager of the Chuncheon Club. What made him a little uneasy was that Jin Jiwan was currently not by Jin Lu's side. However, it could be confirmed that Jin Lu was not in danger at the moment. She was being well protected by the Ran family, despite some restrictions on her personal freedom. Ran Xian's condition was more serious than anticipated. Zhang Qian still remembered seeing her in a bar in North Su, and he had only thought that she looked very similar to Jin Lu. The two of them seemed like they were carved out of the same mold. At that time, Ran Xian's complexion seemed fine, but who would have thought that she was already critically ill? Therefore, it was essential for the Rand family to have Jin Lu take over quickly. It had to be said that Zhang Qian's return was just in time. However, the Rand family clearly underestimated Zhang Qian's strength, thinking that he was at best just an ordinary billionaire. How could he possibly compare to the enigmatic aristocratic families? Just the Wei Qiling Xiao, who had just left, his family's core business was in automobiles, and he also held shares in several luxury car companies, and was also the actual controller behind a well-known investment bank. Not to mention the venerable Khan family, worth billions of dollars a century ago. How could they be compared? But this time, Zhang Qian decided to give the Ran family a small shock. He realized that he had been to low-key all along, without really expanding his influence. This return was a chance to showcase his power. Let them truly understand the power of the Zhang capital. Since the Ran family was preparing to officially nominate Jin Lu as the head of the Chuncheon Club, Zhang Qian's current task was to clear the way for Jin Lu and eliminate all troublesome matters. After all, the Chuncheon Club would eventually become his property. After quickly settling Wei Qiling Xiao, Zhang Qian immediately rushed with Chen Shu to another villa. The owner of the villa was named Qiu Zhenduo, a director of the Chuncheon Club. He could be considered as an outlying family of the Ran family, similar to the relationship between the Wei Qi family and the Kong family. Since Jin Lu took over the operation of the Chuncheon Club, he had been constantly at odds with Jin Lu and often did not implement many policies. Many people were aware of the doubts in his heart, especially regarding the appointment of Jin Lu as the head. In recent years, there had been almost no direct male descendants in the Ran family, leading to the gradual expansion of power among collateral and illegitimate family members. Qiu Zhenduo's status within this power circle was not very high. At most he was considered a rising star. Many people were hiding in the background and hadn't shown their cards, essentially testing Jin Lu and the direct lineage members. However, Zhang Qian aimed to challenge this rising star. He wanted to give Jin Lu a perfect coronation ceremony, and for this, there were many things to be done. Fortunately, he still had time to prepare. This was not only to ensure Jin Lu's smooth takeover of the Chuncheon Club but also to showcase his strength. Let the Ran family truly understand what kind of person Zhang Qian was. Soon, the car stopped in front of the standalone villa. This villa, or rather mansion, seemed to be favored by the local people in Shanghai. There were no bodyguards patrolling around, except for those top-tier big shots, such as the imposing presence of Wei Qi Lingxiao was rare in Kyushu. This time, Zhang Qian chose not to sneak in, but went straight to the front gate and rang the doorbell lightly. It was now 3 a.m. and the piercing sound of the doorbell echoed in the mansion. Soon, the lights on the second floor were turned on. "Who are you looking for?" came a tired voice of a woman from the other side of the door. "Miss Yan, this mansion was purchased by Qiu Zhenduo for you, a place for hidden romance. He is here right now, isn't he? I am an old friend of his, here to discuss business matters with him. The situation is urgent. Please open the door," Zhang Qian said calmly. Just a moment. Hearing Zhang Qian accurately mention many related details, she knew that this person wasn't randomly ringing the doorbell. Perhaps he really was Qiu Zhenduo's business partner, and she ran upstairs to seek his approval. Soon, Qiu Zhenduo's voice came through the doorbell. Looking at Zhang Qian and Chen Chu, he spoke cautiously. "I don't know you. What business are you here to discuss? It's late at night, waking me up. Are you looking for trouble? Comrade ZQ, I'll give you one more chance to speak. Just because I'm talking to you nicely doesn't mean I'm nice. You didn't do the chip business as instructed by the Ran family. Instead, you went to the Middle East to collaborate with a few small American families to invest in an oil field. Now it's been discovered that there are issues. Do you really think you have too much money?" Zhang Qian lit a cigarette and spoke calmly to the doorbell. At this moment, Qiu Zhenduo couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. How did others find out about this matter? And looking at Zhang Qian's expression now, he subconsciously thought that Zhang Qian was from the Ran family, a person he hadn't met before, someone with significant authority. He kept speaking as if representing the Ran family, questioning him. Thinking about this, he swallowed nervously. "Come in before you talk." Qiu Zhenduo opened the door to let Zhang Qian and Chen Shu in. His mistress was quite tactful, quickly serving them tea. She only realized her neckline was showing a bit too much after Zhang Zhenduo coughed a few times, causing her face to turn red, and she hastily made an excuse to leave. However, it seemed like they had no intention of peeking at her. Zhang Qian certainly wouldn't peek. Even if he wanted to, it would be open and above board, observing. Besides, his tastes were now very refined, spending time with beauties like Wei Ruxi, or at least Yao Cutesy. Ordinary girls really couldn't catch his eye. They were too far off. "You are from the Ran family. Who told you I'm from the Ran family?" Before Qiu Zhenduo finished speaking, Zhang Qian interrupted him, nodding slightly, taking a drag of his cigarette and said, "As far as I know, the Ran family's main chip business seems to have hit a bottleneck, coinciding with the technical blockade imposed by the US on Kyushu. So, they sent you to negotiate with the six-star group from the Semita country to try to find a way out. Why did you end up in Oman?" In fact, Zhang Qian knew by accident that Qiu Zhenduo had invested in an oil field there. Due to his good relations with the prince, he had approved an investment application for a small oil field there. When he found out that the funds came from Kyushu, he asked Zhang Qian if he knew. If he did, he would naturally give generous treatment. During the over 20 days at sea, Zhang Qian wasn't indulging in pleasure every day. He seriously studied the Ran family's business model. They started with real estate, catching a wave of policy benefits. Later, sensing the real estate market bubble was too big, with risks bursting, they began to focus on other arenas. At that time, the United States had not yet implemented the technical blockade on Kyushu, and with their decent American background, they recruited some high-level technical talents, establishing a chip R&D department that grew larger. Of course, there was still a significant technological gap compared to the Western world. However, In Asia, especially in Kyushu, they were already highly developed. Suddenly, they started late, and in the early stages, the family business was too fixated on real estate, so they never truly took off. Now, in this era, the real estate industry nationwide was in a slump, fortunately without direct bubble bursts, so the losses were still bearable. The Ran family's chip R&D and manufacturing level was top-notch in Kyushu, but only in Kyushu. Facing the Western world's technical blockade, many domestic phone manufacturers could only choose their products. This brought enormous wealth to the Ran family, enabling them to still gather at the Chunshin Hall. However, with the current loosening of technical restrictions, the Ran family immediately felt immense pressure. Why would someone buy from them when they could directly purchase American products? Although this policy had not been formally implemented, hints were already emerging. Especially the Kong family seemed to notice the Ran family's gradual rise in recent years and obstructed their contact with top Western chip manufacturers. Collaborating on a technical level was also impossible. This made the Ran family very passive, leading them to seek contact with the Six-Star Group. This was one of the manifestations of internal conflict, where a small group disagreed with contacting the Six-Star Group, even scheming to take advantage of the change in leadership, devising small moves, preferably trying to take over the Chunshin Hall from the Ran family. Direct confrontation was challenging. After all, the Ran family had managed to escape a full-scale encirclement by the Kong family, establishing themselves in Kyushu and Shanghai, even expanding the Chunshin Hall. Hence, they thought of resorting to underhanded methods, like Qiu Zhenduo's indirect actions. He intentionally delayed, not engaging with the Six-Star Group but focusing on developing his own business instead. Having finally utilized various connections to get the opportunity to invest in an oil field in Oman, he went all in, pooling funds with his interest group members, core members from the Ran family's peripheral members. Initially thinking he could make a fortune on this opportunity, he wouldn't care about chips or no chips. However, unexpectedly, he encountered Zheng Qian. What's wrong in Oman? Qiu Zhenduo couldn't figure out Zheng Qian's background for the moment. His tone seemed like someone sent by the Ran family to sanction him. Yet, Zheng Qian's words didn't sound like those of someone from the Ran family. So he decided to probe first. Didn't I just say it? You have a problem with the oil field in Oman. Zheng Qian glanced at the time, smiling and continued, if you don't believe me, it's best to call the office left behind in Oman to verify what I'm saying. It was simply inexplicable. Qiu Zhenduo furrowed his brows tightly, increasingly suspicious of Zheng Qian's identity. As he prepared to pick up the phone to inquire, a sudden urgent ringing made him shudder. The incoming call showed it was from the Oman company. Initially, to invest in the oil field, they had deliberately set up a shell company in Oman, with an office responsible for business over there. Calling at this time, could it really mean trouble? Damn. He had thrown himself wholeheartedly into it, and before reaping any rewards, trouble loomed. What's the situation, boss? It's bad. Just now, a bunch of police and officials came, conducted inspections on our company qualifications, suspecting us of tampering with approvals, an illegal act. They also said our qualifications aren't complete, and some people were taken away. Hearing this, Qiu Zhenduo's heart skipped a beat. He quickly asked, who signed the search warrant? Can we ask someone for help? Maybe we can smooth things over. It's the governor, Raman. Raman? Upon hearing this name, Qiu Zhenduo felt a surge of anger. Unable to contain himself, he erupted in curses. Damn it! Wasn't he the one who approved the permits as the local administrative official? Why the hell does he now suspect us of tampering during approvals? Wasn't it his consent? Isn't this just robbery? Qiu Zhenduo is going crazy now. In order to be able to invest in this oil field, he has paid a huge price, thinking of it as a one-time effort. Even though this matter is handled by him standing in the front, most of the interest groups he belongs to are peripheral members of the Ran family. However, there are also some inconvenient Ran family direct descendants participating, with him acting as a white glove. This Raman is simply unreasonable. He also admits that there was some benefit transmission at the beginning, but Raman approved it too. How can they now turn around and say they violated the rules? This damn it ... There are over $20 billion in assets at stake, although it is far from the total net worth of the members of his small interest group, whose money just blew in with the wind. To have it all seized and even have to bear legal risks. Qiu Zhenduo was cursing and cursing until he felt something was off. It seems like, was this young man in front of him the first person to tell him the news? Even faster than the people in Oman's reaction. No way. Could it really be him who did it? Realized yet? Zheng Qian lit a cigarette and nodded slightly, glancing at the sofa beside him. Sit down. I have a lot to discuss with you. What project is the Ran family looking to cooperate with 6 Stars Group on? It's really you. Qiu Zhenduo looked at Zheng Qian in disbelief, still unable to believe that this was really done by Zheng Qian. That this young man could casually mention things that no one else knew, even knowing about the oil fields in Oman. However, people who can reach this position, even if they are just white gloves, are not without brains. Sitting down slowly on the sofa, he also lit a cigarette, but it was cordyceps. A bit for health. Don't believe it? Well, within 5 minutes, you will receive news that your assets are being seized. Zheng Qian nodded slightly, then picked up his phone and sent a message. Soon, Qiu Zhenduo's phone rang violently again. He suddenly felt a bad premonition. Hello, boss. It's not good. It's not just a simple investigation against us anymore, or just stopping the current projects. They want to directly seize our assets. They even said they might extradite you for trial. Boss. Slap. Qiu Zhenduo's right hand trembled madly, and the phone fell to the ground. Is it really this young man? Who is he and how does he have so much power? Merely sending something can influence official decisions. If all those assets are seized and frozen, he wouldn't even know how he would die. Who are you? What is your goal? Qiu Zhenduo struggled to suppress his trembling voice, staring fixedly at Zheng Qian's eyes. The latter waved his hand slightly. Who I am? You will know in a couple of days. It's not meaningful to tell you now. Now, answer my question. What project is the Ran family looking to cooperate with 6 Stars Group on? Answer me well. I can give you back everything in Oman, and even help you do better. But if I am not satisfied with your answer, your fate will be very grim. Qiu Zhenduo's inner turmoil was maddening. After a moment, seeming a bit aged, he slowly spoke. It's the CPU chip. The research and development capabilities of the 6 Stars Group's chips are widely recognized, especially this time, when they have taken up the project that was previously cut, with big ambitions, targeting the M-core of the Apple iPhone. The equity of the 6 Stars Group has a strong shadow of American capital, so they can smoothly obtain the most advanced technology. The Ran family's expertise lies only in BP's mobile processor chips, but they are now falling behind the times. When a certain Lington mobile phone became popular domestically, the Ran family sensibly seized the opportunity and started developing BP communication baseband chips. The business in real estate advanced in tandem, directly reviving the family. It must be said, although the signal of that Lington phone was very poor at the time, it was even criticized as hey gross. Probably when making a call, one could not hear what the other party was saying clearly. Start with a couple of hey, and then not hear the voice, only able to say gross to relieve inner dissatisfaction. But it has to be admitted that in that era of Kyushu, having such a product was already very good. And because real estate business was making such good money later on, the Ran family deliberately overlooked other industries. Research funding was even stopped at one point, and even this department was cut. Thankfully, Jinlu's mother at that time firmly opposed the decision to cut the department, and now it could be preserved. It can be seen from this that she is a very smart woman. She had predicted early on that the domestic real estate market would sooner or later face a bubble burst. Later on, she fell in love with Jin Jiwan and ran away from the family. And soon gave birth to Jinlu and Ren Xian. Coming back to the present, the chip field is just too vast. There are so many categories that can't be exhausted by speaking. The gap between China and the Western world is not just a simple difference of a few nanometers, nor can it be solved by buying an ASML lithography machine. The Ran family only has a relative advantage in BP chips. Wanting to develop CPUs now, honestly, even Zheng Qian feels, is a bit unrealistic. It's not a daydream, where you decide today to independently develop a central processor and everything magically works out by tomorrow. But if the regular level of capital can't solve it, what if it's godlike level of capital? Zheng Qian wasn't just acting on impulse. This trip abroad actually broadened his horizons quite a bit. Rather than managing small businesses at home, earning a few million, tens of millions, or even billions a year, is not meaningful. If one were to go mad and spend money to the extent that it gives chills to the national machine, could the strongest core of Kyushu be developed? Even thought of naming it Lu Xiaoxin, or just Lulu would work. Of course, he wasn't spending money for the Ran family, but for Jin Lu. Those mixed people, in one breath could just expel them all from the family. Even if the Chunshin club were to dissolve, it wouldn't matter. He wanted Jin Lu, who herself is from a prestigious family. What Ran family? Kong family? Do they have a system? If not, then don't speak, thank you. Thinking of this, Zheng Qian took a puff of his cigarette, nodded and said, "So, how much money do you think can solve the problem? Or is it necessary to take some measures to buy out 6 Stars Group? Or maybe directly buy ASML?" Qiu Zhenduo was stunned. His fingers held the cigarette, and it took some time for him to come back to his senses. After a moment, unable to help it, he laughed heartily, shaking all over, his plump body overflowing. Whether it's 6 Stars Group or ASML, they are not something you can buy with money. Moreover, even if they did mention a price, could you afford it? Qiu Zhenduo doesn't despise Zheng Qian, but rather looks down on everyone. The 6 Stars Group is a pillar enterprise in the Sumida country, and not to mention ASML. At first glance, it may seem like a Dutch company, but could the Netherlands have built it on their own? It's a company that embodies the essence of the entire Western world, leading to the emergence of the most awesome lithography machine company. Moreover, even if the Ran family were to purchase a lithography machine now, it would be useless. What they need is the technology, so what use is buying such good equipment? Besides, they just announced the other day that they will no longer sell the Kyushu. For those previously purchased, they will no longer provide maintenance or any after-sales service, and won't repair any malfunctions. This means that the lithography machines previously introduced to Kyushu may end up as a large amount of scrap metal, leading to a diplomatic dispute. Of course, for ordinary people, it's true that these groups aren't ones you can simply buy from. But Zheng Qian, is he an ordinary person? ZQ, I know you might not entirely believe me, but never mind, I don't really care about your feelings. There's no need to explain to you. I need some internal information from the Ran family. The more detailed, the better. This includes how the family is divided into factions, who the leaders of each faction are, who currently supports Jin Lu, and so on. Every detail is beneficial. In return, I will temporarily resume operations at the old field company there, without shutting it down. If you can perform better in the future and cooperate with me very effectively, I will reward you beyond your imagination. How about it? Zheng Qian slightly chuckled and then spoke. Qiu Zhenduo took a deep drag from his cigarette. Within this short contact period, he had gained a preliminary understanding of Zheng Qian. This person doesn't reveal much, but in his casual demeanor, as a person from Kyushu, he could actually have official control over personnel in Oman, which was quite unimaginable. What's more important is that he felt an unparalleled pressure emanating from Chen Shu standing behind Zheng Qian. The young man remained silent, only standing behind Zheng Qian. For some reason, though, Qiu Zhenduo felt as if the gaze was fixed on him. Any slight movement would feel like an attack ready to take him down. It was a kind of, yes, a beastly aura. It was as if you were in a room with lions and tigers. When they weren't hungry, they'd lounge around and not bother you. But once they had their eyes on you due to hunger, that's the feeling. Teal, Qiu Zhenduo replied, gritting his teeth. Very well, you are a smart person. Zheng Qian stood up, taking a drag of his cigarette, and extended his hand towards him. In the near future, you will understand how correct your choice was. Well, it's okay, we have no necessary interactions between us. You may have agreed here, but you can easily forget about the promise later. I am giving you the chance to betray me. How about that? But the cost? You will only realize it after you're dead. Ah. He had just shaken hands with Zheng Qian when he suddenly felt a huge force pressing down on him. It was as if his hand was caught in a machine's grip, rendering him immobile and in excruciating pain because Zheng Qian's hand seemed to be continuously tightening. Succumbing to the unbearable pain, his legs gave away, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Zheng Qian looked down at him from above, bending slightly, and whispered into his ear, I don't care if you're a white glove for any of the Spring Temple Hall's people. If the old field's assets are all frozen and seized, likely trapping their money too, it won't spare you, right? So it's best to listen to me obediently and not try to provoke me. Furthermore, in any future encounter where Jinlu is present, unconditionally support her. Got it? Should there be one more occasion where I hear you go against her, I will kill you. With that, Zheng Qian finally released his right hand and left in long strides, leaving Qiu Zhenduo trembling alone on the ground. After leaving Qiu Zhenduo's residence, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Zheng Qian had resolved to troublesome matters in one night, feeling quite satisfied. It appeared that the biggest gain in Oman wasn't securing Prince Roman, but having Chen Shu. With this human weapon by his side, he could finally unleash himself without any constraints. I just tried it. Why can't I do it like you? Sitting in the car, Zheng Qian said speechlessly, I remember seeing you shaking hands with our company's security guards last time, and he directly and naturally knelt down the second he did, without a moment's hesitation. And he said it wasn't painful at all, just a bodily reaction, as if he couldn't control himself at that moment. What's going on? The person who knelt down was naturally one of Zheng Qian's security guards in Yebai, brought by Duan Qiren initially. This person was jealous upon seeing Chen Shu following them, feeling that he had deprived him of his job as Zheng Qian's personal bodyguard. He had intended to use the handshake to expose Chen Shu, but ended up exposing himself as the clown and kneeling directly. This is the listening energy in Tai Chi, explained in modern science terms as the nerves at the fingertip sensing the force and direction upon contact with the opponent, enabling oneself to leverage it to achieve their goal. The Tai Chi classics also mention, compliance allows gradual understanding of energy. Understanding energy leads to spirit enlightenment. This spiritual enlightenment doesn't mean becoming a god, but reaching a higher level of skill, which is what listening energy is all about. The boxing classics also say, you can feel the opponent through contact. Some seemingly simple actions have profound teachings behind them. You only made him kneel in pain by exerting force, which is different. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Shu glanced at Zheng Qian's hand and spoke casually. Zheng Qian realized that this lad, who seemed uninterested in everything but was actually a martial arts fanatic, was deeply devoted to martial arts, among other things. Of course, this wasn't meant to devalue him. Some things require intense passion to excel at. Martial arts and other disciplines like painting, singing, and playing instruments are like that. And whenever the discussion was about martial arts, the usually taciturn Chen Shu could eloquently express himself. It was evident that he truly enjoyed it. Your Chinese foundation is so good, but forgive me for saying, you look like a mixed-race individual, giving off an Asian ancestry vibe, yet uncertain if there's any Kyushu genes. Don't get me wrong, I'm just genuinely curious. Zheng Qian finally started the car and asked a question that had been on his mind. This lad appeared weathered but young at the same time, at times gentle, yet his eyes carried a sharpness that kept people away. Handsome as he was, he often dressed in a somewhat old-fashioned manner, lacking the demeanor of someone aware of his good looks. And there was the enigma of not knowing for sure if he was from Kyushu. He looked like it, but not quite, presenting an intense contradiction, as if he had countless secrets, evoking curiosity and fascination. My mother is from Kyushu, Chen Shu responded before closing his eyes, apparently unwilling to say more. It seems that he is also a person with a story. Zheng Qian knew that Chen Shu seemed unwilling to talk about these things, so he stopped speaking and drove silently. However, this suddenly made him feel a little stuffy. He would have to arrange for someone to teach Chen Shu how to drive later. For some reason, he suddenly remembered Zinan. Zinan. No. What if she falls for Chen Shu, this cold, then ruthless young man? Speechless, as a boss, I shouldn't be chauffeuring. Who will understand this among my family? Thankfully, his driving skills were still good, and following the navigation, they quickly arrived at their destination. Actually, Chen Shu was right in saying that he had been on a Haishen Ji ship before, so he didn't feel the benefits of the dragon descending pole so clearly. Now that he's off the ship, he can immediately feel the difference from before. The simplest example is that he walks more steadily. Don't underestimate this change. Steadiness here doesn't mean not feeling shaky when walking. It's as if the whole body has become more agile, able to immediately sense any movement and react subconsciously. Of course, physical strength has also improved. After doing so much in one night, he still seemed energetic. Well, even if he were to immediately engage in a passionate battle with a mistress for 300 rounds, it wouldn't be a problem. After parking in the garage, Zheng Qian knocked on the door. You're here, as if asking, but also sighing. The person who opened the door was Suyuan, the person Zhang Qian has known all his life and who seems to have a grudge against cell phones. For some reason, seeing her made his mood complicated. Her blushing face seemed to show both anticipation and worrying, and perhaps a hint of heartbreak. However, she obediently opened the door and welcomed the two inside. After looking at Chen Shu a few more times, Zhang Qian felt like it wasn't just one person following him, but a block of ice. This villa was naturally arranged for her by Zhang Qian. He didn't know how much it cost, but judging from the location and furnishings, it shouldn't be cheap. In fact, with Zhang Qian's current level of wealth, he's no longer interested in spending money on things like buying houses, even without any concern whether it's for a man or a woman. After buying a yacht worth nearly $20 billion and receiving a cashback of $200 billion, everything else suddenly seemed bland to him. This kind of villa, whether refurbished or not, had lost its appeal. Have a seat. Are you tired? Let me pour you some tea. Please have a seat too. Why are you always standing behind Zhang Qian? What would you like to drink? Is it too hot? Should I lower the air conditioning temperature a bit more? It's been quite hot in Shanghai these past few days. You just returned from overseas, must have been tough. Suyuan was like a virtuous little wife, always thinking about others, until Zhang Qian appeared in front of her, instantly casting all other emotions aside. Hastily making arrangements, with slightly flushed cheeks, she couldn't help but secretly size up Zhang Qian, as if there was something different about him. You don't have to do this, especially don't lower the air conditioning anymore. Otherwise you'll have to wear a down jacket at home. Zhang Qian laughed and patted Suyuan's backside, embracing her to sit on his lap, with his left arm around her waist and his right hand slipping under her skirt. Sorry, I wasted some time handling things just now, and I'm not too familiar with the roads. Are you very tired? If disturbing a woman's beauty sleep is a sin, then I must be guilty of 1,000 deaths by now. Hearing this, Suyuan's cheeks turned even redder. Zhang Qian. Oh my. When did he become so good at flirting? And how did he become so bold with his actions now? At most before, he would pat his own backside when walking, but now that scorching hand directly lifted her sleeping skirt, moving up her jade legs without pause. For each inch his hand advanced, Suyuan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She wanted to stop Zhang Qian, but for some reason, a thought crossed her mind. If I stop his hand now, will he never touch me again in the future? However, overwhelmed by embarrassment, and with no experience in intimate matters, she was flustered. Just as she was about to pull Zhang Qian's hand back, his hand stopped of its own accord. It simply rested on her ample thigh, leaning against the sofa, naturally making Suyuan lean against him, with his other hand caressing her cheek, laughing and saying, "Why do you keep trembling? Are you that afraid of me?" No, not at all. Suyuan was so shy she could die, never before having such intimate contact with Zhang Qian. Suddenly, she thought of something and raised her head, only to find, where's the young man who had been following Zhang Qian all along? How did he disappear? But it's just as well, he didn't see Zhang Qian like this. Knowing that besides Zhang Qian, there was a young man coming today, so the nightgown she was wearing wasn't the sort that was too revealing. On the contrary, it would be fine to walk out directly. The skirt was extremely long, trailing to the ground with ease. But now, Zhang Qian had lifted it right up to her waist, exposing a large expanse of fair and beautiful scenery, her jade legs displayed horizontally. Breathtakingly beautiful. He will stay in a suitable room, you don't need to worry about that. Zhang Qian picked up Suyuan and headed upstairs. The latter blushed to the extreme, burying her head in Zhang Qian's chest, arms tightly wrapped around his neck, breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Zhang Qian held her waist with one hand and hooked her leg with the other, but both hands were not too honest. Before giving Jinlu a surprise, Suyuan was the only acquaintance in Shanghai. It was her help in providing information that greatly assisted Zhang Qian. Following Zhang Qian's instructions, Suyuan no longer insisted on entering the Song Commercial Club. Instead, in her capacity as the chairman of the Dukong liquor industry, she was about to become a member of the Chuncheon Club. Because of this, she was able to learn some things about the Chuncheon Club. She even had a distant encounter with Jinlu not long ago. That encounter left her with a deep impression. Truly, the only legitimate girlfriend of Zhang Qian. Her demeanor made the always proud Suyuan feel immense pressure. So beautiful it was suffocating. and being the grand hostess of the vast Chuncheon Club. It seems only such a woman is worthy of Zhang Qian. She knew what changes were on Zhang Qian's body. In his eyes, there seemed to be an absolute, unquestionable confidence. So at this moment, Xu Yuanchuan dared not say no to Zhang Qian, especially didn't dare to look into his eyes. Her feelings for Zhang Qian were extremely complicated. She was very clear about her advantages: beautiful, intelligent, and with a good figure. If it was just in Subei, in that city, she was indeed a rare woman. But Zhang Qian was different. By his side, what he had in abundance was a beautiful face, a perfect figure, and an excellent mind. Over time, especially through their interactions, she deeply sensed Zhang Qian's extraordinariness. She had seen wealthy people, so she never thought she would fall for someone because of this, but she had never seen someone this rich. She admired Zhang Qian not for how good he was at making money, but for his ability to control that wealth. Similarly, Zhang Yanren also had the same thoughts about Zhang Qian. How arrogant of a woman was Zhang Yanren? She had long become the leader of Asia Airlines, and her word was law. In Jiangnan, countless people worshipped at her feet. Probably very few people who could make Zhang Yanren give them a second look. You could count them on one hand. But for Zhang Qian, he had deeply left his mark on her. In the eyes of Xu Yuanchuan and Zhang Yanren, what was the ability to control wealth? Simply put, if an average person were to deal with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands every day, they might not feel much. But if their wealth increased tenfold or even 100-fold, carrying tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions every day, would they feel pressure? Especially when spending money, especially big sums of money, would they remain calm? Let's put it this way, even if you don't feel pressure like this, imagine carrying that amount of cash in your pocket every day. Would you feel pressure? The famous financial scholar from the island nation, Hiroi Jinji, once taught his closest and dearest friend, Morita Tetsuo, in such a way. He packed 100 million yen, a lot of money in those days, in a box and had him sleep next to it every day. Wherever he went, he had to carry that box with him, and, not to mention, he was in the financial business, so he had to open the box in front of many people every day. In those not particularly peaceful times, this was immense pressure. Not just from fear of being robbed, but also from having the ability to control such immense wealth. Obviously, in the eyes of Zhang Yanren and Xu Yuanchuan, Zhang Qian possessed such an ability. Going back to the story, at this point, Zhang Qian had already put Xu Yuanchuan on the bed. He never imagined that this woman, who seemed so dominant in business, would be so submissive like a gentle kitten at this moment. Moreover, even the atmosphere in the bedroom felt the same, suggesting that in her heart she harbored a princess. Throughout, Xu Yuanchuan dared not say a word. Avoiding Zhang Qian's gaze, she shyly closed her eyes, her eyelids trembling slightly. Her body was tense. At this moment, she was like a charming peach blossom, fragrant, tender, and about to bloom. Zhang Qian felt the pheromones emanating from Xu Yuanchuan's subconscious, and the atmosphere began to subtly shift. He lowered his head slightly and kissed her stubborn lips. After long hours of training, his kissing technique had reached a level of mastery. Could Xu Yuanchuan resist this onslaught? She was inexperienced, still preserving her first kiss. Confronting Zhang Qian, a master at conquering women, her mind instantly surrendered, instinctively responding tenderly, This was the secret singing of a fairy. Zhang Qian's large hand roved provocatively her waist, the scorching heat making her gradually lose herself in a realm filled with love. She slightly opened her eyes. For some reason, she wanted to see Zhang Qian's eyes clearly at this moment. She was just like Wei Rusi back then. She really wanted to confirm whether the man about to dominate her had love in his eyes. Was he truly just using her as a tool, or was there a mutual understanding between them? But she couldn't see clearly. Not because Zhang Qian was looking down, his brow shading his eyes. Even when they made eye contact, she still couldn't see clearly. Then, Zhang Qian's hand stopped. He smiled and kissed Xu Yuanchuan's cheek, then walked into the bathroom. Was he taking a bath? After the bath, Xu Yuanchuan's heart was in turmoil at this moment. She had always heard that Zhang Qian had a special liking for sailor uniforms, so she, like Yin Yanyan, secretly prepared several sets of different styles of sailor uniforms in the closet, along with matching stockings. While she was struggling mentally, debating whether to change first, to give him a surprise when he came out. No, that would be equivalent to tacit approval. right? Chun Qian would definitely look down on her. Yes, a girl had to have some dignity. If she just gave in so easily, he wouldn't cherish her in the future. Just as she was in a state of internal conflict, Chun Qian had finished bathing, brushing his teeth, and walked out. He was only wearing a bath towel. Watching his increasingly well-defined figure, Su Yuanchuan's heart was pounding like a deer. Aren't you going to take a bath and brush your teeth? Chun Qian looked at Su Yuanchuan, who was staring at him blankly, and asked suspiciously, I've already taken a shower a few times before. I've brushed my teeth too. Oh, then let's sleep. With that, Chun Qian tossed his bathrobe aside, and climbed into bed directly. Su Yuanchuan was shocked and quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Chun Qian, he was being shameless. How could he do this in front of me like this? Just now, she had seen the weapon. Come, I'll hold you to sleep. Chun Qian unreservedly embraced Su Yuanchuan. Because she was so shy, her whole body had become as limp as mud. Helplessly held by Chun Qian, pressed tightly against his abdomen, she could feel his hot and pulsating abdominal muscles. Since when did he get in such good shape? Just as Su Yuanchuan was wrangling with the possibility that was yet to come, Chun Qian unexpectedly fell asleep, and then fell asleep. He really just came to sleep with her. Soft and rhythmic snores gradually sounded. Su Yuanchuan's heart was filled with indescribable emotions, neither happy nor unhappy. She was happy that she wasn't really being taken away, but disappointed that Chun Qian didn't possess her. It was a very complicated feeling. Do you always sleep naked? Yes, I've started liking it recently. Su Yuanchuan, aren't you asleep? I'm asleep. Asleep? Asleep, my foot. Is your weapon very strong right now? It's poking my stomach directly. It's so painful. Chun Qian did fall asleep later. Truly, as in like a Buddha. But he wasn't really a saint. In fact, he was initially conflicted. If he just went ahead and slept with Su Yuanchuan like that, would she think he was a pervert? Of course, more importantly, that night Chun Qian indeed wasn't in the mood for anything like that. A kiss from a beauty to ease emotions would suffice. No need to get her sheets wet. Otherwise, wouldn't they have to change rooms again in the middle of the night? By that time, Su Yuanchuan would definitely not have the energy to get up and change the sheets. He was clumsy himself. What if he changed the fairy's room sheets incorrectly, or didn't do it well? She wouldn't be happy for sure. The next day, after having a loving breakfast made by Su Yuanchuan, Chun Qian left with Chen Shu, leaving behind Su Yuanchuan, who had never been late or taken a day off before. Surprisingly did not show up at the company directly. Clutching her stomach, she lay on the couch rolling her eyes. In her mind, she cursed continuously. Chun Qian, you pervert, my belly is almost pierced by your weapon, and you actually fell asleep. Also, sleeping so peacefully, hands in dreams so restless, constantly muttering. What's with the captain? Hurry over here, the waves are big over here. That kind of word shaking and thrilling. What kind of wolfish words are those? God knows how Su Yuanchuan got here last night. Today, when I was standing, I suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. The ground is too stable. My body seems to always be swaying. Brother Shu, is there something wrong with me? Will it affect my ability to control my weapon dragon? Chun Qian hesitated as he drove, eventually deciding to ask the doubts in his heart. After all, it was a significant issue concerning his weapon. Now the severity of this weapon directly affected his intimate life. You are used to practicing on the boat. It's normal to feel a bit uncomfortable in a new place. It'll pass in a few days. After standing, did you follow my instructions for those exercises? Of course I did. So, my muscles feel fine. I saw you hesitate earlier. Is this some martial arts secret technique? Thinking so, Chun Qian suddenly felt eager and asked. Chen Shu's expression was strange. It's not a martial arts secret. There aren't so many secrets in the world of martial arts. Everyone's methods are similar. It's just a matter of who is more fascinated. In fact, initially, I noticed you were not paying attention to the adjustments after standing, which is not good for your body. I thought of using stories to pique your interest, but seeing you do it well, I didn't say anything. Seeing Chun Qian disappointed, Chen Shu's face briefly showed a strange smile that quickly disappeared, reverting to his usual cold demeanor. The set of movements I taught you is the internal method of the martial arts novel Yijin Jing. Indeed, Chun Qian's eyes suddenly lit up, excitedly saying, Yijin Jing, isn't that the exclusive skill of the Shaolin Temple? The cultivation manual that was once the most sought after in the world for refining skills. Of course, it's not. And Yijin Jing is not as miraculous as you think. When Bodhidharma arrived at the Shaolin Temple, it was not yet a sacred place of martial arts. It was a place purely for the study of Buddhism. Most of the monks there were physically weak, focusing only on chanting scriptures and meditation, and at most some simple martial arts moves, so he taught them standing, followed by Yijin Jing and Shisui Jing. Yijin Jing can now be found at bookstores. Though many parts have been omitted, you can still get a general idea. Many of the movements are actually very similar to those in Indian yoga, and that's what I taught you. This is what Zheng Qian liked most about Chen Shu. Despite being a martial arts master, he never put on airs. He wasn't like those characters in Impression who always talked about mysterious things and played tricks. Chen Shu was straightforward and understandable, even directly saying Yijin Jing is like Indian yoga. Not mythologizing things might be true confidence. Suddenly, Zheng Qian thought of something and said strangely, speaking of martial arts, what people think of most often nowadays is the 5 lightning whip. He also claims to be a Tai Chi successor and was beaten up by a professional coach right away. Regarding this, what do you think? He thought mentioning this insulting event would make the martial arts enthusiast Chen Shu angry, but he wasn't. Chen Shu just thought for a moment and said, although the martial arts saying goes, only kill enemies, not show off. The truth is exactly that. I've seen the video you mentioned. You should know the situation. He's not a real master of martial arts, so I won't comment on it. One thing is absolutely undeniable. Martial artists usually can't beat those who practice combat sports. The latter is a practical external martial art, hard in punch and kick. Ordinary martial artists are not opponents. Zheng Qian couldn't help but feel amazed by this. Is it true that those who practice Judo Kung Fu cannot beat those who practice combat sports? But isn't Chen Shu exactly like that? With just one slap, he could crack someone's head open. How would that be explained? Do you know about an interview regarding Bruce Lee, the national martial arts champion? Suddenly, Chen Shu hesitated before continuing. At the time, the presenter asked him if martial arts is a performance. The implication was something like that. He thought for a moment and answered that it is indeed a performance, even a routine. However, that's what modern society demands as a premise. In the past, martial arts were going for lethal strikes. Of course, that's not suitable for promotion. If everyone were to practice such martial arts, wouldn't it be chaos? Hearing this, Zheng Qian nodded deeply in agreement. The ancient emperor's prohibition on martial arts wasn't without reason. As the two conversed, he arrived at his destination. It was an industrial park on the outskirts of Shanghai. A sign hung there, 20 Chip Research Institute. Very simple and plain name. In front, there was a signboard. Perhaps due to the passage of time, it was severely worn out, or perhaps deliberately wiped off and indiscernible. But now many workers were seen going in and out, and someone was taking down the signboard. An elderly man in work clothes squatted not far away, smoking, his face filled with sorrow. Looking at the scene, he could only shake his head and sigh as if his child had been taken away from him. Zheng Qian didn't know him, didn't know who he was, just glanced at him hurriedly and went in. Because there was a beautiful woman waiting for him inside. The vast industrial park was incredibly busy. However, it wasn't the sight of researchers coming and going, but the workers carrying out demolition and transport tasks. He had heard about this matter, but when she contacted him at the time, there was still room for maneuver. Now, the scene was so dilapidated that Zheng Qian couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, wondering if there was still time left. What he needed was a place with top-notch research capabilities. But looking at the current situation, it didn't seem like an institution capable of shouldering this responsibility. Shortly after, following the address he had contacted by phone earlier, Zheng Qian arrived in front of an office building. Teacher Zhou, I am really trying to figure something out. Please ask everyone to wait a little longer. I know the pressure everyone is facing right now. It's very real pressure. I understand. But there is an investor very interested in our place. What? Someone has already boarded the plane? So, let the people who haven't boarded the plane wait for a moment. Give me some time. He's arriving today. Oh. Even before Zheng Qian entered, he heard a woman's anxious voice coming from inside. It wasn't until a heavy sigh was heard that Zheng Qian pushed the door open and walked in. Junior. Long time no see. It's you. Oh. You've finally arrived. Please have a seat quickly. The girl, upon seeing Zheng Qian, immediately brightened up and the previously gloomy expression disappeared in an instant. She patted her chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly gestured for Zhang Qian and Chen Shu to sit down. The latter didn't decline neither and after some thought, sat next to Zhang Qian. Chen Shu was also a person who reacted based on the scene and the people involved. He knew that it wasn't suitable for him to stand behind Zhang Qian like a bodyguard. This girl was Song Qingli, Zhang Qian's junior from university. Actually, Zhang Qian still felt a little awkward when he saw her. After all, she had initially seen potential in him and recommended her sister, Song Yaxian, who had previously worked at a major factory, but it didn't work out. Moreover, there was a unique charm in her eyes and eyebrows resembling Song Yaxian. With a sly smile, she looked so much like Song Yaxian, stirring some feelings in Zhang Qian. Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed these thoughts as it wasn't the time to dwell on personal relationships. What happened just now? You mentioned earlier that the research institute wasn't running smoothly, that you had reached a crucial stage of R&D, but lacked some funding. However, it seems like it's not just that, isn't it? Zhang Qian wasn't blaming Song Qingli, just teasing her. The latter blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. She fidgeted with her hair, blushing while saying, "Oh, well, it's a long story. The thing is, senior, initially everything was going well, and we did reach a very crucial R&D stage, but as you know, chips are not easy to succeed in. There has always been huge funding support from above, but, so, that's how things are." In a few sentences, Zhang Qian understood the situation. It turned out that this research institute was established by academician Chen in the early years to support the path of independent R&D, instead of just going down the path of assembly and sales, which was considered unsustainable and lacked core competitiveness. However, this idea had a fatal flaw. It was a bottomless pit, with no visible profitability. Yet, he persisted intermittently over the years. Many years had passed, and although the research institute had a glorious past, it had been overtaken by a more aggressive assembly model, leading to a temporary halt, and unable to catch up with international advanced developments ever since. So, it never really took off. However, with the increasing severity of technological restrictions on Kyushu by Jinping Guo in recent years, the research institute finally started gaining attention. They had indeed invested heavily, attracting a considerable number of talented individuals from both domestic and abroad. Just as they were about to achieve results, the loosening of Western technological restrictions coupled with their failure to showcase a groundbreaking, convincing product led to the looming threat of downsizing once again. This was somewhat understandable. Why pump money into a bottomless pit when there are no results? How many people these days still have ideals? Many researchers who had previously worked here were now earning high salaries abroad, striving to fulfill their dreams and develop the strongest Kyushu core. However, facing the renewed halt of the research institute, they finally despaired. In fact, some time ago, many institutions, companies, and groups abroad had already caught wind of this. They were eyeing these researchers, beginning secret negotiations long before, promising high pay, with some even sending people to sign contracts in advance, waiting for the official closure of the research institute before taking them back. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qian certainly wouldn't blame those researchers. They all had spouses, children to support, parents to care for, and their own families. Without money, how could they sustain themselves? With ideals, so, why did Song Yaxian come here? It was also because several professors from their school had been involved in this project. Moreover, she had a certain organizational capacity and was assigned to play a role similar to a manager. Suddenly, she had barely been here for long when this happened. Zhang Qian lit a cigarette and nodded. Actually, I don't know much about tech products, but since I want to develop in the direction of chips, and you found me through Yaxian, seeking investment, claiming you have a complete organizational framework, ready to operate immediately with funding, and achieve results, that's when I became interested. I really appreciate your honesty in laying out all the circumstances before I invest. You can inform the former head of this institute now. I can retain everyone. Salary concerns. There's no need to worry. I won't restrict these talented individuals in any way. If the research institute is disbanded, I'll simply pick everyone up and establish my own private research institute. The benefits will undoubtedly surpass those of any foreign company, no question about that. Upon hearing this, Song Qingli was left stunned. She was speechless for a moment. Is this an agreement? Does he not need to consult with experts for evaluations? Shouldn't they confirm many major discoveries? Or even question if this investment pitch is genuine? Are you sure? Song Kingli looked at Jung Qian, swallowing hard. In that moment, she finally understood why her sister was so enamored at the mention of Jung Qian. Song Kingli is not at all in doubt about Jung Qian's economic strength. When she complained about this matter at home, the first person Song Yaxian thought of was Jung Qian. Not just because Jung Qian was very limited, but also because during a company meeting, it was mentioned that the boss had participated in a mobile game project called DRIZZLE. She believed that Jung Qian was finally starting to move beyond traditional projects and enter projects with more internet genes. She had also always heard about this chip research institute. Before joining the Kind group, she had always worked at several large factories and had even had some collaboration with them. She believed it had great potential, so, naturally, this meeting came about. Really, I am very certain, Jung Qian said with a cigarette in hand. Smiling, I know that even on phones, there are countless kinds of chips, like baseband chips, wireless network chips, Bluetooth, central processing chips, and so on. Not to mention the computer and internet industries. With such a huge research institute, there must be talents in all areas very well-rounded. In simple terms, it is a complete framework that can be used right away, and coincidentally, I have a need for them now. Jung Qian never really had any breakthroughs on his mind. How major could a breakthrough be? Anyway, he didn't have a deep understanding of the chip industry, but that didn't mean he was unaware of the depths within. It was like what was said before. It's not possible to invent the top-notch lithography machine capable of producing the smallest nanometers overnight, much less suddenly achieve a significant leap in technological barriers. Could it really surpass the United States immediately? And he also questioned, not to mention the advancements in bits and lithography machines. For example, EDA's full-cycle electronic design automation, the cornerstone of chip design. The three major overseas firms have already divided up the global market, leaving practically no profits for domestic companies. To break through that, it's extremely difficult. The key thing is if you're still researching the most advanced third-generation products. People in laboratories, I'd have already started researching fifth, sixth, or even seventh-generation products. How could they compare? Good. It's really great. Song Kingli excitedly stood up, pacing back and forth in the room, muttering repeatedly, if that's the case, maybe we can really create something. Senior, thank you so much this time. Please believe me, we really have a chance to achieve a breakthrough and firmly smack the faces of those arrogant capitalist countries. Jung Qian chuckled. As usual, he simply didn't believe it. Life isn't a novel. Where are there so many unbelievable things happening? Ow. Or could there be some system? What if someone suddenly awakens with a golden finger and has the ability to exchange points for skills like learning the chip technology of 2050 in a dance? That would be awesome, right? Song Kingli suddenly stopped in her tracks, her face showing a somewhat embarrassed expression. How much are you planning to invest? She asked. Even though it was a bit awkward and direct, she stared at Jung Qian earnestly. I know it's not nice to ask like this, too straightforward, but I have no choice. You also know, some people are already on flights to the Western world. I have to make calls to hold on to those who haven't left. Jung Qian took a deep drag from his cigarette and held up a finger. Seeing this, Song Kingli couldn't help but furrow her brows, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face. Is that too little? 1 million? Or 10 million? It couldn't possibly be 100 billion, right? She chuckled bitterly. Perhaps her expectations for Jung Qian were too high. Knowing that he had recently spent over $1 billion to buy land, as well as investing in other industries, he probably didn't have any spare cash left. It seems her senior really didn't care much about this matter. He probably didn't even understand how much money this industry burns through. Senior, if that's the case. Song Kingli's face dimmed considerably, hesitating on how to gracefully break up from this conversation. She had already begged numerous people and met with various leaders. She even approached some private enterprises, hoping they would not just invest but sign deals directly. However, finding a company that could absorb such volume was extremely rare. Not to mention the domestic economic environment is so volatile, and who would truly support domestic chips. Companies can easily buy top foreign products and wouldn't directly invest in domestic products. The two little Ma brothers in Hang City and Shenzhen were also not considering this. With her status, naturally, she couldn't meet with them. Not to mention one of the Ma brothers had just finished his overseas trip and could finally return to the country. He had already stepped down as chairman of the board and begun to retire from public life, detached from worldly affairs. Her options for seeking help had become limited. Oh, maybe she just put too much trust in her younger sister's words. Zhang Qian. Looks like he can't be relied on anymore. Junior. Don't misunderstand, Zhang Qian said, as he watched her gloomy expression and the shimmer in her eyes. How could he not understand what she was thinking at that moment? So he smiled and said, what I mean is not 1 million, not 10 million, and definitely not 100 billion. It's continuous investment. Continuous. Song Qingli was stunned. Her beautiful dark brown eyes slightly trembled, momentarily thinking she had misheard. Zhang Qian stood up and said seriously, I'm not that great. I don't have any hopes for groundbreaking innovations or to support any national dreams. It's purely for the sake of those people there who can make use of this. My wife's family business is currently facing difficulties in the chip sector. I am considering how to merge our business in this area. Take a look. At that moment, the office door was kicked open with a bang. Zhang Qian immediately displayed a displeased expression. Who lacked manners like this? Prepared to give whoever it was a good scolding, but he thought it was someone urging them to relocate. However, it turned out to be a woman in a white coat, with a distressed look on her face and a messy hair bun. She held a pile of papers and seemed quite agitated. What's going on? Why did the factory suddenly lose power? Song Qingli, please help me find out the situation. And why has everyone left? Aren't there any people left behind? I urgently need assistance. Damn it. Why is everyone gone now? Do I have to do everything myself? I'm telling you, this time we will definitely crush America. That's right. This voice sounds rather authoritative. Suddenly, Song Qingli felt a foreboding in her heart. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Her voice began to shake. Her legs trembled like sieves. If Zhang Qian didn't know she was scared, he might have mistaken the toy he inserted as leaking electricity. You wouldn't have blown up the lab, right? Basically, it blew up. The girl toy with her hair, exuding a mature and commanding tone. She adjusted her glasses, maintaining a cold demeanor, but couldn't hide her excitement. Through gritted teeth, she said, hurry and get someone to fix the lab for me. I need to conduct the second experiment within 3 days. If all goes well, we can crush the Acard. Acard? Zhang Qian furrowed his brows. Was she researching graphics card chips? Well, that could work, but the current policy does not allow mining. What was she up to? Song Qingli glanced awkwardly at Zhang Qian and difficulty said, Professor G. Our research institute may not be able to continue. It was mentioned in the meeting that our section is to be disbanded. People have already started leaving, and if the lab is severely damaged this time, you might have to compensate out of your pocket. Professor G looked displeased. She paced around the room, clutching her notes tightly. Oh dear. She accidentally bumped into Zhang Qian's chest, then looked up abruptly to find two more men in the room. One seemed icy cold, the other had a peculiar expression, as if staring at a fool. But Professor G didn't care about that. Oh, I was sleeping in the lab during the meeting. They probably told me about this later, but I forgot. How much is the compensation this time? I'll have my dad transfer the money over. Is there anything left? By the way, how much did you say it would cost to buy this place? Song Qingli said, supporting her forehead with her hand. This Professor G, besides research, she couldn't handle anything else. Despite the good conditions at home, her dad had already spent millions to clean up after her messes in the lab. She had been warned by Song Qingli several times to keep an eye on Professor G. She was just too spendthrift. Though the G family had some money, no matter how much they had, it couldn't sustain such extravagance. It'll probably cost nearly $1 billion at the very least, and that's just the initial investment. More will be needed later. Professor G, I've discussed this with your father, but he's not interested and hopes you return soon. Song Qingli sighed, resigning herself to the situation. She had already thought of every possible solution and even pleaded with Professor G's father, but to no avail. Instantly producing billions wasn't feasible. When G Muxi heard this, her eyebrows shot up, her clenched fists turning pale. Although she spent most of her time in the lab, she understood the weight $1 billion carried. For the sake of the institute, Her family had already poured over $2 billion into it. The closing of the research institute led to negotiations with the authorities and eventually reaching a settlement. They could sell some valuable research from the lab. Indeed, it was Ji Muxi's father who agreed for his daughter's sake. To him, a traditional businessman, those research results held little value. 20 billion was like throwing money away, but as long as his daughter returned, that was what mattered most. She was already 28 this year, not young anymore. Was she fated to marry the lab in the end? Recently, an American computer company, IMB, had contacted them, offering 12 billion for the research data. Selling it off would reduce the losses, and he was ready to agree. So, is there any other way? Ji Muxi's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment and unwillingness. Song Kingli glanced at Zhang Qian instinctively. You mentioned about crushing the cart earlier. What did you mean by that? Oh, let me introduce myself. I'm planning to invest in this research institute and establish my own chip company. You're welcome to join us then. Zhang Qian smiled, extending his hand. Huh. Ji Muxi glanced suspiciously at Zhang Qian, then at Song Kingli. The latter hurriedly added, Yes, this is my senior, currently involved in. Well, he's rich for sure. Professor Ji, would you like to share your recent breakthrough with him to boost investors' confidence? You mentioned having some accomplishments. I didn't quite understand. Song Kingli intended to introduce Zhang Qian's line of business too, but after careful thought, she realized she wasn't sure what Zhang Qian specialized in. If it was shipping, the business was nearly inactive, considering a relocation to the south. In real estate, they had just acquired properties, without much progress. There was talk about starting a bank as well, but she wondered if it was her sister, Song Yaxian's whim. Could a bank be easily established like that? Ji Muxi hesitated a moment before solely speaking. The Research Institute is divided into several different research teams, some studying CPU chips, others focusing on different chips. I lead the AI chip team, currently utilizing optical computing, capable of surpassing traditional chips by 20 times. When delving into her expertise, Ji Muxi appeared transformed, exuding a mature aura. With arms crossed, she effortlessly listed technical terms that puzzled Zhang Qian. He sensed the difference from the girls he met earlier, realizing she exuded true mature elegance. Perhaps due to her age, she exuded an intimidating vibe unique to mature women. Although he couldn't see her face clearly now, her aura was undeniably captivating. Do you understand? After a brief silence, Ji Muxi inquired. Zhang Qian really wanted to shake his head honestly. He genuinely didn't grasp much and was afraid of being ridiculed. Glancing at Chen Shu, who lived in the UK, he expected him to be more knowledgeable in such matters, but found him unresponsive. A worthless man, useless when needed, couldn't even drive. But Zhang Qian couldn't admit total ignorance. After some hesitation, he feigned depth and said, So, am I correct in understanding that the chip you've developed, Professor Ji, can exceed Western AI chips in the market by 20 times? After speaking, he felt trembling inside. What if she noticed he was pretending? The thought of being scorned worried him. I only understood the number 20, and AI. I didn't get the rest. What if she sees through my act and mocks me? But she's an elder sister, after all. An elder sister's scornful look, that would be a disaster. Huh, you actually understood. That's right, that's what I meant. Zhang Qian is truly excited. This girl, no, this elder sister, might really be a genius. Her chosen perspective is extremely unique, not starting from the traditional chip industry, but instead focusing more on the currently most cutting-edge AI field. And if nothing unexpected happens, she must have started her research early on. Before AI has fully risen, she has already started. Without this, it would be impossible to achieve such success. 20 times. Maybe she really can make a breakthrough on the curve. In this moment, Zhang Qian realized that perhaps buying this chip research institute was not without its gains. If she really succeeds in her research, and subsequently hands it over to Jin Lu, it will definitely give rise to a hugely profitable industry. Ding ding. Ji Muxi furrowed her brows and glanced at her phone, biting her silver teeth in resentment. Damn it, my old man is calling me again. Sorry for leaving abruptly. Z-san, whoever wants to invest, I need to start the experiment right away. Dang. Ji Muxi shut the door behind her, clearly very angry. That's probably her old man pressuring her into marriage again, awkwardly explained Song Kingli. Zhang Qian responded with an awkward smile as well. Tapping the armrest of the chair lightly, he pondered for a moment before saying seriously, "Just now, listening to Professor G talk about this, I am finally confirmed in my decision. I have no upper limit on the investment in this research institute. You can tell me your current needs, such as where money needs to be spent or where my cooperation is needed. The more, the better." Jun Qian's gaze was like a tempting devil. Song Qingli subconsciously swallowed, and his breathing became somewhat rapid, his cheeks even blushing slightly, his eyes so aggressive. Oh my, I have never seen such a domineering look, just like a devil. If eyes could talk, she had just accurately received Jun Qian's signal. That is, spend money for me, spend as much as possible. Tell me how much. The current industrial park is about to be expropriated, ready for auction, with an estimated total valuation of around 8 billion. Of course, this is just our part of the land that amounts to 8 billion, but the plan is to sell the entire park, and many facilities have not been updated, maintained, or serviced for a long time. Some of them are usable, some are not, just like some of the ones Professor G just broke. So this is also a very money-burning place. And there are also personnel arrangements, some areas where needs should be met. Anyway, if we can handle the issue of the park area, then an additional 100 billion. As Song Qingli spoke, she felt less confident. Oh my, why does it seem like the more we calculate, the more money it becomes? The Professor G really needs expensive equipment, like some kind of quantum computer, which Song Qingli doesn't even know what that means, but probably something like that. And research is a bottomless pit. Money will just keep burning. No problem. Before Song Qingli finished, Jun Qian spoke directly. He waved his hand, stood up and said, "These are not problems. I'll leave the park auction matter directly to you. Just tell me how much money you need at the time, and I'll immediately arrange for the funds. We might as well buy the entire industrial park while we're at it. And for any equipment needed, as long as money can buy it, just tell me. Even if money can't buy it, still let me know. I'll see if I can think of a solution." Song Qingli was stunned. Is this the power of capital? Her breathing became even more rapid. It's hundreds of billions, just like that. This is really amazing, right? He's not joking, is he? She only knew her senior had money before, but really didn't expect him to be this wealthy. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Jun Qian was about to leave when the door was knocked open again. A middle-aged man in martial arts attire entered with a despondent look, collapsing onto a chair as if all his spirit had dissipated. He seemed like he had been crying, tear streaks on his dark cheeks, trembling as he lit a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he spoke almost choked up. "It's all gone. They're taking everything. My students, sigh, there's no other way. They've all left. I understand, they have to go. So many people to feed at home, children to send to school, parents to support, they have to strive. Everyone leave, all of you leave, sigh." Though the man wasn't crying now, Jun Qian felt his heart was weeping. Yes. How could they do in a situation like this? He didn't blame those researchers at all for leaving. Facing almost inevitable unemployment, what else could one do but leave? Wait to starve with your whole family. At the beginning, they all came here with full of passion, each having noble ideals. In this research institute, salaries were pitifully low, barely equivalent to white-collar workers in ordinary companies. That as long as they agreed to the invitations from large foreign companies, instantly, it would have annual salaries in the millions, tens of millions, or even some could reach hundreds of millions. Tell me, what would you choose? No matter what choice they make, no one would blame them. This is the reality that is incredibly real. They are all highly educated and highly skilled talents, all gilded abroad. Compared to classmates who went directly into business, their incomes are far apart. They probably didn't expect that after studying abroad for so long, they would end up like this. Maybe they are too embarrassed to even attend reunions now. Teacher Joe, you don't need to be sad. This Mr. Zhang here was my senior in college, and he's already preparing to acquire our research institute. No, not acquire. He's establishing his own chip company and signing all of us. Song Qingli was also quite excited, tightly holding the man's hand. He has agreed. Funds can be allocated at any time, and even preparing to buy the industrial park. We can all stay here. No need to relocate, huh? Teacher Zhou turned back quickly. He looked at Jun Qian with a mix of surprise and doubt, seemingly incredulous. You, a young man like you, can actually decide on such a huge amount. Child, don't joke. This is billions, not just a few dollars. It's really not a joking matter. No joke, sir. Not a single one will be missing. All will stay. And I guarantee that the treatment provided will only be better than abroad, not less. Salaries of advanced research personnel are 3 times that of counterparts abroad. No, 5 times even. And this is the decision John Qian made a long time ago. The decision was made in the moment when he agreed to Song Qingli. Under great rewards, there must be brave men. And since those people can be poached by high-tech companies overseas, it shows that they still have high value and strong capabilities. They deserve to be paid a high price to stay. Indeed, a very high price. The reason why John Qian mentioned high-end researchers and not everyone is for a reason. It's not about the money for him, but he doesn't want anyone to take advantage of the opportunity to retire and slack off. What he hopes for is to cultivate a competitive edge. And this is just the basic salary for the first year. Bonuses are another matter, which I still need to study further. But rest assured, we will definitely surpass companies like Google, Apple, and Microsoft. Recently, I am developing a new real estate project and will arrange housing for everyone, with a minimum standard of a 5-bedroom duplex, as well as villas, Western-style houses. John Qian spoke confidently to Director Zhou. No, it's better to call him Director Zhou now. This elderly man is the former director of the Research Institute, a person who has dedicated his entire life to the country and enjoys special allowances. He has never sought fame or fortune in his life. He returned from overseas studies early in his life and dedicated himself to the semiconductor industry diligently until now. He has mentored countless students, and now he can only watch everything he has done slipping away. He was heartbroken, and he had been squatting at the door smoking, wanting to stop it, but he was powerless. What use is there in stopping it? But upon hearing John Qian's words, tears filled his eyes, brimming with emotions and disbelief, as he tightly grabbed John Qian's hands, trembling. Child, are you serious? Absolutely serious, determined, and confident. Good. Director Zhou wiped away his tears, extinguished his cigarette butt, and patted John Qian's shoulder heavily. I will make calls to those children immediately. Whoever can be persuaded to stay will stay. Rest assured, child, I guarantee that this is a profitable deal for you. This time we have made a breakthrough, and Professor Ji will not let you down. John Qian nodded with a smile. Watching the emotionally charged figure of the old man leaving, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It seems, all right, junior sister, I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave now. The acquisition of this place was already planned, and Professor Ji's good news has further solidified this idea. Just like I said earlier, you should inform the researchers as well. I promise that each person will be provided with housing, excellent benefits, and I can fulfill that soon. In addition, I will try to coordinate the household registration issues for the children. After giving a few simple instructions, he was about to leave. Wait, please wait. Song Qingli's heart trembled, and she didn't know what made her do it, but she directly called out to Zhang Qian. The latter looked at her skeptically, wondering if there was something he didn't know. Ow, have you eaten yet? Song Qingli seemed somewhat awkward. She couldn't even look directly at John Qian. Clutching her skirt, she said softly, I know of a good restaurant. The environment is decent, not too far from here. To show my gratitude, I hope to treat you to a meal. John Qian smiled then waved his hand. No need to be so polite. There will be plenty of time for meals in the future. Oh, by the way, that Director Zhou just now, I prefer him to continue as the director. I will consider your position later. See if I can elevate it. Not involved in research, only responsible for management and operations. And as for Song Yaxian, she doesn't have much to do now. She can also come here. With that, he gave Song Qingli an unrelenting look, then pushed open the door and left. Senior, Song Qingli wanted to call out to John Qian again, but in the end she didn't. She bitterly glanced at the mirror on the table. She didn't look bad herself, so why did it feel like she just couldn't handle John Qian earlier? Ow. It's not like she wanted to control him, but not even giving her the chance to have a meal together. He was so aloof. But she felt there was something off about the relationship between Zhang Qing and her younger sister, Song Yaxian. Later, she accompanied Zhang Qian on a business trip to Jiangnan, and when she returned, she seemed different. Whenever she mentioned Zhang Qian, she always appeared extremely nervous, and during this time, she hadn't seen Zhang Qian at all, which made her feel somewhat absent-minded. Could it be love? However, after witnessing Zhang Qian just now, she truly began to understand her younger sister. A man like him is hard not to be moved by. Zhang Qian and Chen Shu returned to the car, preparing to depart for the next destination. Indeed, he is quite busy this time. Thinking back to what happened in the office just now, why didn't he sense Song Qingli's emotions? He used body language to hint that she shouldn't have any extravagant thoughts. He owed too many emotional debts now, he needed to repay bit by bit. If he hadn't handled these issues and then toyed with Song Qingli, it really wouldn't be justifiable. Meanwhile, Chen Shu was contemplating an entirely different matter. He saw everything that happened just now. He deeply understood why. Even though Zhang Qian had extraordinary martial arts talent, he couldn't learn for a reason. It was simply unnecessary. Compared to excelling in martial arts, in this world, what's truly powerful is capital. There are some things that martial arts cannot achieve, but capital can. Just like Song Qingli, no matter how skilled he was in martial arts, she would only find it daunting. However, when Zhang Qian casually mentioned allocating a few $100 billion, he felt like Song Qingli was about to get pregnant on the spot. That's the gap, very significant, yet real gap. Nevertheless, this didn't shake Chen Shu's resolve. Conversely, there are things that capital cannot solve, but martial arts can. Besides, any behemoth group or organization needs to walk on two legs, both with a good public image and hidden strengths. He was willing to be Zhang Qian's inner strength. Having been in contact for a while, his curiosity about Zhang Qian was growing, and he was increasingly interested. If he was a martial arts genius, then Zhang Qian was about to become a genius in the capital arena. Inadvertently, he regarded Zhang Qian as someone at a similar level to himself. The currency war is about to commence. Just under half a month remains until the election at the Chunshan Hall. In these past few days, Zhang Qian has been very busy. The thought of soon seeing Jin Lu would inexplicably make his heart race and feel nervous. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, as it has been several months since they last saw each other. His longing for her has reached its peak. They will reunite soon. In the office of the Chip Research Institute, as he looks out at the gradually bustling scene outside the window, Zhang Qian feels more confident. He never expected that besides the AI chips developed by Ji Moxi, this place would offer him much more, including a well-equipped organizational structure, a reserve of talents, a research team, and more. With them, Zhang Qian saves a lot of time since he can use them directly. After all, not long ago he belonged to the national team, and now he has his private army. He specifically had someone look into the overall strength here, realizing that it is already the strongest in the country. This is just in terms of overall strength. Institutions like the Dharma Institute that focus on research have even stronger talents on a global scale. Thanks to Director Zhou's continuous efforts to bring back those working overseas, this organization has been slowly built up, which was not easy. Oh, how I regret not thinking of this earlier, or else those people wouldn't have left, sighed Song Qingli. Apart from retaining these people, Zhang Qian also planned to buy out the talents who had already gone abroad. In essence, even if you have signed a contract with another foreign company, I can offer you a penalty to come back. However, before he could make this decision, Wei Rusi intercepted it. She knew the consequences of doing so and understood that the current Zhang Qian was not yet ready to bear such a cost. While those people could be called back, it would inadvertently provoke almost all the top foreign chip companies in the field. Money can poach talents. This is a widely accepted principle. The calling back those who have signed contracts and are spread across various large companies worldwide would be too costly for their current needs. Real connections and advantageous situations may only come into play when they truly stand at the top of the world and have intricate ties with many other companies. That time is not now. As Song Qingli explained the current situation, she discreetly assessed Wei Rusi sitting not far away, her eyes slightly trembling, wondering about her thoughts. Her gaze was somewhat complex, and she sighed internally. As there were some matters to attend to at the client group, Song Yaxian still hadn't arrived. What about what happened in these past 2 days? Does she know about the relationship between the beautiful woman beside Zhang Qian? It seemed their relationship wasn't conventional. Even though Wei Rusi didn't show much intimacy with Zhang Qian, don't underestimate a woman's intuition. She had a feeling that these two are not simple. Manager Song is right. After a careful study of the organizational structure, There is much potential, Wei Rusi said confidently. Not just the AI chip team led by Professor Ji Muxi achieving a breakthrough, but also Professor Ni Yumeng's quantum computing lab, which performed admirably. In the recent international quantum computing competition, they completed calculations that surpassed the world's most advanced supercomputer's 40-year workload in just 7 seconds, potentially challenging Google's quantum supremacy. The best prior record was Google's just under 6 seconds for 47 years of calculations. Wei Rusi flipped through her paperwork as she spoke. She frowned slightly, looking puzzled as she turned to Song Qingli. If they've achieved such good results, and even when Professor Ni Yumen was just testing, which is not their full potential, why were they suspended upon returning? Upon hearing this, Song Qingli couldn't help but show a hint of regret. She hesitated several times, but ultimately couldn't speak out. In the end, after 1,000 words, she could only manage a wry smile. Some things are not easy to say. Try to understand. In any case, it's because the institute has not been profitable, requiring increasing investments. When Professor Niu returned, he immediately requested a special fund of 10 billion, which was of course directly rejected without even discussion. Wei Rusi frowned slightly as she wanted to inquire further, but was halted by Zheng Qian. He knew that some things couldn't be overtly stated. All right, in any case, the funds will gradually come in during this period. I've said that there's no upper limit for research investments. As long as the demand is reasonable, I will try my best to meet it. Any other questions? Song Qingli gently shook her head. These days could be considered the most relaxed she had experienced in her career. Earlier, dealing with researchers was a headache as they were always asking for money. She knew well about the institute's complicated background. Where would the money come from? Previously, Director Zhou could obtain some funds, but later, there was no solution. Where would one find such a relaxed situation as now? Zheng Qian threw billions of dollars effortlessly, without a doubt. Just as Chen Shu said, watching such a massive amount of money pass through his hands was exhilarating. I have no more questions, just one thing, Wei Rusi said, pulling out a document and smiling. Previously, it seems the institute was spending more than it earned, intending to sell some research findings to Professor Ji's father, right? Thankfully, Director Zhou resisted the pressure and didn't sign the document. Otherwise, Mr. Zheng, we would have incurred a loss of not just hundreds of billions. Zheng Qian knew about this matter and was glad there was still room for maneuver. Since Professor Ji Muxi's father, Ji Changhai, had shares in the institute, and as this place was being cut, some research findings, along with cash, were roughly valued at around 20 billion in exchange for Ji Changhai shares. Immediately, IMB Corporation expressed interest and offered 12 billion, which he agreed to. Ji Changhai believed these things were worthless. Many achievements regarding AI chips were included in these, almost being intercepted by American companies. I've already asked Lawyer Hu to handle this part. There shouldn't be any significant issues. Since Ji Changhai's shares were worth around 20 billion, I might as well give him cash directly to resolve this, Zheng Qian said before patting Wei Rusi's bottom. Let's go. Don't forget we have a very urgent matter to attend to. Seeing their intimate actions, Song Qingli's inner turmoil increased. How urgent? Just how urgent? Being able to get into the Chip Research Institute was a complete unexpected joy. In a certain sense, it was already comparable to the Dharma Institute, and even surpassed it. Never did I expect that Professor Niu Yumen had already begun challenging Google's quantum supremacy, not to mention the breakthrough in AI chips. What made him even happier was that this was really a place where money was burnt, and both team leaders were women. That was very good. Kespi had been in Shanghai for a few days, but had not gone to find John Ls. Instead, she had been staying with Zheng Qian the whole time. Actually, she felt a bit uneasy, always feeling like she was having an affair under the nose of her best friend, M. Actually, in a way, that was indeed the case. Zheng Qian didn't have the habit like Qi Zhenduo to buy a detached house on the outskirts of a city, sneaky, and very insecure. The villa he bought for Kespi was also a work by a well-known domestic developer. Those who could live in this villa community were either wealthy or honored. Zheng Qian now felt that he had entered a brand new level, no longer interested in using shopping to make money. Damn. As long as he casually invested some money in the Research Institute, he could easily make hundreds of billions or even trillions. Why bother buying things and making money the hard way? Sitting in the back seat of the car, Kespi leaned on Zheng Qian's shoulder. Over the past few days, Chenchu didn't have to follow him. He had gone to learn to drive a few days ago. It wasn't that Zheng Qian thought he couldn't let Chenchu drive just because he was the boss. In the future, there would be more occasions where he had to drive, and there would often be girls in the car. You couldn't let the girl sit alone in the back, right? Just like now, the girl needed his shoulder. If he drove himself, he would be sitting in the front seat with Chenchu, making the girl sit alone in the back feeling desolate. With Weark's arrival a few days ago, the speed of many things had increased. With full cooperation from Lohiman and Weark's connections in the financial sector, and with the relevant procedures for setting up a bank branch applied for even before they went abroad. In short, his bank had finally settled in Shanghai. The headquarters was in Oman, and currently, the only branch was located here. The plot of land he had previously acquired for over 10 billion was right next to Yuan Shun's distilled liquor industry. Now, he had changed the cashback rewards bound to the system, all transferred to his bank account. It was really secure. Previously, Jing Hangzhang always warned him about money, but now he could finally rest easy. The bank's name was called Qian LS Bank, abbreviated as MRBANK. This bank later became a legend in the world banking industry, known as Mr. Bank. The M came from money, and the sound for Qian was money. R came from road, meaning path, naturally sounding like LS. It could be said that Zheng Qian had put some thought into naming it. The bank's logo and icon were designed by Qo Muyan. The design style was very artistic, simple yet not plain. It looked like several main roads extending into the distance, giving a sense of all roads leading to Rome. Actually, Zheng Qian's original intention was not that. His meaning was, each forward pathway represented a way to wealth. It was a path to wealth, as well as Qian LS. They were excessively showing affection like lovebirds. As for bank settlements and transfers between different countries, under Weark's control, everything had been sorted out. Zheng Qian also opened an account at his domestic branch, and over these 2 days, money had already been transferred. Part of it was in an Oman bank, while the other part was in the domestic branch. The total amount had reached 2.5 trillion. Sometimes Zheng Qian even wondered if there was still room for the system to expand. But what left him speechless was that, basically, when he asked the system questions, there was no response unless it was about changing or linking accounts. What are you thinking about? Weark suddenly raised her head and noticed Zheng Qian furrowing his brows, seemingly pondering something. With her nestled against Zheng Qian's chest, her hands gently kneading his temples, a sweet fragrance enveloped them. Enjoying the service of a beauty, Zheng Qian closed his eyes comfortably. The Chuncheon Club elections are about to start soon. I will be meeting John LS. I want to handle some relationships that should have been dealt with much earlier before meeting her. This meeting will be a new beginning. Before they arrive, let's go over there first. Hearing this, Weark's heart trembled slightly. Her already fair cheeks appeared even paler, but quickly, they became overtly flushed. Because Zheng Qian's hands had started being restless again. Weark's breathing became slightly rapid. Biting her silver teeth, she said, "The driver is driving us. It's okay. After buying this car, I'll come up with some clever angles immediately, and the driver won't notice. Just rest assured, right?" Zheng Qian smirked. "Feel better now, right? You're so annoying." Unfortunately, there were still other people in the car, so Zheng Qian couldn't go all out. He could only stop at the shallow end, but Weark's had already completely softened in his arms, breathing lightly, taking a while to barely return to normal. "Chairman Zheng, we've arrived." "Good. You park the car, and then let's eat at a nearby hotel. I probably won't be out quickly, so you don't need to rush. Just wait for my call." With that, Zheng Qian held Weark's hand and walked towards the nearby art center. Looking around, among the crowd, she indeed saw many familiar faces. Not only because Yin Yanyan came to help Yan Curran's art exhibition, but she even saw Kui Ziqiang who had just parked the car. It seemed, there was also Yuan Shun. Even, as she continued looking, Weark's dared not look further, instinctively clutching Zheng Qian's hand tightly. If nothing untoward happened, under any circumstances, she didn't want to let go of this hand. After Yan Curran became the owner of this art center, the debut exhibition had already received a good response, even though the preparation was rushed and many artworks didn't have the opportunity to be showcased. So, preparations began for this art exhibition, with plans to display some better artworks as well. After resolving issues at home, Yanchuren was able to immerse herself more deeply in the art world and created several outstanding pieces. Jun Qian had instructed Mikai long ago to support Yanchuren in every way, whether it be in terms of media resources, various traffic support, celebrity opinions, etc. Today, under various influences, the art exhibition attracted a lot of attention. From the parking lot of the art center, it was clear that luxury cars were as common as carp in the river, impossible to overlook. I bet that less than 1/5 of the people who truly understand art are here. Either they are here with a female companion, accompanying their wives, or they have come to take photos, show off, or check in on social media. Jun Qian patted Wei Ruxi's butt, signaling her to keep up. Wei Ruxi seemed to grip Jun Qian's hand as if declaring sovereignty, even though she used to glare at him whenever he flirted, but this time she seemed to be tacitly approving, making Jun Qian feel somewhat uneasy. The most eye-catching figures on the scene were, of course, Yanchuren and Yanyan, but even the extremely beautiful Yanyan couldn't completely overshadow Yanchuren. Their beauties were completely different, each possessing a unique aesthetic appeal and excelling in their own way. Yanchuren exuded an aura of pure and extreme beauty, while Yanyan was exquisitely beautiful, exuding a star-like aura. The scene was very lively, with many reporters and media present. Even a second-tier female group was there to generate atmosphere. However, compared to Yanyan, Yanchuren was just an up-and-coming artist known in art circles, not a celebrity. She was surrounded by more professional media, while many entertainment gossip reporters flocked around Yanyan. Yanyan, can you share any behind-the-scenes stories about the role you play in this movie? We are all looking forward to your performance. How does it feel to act opposite Chu Tianch? It is said that the person who invested in this movie is very mysterious. Seeing things getting farther from reality, Yanyan quickly interrupted. With a beautiful, yet graceful smile, she addressed everyone, saying, "Today, our protagonist is the painter Yanchuren. She is my good sister. Although my movie is about to have a premiere, I hope at this moment, everyone can focus more on her. I find it hard to imagine that these paintings are the work of a 20-year-old girl." Upon hearing Yanyan's words, the reporters seemed to remember the purpose of today. As she spoke, they flocked towards Yanchuren again, making her feel overwhelmed. But she understood this was a rare opportunity. In today's world, without traffic, everything is futile. Looking at her shy yet naturally spiritual self, Jun Qian felt that his efforts were not in vain. Such a beautiful girl deserved a better life. Sister's husband. Just then, a discordant voice suddenly appeared next to Jun Qian. Jun Qian furrowed his brow, ready to turn around and give a slap, but he refrained. He had initially thought it was that idiot, Kui Jinghui, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Su Waqian, which made him hold back his impulse. He probably didn't mean it. However, Su Waqian also sensed that something was off because he saw Wei Ruxi holding hands tightly with Jun Qian. "Where is your sister?" Jun Qian didn't avoid Wei Ruxi's hand, casually asking. Originally, the plan for today was for Su Waqian to come up to Shanghai to handle some matters, bringing Su Shuyan along and also intending to report progress to Jun Qian. Well, here's the thing. I went back to Yebai yesterday to handle some paperwork, thinking of coming here with my sister today, and indeed, there are some things I wanted to report to you, but just now when Miss Kui picked us up, my sister seemed a bit off emotionally, said she suddenly remembered something about the company, and just went back. Su Waqian wasn't a bookworm who only studied coding. On the contrary, being someone who often interacted with various investors, he knew how to read people well. Moreover, he deliberately concealed Su Shuyan's expression when she left. She had already arrived at the entrance of the art center, but left anyway, with red eyes, visibly on the verge of tears. It seemed that from the moment Kui Ziking brought her over, Su Shuyan knew something was wrong. "All right, I understand. What did you want to say?" Jun Qian nodded slightly, not delving into a detailed conversation with Su Waqian on this topic. Plus, there was no need to discuss such matters with a younger brother-in-law. Jun Qian's expression was extremely calm, even profound, moving. "Oh, it's like this. Now Dream Essence has made a major breakthrough." Su Waqian was very excited when he mentioned this. "With your investment, we can launch by the end of the year at the earliest. During the New Year period, when everyone has a bit of spare cash, we can take advantage of this opportunity. It's just, In terms of marketing expenditures, we still need some funds. After listening attentively, Zhang Qian patted his shoulder. Of course, it would be great to launch before Chinese New Year, but don't be overly eager for profits now. Don't rush to give out gifts. It's not a good look. Control the timing well. As for the money issue, just submit the request to Zia Qian. Is there anything else to discuss? At this point, Zhang Qian's eyes held a hint of playfulness. Su Huaqian was first puzzled but then seemed to finally understand what Zhang Qian was truly asking. After a moment of hesitation, looking at Zhang Qian seriously, he said, I don't want to meddle in the things between you. After all, the two of you understand the situation in terms of emotions the best. Even family members cannot say anything. Moreover, setting aside other relationships between us, you, after all, are my investor, right? After the launch, we won't disappoint you. We will make things square. Well said. Making things square. This nephew-in-law was indeed talented. Okay, I got it. By the way, since you are both involved in programming, do you know anything about quantum computers, optical computing? Recently, my research institute has been working on this project, and it would be great if you could provide support in this area. Hua Dengsu is truly a tech enthusiast. When it comes to high technology, his eyes light up immediately. He quickly pulled Qian Zheng aside to start discussing. With the cloud support of quantum computers, perhaps it could have a better effect on the project's progress. Especially in optimizing game engines, it might even be able to dominate the market for mobile games. Of course, the premise is having extremely mature quantum computing capabilities. Qian Zheng actually had no idea either. That's why he wanted to ask him. Half an hour later, Hua Dengsu left excitedly from here. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he had completely forgotten about Shuyan Su crying and leaving just now. Well, it's actually good to have such a thoughtful nephew. In fact, if Qian Zheng had gone to chase after Shuyan Su right away, there was still time. Even if he wanted, he could have made sure the plane couldn't take off with just a phone call. But he didn't do that. He believed that some things are best left to nature. Shuyan Su probably not only knows about her and Zichu's situation, but also knows about the only legitimate girlfriend Jinglu around her. She might not be able to accept this reality for a while. Wei Rushi remained silent, only tightly holding Qian Zheng's hand. At this moment, she didn't need to say anything. Any words would be pale, her actions fully representing her thoughts. Anyway, she was unwilling to let go of Qian Zheng's hand. Has that painting been sold? The media interview section had ended by now. Yan Churen, as the owner of the art center, didn't need to explain the exhibition. This place was more like a social occasion, but she seemed unfamiliar with it. Leaving the crowded people, she breathed fresh air in an inconspicuous place. She invited some art major students to help here, watching the busy crowd, feeling indescribably satisfied. And everything she had now was related to that person. Zhang Rushi, you're here too. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Yan Churen suddenly turned back and saw the two of them. For some reason, seeing Wei Rushi holding hands tightly with Qian Zheng, she felt something stir inside her. However, she didn't show much on her face, still walking over with great delight. The affection level had reached an astonishing 97 points. No. When I brought out this painting, I actually regretted it a bit. I initially thought of returning it, but then I thought maybe it's fate. Since it's already here, I might as well display it, place it in this corner, and wait for the right person. Yan Churen's words were not meant to flirt with Qian Zheng. This was her most genuine feeling at this moment. The content of this painting was a man's back, walking slowly towards the sunset. It was a back with a story, and Wei Rushi immediately caught on, because, no matter how you looked at it, it seemed like it was painting Qian Zheng. She even deliberately took a few steps back, comparing Qian Zheng's back with the painting. They were almost identical, but suddenly, she felt something incredibly surprising. She seemed to no longer feel the excitement towards Yan Churen, the goddess she once idolized in the beginning. It wasn't surprising, especially after what just happened with Qian Zheng. I'll take this painting. I'll send someone to pick it up later, and make sure not to give it to anyone else. Qian Zheng joked, you still owe me a painting from last time.